71. Chapter 71. Let's eat. Destroy. G2. A huge body comparable to a marine warship lay in front of the branch marine, and a huge feeling of oppression rushed towards him. When the marine soldiers saw the sudden appearance of the monster, their pupils shrank, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. The sweat on his forehead dripped down his cheeks and onto the ground. What is this? Sea Kings. How is it possible? How could Sea Kings appear here? This is the branch island. The marine soldiers clutched the weapons in their hands, their hearts trembling. After working in the sea for so many years, I have seen many strange creatures. But it was obvious that the thing in front of them was within their knowledge blind spot. Neither Sea Kings nor ordinary creatures. An unknown fear pervades the hearts of all Marines. They couldn't help but tighten their grip on the weapons in their hands. It seems that at this moment, only they can bring some sense of security. Vice Admiral Gumir of the Marine branch had an equally ugly expression. He stared straight at the green-skinned creature in front of him. Search in your mind. There is absolutely no information about this thing. It's like suddenly appearing in this world. But although I don't know what it is, judging from the pressure emanating from the other party, it is definitely not a simple thing. A complete monster. Hey. We have food again. Compared to the nervousness of these marine soldiers, Bogang was much more excited and relaxed. This is all food. She licked her lips unconsciously and scanned the Marines with her scarlet eyes. The soldiers who were swept away. Suddenly, I felt my legs were shaking and my arms were shaking violently. Great terror arose in my heart. Some soldiers wanted to just pick up their guns and run away. After all, they had never seen such a scene before. We usually deal with pirates that no matter how dangerous or powerful the other party is, they are still human beings. But now the feeling brought by this thing is too shocking. The unknown is always the scariest thing. Even if you haven't taken action yet, wherever you stop, it's enough to make you frightened. Hold on. No matter what it is all mortal flesh and will eventually be destroyed by gunfire. As the Vice Admiral of the Marine branch, Gumir still had some determination. He suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted loudly. The opponent's momentum is too strong. If it continues like this, Marine will collapse before he even starts fighting. He didn't believe that the opponent was so big, that there were so many people on his side, and that there were so many guns. You can't beat the opponent into a sieve yet. Shot. Kill her. As soon as his order fell. Suddenly, the Marine soldier regained his composure, gritted his teeth, and pulled the trigger in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. There was a steady stream of gunshots. The dark bullets traced their trajectory in the air, falling on Bogang's body like raindrops. However, the attack power of these bullets is indeed the same as raindrops in front of Bogang's thick skin. Can't even break through the defense. Bogang scratched his itchy belly with his hand and looked at the little one below with disdain. Ants, please stop resisting. You better become my food. As he spoke, Bogang stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Under the cover of the giant hand, it carries boundless power. The Marine soldiers were already frightened. The invincible musket hit almost all of them. But the opponent's skin wasn't even broken. How to fight this? It's a monster. It's a monster. It's impossible to win. The Marine soldiers, even the only muskets they relied on, were useless. It will immediately collapse into a ball. Gumir, Vice Admiral of the branch, looked shocked and the hairs on his body stood on end. He was also frightened. What kind of monster is it? Can resist gunpowder with physical strength? How hard does the skin have to be like this? Even Marine Admiral, without the weapon color and fruit ability, can't use his body to force it. Damn it! Take my sword. He gritted his teeth, and now that the matter was over, he had no choice but to attack. Instead of retreating, he tried to attack with his sword. Buzz. The aura on his body sank. He waved the two swords in his hands and slashed at Bogang. Snap. His figure jumped into the air, and just as he was about to hit Bogang, he was slapped and flew away. Boom. After rolling on the ground several times, his body finally came to a stop. As one of the 8 demons, Bogang's blow was powerful enough to shatter him into pieces. Too weak. Bogang slapped his mouth. Immediately afterwards, she looked at the Marine soldiers below, patted her belly, and started buffet mode. There is no doubt that this is a one-sided battle. In front of Bo Gang, these Marine soldiers had no room to resist. 10 minutes later, the battle is over. Luo Xiu stood aside, silently observing Bo Gang's body. At this moment, he was a little disappointed, because Bo just ate Marine and even the G2 branch house. Although the body is a little bigger than before, it is not much bigger. The effect seems not very good. It seems this is not enough. Got to eat Sea Kings, though. The vitality of Sea Kings should be able to nourish and make it much bigger. Luo Xiu said silently. First put Bagong in a calm belt, and then go to the New World to find the 4 emperors. Thinking of this, he took the delicious Bo Gang back to the system space. Without any intention of staying any longer, Luo Xiu's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, heading towards the Tianlong ship. And shortly after he left, a bright yellow figure rushed towards the G2 branch at an extremely fast speed. Next moment, he lands on the ground and the yellow photon dissipates, revealing Kizaru. Kizaru's eyelids drooped, and he looked at the bare G2 branch, a little confused. He came specially from the headquarters to announce the public execution of Luo Xiu and brought people there from the branch. But what is going on with these scenes in front of me? Did I come to the wrong place? He couldn't help but murmured, patted his head and curled his lips. Oh my, I'm so old and confused. But soon he realized something was wrong. It seemed that he was not in the wrong place, but that he had been attacked here. The branch was swept away. Realizing this, Kizaru frowned. Damn it. Who is it? Kizaru's casual expression turned serious. Dare to attack the Marine G2 branch and sweep this place away. Are there such powerful pirates in the first half of the Grand Line? Etc. This is... Kizaru glanced at an area in front of him and took off his orange glasses. Where the branch office building was originally located, all the buildings disappeared and several huge footprints appeared on it. What is this? Kizaru jumped up and landed on the edge of the footprints, somewhat confused. Judging from this footprint, it seems that it is not a human being, but some huge creature. Not a pirate. What a huge creature. But what kind of creature can destroy a building without even leaving its remains? Where did those buildings go? After traveling in the sea for so many years, Kizaru has seen a lot and has never seen such a strange phenomenon. A huge marine branch disappeared inexplicably. And not only Marine disappeared, but other things also disappeared. Weird. So weird. At this moment, the collapsed rubble on the left front of Kizaru suddenly moved. 72. Chapter 72 is this monster called Bo Gang? Go to New World. There are still people alive. Kizaru's powerful observation Haki unfolded instantly. There is indeed a breath of life in the gravel. Next moment, Kizaru came to the gravel and moved the stone away. Among the rubble, there was a Marine soldier who had survived by chance. His face was full of fear, and he was muttering to himself. Don't eat me. Kizaru reached out and grabbed the Marine soldier by the collar, lifting him up. Wake up. What do you see? It's a monster, a huge monster. Her name is Bo Gang. She has green skin and is a man-eating monster. I also saw Luo Xiu. The surviving Marine soldier's eyes were blurred, and he said in horror. Hearing the word Luo Xiu, Kizaru's heart couldn't help but tightened, and he had a serious conflict with these two words. However, he quickly shook his head and did not agree with the Marine soldier's words. What a joke. Luo Xiu was thrown into Impel Down. How could it possibly appear here? It seems that this guy has been frightened and started talking nonsense. He threw the soldiers aside casually. Kizaru scratched his head and couldn't help but think deeply. To be able to scare a strictly trained soldier into looking like this, there is no doubt that something terrible happened here. This reminded him of those huge footprints. It's this monster. With green skin. Bo Gang. What a strange name. Kizaru murmured as he touched his chin. Is there a guy named Bo Gang on the sea? It seems not. I wonder if the marshal has heard of it. Shaking his head, Kizaru searched here for a while, but finally found nothing suspicious. Turn around and leave, rushing towards naval headquarters at a faster speed. You must report this matter to the marshal as soon as possible. Besides Luo Xiu, there are actually unknown things that are endangering marine justice. Outside the Subdued archipelago, near the waters of the Red Line. Here, Marine, the underground world, and pirates gather. Some pirate ships of different shapes were wandering in this area. No doubt, those who can pass the test of the first half of the Grand Line and reach here are all the leaders among pirates, which is a headache for the Marines. At this time, on a huge pirate ship that looked like animals, the pirates gathered on the deck and discussed the recent events. I heard that future 5 Emperor Luo Xiu was arrested by Marine. I heard that there will be a public execution at the Marine headquarters in more than 10 days. Damn, I thought I could get some Marine attention for us or something, but I didn't expect to get caught. You deserve it. You are so high profile and your power is so weak. It's normal to be caught. I think his strength is just that. Maybe he's not as powerful as our captain. Otherwise, according to what the newspapers say, he wouldn't be arrested so easily. How dare you say this at a time like this? Several people were drinking and discussing loudly. Things about Luo Xiu are the most talked about topic among pirates after dinner. Now that Luo Xiu has been arrested, the pirates have nothing to worry about. And this kind of scene is also happening on other pirate ships. However, just when they were talking happily, on the bow of the ship, a pirate suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. There's a luxury cruise ship." He held a telescope in his hand and looked at the luxury ship slowly approaching. When he saw the iconic hull, his expression suddenly changed. It seems to be a celestial dragon ship. What? Celestial dragon ship? A coaxing sound. When these pirates heard about celestial dragons, they had no intention of chatting. They all swarmed up and looked at the giant ship moving at full speed in the distance. It is indeed the celestial dragon ship. The celestial dragons on the ship seem to be dead. Go. Someone killed the celestial dragons. It's Luo Xiu. I don't know which pirate it was, but he suddenly shouted out. He saw it, and so did everyone else. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Just now they were discussing Luo Xiu, but they didn't expect to see the real person the next second. But shouldn't he be at naval headquarters now? Why are you here? And also killed celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. The privileged nobles of this world. Although, as a pirate, everyone hates celestial dragons, and they often regard killing celestial dragons as a supreme honor. But that's just a thought. People who really dare to do this have never been heard of, let alone seen. After all, it is not good for the celestial dragons, but they will be hunted down by the entire naval headquarters. At this time, Luo Xiu, who was sitting on the deck on the other side, didn't even bother to look at the pirates on the pirate ship. The demon Bogon has been placed on a deserted island in the calm belt, where he eats, and eats. So his goal now is very clear: go to New World and challenge the 4 emperors. The other little Karami didn't bother to pay attention at all. The ship sailed slowly on the sea. Luo Xiu folded his hands on his chest, closed his eyes, and rested. When passing by the ships of those so-called big pirates, a pair of shocked eyes fell on him. The pirates who had been advocating on the deck just now didn't even dare to breathe. Each and every one of them was as empty as a cicada. This kind of frightening feeling has never happened before, even when facing Marine. The heads of celestial dragons hanging on Tian Longo's flagpole gave them too much shock. Such a fierce pirate. Much scarier than Marine. At the same time, some other people in the sea area also observed Luo Xiu and the hanging heads of celestial dragons. Among them is the spy planted by Marine among the pirates. There are also some pirates from the New World who are looking for news. They picked up the phone bugs in their hands, took photos, and with shock, quietly disappeared into the crowd. About 10 minutes later, Luo Xiu opened his eyes. Stand up from the deck of the Tianlong ship. The figure jumped up lightly and landed on the water. Next moment, the magic power of the rabbit charm was activated, and instantly, a soaring wave appeared on the sea. Luo Xiu stepped towards Red Line like a sharp arrow. The onlookers looked at this scene with their mouths wide open. What is Luo Xiu doing? The target appears to be the Red Line. Is it possible that he wants to climb the Red Line with bare hands and go to the New World? Everyone couldn't help but gasped and swallowed. There are generally 2 ways to enter New World from the first half of the Grand Line. One is to dive 10,000 meters to the Fishman Island through coding and enter through the gap in the Red Line. This is the method chosen by most pirates. One is to apply to the world government. The government has the safest road to drive on, but this generally only applies to Shichibukai. But now there seems to be a third kind, relying on personal ability to climb the red line and reach the new world with bare hands. The truth is exactly what they say. Luo Xiu came to the foot of the red line and looked up at the huge earth towering into the clouds. The first method of entering New World is too troublesome, and the second method is not applicable. From Luo Xiu's point of view, it doesn't apply. It would be easier to rely on yourself. Clamping the earth wall with his arms, the power of the talisman was activated, and he kicked his feet hard. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The pirates who came to watch the show were all stunned when they saw this bizarre scene. Luo Xiu really went to the New World. The seed, something big is going to happen again. 73. Chapter 73, Red Hair Pirates. New World. Red Hair Pirates. Red Force, built by Bao Shu Adam, travels on the sea. On deck, the red-haired Shanks and Hawkeye sat opposite each other, drinking from each other's glasses, enjoying this last time together. Jurr! Hawkeye picked up a wine glass and drank it all, wiping the corners of his mouth, the taste lingering on his tongue. Shanks, this wine is just like your swordsmanship. It's really unforgettable. The redhead smiled. I've been to all the seas of the world, and nothing can beat wine made from water soaked with care into your skin. As he spoke, he looked down at his reflection in the wine glass. This is the wine from my hometown. The wine from West Blue. Eagle Eye murmured. The taste of hometown is indeed nostalgic. Then he poured himself another glass. Have another drink. I won't be merciful until next time we meet. Hawkeye rarely joked. The purpose of his coming to Red Hair Pirates was to discuss with Shanks, although last time he was interrupted by Luo Xiu's incident. But this does not hinder his evaluation of the red-haired swordsmanship, still sharp. But it's not bad here, though. But he still likes to be alone, free, and unfettered. Get ready to leave. Ha! You're always welcome. The red-haired Kaido smiled as he picked up the wine glass. The red-haired man still admired a strong man like Hawkeye, who was rarely able to fight against him on the sea. If it weren't for the fact that he has always been withdrawn and likes to be alone. The red hair wanted to invite him to be his crew member. It's just a pity that I couldn't fight Luo Xiu. What a pity! Hawkeye sighed as he shook the crossed knife around his neck. Although he was interrupted by Luo Xiu's incident last time, it also made him interested in Luo Xiu. I originally wanted to stay at Red Hair Pirates for a few more days, and after getting news about Luo Xiu, I would go and meet this so-called strongest newcomer. Unexpectedly, when he heard the news again, he had been arrested by Marine headquarters. It's a pity indeed. But can Marine really catch Luo Xiu? The red-haired man raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Eagle Eyes frowned. What's the meaning? The redhead shrugged. I always feel that this news is not very true. He poured himself another glass and said slowly. According to the description in the newspaper published by the news agency President Morgan's, the battle between Luo Xiu and Kizaru showed strength and almost no weaknesses. However, the latest published content shows that Luo Xiu could not survive even half an hour with the combined efforts of the two admirals. You must know that it is very difficult to capture a strong person who has reached the level of admiral alive. It is often more difficult than killing the opponent. This is true even if two combatants of the same level are dispatched. But the fact is that Luo Xiu was simply caught. This can't help but make people suspicious. Of course, there is also a possibility. Morgan's previous description of Luo Xiu's strength was too exaggerated, and his true strength was not as strong as Admiral's combat power. Such a thing. There's no way Marine is cheating. What they value most is face. This is what they value most. Eagle Eye's sharp eyes flashed with light, not really agreeing with the red-haired words. Marine has been able to sit in the sea for so many years, and the foundation is naturally due to the strong combat power of the headquarters. But more importantly, it is because of the prestige accumulated over many years. The belief in justice in the hearts of civilians in every country. Because of this prestige and belief, a steady stream of people join the Marine camp every year and carry the banner of justice from generation to generation. But if Naval Headquarters deliberately spreads this kind of false news, the damage to its own face will undoubtedly be huge. It's even more serious than the rookie pirate Luo Xiu's defeat of Admiral Kizaru. Just ask. A justice organization that even fabricates the news it announces to the outside world. Do you still deserve the word justice? However, in the eyes of an eagle eye, There is no justice in many of Marine's bottomless acts. But at least in the hearts of the public, Marine is still relatively perfect. The red-haired man stretched out his hand, put the barrel in front of Hawkeye, and said calmly, "It's just a feeling." He didn't elaborate much on the issue. Of course, he also understood what Hawkeye said. Judging from the fact that Luo Xiu is currently at sea, there has been no news for a long time. Maybe he was indeed caught. But what he didn't know was, there will be news about Luo Xiu soon. Boom, boom, boom. On deck, the sound of hurried footsteps came from far away. Red-hair pirate sniper Yasop stepped on the deck and walked over with a photo in his hand. "Yasop, would you like to have some drinks too?" Red-haired Shanks saw Yasop coming here, picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, "Captain, there's news about Luo Xiu." Yasop is not in the mood to drink now. Something big happened in the first half of the Grand Route. "I already know this. Has been captured by Marine." The red-haired man smiled and said that he didn't need to be informed about this matter. Not being arrested. Luo Xiu, he appears again in red line. After receiving the news about Luo Xiu for the first time, the captain sent someone to pay attention to Luo Xiu's movements. No, someone was at the red line and took a photo of Luo Xiu. Hawkeye and Red Hair heard this. His expression changed at the same time, his brows furrowed. What does this mean? Yasop didn't explain and handed the photo directly to Shanks. The latter took it and glanced at it casually. Could it be Luo Xiu's photo at Impel Down? However, next moment, the scar on his injured left eye twitched violently. On the photo, astonishingly, it was Luo Xiu sitting cross-legged on the Tianlong's ship, and the heads of the celestial dragons hanging on the Tianlong's hooves, as well as the picture of CP0, an organization directly under the world government. There was a snap. The wine glass in the red-haired hand was shattered. An invisible Haki emanates instantly, swept aboard the Vase, as the man with the strongest Conqueror's Haki. Just the aura revealed unconsciously is terrifying enough. What happened? It seems to be the captain's Haki. There's an enemy attack. Boom, boom, boom. The crew members on the ship felt something strange suddenly coming from them. In an instant, they all left their respective boathouses and gathered on the deck. "Captain, what's wrong?" Beckman asked with a cigarette in his mouth and a gun in his hand, frowning. Yasop shook his head and said there was no attack. Hawkeye, who was sitting opposite, also noticed something was wrong with the red-haired expression at this moment. "What's the situation?" The red-haired man exhaled a hot breath, calming down his emotions. He raised his eyes and looked directly into the eagle's eyes. "It seems that my feeling is right. Luo Xiu, it is true that he was not arrested by Marine." 74. Chapter 74. The situation is tense. As he spoke, he placed the photo in his hand on the deck. Hawkeye was a little confused. What scene was captured in this photo that could make the redhead say such incomprehensible words? With suspicion, he glanced at the photo with sharp eyes. Suddenly, a flash of light burst out from the pupils. Even the world's greatest swordsman, who rarely showed any emotion, couldn't help but twitch his face. The expression was exactly the same as the red hair just now. Luo Xiu is not at naval headquarters, which means the news released by Marine is false. And most importantly, the world's noble celestial dragons were killed by Luo Xiu and hung on a flagpole. No doubt, this is Luo Xiu publicly humiliating the privileged nobles of the world, and even more provoking the world government. Things are really getting more and more interesting. Hawkeye said slowly. This is much more serious than defeating Kizaru. How should Marine respond? Wrong. This isn't just Marine. The world government is also going to have a headache. Hawkeye calmed down. Thinking of this, a smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. Let's not talk about why Luo Xiu appeared again. Just killing the celestial dragons is not something that Marine alone can suppress. If he guessed correctly, Marine Marshal Sengoku might be on his way to the Holy Land Mariewa at this time. Get ready for the wrath of the Five Elders. As a pirate, Hawkeye would be happy to see this happen. Say, his interest in Luo Xiu's reappearance rose again as he had just lost it. Luo Xiu was not arrested by Marine. It means that he has a chance to fight him again. Think about this. Hawkeye picked up the wine bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Red line. I'm going to go for a spin. The red-haired man slowly stood up, his eyes flashed with a strange color, and he did not look at the eagle eyes, but looked at the vast sea on the horizon. Someone is coming. Oh. When Hawkeye heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Are red-hair pirates always so lively? It had only been a few days since I came here, and someone came to visit me again. He was curious. Who could it be? The other 4 emperors? Or is he the right-hand man of the 4 emperors? Apart from these guys, he couldn't think of anyone else who was qualified to find this place and be close to the 4 emperors area. Follow the red-hair's gaze. I saw. On the vast sea at the edge of the horizon, a black figure stepped on the waves and came at extremely fast speeds, heading straight to the fosse. Just a few breaths later, this black figure swept across the vast sea from the horizon and arrived in front of the 4 emperors' pirate group. Boom. The black figure rushed out from the splashing water and landed steadily on the fosse. The huge impact caused the entire ship to shake violently. The faces of the other red-hair pirates' crew members brightened. Watch the guy who suddenly arrived warily. When the mist dissipated, a tall figure fell into everyone's eyes. Luo Xiu. When they saw the true face of the visitor, whether it was Hawkeye, Red Hair, or the crew members, they all blurted out almost at the same time. There was disbelief in his voice. No matter who comes, they are not surprised. But Luo Xiu never expected it. Seeing is worth hearing 100 times. Luo Xiu glanced at the crew members standing on the deck and said with a slight smile, "Click." It was almost the moment he recognized Luo Xiu. The sound of bullets being loaded rang out. The flintlock rifle made by Sea Stone in Ben Beckman's hand was loaded, and the muzzle was pointed at Luo Xiu. It's not just him. Sniper Yasop also held a sniper rifle and stared at the uninvited guest with a wary face. Lucky Liu, Bendik Sinek, Lime Jones. Each of them had solemn expressions, and their powerful aura slowly dissipated from them. Although they really liked to see Luo Xiu causing trouble in Marine and doing things to break the defenses of Marine and the world government. But it doesn't mean that they are in the same camp as Luo Xiu. There has always been competition among pirates. Luo Xiu is a rookie pirate with Admiral strength, but he doesn't know why he is here. There was no news of Shan's advance visit, and he boarded their pirate ship in such an extremely rude way. Naturally, the person who came was not doing good. Compared to the vigilance of the crew, the red-haired man seemed much calmer and sat down slowly. Luo Xiu, I've always heard your name and wanted to meet you. This time I got what I wanted. This is what he means. Luo Xiu came from East Blue and was able to grow to this point in such a short period of time. Even Luffy, whom he personally liked, was far worse than him. I came here for one purpose. Challenge you. Luo Xiu admitted that he was not familiar with the red-haired man, so he didn't mean to say much. He pointed at the red-haired man and bluntly stated his purpose of coming here. To activate the mask as soon as possible, obtain the command value corresponding to the bounty. Challenging the 4 emperors is undoubtedly the fastest way. As for why I chose the redhead from 4 emperors, there is no other reason. Just because he is so close. Because the red-hair pirates are not in their territory, but roam everywhere, which fits Shank's character. Hey. Are all new pirates today so rude? Beckman sneered with a cigar in his mouth. If you want to challenge our captain, you must pass our level first, kid. Luo Xiu's strength was indeed very strong, and the things he did were jaw-dropping. But that doesn't mean they will be afraid. No one would be a good candidate to be a member of the Red Hair Pirates crew. As the royal deputy, Beckman is the best among them, and his strength is second only to the Red Hair. However, Luo Xiu didn't wait for an answer. A sharp sword energy suddenly burst out at this moment. Hawkeye, who had been watching from the side, was already ready to make a move. Are you that Luo Xiu? My hawk. Luo Xiu frowned. What's going on here has nothing to do with you. Although he didn't know why Hawkeye was here, Luo Xiu was not interested. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Eagle-Eye didn't think, so a pair of sharp eyes stared at Luo Xiu. Just a glance. His fighting spirit was completely mobilized. The black knife behind him trembled slightly at night. The fighting spirit is surging. It was as if I had met a very strong opponent and was excited. If anything, before meeting Luo Xiu, Hawkeye just wanted to have a fight with him. So now, after seeing Luo Xiu, he couldn't wait to try to see what kind of newcomer could defeat Kizaru. Is it really like what the newspapers said? Almost no weaknesses. Luo Xiu felt the fighting spirit in Hawkeye ? This Haka, that is really looking for trouble. And he's also very good at picking his time. Are you deliberately messing with yourself? Get away. Standing on the bow of the ship, the evil-faced Luo Xiu's cold eyes swept across the Hawk's eyes without any courtesy. If there was no benefit in defeating Hawkeye, he would have punched him now. Ask me about my knife first. 75. Chapter 75 Luo Xiu versus Red Hair. Facing Luo Xiu, Hawkeye did not choose to use the small cross sword on his chest as he usually did against those challengers. Instead, he directly pulled out the black sword that was carried on his back, because those challengers were not worthy of him taking out the black knife. And Luo Xiu, the strongest newcomer who has become famous all over the world in just a few months. Enough for him to take action with all his strength. The words fell. Hawkeye's aura suddenly lifted. The black knife slashed out. There are waves everywhere. The sea rolls with huge waves. The fosse built by Baoshu Adam was like a lonely boat shaking violently on the sea. A terrifying crescent moon slashed out, cutting through the air and tearing apart the space in front of Luo Xiu. With infinite power, he slashed hard. Buzz. Luo Xiu's face darkened. This guy was a bit ungrateful. The magic power of the spell is triggered instantly. A huge fireball blasted out from his palm. In a blink, exploding flames collided with the sword energy. Boom. A deafening sound came out. Flames shot out and the sword energy surged. The air around him seemed to have increased by a degree in an instant. On the sea, mist drifted. The aftermath of the bombardment shook the sea, and waves tens of meters high surged toward the fosse. Whoosh! The crew members of Red Hair Pirates disappeared on the spot and jumped into the air to stop the huge waves hitting the ship. At the same time as the bursting flames and sword energy collided, Luo Xiu's figure flashed on the spot. Following the sound of explosive tearing, he arrived at Hawkeye's side in a blink of an eye. Knocked down with one punch. The latter's eyes narrowed. The arm holding the black knife was raised and held against the chest. Clang. There was a metallic chirping sound. Luo Xiu's fist pressed against black blade night blade. White airwaves shoot out in all directions from the center point, like white sharp knives, slashing in all directions. If the fosse had not been built by Adam, the treasure tree, now it is almost shaken to pieces. A simple battle between the world's greatest swordsman and an admiral-level warrior. Just the aftermath. It's enough to destroy everything. What a fast speed. Hawkeye looked at Luo Xiu in front of him, and his heart moved slightly. It can come to you at the moment of taking action. It's not surprising that Admiral Kizaru was injured at such a speed. The black knife is turned over in the hand. However, just when he was about to launch his next attack, the red-haired figure suddenly landed between Hawkeye and Luo Xiu. Please give me some face, both of you. The powerful Haki unfolds, blowing in all directions. If you keep fighting, this ship won't be able to withstand it. Hearing this, Hawkeye stopped, not wanting to embarrass Shanks, but his eyes were still looking at Luo Xiu closely. Luo Xiu also withdrew his fist. He was too lazy to contend with Mihawk. The red-haired Shanks put his arm on Griffin at his waist, glanced at Luo Xiu, and said with interest, "Go to the nearby island, the second half of the Grand Line. New World. On a desert island. In the middle of the island." Luo Xiu and the red-haired four emperors stood facing each other, several dozen meters apart. Next to the island, standing Hawkeye, as well as a crew of red-hair pirates, were paying close attention to the upcoming battle between the two, especially the crew of red-hair pirates. Their eyes were burning, and they didn't understand why the captain agreed to Luo Xiu's request. After all, Luo Xiu's identity is just a new pirate, although this newcomer is stronger than many old people. But after all, the identity is there. For emperors are fighting against a new pirate, such an outrageous thing would be enough to explode anywhere. It's really a bit of a humiliation. Hawkeye can somewhat understand the red-haired behavior. This is a tacit understanding between top powerhouses. It's like he went all the way to fight with Shanks. I just feel a little regretful that I couldn't continue to fight Luo Xiu. But being able to see Shanks, who rarely takes action, play against each other seems not so regretful. After all, Shanks cannot be said to be a sure winner in terms of swordsmanship alone. From the battle between Shanks and Luo Xiu, Hawkeye can roughly deduce the extent of his fight with Luo Xiu. also having the same idea as Hawkeye as Vice Emperor Beckman. Huh. He held a cigar in one hand and exhaled a puff of smoke. The rifle that had been aimed at Luo Xiu was tucked into his waist. No matter what the outcome of the captain's battle, no one will be allowed to interfere, so there is no need for firearms. It seems that the captain values Luo Xiu very much, he said slowly. As long as the captain admires someone, the distance between their identities is almost zero. Hawkeye glanced at him, knowing what he meant. Compared to this, I'm more curious about the result. My Hawk, do you need to be curious about this kind of thing? Beckman smiled when he heard Hawkeye's words, feeling a little noncommittal. It was true that Luo Xiu was very strong, but he didn't think he could compare with a captain. Even though he injured Admiral Kizaru, other crew members agreed. The captain's strength, even the Admiral's combat power is standing here. There can only be one ending. Beckman continued. It's better to see how long Luo Xiu can last. Is that true? Hawkeye leaned against a tree, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Just now we had a simple battle with Luo Xiu, and we could actually already get the first clues. Although they have not tried their best, it can still be seen that what Morgans described about Luo Xiu in the newspaper was not an exaggeration. He naturally thinks that Shanks is stronger. However, there is always some uneasiness in my heart. Here we go. Hawkeye looked at the center of the island and frowned. On the island, the momentum of the two people is rising steadily. A chilling atmosphere. On the verge of breaking out. Buzz. The blade trembled. Shanks took out the griffin from his waist, held the sword in one hand, looked across the space, looked directly at Luo Xiu, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Luo Xiu, the strongest newcomer. I don't know if the strength is as strong as the rumors say, like a monster. You'll know later. Luo Xiu looked at Shanks and said slowly, but if fists and feet don't have eyes, they won't give you face. The redhead smiled. Suddenly I felt that Luo Xiu was quite interesting. But the next moment, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Luo Xiu wanted to challenge him, but why didn't he want to see if this new, strongest pirate was worthy of the title of Fifth Emperor? Brush. The sword in Shanks' hand was raised high. The black windbreaker on his body is automatic in the absence of wind. Although it has only one arm, it bursts out with powerful momentum. The dust formed a circle around him and slowly rose. The next moment, one hand passed through the void, and a sharp sword wave wrapped in black sword energy pierced the sky and shot straight towards Luo Xiu. The speed is good. Luo Xiu's face condensed, and the corners of his mouth raised. The words just fell. He tapped the ground with his toes. It turned into a black lightning and shortened the distance between them. In the blink of an eye, Shanks was at his side. His hands moved up and down, locking on Shanks' waist and neck. Attack its weak points first. Shanks' eyes flashed. See Luo Xiu's thoughts. Without dodging, the griffin in his hand swiped towards his side. Another sword energy shot out, like splitting the air, blocking Luo Xiu's offensive. 76. Chapter 76. A guy who doesn't know how high the sky is. Luo Xiu's face changed slightly, his eyes burning as he looked at the sword energy, so close at hand. Next moment, the body was in the air, using the waist as the point of force, twisting a strange angle, avoiding the attack with black airwaves, and landed behind Shanks. With a cold face, he punched down again. When Griffin was lifted up by Shanks and blocked behind him, huge force was transmitted to the sword, making his arm tremble. Good strength. Shanks raised the corners of his mouth slightly, turned his wrist, and jerked upward. The sword roared loudly. Luo Xiu was knocked down by the blocked fist, and his body was thrown to the side. However, this is just the beginning. The moment his toes touched the ground, the magic of the dragon spell triggers. A torrent of power traveled through the limbs and bones of the body, finally gathered in the arms, and then passed to the palms of the hands. A giant great fireball blasts out from the center of the hand. Luo Xiu, who has integrated the power of his origin, can not only spit out explosive flames from his mouth, and at the moment when the fireball was activated, the surrounding air seemed to become distorted, and a sense of heat suddenly rose. Carrying huge power, it shot forward. The speed is no slower than that of a cannon. Shanks' scarred left eye condensed slightly, and his heart moved. This is your special ability. When he was just on the ship, he had seen the power of fireballs. Mihawk's sword energy was directly offset. It can be seen that its energy is powerful enough. And the flames in front of him were much more intense than when they faced Mihawk. This cannot be taken lightly. Thinking of this, his momentum sank. Next moment, rush sound. Galloping air waves appeared around him. The griffin in his hand was instantly enveloped by air waves, as if there were boundless flames attached to the blade. The aura of terror emanated from the sword that had been with him for many years. The sun hung high on the dome, and its rays of light fell on it, making the light much dim, as if it had been absorbed. Surrounded by black air waves, a crescent-shaped sword energy soared into the sky. The sword energy quickly streaked across the sky, bringing up a piece of gravel on the ground and heading straight towards the oncoming fireball. Even the air carries a bit of sharpness and a shocking Haki. Boom, boom, boom. The small island on the sea was shaking slightly, and a huge ravine started in front of Shanks and extended to the middle, until contact burst into flames. The next moment, just heard a loud roar. The sword energy that seemed to be able to cut through everything collided with the explosive flames. The air was stagnant, and the void seemed to be slightly broken. Two terrifying offensives exploded on the island. The aftermath of terror swept across. Layers of air circles exploded, like a circular arc blade slashing around, making bursts of crackling sounds wherever it passed. On the small island, the locations swept by the airwaves were all empty. Stones, trees, and grass were all destroyed by the violent energy. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased, and there was a hint of burning smell in the air. And it's not just things on the islands that are affected. Outside the island, waves surged in waves, spreading in all directions. Burned by the high temperature, hot water vapor is formed instantly and is dense on the water surface. What a powerful force, Mihawk said with a hint of wonder in his eyes. Stabilizing his body, his breathing became much faster. The bursting flame just now was much stronger than what he had faced before. Luo Xiu's strength seems still unexpected. On the island, violent explosions and loud roars attracted the attention of some pirates outside the sea area. Pirate ships came quickly one after another, joining in the fun. A pair of eyes scanned the people on the island. These guys are so reckless here. Aren't they afraid of attracting Marine? The pirates of New World are so arrogant. The snipe and the clam are fighting over each other, but the fisherman gets the benefit. Hey, it's an opportunity. Look at those people standing nearby. Are they stupid enough to go up and help? Boom. Suddenly, a guy with a bounty of 100 million, who seemed to be the leader of a pirate ship, kicked away the rookie pirate who had just spoken and was about to taunt him. His face was extremely cold, and he shouted harshly at the young men behind him. That's the Four Emperors. Shanks pirate group. If any of you are not afraid of death, then continue. After saying that, he looked up at Beckman and the others, his eyes full of apologies, and his forehead was sweating like crazy. It wasn't until he saw that Beckman and others didn't make any move and didn't even bother to pay attention to them that he couldn't help but exhale. The stone in my heart fell. These idiots. I don't even know the red hair pirates. I really thought that if I could become a pirate and come to the New World, I would be so crazy. I just can't die fast enough. As a great pirate who came to the New World not long ago, he already knew most of the information about this place in advance when he was on the Grand Line. I know that there is more than a gap in strength between me and Four Emperors. Someone might just give Haki a look, and that's all he needs to explain. Hiss. The sound of gasping for air kept resounding on the pirate ship. Each of the pirates couldn't help but feel scared when they heard that this was actually the legendary Four Emperors pirate group, and their legs couldn't help but tremble, and threw a grateful look at the big pirate who kindly reminded them. Just now, I almost said something rude. If this makes the other party angry, as long as someone comes randomly, they will have to stop. However, after being shocked by red hair pirates, these pirates were full of curiosity about the figure facing Shanks at the moment. Who's that guy standing up to Shanks? You dare to stand in front of the Four Emperors? You are really not afraid of death. Humph, it seems to me that this guy is just a newcomer who doesn't know what the world is like. When he comes to the New World, he really thinks he's a figure. The pirate who had been kicked away just now got up from the ground and taunted him viciously again. When he learned that the person he was talking about just now was the Four Emperors group, his heart almost rose to his throat. At this time, when I see someone standing in front of the Four Emperors, I naturally want to make up for them and mock the person opposite, to make yourself appear smarter and wittier. However, just when his mouth was in full swing, the great pirate with a bounty of 100 million had seen the world, staring straight at Luo Xiu. Breathing gradually became heavier and pupils shrank. This look, this dress, this figure. It's not that man. Damn thing. A clanging sound. He directly pulled out the sword from his waist and slashed at the pirate who was taunting Luo Xiu. Blood splattered in all directions and fell into the seawater. The head rolled on the deck and stopped. In the eyes of everyone with disbelief and shock, the big pirate spoke with great difficulty and fear. This man, he is Luo Xiu. 77. Chapter 77, The Terrifying Combat Power of the Four Emperors. Quiet. Deathly silence. Hearing this name, all the pirates present couldn't help but breathe. Then they looked at the guy who was beheaded on the spot, and all the confusion in their eyes disappeared. Someone spat on him. A worthy death. Then who is Luo Xiu? However, at this moment, a pirate among the crowd suddenly asked, seeming to find the name somewhat familiar, but more unfamiliar. Swish, brush, brush. The pirates all looked at him, and Kakuzu's eyes twitched. The expression on his face seemed to say, where did this retardation come from? When I first came to the New World, it would be understandable if I didn't know the red-hair pirates, but since I came here from the Grand Line, I don't even know Luo Xiu's name, so what kind of talent does that have to be? The pirate who was stared at felt a little hairy. I really don't know, he said weakly. The great pirate with a bounty of 100 million said slowly with disbelief. He defeated Marine Admiral Kizaru. And most importantly, Naval Headquarters will publicly execute him in 10 days. But he appears here, the other side, on the island. Luo Xiu raised his deep eyes, looked through the billowing smoke and dust, and looked directly at the red-haired Shanks. This is the Four Emperors. Strength that is indeed strong enough. In the original work, there are very few scenes where the red hair takes action, and the specific performance is difficult to judge based on the actual performance. Except for using the face fruit to scold the heroes in Summit War, it seems that it is rare to see him really taking action with all his strength. But Luo Xiu could tell from the simple test just now that the opponent was definitely stronger than Admiral. Can stand at the top of the strong. Sure enough, it's not simple. At the same time, the red-haired Shanks was also shocked by Luo Xiu's strength. The blow just now had already attached Haki to the blade. The sword energy produced by the sword is much stronger than ordinary slashes. However, it was still blocked by the strange flame. It's getting more and more interesting. His interest in Luo Xiu became more and more intense. Next moment, Shanks' eyes moved slightly, and his momentum swept over him again. The empty cuffs make a hunting sound. Bang. He stepped lightly on the ground beneath his feet, and the ground exploded. The amazing speed left an afterimage in place. Layers of airwaves spread to all directions. His whole body shot out like a shot put. This time, choose to take the initiative. When Luo Xiu saw this, he bent one knee slightly, swelled his arms, and his bulging muscles became ferocious, as if a wild beast in his body was about to crawl out of his body. A black lightning appeared on the island. He shook the red-haired man who came towards him with a sword in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. Shanks and Luo Xiu, two figures, two strong men who stand at the top of the world, are constantly colliding on the island. The violent energy keeps tilting from the point of collision. When it fell to the ground, there was a loud noise and hole. Earth and rocks flew, and dust rose. There were only two black figures, fighting together, then separated and fighting again. The shocking power of the battle caused the sea level around the two of them to sink. The ripples are rising one after another. Wave after wave, surging. Every collision will inevitably cause huge aftermath and set off monstrous weather waves. The sharp aura is present in every corner. The small animals on the island were frightened and hid in their caves, trembling. Even some sea kings in the ocean have retreated to the depths of the ocean floor, afraid to show themselves, for fear of suffering unreasonable disaster. Countless pirates were immersed in this terrifying atmosphere. This is the Four Emperors, so powerful. Raxiu, defeat Admiral Kizaru's new pirate. It's too scary. This power will even sink the island. Boom. Suddenly, the two collided violently again. The seawater was swept by the surging energy, forming huge waves of tens of meters, and swept away from the island with unstoppable power. All the pirates were stunned. Then, I don't know who shouted tremblingly, "Run!" The words fell. The pirates, who originally wanted to watch the battle between the two and gain some combat experience, immediately fled in all directions. The helmsman of the ship suddenly turned the rudder. Even if they were the best in the first half of the Grand Line, they could not withstand the impact of a huge wave of tens of meters. It was just the aftermath of the battle between the two. It can cause overwhelming waves. Horrible. Such a powerful force has completely escaped their cognition. There is no need for them to take action at all. Just the remaining fighting power can destroy them. It's not just them. The crew members of Red Hair Pirates also use their own tricks at this moment to block the spreading power. Beckman used Haki to isolate the energy and disperse it. The cigar in his mouth shook under the strong wind. He looked at the center of the island with burning eyes. The reflection in his eyes was a black lightning. It's really surprising that we can fight with a captain for such a long time. Beckman couldn't help but sigh secretly. If we say that before, his view of Luo Xiu was just a young boy who was very strong but did not pose much of a threat. But now it's different. He knew the captain's strength very well, and Luo Xiu's ability to persist for so long was enough to explain the problem. Compared to what Beckman was thinking, Hawkeye was even more shocked at this moment. The black knife behind his back was trembling slightly. It seems that this fierce battle inspired fighting spirit. Next moment, Zheng. Hawkeye pulled out Black Blade Knight. The sword was held horizontally in front of him, and then he swung it violently. A huge purple sword energy was drawn from the blade. Carrying huge power, he stood straight and looked at the sweeping waves. The rolling waves were cut in half in an instant. The escaping pirates were cut off by the impact of the waves. His eyes trembled suddenly. Such a strong sword spirit, yes, he is the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye Mihawk. When they recognized the person who had done it, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. His eyes were full of horror. They were a little confused. This thought, what the hell is going on? In addition to the Red Hair Pirates, Luo Xiu, and even the world's greatest swordsmen were also there. The pirates are in a mess. What kind of day was it today that allowed them to see so many pirates with strength comparable to the Admiral level? Could it be that, I'm here for Luo Xiu too? This thought came to their minds, and they were shocked. Mihawk turned a deaf ear to the pirate's words, too lazy to answer. His eyes always fell on Luo Xiu. He just took action, but just watching the two of them fight made his hands feel a little itchy. Of course, at this time, Beckman suddenly exhaled a puff of smoke, and his eyes flashed. His eyes were staring straight at the captain. 78. Chapter 78 Top Conqueror's Haki. On the island. After a violent sound, two black figures separated and landed on both sides. At this moment, neither of the two people looked very good. Violent impacts and extremely frequent shots consume a lot of physical strength. At this moment, Luo Xiu stood on a huge burnt tree. The clothes on his body were in tatters, revealing the bronze skin underneath, with bloodline on the skin, and there were varying degrees of scars on his limbs and body surface. But under the magic of the horse talisman, it is slowly healing. Although Shanks had no obvious injuries, his breath still fluctuated, and his expression became a little sluggish after the collision with Luo Xiu. What a difficult guy. Luo Xiu shook his head, looked at the red-haired man with his deep eyes, and murmured to himself. Although Shanks is not demon fruit power, it is no easier to deal with than someone with fruit power. The Haki surrounding Griffin caused more damage than Kizaru's Amazon Cloud Sword. And if locked, it's difficult to avoid. If Luo Xiu wasn't fast enough and capable of self-healing, he might have been seriously injured. And Luo Xiu marveled at how difficult Shanks was, and the red hair was no different. At this moment, Shanks, who was holding Griffin in one hand, was breathing much faster than at the beginning. The red hair covering her forehead was wet with sweat. Self-healing ability, comparable to Kizaru's speed. There are also explosive flames. These contents published in the newspapers are being verified one by Luo Xiu. And every ability has reached the top. As long as one of these abilities is strengthened, it is enough to rank among the strong. But when they all gather in one person, This is not just a strong man, but a monster. Luo Xiu. To be honest, I actually admire you very much, because you remind me of someone. The red-haired man adjusted his breathing and did not rush to take action, but looked at Luo Xiu and said. Luo Xiu's lips curled up slightly. It's no use trying to get close to me. The red-haired Shanks smiled lightly. You remind me of someone. Do you know Roger? When the red-haired man said this name, his expression flashed, and his memory seemed to go back to the Green Age. At that time, he was still an intern on the Roger Pirates. I have witnessed the terrifying strength of my own captain, and I have also witnessed his boundless arrogance. When encountering any opponent, he has the courage to move forward and defeat them all, even the rumor rocks. That general's extremely confident aura was somewhat the same as the young man in front of him. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates couldn't help but look deeply at Luo Xiu when they heard the captain mention Roger. They knew very well that Roger, as the captain's former boss, had always been the person he admired the most. No one has ever had the honor of comparing a newcomer to Roger. Of course, this is just the red-haired person's own opinion. For Luo Xiu, such an evaluation is nothing to be proud of. Just a loser. You're worthy of comparing with me? Luo Xiu said coldly. Ha! The red-haired man did not feel angry because of Luo Xiu's words, but laughed. If Luo Xiu agreed with him, he would not be worthy of the evaluation just now. A man like Roger is naturally unique. Kid. Crazy enough. But it's no use just talking, the red-haired man said solemnly. Next moment, his expression became extremely solemn. An extremely powerful aura burst out from him. The airwaves swept across, soaring straight into the sky. Clatter. The red-haired Shanks raised his foot and took a step forward. The sound is crisp and clear. Fall to the ground. At the same time, in the sky, black airwaves appeared. The clouds gathered here seemed to be affected by something, slowly rotating toward the center. Boom. There is even a sound like thunder on the island. The sky changes color. What happened? The sky feels suddenly darkened. I do not know. It's going to rain. The pirates who had stopped halfway through their escape couldn't help but talk aloud when they saw the horrific scene on the island. Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, threw the cigar in his hand to the ground, glanced at the pirates, and said coldly, If you are not afraid of death, get out of here. Your body can't bear it. Hearing this, the pirates were stunned. Before I could figure out what this meant, I heard the clicking sound coming again. The red-haired Shanks, holding a sword in one hand, walked forward step by step. With every step you take, the rich Haki in space becomes more intense. And at this moment, the big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million suddenly seemed to think of something and turned around suddenly and shouted at the pirates. Yes, it's Conqueror's Haki. Run! Boom! While he was speaking, an ordinary pirate behind him suddenly rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, lost consciousness, and fell on the deck. Seeing this scene, his eyes suddenly doubled in size, and sweat broke out on his forehead. This is the red-haired Conqueror's Haki from the Four Emperors. Even though he was so far away, he was still so strong. Boom. Next moment, the big pirate was under great pressure from the top of his head, and his knees also softened, and he knelt on the ground. The big knife in his hand was thrust into the deck, resisting vigorously. Ta-ta. The steady footsteps became heavier and heavier. With every step Shanks takes, one pirate's eyes turned white. He lost consciousness and fainted. For a while, the little pirates on the deck were all trembling, their voices trembling as they looked in horror at their companions who passed out one after another in front of them. What an awesome Haki! It's still the same as before. Hawkeye put the black knife behind his back and murmured, It is clear. He is outside Haki's sphere of influence. But that didn't stop him from marveling how powerful the red-haired Haki was. You know, Conqueror's Haki only comes out once in a million. Not even him. There are even fewer people who can cultivate Conqueror's Haki to this level. Compared to others who were some distance away from the center, Luo Xiu felt the greatest pressure. The top Conqueror's Haki was released and acted on him like a massive force, pressing down crazily. Click. The giant tree under Luo Xiu's feet was shattered, and the gravel on the ground was shattered into powder. His clothes, which were already in tatters, had a few more holes. As expected of the man who has cultivated Conqueror's Haki to the ultimate level, it can cause substantial harm, Luo Xiu muttered. In the entire sea, who has the strongest Conqueror's Haki? It's the red-haired Shanks. Even Luo Xiu couldn't help but sigh when faced with such ultimate Haki. But it was just a sigh. Next moment, Luo Xiu exhaled a hot breath, and his aura suddenly lifted. A similar momentum swept across all directions with Luo Xiu as the center. The sky changes color again. Conqueror's Haki and Luo Xiu. He charged towards the red-haired Haki. Boom. Two Haki collided in the sky, and thunder wandered in the air like a snake. 79. Chapter 79, Conqueror's Entanglement. Supreme Momentum. The clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the violent aura was suppressed. The animals on the island fainted under the collision of two Haki. Conqueror's Haki. Interesting. The red-haired man muttered to himself as he looked at Haki exposed by Luo Xiu. He was not surprised by this. It would be strange if such a fearless and dazzling kid like Luo Xiu didn't awaken Conqueror's Haki. However, Haki at this level is still some distance away from the top. In front of him, it's not enough. Boom. The red-haired Haki has climbed to another level again. At the same time, in the sky, there was red thunder slashing down, mixed in the black airwaves. Black and red, it looks quite weird. Brush. On the griffin in the hands of the red-haired Shanks, the black aura changed color and was covered with a layer of red. A terrifying aura bloomed on the sword, a move that only the top Conqueror's Haki can master. Haki goes outside, also called Conqueror's Entanglement. This is Conqueror's Entanglement. Luo Xiu recognized it with just one glance. At this moment, Shanks is using Conqueror's Entanglement, which is above all else in the world of pirates. The striking ability is even more powerful than armament Haki. People who can cultivate to this level. There are not many people to be found in the entire sea. But Luo Xiu didn't panic. There is a horse charm on you. He understands. Immune to death yourself will only make yourself stronger. Being able to personally learn from a top Haki user will undoubtedly greatly improve oneself. Buzz buzz. The griffin in the red-haired hand was trembling violently. The battle is about to break out. The anxious atmosphere seemed to be solidifying. The clouds in the sky shook, and on the sea, fish carcasses continued to surface, with their bellies turning. Luo Xiu. It's time to end it. The red-haired eyes with scars flashed brightly. Next moment, his pupils trembled. The powerful Haki swept over, and before he could take action, cracks instantly appeared on the ground. Boom. The red-haired figure jumped into the air. Swish, brush, brush. With his arms dancing, Griffin was like a boundless artifact. From top to bottom, 3 consecutive red-black arc sword energies shot out faster and stronger than before. The speed is getting faster and faster. Under the gaze of everyone, lightning struck one after another in the sky, accompanied by 3 terrifying sword energies. In less than the blink of an eye, the sword energy swept through the space. Each sword energy has a terrifying power that is enough to slice through mountains. Wherever the sword energy passes, the space was slightly distorted, and the void seemed to be broken. The sharpness is enough to cut through everything. Captain, let's get real. Hi, this is the first time I see the captain so serious. This time, there is no suspense. The eyes of the Red Hair Pirates crew members widened slightly. Say it. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Xiu. In the battlefield, the red and black sword energy came with enough pressure to suppress everything. This is the red-haired Shanks, the guy who has always been among the 4 emperors. Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes. In this blow, danger was smelled. Perhaps he will be injured, but the sword energy of destruction is about to strike. The muscles on his body couldn't stop shaking slightly. However, he is not afraid anymore. Quite the opposite. At this moment, Luo Xiu felt a surge of energy in his chest. Come challenge the 4 emperors. He was ready to face the strong. It means that he has the courage to fight with a real strong man. Because only in this way can we improve our strength as soon as possible and live up to our time in this world. If you just live in one place, you can naturally get through it slowly. But that's not what he wants. Improve your own strength, reach the top of the strong, be above everything else, and compete with the strong men of this era. Until everything is defeated, only then can you truly be free in this world. Otherwise, .it will be limited everywhere. Kill the pirates. Kill the branch colonel. Out East Blue. Defeat the Shichibukai crocodile. Wound Admiral Kizaru. These are all passionate testimonies. And at this moment, facing the entanglement of conquerors, one of the four emperors, Luo Xiu's bloody nature was completely aroused. The beating muscles are eager to fight. With Haki's sword energy, it has arrived. But Luo Xiu not only refused to retreat, but continued to take a step forward. His deep eyes sparkled like electricity, shouted in a low voice, "Then let's fight." Boom. Exploding flames continued to erupt from his body, like a boundless sea of flames appearing, overwhelming the sky and the earth, trying to burn everything. At the same time, Luo Xiu suddenly punched forward. A penetrating force was instantly transmitted from the back to the right fist, and then it was swung out violently. The fist collided with the first sword energy in the bursting flames. There was a loud crack. Haki, wrapped in the sharp sword energy, burrowed into Luo Xiu's arm like a maggot attached to a bone. The muscular arms were instantly covered with scars, drenched with blood. However, Luo Xiu had no intention of stopping. The power of the Ox Talisman was transmitted from the bones of the limbs into the bones of the fist. The force was like a mountain coming down. There was a loud crack. The sharp sword energy was scattered. Luo Xiu's Conqueror's Haki once again took the world by storm. The strong wind stirred. The earth and stone beneath his feet were cracked inch by inch. Peng Bai's impact ruthlessly tore the hard ground apart. Strong wind pressure swept all around. Even though it was Hawkeye, Beckman and others couldn't help but spread out Haki to block. But Luo Xiu is at the center. His figure remained motionless, as if connecting the giants between heaven and earth. His majestic body is eye-catching. Far away, the red hair fell lightly to the ground, and her eyes were shocked. Use your physical body to resist the sword energy. It's really uncomfortable. He spoke of discomfort, but the tone was indeed full of shock. Yes. The corner of the red-haired eye suddenly twitched. Conqueror's Haki actually improved. He looked at the supreme Haki beside Luo Xiu, and his pupils vibrated again. If we say that the Conqueror's Haki revealed by Luo Xiu at the beginning only touched the threshold of the intermediate level, so now his Haki has been fully refined to the intermediate level, and even has the momentum to jump to the advanced level. The red-haired man knew that if he had the courage to move forward during the battle, it would be possible for Haki to improve. But it is extremely rare to take a big step directly like this. He couldn't help but think to himself, Luo Xiu, what kind of invincible aura did he come with? How can he support his rapid progress? In other words, what is this world to Luo Xiu? Violent and fierce Haki. Is it possible that what is hidden is the tyranny of wanting to stand at the top of the world and tearing the world apart? The red-haired Sauls felt a chill. This never allowed. Luo Xiu naturally couldn't hear Shank's words and didn't know what he was doing at this time. Burst flames and explosions occur, weakening the oncoming sword energy. He just kept throwing punches. Punch again. His fists moved rapidly. A phantom has been created. In a blink, the sword energy was shattered by the bombardment. Road after road exploded. 80. Chapter 80 Inheriting Roger's Martial Arts. God avoids. Luo Xiu's arm was already riddled with holes. Bloody red. The sword energy is sharp. The sword energy wrapped around Conquerors is even more terrifying. There was a gash between the bones of Luo Xiu's right fist, and scarlet and sticky blood shot out. It landed impartially on Luo Xiu's lips. Luo Xiu pursed his lips. A rusty smell quickly spreads on the taste buds. Buzz. The airwaves slowly calmed down. From beginning to end, Luo Xiu didn't even blink. According to his self-healing ability, this injury is nothing at all. The speed of his fist did not slow down, and he continued to hit hard forward. The last sword energy shattered under Luo Xiu's blasting hammer. Countless chi blades burst out. The storm gathered, and a small vortex in the center was suddenly swept out by the fist wind. "Open it for me," Luo Xiu shouted loudly. He charged up his right fist and used his body to deliver the strongest blow. The sleeves on Luo Xiu's arms were torn to pieces in an instant. The ground beneath his feet shattered again, and the spiral air patterns in the center of the storm rotated inwards. Spider web-like cracks appeared in the deepest space of the cyclone. This punch. It was shocking, and a jaw-dropping, terrifying force erupted. There is no room for struggle. The sword energy entangled with Conqueror's Haki was blasted away. The wind stopped. Luo Xiu breathed out a warm breath. The blood on his arms dripped onto the ground, forming blood beads. His figure. Stand proudly. Hiss. Is this the real strong man? It's too scary. That boundless sword energy could even split the island in half. However, Luo Xiu actually resisted. Luo Xiu's combat power really stronger than the four emperors? Use your fists to blast away the sword energy. It's simply too terrifying. The pirates who managed to hold on without falling had wild eyes in their eyes. They marveled at the red hair's amazing swordsmanship, but at the same time they also praised Luo Xiu's power. Without exception, they were attracted by this wonderful battle. Even forget about escaping for the moment. What a monster! Hawkeye was also shocked. Shanks's dominating move can be followed by him. But like Luo Xiu, he just used his fists to knock it away. To be honest, he couldn't. It's impossible to do that either. Can do it all. What a monster. Physical fitness is ridiculously strong. Unconsciously, Mihawk brought himself into the red head. He was thinking, what would be the result if he stood opposite Luo Xiu and struck out with that sharp sword? No doubt, the results are not much different from the results at this time. They will still be blown away by Luo Xiu. Think about this. He couldn't help but feel nervous. His eyes became sharper. He didn't feel lost because of this, but instead became more passionate and ready to fight. After all, only such an opponent can be worth fighting with all his strength. Take back what you said before. He is indeed qualified to challenge the captain. Vice Emperor Beckman pondered for a long time before saying this slowly. He didn't want to admit it, but it was true that Luo Xiu's strength surprised him. His palm rested on the musket at his waist. Beckman didn't pull it out in the end. For a moment, he was really afraid that the captain would get hurt. This feeling has not arisen for a long time after following the captain on the sea for many years. But .it should stop here. If nothing unexpected happens, the captain should use that move. Beckman sighed and said, "Hear this." Yasop, Gabu, and others all nodded. Luo Xiu is very strong. Stronger than anyone expected. But even now, they don't think Luo Xiu will really defeat the captain. This is the confidence you should have after following the captain for these years. Island Center. The three-sword energy shattered. There are potholes and holes everywhere, and broken trees are everywhere. The originally beautiful island has long since become a mess. Luo Xiu and the two red-haired people looked at each other. Luo Xiu, you are really strong. It always surprises me. The red-haired Shanks was the first to break the silence. Although it is one-handed, it does not affect his power at all. There was something called wonderment in the eyes that were originally appreciative. A person who can amaze the red-haired one of the four emperors. Enough to crush any so-called peers. The red-haired man stared at Luo Xiu with burning eyes. In that not very tall body contains a powerful physique that is almost monster-like. Look at the arms again. No, those bruised wounds have recovered as before. The skin was smooth and clean, as if everything that had just happened was fake. Such an incomprehensible person. It actually appeared out of nowhere from East Blue. This world really makes people feel more and more that ATA lost as to what to do. The redhead shook his head and said, Griffin was gripped tightly again, and red and black airwaves spread all over the sword. Sharp potential, ready to move. Luo Xiu, that man taught me this move. You look so much like him. Then let it end our battle today. The words fell. Shanks slightly bent one knee. Buzz. The violent aura emanated from him, rising steadily until it reached the highest point. Conqueror's Haki, shrouded in the island. Black and red are intertwined and constantly wandering into space. Buzz, buzz. The airwaves floated through the air, bringing out a harsh whirling sound. which penetrated into people's ears and stung their eardrums. An invisible sense of oppression swept across the entire place. At this moment, everyone stopped all movements. He even held his breath. The entire island became extremely quiet. The only sound left was the sound of waves lapping against the rocks. Quack! High in the air, a seagull flies by. Break this suffocating tension. Luo Xiu adjusted his breathing, pulled off the broken clothes, and threw them aside casually. Strong and well-proportioned muscles are exposed. Under the sunlight, it shines brightly. Then come on, he knows. The next blow is the focus of this battle. It is also the key to defeating the red-haired Shanks. Next moment, the red-haired Shanks moved. He raised his arms high, his sword hovering in mid-to a T. This moment, the endless Haki in the space seemed to be guided, gathering towards the griffin in his hand. A flash of enchanting red fell on the dark blade. Then, red steam spreads all over the body, enveloping the black air waves. Hold one arm across the body, with the griffin blade pointing outward. The next moment, the redhead's eyes trembled. God avoids, accompanied by a low drink. He jerked his arm forward. A sword energy that was enough to swallow everything shot out from Griffin. Countless black and red arcs dance wildly here. During the surging airwaves, the earth cracked within 100 meters. The air like glass had cracks. The terrifying sword energy that spans the world. Just looking at it is terrifying. Possessing Conqueror's entwining divine avoidance, inherited from Roger's martial arts. Swinging Conqueror's Haki in the form of a shockwave can push everything horizontally. 81. Chapter 81. This is simply a monster. No, like a devil. The world breaks apart. When Shanks used this move, the seawater next to the island surged wildly. The waves rose and fell, pouring into the island. The pirates approaching the island were watching the terrifying attacks, extremely frightened. Run! Finally, someone reacted and howled loudly. Some of the pirates who had not yet fallen ran away like crazy. They know that they need to stay longer. There is only one result. We'll die. He will definitely die. The energy burst out from this sword energy, even if it was just the aftermath, was definitely not something they could resist. Even the crew members of the red-haired pirate ship had their pupils shrinking and their bodies retreating backwards when their captain swung the sword. Although this blow was not aimed at them. But energy diffusion can still be tricky. Only Hawkeye, attracted by this sword energy. This was a move he had never seen before in the competition with Shanks. As the world's greatest swordsman, when he saw this scene, his fighting spirit was aroused. Not scared, but excited. How much power can Baduan's sword unleash? At the same time, he was also curious. Luo Xiu, how could he take this move? At this moment, in his sight, Luo Xiu stood in the long wind, his sword energy already in front of him. The speed is so fast that it seems to fly through space. There is no way to avoid it. This is God's avoidance. Luo Xiu's heart sank and he murmured. The momentum suddenly rose. Invincible confidence. It stirred in his heart. The Ox Talisman is fully activated. All the power in the body is concentrated on the limbs. My legs felt like they were filled with lead. The ground beneath your feet is cracking layer by layer. Layers of fine stones were blown up and suspended in midair. Terrifying mountain-like energy appeared in both fists. At the same time, the power of the dragon spell exploded. The power of the natal talisman appeared on the palm with explosive flames. The steaming flames are like air waves, hanging in the palm of your hand. Then, under the continuous stimulation of the magic power of the spell, it continued to grow bigger. Just half a breath. The flames transform into a giant great fireball. The temperature is so high, it's like the sun has been plucked from the dome. His legs were slightly bent, and his sharp, deep eyes were staring at the terrifying sword energy that was constantly pressing down. Just when the sword energy was about to fall, Luo Xiu suddenly exerted force, and Haki swept across, twisting and circling. Dozens of meters around, airwaves beat. Boundless power gathered towards both fists. The great fireball in the palm of your hand be guided. Like an arrow, it shot out instantly. Call out. The fireball left the palm of his hand and burst out towards the sword energy. Boom. appeared with a loud noise. It was no less than a giant cannon shell being detonated. The sound was deafening, and the sound spread out from the surrounding area of the island and could even be heard dozens of kilometers away. Some pirates who didn't know why, as well as the Marines guarding the branch, all looked towards the island. They frowned, not knowing what was going on there, but it was not difficult to deduce from the terrifying sound that something big had definitely happened. And at this moment, after the loud noise, it's an outpouring of energy. The whole island was trembling, like a scared child at a loss. As for the sword energy, blocked by the explosion of the fireball, its light was much dimmed, but it was still sharp and directed towards Luo Xiu in an impartial direction. Of course, that's when the fireball hit the god. Luo Xiu kicked his legs violently on the ground. Boom. The body was ejected like a cannonball. In place, a pit with a diameter of dozens of meters appeared, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. Luo Xiu pumped his fists, his muscles towering. The upper body is exposed, but the energy contained in it is so huge that it can penetrate people. With a heartbeat, the thick chest swelled high and contracted deeply. The whole person is in the air, extremely chilling, cold and sharp, like a supremely sharp knife. Feel the surging sword energy coming towards you. Luo Xiu twisted his neck slightly. Concentrate and hold your breath, bending your body slightly. Make fists with both hands together. The muscles on the arms stand tall. The next moment, slamming it down hard towards the sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Midair. Luo Xiu, who has a monster-like physique, is like a machine, punching and blasting the sword energy. With every punch he landed, the sword energy weakened by 1 point. The concussed airwaves flew in all directions, and the black and red blades cut into the seawater, earth, and rocks. Bring up pieces of explosive energy. Luo Xiu's fists were covered with blood, but he had no intention of stopping. The power of the Ox Talisman is activated to ultimate. The sound of explosions kept ringing in my ears. Finally, after throwing who knows how many punches, the sword energy surrounding Conquerors could not be sustained. Flick. There were slight cracks in the black and red slashes. The sound was crisp, like glass breaking. Then the sound got louder and louder. The crack expanded rapidly, cracking inch by inch. This move reached Roger's Divine Evasion, a move inspired by the top Haki owner, and was torn to pieces in an instant. In midair, violent energy burst into pieces at the moment the sword energy shattered, stirring in all directions. This world is filled with terrifying energy. The seawater poured in rapidly, and the island began to collapse. But compared to this, Shanks's heart felt even more overwhelming at this moment. The god dot was torn into pieces. His face showed a rare look of shock. Looking at Luo Xiu, who was covered in blood, he seemed to be seeing not a young man, but a demon crawling out of hell. He knew that until now he had no choice. Even the god's avoidance was unable to do anything to Luo Xiu, who was torn into pieces by him. How else can he be defeated? Moreover, Luo Xiu seemed to be seriously injured at the moment, but for his monster-like physique, Shanks knew that he would recover soon. And look at yourself. Qi and blood surge in the body, and although there were no obvious injuries, a sweetness emerged in the throat during the fight with Luo Xiu. After a high-intensity battle, physical strength dropped sharply. One is a monster of immune to death, and the other is gradually depleted of physical strength as he continues to fight. If this fight continues, he will definitely lose. Oh, Shanks shook his head and exhaled. You lose. Unexpected. He didn't feel much disappointed, but accepted it calmly. Luo Xiu's strength far exceeded his imagination. If you lose to someone like Captain Roger, there doesn't seem to be anything to be sad about. Thinking of this, Shanks took the griffin back to his waist. However, at this moment, while watching the good show, Hawkeye's momentum suddenly increased, and he suddenly attacked. The figure was like a flash of thunder. Even though he understood that Shanks didn't like anyone to interfere when fighting, he still had to fight Luo Xiu. 82. Chapter 82 Awakening of Terra Mask. Luo Xiu shredded the sword energy, fell to the ground, and shook off the bloodline in his hand. The scars on both fists were healed by the magic of the spell. Dang. Detection Shanks has lost his desire to fight. Defeated. Congratulations, host. Defeated the 4 emperors. Get 400 command points. Unlock Terra's mask. The sound of the system suddenly sounded for no reason. Luo Xiu couldn't help but stagnate. He thought he was going to continue to fight hard and beat Shanks until he couldn't get up. Only then can we win. Unexpectedly, beating the opponent until he loses the desire to fight can be considered a victory. Luo Xiu, take the move. At this time, the solemn voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Hawkeye stepped in midair, holding a black knife taller than him, and attacked Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu looked at the eagle eye filled with fighting spirit with an expressionless expression. His brows couldn't help but frown. In the original work, Mihawk seems to have facial paralysis. Why am I always so excited when I see myself? What kind of trouble are you going to make with your excited face? I already told you that I'm not interested in you. However, Luo Xiu still raised his momentum. The other party came straight to the door with a knife. Even if they didn't want to fight him, they still had to take action. The next moment, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed brightly. The dragon talisman was activated, and a fireball hit Hawkeye. Hawkeye held up the black knife and slashed it down. The fireball exploded under the fierce sword attack. Then 1, 2, 3, a large number of fireballs rained down on Hawkeye. Hawkeye looked at these bursting flames, and his expression suddenly changed. This thing is not so easy to pick up. Hawkeye's figure had to fall back to the ground to avoid the falling fireballs. He kept waving the black knife in his hand and shot out sword energy one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to ring on the island. Violent energy ravaged the land, and traces of fire spread everywhere. The smell of burning is getting thicker and thicker in the air. The sea water poured in crazily and poured into the island. Finally, after half a day of torture by Luo Xiu and Shanks, coupled with Luo Xiu's fierce firepower coverage, this desert island cannot be sustained. Run! The island is going to sink. I don't know who it was, but suddenly shouted. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Get on the boat and get out of here. Shanks was the first to react. He jumped lightly and landed in front of Beckman and others. The eagle's sharp gaze swept over Luo Xiu, and he reluctantly put the black knife back behind him. The body also rushed towards the fosse like a cannonball. Luo Xiu, there will be a battle between us. Hawkeye left these words. When Luo Xiu heard this, he smiled noncommittally. Mihawk, let's talk about it if we can defeat Shanks. You are not qualified to let me take action. The words fell. He raised his feet and stepped into the sea, stepped on his legs, and activated the power of the rabbit charm, shooting out like an arrow. The goal was achieved and the island sank. There is no need to stay. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from this area. Hawkeye stood on the deck of the fosse, watching Luo Xiu leaving, his eyes flashing. Luo Xiu's last words were still echoing in his ears. As the world's #1 swordsman, he would always say this from his own mouth. But now he has become a party that others say is unqualified. 2 words, arrogant. A new pirate said to the world's greatest swordsman, you are not even worthy of me taking action. The important thing is that the other party has nothing to do. This kind of thing, no matter where it is placed, is enough to make people drop their jaws. But Eagle Eye understands that Luo Xiu has crazy capital. Because the battle just now showed everything, even if he really faced Luo Xiu, the result of the battle would not be different from Shanks. But even so, Hawkeye still longs for a battle. For him, the world's #1 swordsman, the result of winning or losing is not important at all, but the process is. Only in the battle of life and death can you know your shortcomings, make up for them, and improve your swordsmanship to a higher level. Such a powerful newcomer is really uncomfortable. Shanks couldn't help but sigh as he watched Luo Xiu leave. The surging breath in his heart slowly calmed down. Luo Xiu left, but the memory left to Shanks has been firmly engraved in his heart. Hawkeye agreed with him. Marine, you're going to have another headache. Having said this, he paused and looked at Shanks. For us pirates, this is something worth celebrating. The red-haired man sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid that the world will be in chaos. Although he is a pirate, he does not like wealth or fighting. Compared to troubled times, the red-haired man has always cared more about world peace. But from the battle with Luo Xiu just now, he saw from this newcomer an aura that wanted to overthrow the world government. Hawkeye heard what Shanks meant, but he didn't care. This kind of thing should be left to the world government to deal with. Gone. Learn swordsmanship. Wait until the day I defeat Luo Xiu, and I'll drink with you again. Hawkeye took out the coffin-like sailboat, jumped on it, and said goodbye to the red-haired Shanks. Sail away from the red-hair pirates. The redhead nodded. After a while, he turned to Beckman and others and said, Set sail for Mariewa. At the same time, news of the battle between Luo Xiu and the four emperors' red hair came out. Like a plague, it continues to spread among other forces in the New World. New World. The Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, was sitting on the sofa on the deck as usual, with bottles of potions hanging beside him. However, there is one thing that is different from before. He was holding a photo in his hand at the moment. The picture taken above is exactly the scene of Luo Xiu on the Tianlong ship. Gu la la la. This Luo Xiu is always unexpected. Whitebeard's body trembled with laughter, feeling that Luo Xiu, the brat, was becoming more and more interested in him. He felt a little pity when he learned that Luo Xiu had been arrested by naval headquarters. But this photo proves that is a rumor. And Luo Xiu actually killed the celestial dragons. This is too rare in this new era of great navigation. It reminded Whitebeard of when he was the captain of Rock's Pirate. In the extremely evil age of pirates, the first thought when seeing the celestial dragons was to kill them. Dad, what are you so happy about? Diamond's Josie asked with some confusion. In his mind, his father had not been so happy for a long time. It wasn't just Josie who was curious. Other people on the deck who were drinking wine also said the same thing. Do you remember Luo Xiu from before? Whitebeard said slowly. Luo Xiu, the newcomer who defeated Marine Admiral Kizaru. He seems to have been caught by Marine. Why did Dad suddenly mention this person? 83. Chapter 83, it would be great if I could invite him to be my son. Of course, the crew members knew him. After all, his rise was too rapid. Likewise, the rate of decline is also fast. But they are a little confused about who their father is, the strongest man in the world. Even if Luo Xiu is very powerful, there is no need to pay so much attention to him. Gu la la la. My dear sons. He wasn't captured by Marine. Whitebeard waved his hand, and the photo with Luo Xiu was thrown into the air and landed lightly on the deck. After hearing this, Brickstone Josie, Foil Sword Bista, and other captains all looked at the photo. His face suddenly changed, and his pupils trembled. It's just a photo, but it contains a lot of information, constantly impacting their cognition. Quiet, eerily quiet. All of a sudden, the silence on the deck was profound. Only the potion hanging by Whitebeard was making a gurgling sound. This is fake. After a while, someone finally recovered and said in disbelief, After all, these are really explosive. Luo Xiu, who was about to be publicly executed, actually appeared in red line and killed the celestial dragons. This is more likely to break Marine's defense than killing him. Dear sons, in the age of discovery, nothing is impossible. There's a great kid out there in the sea. You guys have to work hard, Whitebeard said. Besides, he seems to be going to the New World. Maybe there will be a chance to meet. Upon hearing this, many crew members' expressions froze. This Luo Xiu killed the celestial dragons, and there is still a chance to come to the New World. I'm afraid he will be wanted by the world government. However, they still clenched their fists unconsciously. Especially Brick and Stone Xiaozi, the captains and others. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Luo Xiu, this new pirate, no matter what his future holds. At this moment, it has become the goal in their hearts to defeat. And just then, a phoenix cry suddenly exploded on the deck. A flaming phoenix flew across the sea with brilliant brilliance and landed in front of Whitebeard. Marco, there's some news again. Whitebeard raised his eyes to look at his second captain and asked with a smile. Luo Xiu, he should be in the New World now. Knowing that Luo Xiu was not caught by Marine, Whitebeard is now paying close attention to his movements. If given the chance, he would really like to invite Luo Xiu to be his son. At this time, the other side. Luo Xiu, who was rushing to the comm belt, sneezed for no reason, rubbed his nose, and thought to himself, Damn, someone is cursing me. Dad. The latest news. Luo Xiu did appear in the New World. Marco looked at his father and swallowed. He also encountered the red-hair pirates, and Luo Xiu and Shanks fought each other. At this point, he paused. Whitebeard leaned forward slightly, a little surprised, and touched his chin and said, He actually fought against Shanks. With Shank's strength, Luo Xiu must be taught a lesson. He murmured to himself. He is aware of the 4 Emperors' red-haired strength. It is not difficult to defeat the current Luo Xiu. But soon he thought of something and couldn't help but frown. Will Luo Xiu become a crew member of the Red Hair Pirates after being defeated by Shanks? It is common knowledge that Luo Xiu has no power on the sea. This is why he felt that he could invite Luo Xiu as a crew member. But the fight between Luo Xiu and the red-haired man seemed like someone was going to interfere with his own thoughts. Has Luo Xiu become a crew member of the Red Hair Pirates? Whitebeard asked in a thunderous voice. Marco didn't know what his father was thinking and was a little confused. He paused here, just trying to adjust his mood. After all, what he said next was really unbelievable. After calming down, Marco continued. Luo Xiu didn't become a member of the Red Hair Pirates crew. They were fighting on an island. The two were evenly matched, but Luo Xiu became more and more courageous as he fought, shredding the sword energy with his bare hands. Until the island was sunk, Shanks was at a disadvantage. Such a scene was also staged in the territory of another 4 emperors. 4 emperors' Kaido territory, Onigashima. The cadres gathered together to discuss the recent major events on the sea. Lord Governor, this Luo Xiu guy has been dancing more and more recently, always stealing our spotlight. Offstage, a big fat man asked in a deep voice. He can no longer even be called fat. His entire body has become a sphere except for his head. He wears sunglasses and purple lips. There was a golden ponytail on his head and a cigar in his mouth. This is Quinn, one of the big signs, who was dubbed the Plague because he likes to develop various chemicals. Kaido held his head and remained silent. He is extremely tall and burly, more than 7 meters tall. He has black hair shawl, a pair of long horns like dragon's horns, a beard as long as a dragon's beard on his mouth, and a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. The upper body is naked, within the devil is alive. Just sitting there gives people a strong sense of oppression. He had heard of Luo Xiu's name, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After he was captured by Marine, he even forgot about it. Unexpectedly, this guy suddenly appeared again and defeated the celestial dragons. It was said that he had a head-to-head fight with the red-haired 4 emperors, and there was a faint tendency to win. This made it difficult for him not to pay attention. I heard that he used his fist to blow away the red hair's sword energy. That's right, Kaido said with a loud voice. Yes, Lord Admiral. Luo Xiu's physical fitness is very strong. The speaker this time was one of the big signboards, Fire Disaster Gene, the first of the 3 major disasters, with a bounty of 1.39 billion belly, Kaido's right hand. Extraordinary courage. In the original work, he once dared to stop the Big Mom pirates from entering Wanakuni alone. That's it. What an interesting guy. Kaido murmured with interest. As a powerful creature in the world, in terms of physical fitness, he ranks first, and no one dares to say second. He was very interested in Luo Xiu's ability to tear the sword energy into pieces, as well as his speed, strength, and self-healing ability. It just so happened that I had been suffering from not having a strong enough opponent, and this Luo Xiu seemed to be very good. And now that Luo Xiu is in the limelight, he can dampen his prestige and increase his own reputation. Pay more attention to Luo Xiu's movements recently. If you have any news, report it to me immediately. 84. Chapter 84 Tiger Talisman Fusion. Calm Belt. The strip area on both sides of the Grand Line. There is neither wind nor current in this area, and the entire sea is absolutely calm. Once a sailboat sails here, it will lose power and be trapped, unable to move. For pirates, this is a dangerous sea area that is almost impossible to navigate. But here, there are a large number of very large sea kings. At this time, it was a deserted island. The carcass of a sea king was left on the shore, crushed into trees, and was as big as half an island. And next to this sea king, there was a monster that was smaller than it. Green skin and unique hairstyle. It was one of the demons placed in Calm Belt by Luo Xiu Bogang. In the sky, a marine-raised seagull flew over the island, leaving a cry, breaking the calm of the Calm Belt. The creatures in this world are so big. Bogang patted his belly and said with a smack in his mouth, in this sea area, there are many extremely large creatures hidden, some of which are much larger than her. If Luo Xiu hadn't specifically warned them, these guys were just bigger fish, nothing serious. Bogang thought he had arrived in a demon world. Chi Lu. Swinging his tongue, Bogang put down these thoughts, looked at the food in front of him with burning eyes, and started to eat happily, eating at an alarming rate. After a while, a Sea King's, even bigger than Bogang, disappeared, converted into the magic power in Bogang's body. Her size has also increased a lot. At this moment, a speeding figure approached the island. Next moment, just hear a bang. His figure fell on the island, creating a huge crater. It was Luo Xiu who was rushing to the calm belt. And behind him, there are Sea Kings. There is no doubt that they were all attracted by the movement brought by Luo Xiu as he passed by the sea. 3 heads in total. Each head is much larger than Bogang. They gathered around the island, with their huge pupils staring at Luo Xiu and Bogang who had eaten their kind. The calm belt is really dangerous. Sea Kings or something, come with me. Luo Xiu settled down and looked at the 3 Sea Kings behind him and said calmly, but unfortunately, they are not the super large ones. Although he said it was dangerous, Luo Xiu's movements were not slow at all. The figure jumped up. Several bursts of fireballs blasted down. In just a few seconds, the 3 Sea Kings were eliminated. As for why we waited until this time to take action, it was naturally to give Bogang extra food. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu looked at Bogang. His eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. It's a lot bigger. This looks a bit like a devil, he said, touching his chin. Compared to the beginning, the demon Bogong in front of him has grown up at least 3 times. From the size of a medium-sized warship, it is now as huge as a Marine branch headquarters building. It seems that my idea is correct, and Bogang was right to be here. If I'd eaten something else, there would never have been such an obvious increase. However, the growth rate seems to be getting slower and slower the further back it goes. This is understandable. After all, it is impossible to grow at a constant rate. Everything must follow a curve of rapidity and slowness. When Bogang saw Luo Xiu coming, he chuckled, but his eyes were fixed on the 3 Sea Kings behind him. Luo Xiu understood and nodded. Hey. Bogang was not polite. He patted his belly and walked towards some Sea Kings. About 10 minutes later, Bo had just finished killing 3 Sea Kings that were burned by the flames, and he licked his lips with unfinished content. Luo Xiu looked at Bogang, who had grown a lot in size again, and raised his eyebrows. The intimidating power of the giant thing rushed towards me. I just don't know how strong it is. Although Bogang had grown much bigger, to be honest, Luo Xiu was not sure about her strength. After all, he has been locked up in hell for too long, and his strength is constantly declining. Need to test it myself, Luo Xiu murmured. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists. Bogang, help you exercise? Bogang ? However, before she could say anything, a fireball hit her head-on. The hot temperature seemed to scorch the air. Boom. Bogang didn't even hide. The fireball hit the huge body directly. Smoke billows and fire fills the sky. Wait until the black smoke clears. I saw Bogang casually patting the spot hit by the fireball with his hand and sweeping away the black ashes. Green skin remains. When Luo Xiu saw this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. For words to describe it, big and hard. Even top masters like Haki and Shanks need to use sword energy to block the explosive fireballs triggered by the dragon talisman. Otherwise, if you are hit from the front, you will either die or be injured. And when it hit Bogang, it didn't even break the skin. It was so hard. As the body size increases, the strength of the body will also increase, Luo Xiu thought in his heart. In terms of physical strength alone, Bogang was far superior to himself at this time. With such physical strength, even if it encounters Admiral-level combat power, it must be difficult to cause damage. Moreover, Bogang is extremely powerful, and his size can be doubled to a huge size. He is worthy of being one of the demons. Even though he has been imprisoned for thousands of years and his strength is constantly weakened, he still has such terrifying fighting power. The rest no longer need to be tested. After taking Bogang back, Luo Xiu stayed on the island to sort out the results of this period. With a blessing of more than 400 points of command, in the system space, only the chin position of Terra's mask originally turned red, but now it has completely turned red. This means that the mask has been unlocked. Terra, as the supreme commander of the Black Shadow Corps, can summon all Shadow Go soldiers. In other words, Luo Xiu now has a corps under his command. Hey, This is like stepping on this world. Evil-faced Luo Xiu murmured. Unlike that loser, he was actually caught by Marine. What a shame. During this period, news about Luo Xiu's arrest reached his ears several times. You can think with your toes that this is not a lie. The coward must have been caught. Although this matter happened on the sea, because of his appearance, it has become a joke for Marine. However, Luo Xiu was happy to see this happen. Since it is a joke, let the joke continue. He will not be so kind as to save that loser. I wonder what will happen to me if he dies. Suddenly, Luo Xiu thought for no reason. A bold idea arose deep in his heart. However, at this moment, the sound of the system ruthlessly interrupted his thoughts. Dang! The sixth talisman has been detected. The chicken talisman is about to be activated. Tiger talisman is being merged. The evil-faced Luo Xiu's heart thumped, and he stretched out his hand to grab the empty sky, looking up to the sky and roaring. No. 85. Chapter 85 Five Elders Meeting. Compared to Luo Xiu's situation, world government is much more difficult. Holy Land Mariawa. In the huge circular meeting hall, the five elders gathered in a circle, each with a gloomy look on their face. Marine Marshal Sengoku stood next to him, looking equally unhappy. At this moment, he felt mixed. Because Luo Xiu, who was originally imprisoned in Impel Down, actually reappeared at the location of Subdued Archipelago. Moreover, he also killed the celestial dragons, the world's privileged nobles. This is an extremely serious dereliction of duty for Marine. It is even more shameful and humiliating. Since the end of the Rocks era, he has been in charge of Marine for so many years. Even in the Age of Discovery, he has never seen a pirate who dared to hurt the celestial dragons in public. Not to mention killing 3 in one go, hanging their heads on the hooves of a dragon, representing the entire celestial dragons group, and parading unscrupulously on the sea. To be provocative is equivalent to declaring war on the world government. After receiving this incredible news, he immediately received the summons from the five elders and rushed here nonstop. This thing is too big. Even Marine can't hold it down even if it's so big. Boom. In Five Elders, an old man with white curly hair and a black suit slammed down the scepter in his hand. Break the dull atmosphere. He cursed angrily. You Marines are a bunch of useless things. I really don't know what the funds given to you every year are used for. Why would there be pirates who would dare to swing their butcher's knives at celestial dragons? And you dare to parade on the sea? This is simply a disgrace. It is an extreme provocation to world government. Because he was too angry and used too much force, the curly hair on his head was shaking. Snored. Aren't they always like this? Incompetent bungler. Now a new pirate can sit on Marine's neck and shit. The old man in a dark blue suit and white shawl snorted coldly and slapped his palm on the table. A picture of Luo Xiu sitting cross-legged on a Tianlong boat was blown into the air and then fell lightly. Sengoku, this guy named Luo Xiu. Why didn't you Marine have any information before? Where did he come from? Is this what you Marines do? Let dangerous people continue to grow? The blond old man in a dark red suit also spoke up. His voice was trembling with anger. A guy who dares to kill the celestial dragons and destroy the CP0 of the direct unit must not be an unknown person. He must be a pirate who has created some atmosphere on the sea. But such a pirate. Marine actually did nothing and left him alone in the sea, and in the end even committed such a crime. Sengoku silently endured the abuse from the five elders. His face turned green. It's not that we haven't done anything. Rossio has been under the focus of Marine before. Even a few days ago, he was arrested by the 2 admirals, Sakazuki and Porcellino, and imprisoned in Impel Down, to be publicly executed in 10 days. The bald 5 elders in green suits couldn't help but sneered when they heard this. Sengoku, are you still kidding me? Arrested by Marine? Public execution in 10 days? You mean the content of this photo is false? Luo Xiu is in Impel Down now, and did not commit this heinous crime. Is it a joke that we handed you over? His huge mustache couldn't help shaking violently, and the anger in his heart was about to solidify. Marine knew about the public execution, but they didn't care about it. It should be said that as long as it doesn't involve the celestial dragons or the world's balancing forces, I don't care much. But now Sengoku said that Luo Xiu, who had indeed committed a crime and appeared in public, had actually been arrested long ago. And now being imprisoned in Impel Down, he is the person to be publicly executed. Is it possible that there can be two Luo Xiu at the same time? This guy can also have a clone. Or are you telling lies with your eyes open? Marine, are you hiding something? Sengoku didn't know what to answer for a moment, because he doesn't know what is going on. Marine had indeed arrested Luo Xiu, and had recently begun to deal with a matter of public execution in a hurry. But this photo is also real. The executed man appears again, not impelled down, but on red line. The whole thing seemed extremely weird. Even Marshal Marine, who is well informed, cannot see through the situation at all. Enough. See it. The remaining old man frowned and seemed a little impatient. Shut up, everyone. The words fell. The four old men in suits instantly restrained their evil gazes and cast them on the old man. This person is wearing a white kimono. He has a bald head, round eyes, and holds the strongest demon sword in the One series, first generation One Tetsu. He is the only one among the 5 elders who does not wear a suit. It looks extremely mysterious. Luo Xiu's behavior is obviously a provocation to declare war on the world government. The next discussion should be how to deal with him quickly. Having said this, he pushed first-generation Katetsu across his lap, glanced at Sengoku, and said lukewarmly, "Tell me the information you have about Luo Xiu." The tone was silent. Sengoku calmed down and began to tell the story of Luo Xiu's appearance from East Blue, killing the dragon pirates, killing the branch colonel, defeating Admiral Kizaru, and the fact that there may be 7 demons behind it, explained them one by one. As his words fell, the 5 elders' brows frowned deeper. The huge conference hall fell into silence once again. After a while, there was a sound. As fast as Kizaru. Amazing power. Has terrifying self-healing ability. Can release explosive flames. Don't be afraid of sea stone. Still point one of the 8 demons. These short sentences echoed in the empty room. Are these news true? Sengoku nodded. Damn it. Don't you have any information about the forces behind him? The old man with a beard suddenly shouted angrily. He stood up quickly. If Sengoku's identity wasn't there, he would have punched him out. Because after listening to Sengoku's explanation, he found that this Luo Xiu was much more terrifying than they imagined. Not only is his personal ability strong, but the most important thing is the power hidden behind him. The most important thing is that this so-called force behind the scenes has always been hidden in the dark. But guys like Marine, who have nothing to do with it, don't know anything about them. Hearing this, Sengoku wanted to say that he had the relevant information, but in fact he did not, so he could only shake his head helplessly. This guy named Luo Xiu has grand plans. This incident, I'm afraid it's just the beginning. 86. Chapter 86. Luo Xiu was probably arrested on purpose. It was the old man in kimono who spoke. The other 4 looked at him and understood what he meant. But he still couldn't help but take a breath. It's obvious that Luo Xiu's strength is comparable to that of Admiral, and there may be 7 others who are no less powerful than Admiral behind him. Such a terrifying force organization, on the face of it, is completely incomparable to any other force. You must know that even the 4 emperors who dominate the New World only have 2 Admiral-level combat capabilities at most. The most important is, there has been no news about such a powerful organization for so many years. If there wasn't something secretly planned behind the scenes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. This Luo Xiu, it's too dangerous. 100 times more dangerous than 4 emperors. No, more dangerous than those rebellious revolutionary troops. We must strangle him. The blond old man's face was shaken, and he realized the seriousness of the problem, and a chill ran down his spine. If anything, Sengoku was called here for this meeting before, just to deal with the killing of the celestial dragons. So now, after listening to Sengoku's report, the focus of the matter has shifted. Luo Xiu's threat is not as simple as killing a few celestial dragons. Instead, it is possible that he is planning a huge conspiracy, most likely to overthrow the world government. This is not comparable to those so-called pirates at all. Not even the revolutionary army. After all, at least they haven't killed the celestial dragons yet. They're still on the bright side. But the forces behind Luo Xiu were completely in the shadows. Even CP0, who has extremely outstanding intelligence capabilities, did not get any information. The faces of the other 5 elders were extremely ugly. It's gloomy enough to drip with water. You Marines, what are you going to do next? The old man in kimono calmed down and asked. Sengoku's face brightened when he heard this. Of course, we should arrest Luo Xiu as soon as possible. Very good. I hope you won't let us down this time. Sengoku nodded heavily. If you need help during the arrest of Luo Xiu, please report it at any time. The old man in kimono continued. Although Marine is indeed useless, he is on the side of the world government after all. For them, it's a good gun. After Sengoku left, the atmosphere in the hall became dull again. The old man in kimono raised the first-generation ghost in his hand, looked in the direction of Panga City, pondered for a moment, and then said, Let's go. This matter needs to be reported to Lord M. Panga City. Looking at the tall and hidden Immu, the 5 elders who had just cursed in front of Sengoku were now kneeling on the ground, not daring to show any disrespect. Lord M. Luo Xiu, the old man in kimono said respectfully. But please rest assured, Lord M, we will definitely get rid of him as soon as possible and dig out the devil behind. The other 4 people also spoke out in unison. Lord M, what are your instructions? The tone was humble to the core. Luo Xiu, he's an interesting newcomer. Upon hearing Lord M's comments, the expressions of the 5 people in the audience changed instantly. Lord M is a godlike existence in their hearts, and a guy who can make her feel interesting is the highest praise. However, before they could continue talking, M's voice sounded again. Get down. Handle things nicely. Hearing this, the 5 people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. As long as Lord M is here, they are not afraid of anyone. The heart that was disturbed by Luo Xiu just now calmed down a lot. Yes, Lord M. Then he stood up and slowly exited. Ignoring the 5 people who left, M raised his hand and sucked a newspaper into his hand. Above are reports and photos about Luo Xiu. Brush, a thought. The newspaper was wrapped in a ball of flames, burned away, and completely swallowed up by the void. Naval Headquarters. Marine Fort. Sengoku returned from Mariiwa without stopping. In the spacious office, Marine Admiral Sakazuki is sitting on one side. At this moment, his mood was no better than that of Marshal Sengoku. Luo Xiu, who had been caught by his own hands, appeared again inexplicably, like a Shao Chong from Immune to Death. It simply cannot be taken away by common sense. Marshal, what do the 5 elders say? Akainu asked in a deep voice, knowing that the marshal was coming back from Mariiwa. Sengoku's beard trembled, his expression as ugly as ever. Arrest Luo Xiu and bring him back. Saying this, Sengoku felt like he was telling a joke. Obviously, Luo Xiu was interrogated at Naval Headquarters not long ago and was impelled down, but now Luo Xiu is being arrested again. It was as if time and space were all confused. The muscles on Akainu's face twitched, and he sighed heavily. Luo Xiu, is it possible that there are really 2? Judging from the current situation, only this guess can explain it. One stays inside Impel Down. One is still traveling abroad. That's why he was able to kill celestial dragons outside while being imprisoned. Sengoku stood up from the office chair, was silent for a while, and said, Compared to this, I prefer Luo Xiu. In fact, he can come and go freely Impel Down. Those sea stones and chains can't trap him at all. Akainu frowned. What do you mean? Sengoku nodded. Yes, he was probably arrested by us on purpose. Sengoku expressed his guess. With 2 Luo Xiu, this kind of thing is simply impossible. The most reasonable explanation is that Luo Xiu was arrested by Marine Admiral on purpose to create the illusion of being trapped. But in the secret, various things have been arranged. Killing celestial dragons is only the first step. Hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu's heart condensed. Suddenly, he thought of the scene after he and Porcellino captured Luo Xiu. At that time, Kizaru seemed to say that Luo Xiu was not as powerful as before. Could it be that this guy was really showing weakness on purpose and couldn't be caught by him? If so, then you have to plan a big game of chess. Just thinking about it made Akainu's heart rate soar. What did Warden Magellan say? Akainu calmed down and continued to ask. According to Magellan, no prisoners have left the 6th floor. Sengoku said. How is this possible? Akainu was even more puzzled. That's why I summoned you here. Sengoku said slowly, explaining the purpose of summoning Akainu this time. You and Porcellino must go to the 6th floor of Impel Down to see in person where Luo Xiu is. It's not in there. Bulu, bulu. Bulu, bulu. And just as he finished speaking, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Hello, this is Naval Headquarters and I'm Sengoku. Monster found in Com Belt. 87. Chapter 87 Report from Kizaru. Are you sure Luo Xiu and Bo Gang are together? On the other end of the phone, the voice of a rear admiral from the Marine branch came. Yes, Marshal. According to the video captured by patrolling seagulls, there is a green-skinned creature on the island in the Com Belt. It is preying on sea kings. This strange creature has never been seen on the sea. Sengoku's mouth twitched, a little impatient. What did you think it was? Is it necessary to call the headquarters in person to report a strange-looking creature? At this special time, these guys in the Marine branch thought that he, as a marshal, didn't have enough headaches. What is the Com Belt? It is an area where various sea kings are entrenched. Isn't it normal for sea kings that you haven't seen before to appear occasionally? Anyway, these things are just fighting each other, but as long as they don't harm Marine, there is no need to pay attention to them. New. Is there anything else you want to report? Sengoku said in a cold tone. This green-skinned creature will eat all of the sea kings after hunting them. Sengoku really couldn't bear it and interrupted directly. Okay, we already know this. Just handle it yourself. If there's nothing else important, don't call me. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. The soldiers in these branches are getting better and better at mixing things up. Everything as big as a sesame seed must be reported. You have no ability to handle problems independently. We must find time to give them a good workout. Sengoku complained secretly and then looked at Akainu. Where is poor Salino? Aren't you at the headquarters? Just as Akainu was about to answer, the office door was pushed open. The man who came was wearing a yellow and white striped suit. It was Marine Admiral Kizaru. Why are you here so late? Sengoku frowned when he saw that the person finally arrived. It's really annoying to be so lazy at this time. Marshal, I have something to report to you, Kizaru said with a solemn expression. After returning from G2, he went directly to the marshal's office to find Sengoku. But when he learned that he had gone to Mariewa, he returned to G2 to investigate the footprints. What's the matter? Sengoku asked with a bad feeling in his heart. Kizaru adjusted his mind. The G2 branch has been destroyed. What? Hearing this, Sengoku was so shocked that he almost fell off his stool. Standing still, his face was filled with disbelief. How can this be? The G2 branch is the Marine Force second only to G1 and G5. The overall strength is very strong. The Vice Admiral of the Marine branch is in charge, and there are thousands of Marine soldiers entrenched there. In addition, there are many warships, muskets, artillery, and other weapons. Go to Marihua for a meeting yourself. The huge branch that came back, that has just gone? Who did this? Sengoku almost roared. In the first half of the Grand Line, who has the ability to destroy the entire G2? Marine was not taken seriously at all. Suddenly, a person came to mind. Could it be that it's Luo Xiu? He squeezed out these words through his teeth. Apart from Luo Xiu, he really couldn't think of anyone else with his strength and courage. Dare to go against Marine at this time. Kizaru was confused. Isn't Luo Xiu an Impel Down? Why did the marshal suspect Luo Xiu? However, he did not dwell on these details and continued. Exactly, I don't know who it is yet, but from the traces left by G2, I deduce that they are not pirates. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku frowned even more. Akainu also tilted his head slightly and looked at Kizaru. He knew that G2 was destroyed, but he didn't know the details behind it. Kizaru was personally responsible for this period of time. This is a photo I took at the G2 branch. The soldiers disappeared, and the locations where the buildings were originally located have also disappeared. Only a few footprints were left there. While talking, he took out a few photos taken in G2 from his pocket. Swish. Sengoku and Akainu both turned their attention to the photo. At the same time, Kizaru continued. According to the report of the only remaining Marine soldier, the one who left the footprints is a huge creature that eats people and has green skin all over its body. What did you say? Before Kizaru could wait, Sengoku suddenly raised his head and interrupted him. I'm sure he has green skin all over his body. Kizaru's face changed, and he was a little confused, but he still nodded. Marshal, what's wrong? Just now, there was a report from the branch rear admiral. There's a green monster in the Com Belt, too. And it's exactly like what you just said. It has green skin all over its body. but it's just eating sea kings, Sengoku said solemnly. Just now he was saying that this thing wouldn't threaten Marine, so don't pay attention. Unexpectedly, it was related to the destruction of G2. This time, it was Kizaru's turn to be shocked. The monster he had been investigating for so long actually appeared in the comm belt. That's not right. Akainu's face was stiff, and he said in a dull tone, "It shouldn't be the same monster. There is a lot of distance between comm belt and G2. Besides, this thing can obviously devour sea kings in the comm belt, so why did it attack the G2 branch?" His suspicions were justified. After all, this so-called monster is not a pirate, and there is no conflict with Marine. Did the soldier say anything besides the information he just said? Sengoku agreed with Akainu and continued to ask, "This monster's name is Bo Gang. I wonder if you recognize Marshall." Kizaru said, "Bo Gang." Sengoku and Akainu frowned at the same time. After thinking hard for a while, they both shook their heads at the same time. Never heard of it at all. So unfamiliar. Don't even the Marshal know? Kizaru touched his chin and murmured in his mind, "So where did this guy come from? Except this, is there any other information?" Sengoku continued to ask. Kizaru originally wanted to say no, but then he thought that the soldier seemed to have seen Luo Xiu. Although this sounds like nonsense. After all, Luo Xiu is waiting for execution. But after all, it was the words of the only survivor witness. Yes. Kizaru nodded. The soldier said that he also saw Luo Xiu. It said that Luo Xiu and Bo Gang came here together. But he must have been frightened and said nonsense. Luo Xiu is still on the 6th floor of Impel Down, Kizaru said to himself, shaking his head. However, he soon realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Akainu and Sengoku's eyes were staring at him with blazing disbelief. "You just said that Bo Gang appeared with Luo Xiu." 88. Chapter 88 Bo Gang. Could it be the second evil? Sengoku swallowed his saliva and asked in horror. Kizaru also noticed something was wrong between the two of them. That soldier indeed said that. But Marshal Sakazuki, is such a big reaction necessary? You don't know about the celestial dragons yet, Sengoku said, trying to calm himself down. Celestial dragons? Kizaru frowned. I really don't know anything about celestial dragons. During this time, I have been dealing with post-war related affairs in G2. I haven't paid much attention to the news from the outside world. Sengoku nodded and briefly explained Luo Xiu's killing of celestial dragons. The meaning is obvious. Luo Xiu not an Impel Down, but in the Grand Line. How can this be? After hearing this, Kizaru's expression instantly became solemn. My heart felt like it was overturned. Not because the celestial dragons were killed, but because Luo Xiu showed up somewhere other than Impel Down. Because it means what the soldiers said. Isn't it not nonsense? Luo Xiu is really with Bo Gang. The real culprit behind G2's destruction was Luo Xiu's shadow. However, Kizaru still felt a little unbelievable. It was too outrageous. Luo Xiu, isn't he always an Impel Down? He is trapped by sea stone and special chains, and there is no way he can come out. And if you can get out of it, why wait until now? He asked the question in his mind. However, before Sengoku could answer, Kizaru's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed like he thought of something terrible. Conquer yourself. I figured it out myself. I see. Luo Xiu was arrested on purpose. No wonder his strength suddenly dropped so much. The last time he fought, he was really showing weakness. He murmured. After catching Luo Xiu that day, he had been feeling uneasy in his heart. At that time, I thought I was too sensitive. Looking at it now, everything makes sense. Luo Xiu didn't use all his strength at that time, otherwise he wouldn't have been caught so easily. Thinking of this, Kizaru felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Poor Salino, your worries are probably correct. Akainu sighed heavily, recalling his uneasiness when facing Kizaru and not taking it seriously at all. Judging from the current results, it is indeed too simple. Luo Xiu is more cunning than imagined. None of this matters anymore. The problem now is that Luo Xiu and Bo Gang appear together. This means that Luo Xiu was probably behind the destruction of G2. Sengoku said in a deep voice. So, what role does Bo Gang play in this? He just finished speaking. Akainu and Kizaru thought of a possibility almost at the same time. His eyes were full of shock. Is it possible that Bo Gang is another one of the 8 demons? Sengoku also thought about it and said solemnly, "It's very possible. First of all, the monster Bo Gang has never appeared before. This is the first time he has appeared. This is in line with the forces that are secretly lurking behind Luo Xiu and have not yet appeared. Secondly, Luo Xiu is always alone, and suddenly a monster appears next to him. Apart from the devil, he can't think of anyone else." Akainu's face was shaken under his hat, and his breathing was a little rapid. The second demon finally started to appear. Although they have always been worried about the so-called demonic forces behind Luo Xiu. But in fact, the only person Marine has ever had to fight against is Luo Xiu, a demon. But even this is enough to make them miserable. Until now, Luo Xiu has not been completely solved. And now the second demon, .it, appears. This means that the guy who is about to fight is no longer Luo Xiu, but two. Although they had known that such a day would come. But when it happens, the feeling is completely different. The mixture of emotions is unsettling. No? At noon, in the huge office. It actually makes people feel a little cold. Akainu exhaled a hot breath, which calmed down the temperature a lot. But these are just speculations. Sengoku said, "We cannot rule out the possibility that this so-called Bo Gang is just a kind of sea kings that Luo Xiu arrested from the Calm Belt, just tamed by him." He said this, but Sengoku himself knew that this possibility was extremely small. Akainu and Kizaru did not speak, and the atmosphere fell into silence. But no matter what, at least we don't know anything about the demonic forces behind Luo Xiu now. This is progress. Sengoku continued. Akainu calmed down his emotions, his face became determined, and lava flowed on his cheeks. It doesn't matter if Bo Gang is a demon or not. They will all be destroyed under the magma. Marine's justice will not back down because of so-called demons. Kizaru's eyes were equally firm. "Marshal, issue the order." Sengoku patted the 2 admirals on the shoulders. "Very good. This is the courage a Marine Admiral should have." Then he turned around and walked to the office chair. "You two, go Impel Down. Check for Luo Xiu's traces. If you are here, bring him here. I will keep an eye on him until the day of his public execution. If he's not there, then arrest with all our strength." Akainu and Kizaru nodded at the same time. "I'll talk to Magellan on the phone later. Said you would come over." Impel Down. The world's largest prison is located in the Calm Belt, the first half of the Grand Line. There are a large number of large sea kings on the seabed outside the prison, giving Impel the nickname Iron Wall. The entire prison has a total of 6 floors. Those imprisoned are serious criminals. Among them, the prisoners in the 6th floor are the most terrifying. The lowest entry standard is a pirate worth over 100 million. Impel down the 6th floor. Within the prison area, the walls are built with blue-gray stone bricks, and the space is huge. The aisles are as spacious as a basketball court. There's plenty of lighting, with sconces mounted every 5 meters on the walls and hundreds of snail-shaped surveillance phone bugs. At this moment, 2 men were standing in the metal elevator in the prison area. Not a moment. The elevator stopped and landed firmly on the ground. Chill. With a slight sound of metal friction, the elevator door opened, and 2 men walked out of the elevator one after another. The man walking in front was about 20 years old. Wearing a chef's white robe and chef's hat on his head, he was pushing a cart filled with vegetables and grains. The other person is a middle-aged man, probably in his 40s, wearing a beige standard robe and a dark green hat on his head. A special logo is embroidered on the front of the hat. The 2 men were staff members of this large prison. One is a logistics officer and the other is a jailer. Their footsteps landed gently and carefully on the bluestone, and their walking posture was extremely careful. In this 6th-level prison, the 2 of them did not dare to do anything inappropriate. Even the sound is kept to a minimum. The corridors in the prison area are eerie and terrifying, full of a sense of foreboding. "Hurry up, leave as soon as you finish delivering. Don't look around," the older man warned in a low voice. The 2 of them walked slowly and cautiously down the aisle. At this time, in the innermost cell at the end of the corridor, a man with black hair and black eyes slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Beautiful mechanical sounds echoed in his mind. Dang! The 6th talisman has been detected. The chicken talisman is about to be activated. The Tiger Talisman is being integrated. 89. Chapter 89 Undersea Prison. Luo Xiu becomes one. At the same time as the Tiger Talisman merged, the good-faced Rakyu and the evil-faced Rakyu merged into one. And at the moment when the two merged, a surge of Conqueror's Haki swept the entire 6th floor in an instant. Boom! In the corridor, the two jailers rolled their eyes and fell down on the bluestone, making a dull sound. At this time, the big pirate imprisoned in the 6th floor. Feeling this strong Conqueror's Haki, his eyes suddenly opened. Wow. Some guys with iron cuffs on their feet walked to the door of the room. He looked at the innermost position of the aisle with burning eyes. Only a few pirates didn't react much. On the 6th floor, another big guy has been imprisoned. One of them, a tall and muscular man with a broken right ear, a large area of scars on the left side of his body, and a body covered with chains, murmured with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Conqueror's Haki. It's really rare. It's a pity that compared to Roger, it's still a lot worse. It is said that all those imprisoned in the 6th floor of Impel Down are big pirates, but among these big pirates, there are also different levels. And this man is the top one among them. Dagra's Bullet. A former crew member of the Roger Pirates and a user of the fusion fruit ability, he is known as the descendant of the devil and a hero who is known as the successor of the ghost. It is so powerful that even Roger's fellow pirates call him a monster. More than 20 years ago, he was exhausted by Buster Call and captured by Marine into Impel Down. At the same time, on the other side of the prison where he belonged, there was a tall and thin old man with white hair braided into 2 braids hanging on his shoulders. His eyebrows were red, and there was an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Like Bullet, he is also one of the top few strong men on the 6th level. Valoric Redfield. He was a great pirate during GOLD. Roger's time. He was extremely powerful and could stand on par with Roger and Whitebeard alone. The top swordsman, the one with the strongest observation Haki. In addition to these two people, there is another person in a corner of the prison who is frowning, feeling the fleeting Haki. He has a slicked back hair, a long horizontal scar on his face, and an earring in his right ear. It was the Sand Crocodile who was defeated by Rahu and eliminated from the Shichibukai crocodile. At this moment, the iconic cigar in his mouth was gone, his messy hair hung in front of his forehead, and there was still dust on his face. Compared to Alabasta, it looks much more embarrassing. His eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but think of a nasty guy, and he complained fiercely. Oh shit, this Haki feels a bit familiar. Depend on. His eyes returned to the 6th floor, the innermost prison. Luo Xiu felt the surging energy in his body and really wanted to shout, "I Hu Han-san am back again." However, in the end, I felt that it was too mediocre to talk about. Oh shit, it surprised me that, the moment the Tiger Talisman was obtained, it actually caused mitosis. Luo Xiu murmured. Although the two Luo Xiu who were separated were both themselves, they represented 2 extreme personalities. Fortunately, the final result was smooth. Not only has the Tiger Talisman's fusion level been improved, but the 6th talisman is about to be activated, Terra's Mass has been obtained, and Bogang has been activated. Make sure you make money. At this time, the brightness of the chicken spell in the space was almost approaching the critical value. Presumably, it will be activated within today. For now, the only pity is, where I am now is Impel Down. However, Luo Xiu did not panic. After getting the Terra Mass, I haven't tried the abilities of these shadow troops yet. Come out. Hunter Core. Following Luo Xiu's thought. Brush sound. Several shadow soldiers with extremely dark figures, a triangular blood-red eye on their forehead, and huge iron pincers on their arms appeared next to Luo Xiu. Next moment. Click. All the so-called iron chains tied to Luo Xiu's body were cut short. The ice that froze half of his body was shattered. The shackles made of sea stone were also destroyed. The strength is not bad. Luo Xiu looked down at the scrap iron and debris and raised his eyebrows. These shadow soldiers may not be of much use against the Admiral's strength, but they are enough to deal with those Marine soldiers. And this is just one unit that was summoned. The 9 major arms were summoned at the same time and cooperated with each other, but IT was not just a random killing. Right now, it's still time to think about this. Putting these thoughts in his mind for the time being, Luo Xiu slowly stood up and looked outside the prison. It's time for a big prison break. 10 minutes ago. Impel Down. Warden's office. Sitting on an office chair was a huge man with two horns on his head who looked like Satan. On the desk in front of him were materials submitted by managers at all levels of Impel Down. Next to these information, there is a photo. The person in the photo is clearly Luo Xiu. How strange. Luo Xiu has obviously been inside Impel Down. Why does Sengoku keep calling to ask if Luo Xiu is there? Now we even have to send Admiral Sakazuki and Porcellino. I really don't understand. Magellan picked up Luo Xiu's photo with a puzzled look on his face. Ever since Luo Xiu was caught, Sengoku had warned that this guy was an extremely dangerous person. Magellan naturally did not dare to neglect, and directly threw Luo Xiu into the strongest cell at the end of the 6th floor. And outside, there are also layers of copper walls and iron walls, made of sea stone. There was no way anyone could escape from it. Even the Golden Lion, who had broken his legs before, would never be able to fit into this cell. But even so, Sengoku still called and asked about Luo Xiu's situation. Recently, it was even more outrageous. He directly asked Luo Xiu if he was in jail. We also need to send 2 admirals over. Hey. Magellan rubbed his brows and sighed that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to be the warden. Recently, it looks like I have to work overtime again. Working 4 hours a day was originally Magellan's unbreakable habit. But since Luo Xiu was imprisoned, everything has become different. The 996 blessing report has begun. The 2 admirals should be here soon. I have to go and receive it. Looking at the time, Magellan said to himself. Jurr. Suddenly, there was a sound of stomach upset. Here we go again. Magellan clutched his stomach, his whole body stood up, and he hurried towards the toilet. Magellan, the person with paramecia poisonous fruit ability, also known as the Poison Man. The poison is so strong that it can't be tolerated by oneself, leading to diarrhea. Diarrhea lasts for nearly 10 hours a day. Boom! The door to the toilet was slammed shut, and then an extremely comfortable moan came from inside. However, at this moment, a powerful Haki shook out. From the 6th floor, go straight to the 3rd floor. Although it was very weak, Magellan still noticed it. It seems that it's a prisoner riot on the 6th floor. In the toilet, Magellan shouted loudly. Depend on 90. Chapter 90 bullet. The aloof for it. Wow. In the toilet, there was a sound of pumping water. Magellan held onto the wall and walked out. As a warden with a strong sense of responsibility, the prisoners rioted, and he was a 6th-level serious criminal. He would never allow such a thing to happen. It must be suppressed immediately. At the same time, he was also thinking about who this person was. It should be that guy from Bullet. In the 6th floor of the prison, there is Conqueror's Haki, and there seems to be no other person besides Bullet who is above the intermediate level. Snort. You have been imprisoned for more than 20 years, and you still want to come out? Wishful thinking. With this thought in mind, Magellan walked out of the office. In the prison at the end of the corridor, Luo Xiu glanced at the surrounding situation. Dark and damp, no light, but it can still be seen from the dim lights on the walls that there are more than just ordinary cell walls in all directions. On the outermost side, a huge wall 3 to 4 meters thick was specially built with sea stone. You really take good care of me. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows. This kind of treatment is probably the best on the 6th level. Buzz. His breath sank slightly. Luo Xiu twisted his neck. But with these things, he can't be trapped. Next moment, Luo Xiu raised his hand, and a giant great fireball formed in his palm. The firelight spread out, making the cell look like daylight. The heavy-duty prisoners who were holding on to the iron bars and watching outside the cell saw light reflected in their pupils. Boom. The fireball exploded. The terrifying energy slanted out, the aftermath shook, and the entire 6th floor shook. The walls made of sea stone were blown to pieces like tofu. It exploded. It exploded. This damn place finally started to explode. Who was the guy locked up in the room at the end? He actually used the fruit ability. Powerful Haki, powerful power, What kind of guy did the Marines catch? Tear down the 6th floor completely. Turn this place into a purgatory. I want to leave this damn place. Seeing a violent explosion at the end of the cell, the evil pirates cheered wildly, as if celebrating a great victory. Where is Impel Down? But it is known as the most secure prison in the world. As long as the guy is imprisoned, no matter how majestic he was in life, There is no possibility of escaping from here. Throughout the entire history of pirates, only one pirate, Golden Lion, used the fruit's ability to successfully escape from prison, and he did so by destroying his own legs. But now there is a pirate who caused an explosion on the 6th floor, obviously preparing to escape from prison. As long as this pirate can completely overturn the 6th floor, they will have a chance to escape from here. With this thought, the pirate's eyes were fixed on the cell at the end. Among them, Bullet, the aloof Red, and Crocodile, their hearts condensed, and they also looked sideways. 4 of them. This is also a jailbreak opportunity. Hiss. Who on earth can cause such a big commotion on the 6th floor? And you can also use devil fruit. Among them, Crocodile looked suspicious and said in deep thought with his eyes flashing. Everyone thrown into Impel Down is handcuffed with a sea stone. This is the most basic common sense. Therefore, although there are many ability users in prison, the fruit abilities here are like useless. He is one of them. Therefore, he was very curious about this guy who could release explosive flames and successfully come out of the cell. He must be a big pirate on the same level as Golden Lion. Only such a strong person can achieve this step on the 6th level. In his sight, the person who caused the explosion was slowly walking out of the fire. The steps were steady and strong, clicking on the blue stone. Black hair, black eyes, tall and straight figure. Crocodile shuddered, his pupils widened, and his breathing became rapid and heavy. Damn it! Sand Crocodile almost screamed. What a big pirate like Golden Lion. Didn't this Luo Xiu personally send him in? Why is he here? Golo. Crocodile couldn't help but swallowed as he looked at the guy who hammered him in Alabasta. No wonder that momentum just felt a bit familiar. Luo Xiu actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. The moment he realized this, Crocodile froze. I originally thought about leaving Impel Down one day and seeking revenge on Luo Xiu. This moment, this idea suddenly became less strong. Thinking about being locked up and Impel Down, feeling confused all day long, although I thought about escaping from prison, it was just a thought. Looking at other people's houses, their cells were all blown up. Suddenly, Crocodile realized that the gap between himself and Luo Xiu seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Of course, Luo Xiu didn't know what Crocodile was thinking, so he still walked along the huge aisle. Feeling the blazing gazes gathering around him, his face was stern. He knew that the violent explosion would undoubtedly cause a commotion in Impel Down, and Warden Magellan was probably on his way here. But if you want to get out of Impel Down, a battle with Magellan cannot be avoided. Therefore, Luo Xiu was not in a hurry. However, he was in no hurry. The imprisoned pirates were anxious. Looking at Luo Xiu, who was walking leisurely after coming out, he looked like ants on a hot pot. Damn it, where is he? Magellan is definitely coming. Kid, open all the cells quickly, blow this place up quickly, and let the Impel Down guys face the baptism of sin. Only by releasing us will your chances of successfully escaping from prison be greater. No matter how happy the pirates were, Luo Xiu still turned a deaf ear and just glanced at them before looking away. If you want to let them out unconditionally like this, you are thinking nonsense. Kid, wait a moment. Just as Luo Xiu was walking through the door of a cell that looked like it hadn't been cleaned for a long time, an old voice suddenly stopped him. Luo Xiu stopped and looked sideways inside. He is a tall and thin old man with white hair braided into 2 braids hanging on his shoulders and red eyebrows. He naturally knows this person. The aloof Red, Baloric Redfield. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows. When Gu Gao Jihong heard this name that no one had mentioned for a long time, his eyes narrowed slightly, but this expression only passed fleetingly. Although I don't know why the young man in front of me, who looks to be in his 20s, recognizes me, it doesn't matter. Kid, help me open the shackles. We can deal with Magellan together. Gu Gao Jihong said in a deep voice. If you want to get out of the Impel Down, you can't escape the Magellan level. Although the young man in front of him could escape from the cell, he didn't think he was strong enough to fight Magellan. Just touching the opponent's poisonous fruit will cause you to be poisoned. So if you want to completely escape from Impel Down, you must rely on the strength of others. His strength is naturally the best among all pirates. Therefore, he believed that as long as the other party was not stupid, he would know what to do. When Luo Xiu heard this, he just glanced at him lightly. Unnecessary. 91. Chapter 91 Magellan's Arrival. An Impel Down warden, Luo Xiu, didn't think he would lose to the opponent, and besides, Bo Gang was still there. Gu Gaozhong's face froze obviously, as if he didn't expect to be rejected. But before he could continue to speak, a loud laugh suddenly came. Ha 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 ha. You kid, you're so crazy. Are you planning to deal with Magellan alone? His strength is at least close to the level of Marine Admiral. Luo Xiu followed the sound. He also knew this person. Bullet. Luo Xiu said lightly. Interesting. How can anyone among the younger generation remember my name? At this moment, Bullet was sitting on the ground, leaning his back against the wall, looking at Luo Xiu with interest. He was a little surprised that the young man in front of him could recognize him. After all, he has been locked up and impelled down for at least 20 years. The kid in front of me looks like he is 20 years old at most. But it makes sense to think that he can even recognize Gu Gaozhong. Being called Roger's heir. It's hard not to know him, Luo Xiu said calmly. He knew Bullet's character, bold and aloof. Although he was a crew member on Roger's ship, he always wanted to surpass Roger. Even though he was imprisoned and impelled down for more than 20 years, he did not give up on himself, but continued to practice quietly in a state of extreme concentration. Think about how to achieve this goal. Kid, I'm suddenly interested in you. What's your name? Bullet asked with a smile on his lips. Luo Xiu. It can also be a demon, Holy Lord, the devil. Interesting. Bullet didn't know what Luo Xiu meant by devil, but hearing these two words, he felt that it was not simple. Kid. It's too late. Magellan is coming this way. Seeing that Luo Xiu and Bullet were still chatting, Gu Gaozhong interrupted, and his powerful observation Haki had already sensed Magellan's approach. And not just Magellan, the entire Impel Down was in commotion because of the explosion just now. When Luo Xiu heard this, he turned to look at Gu Gaozhong with a calm expression. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious. After a pause, he said, I can help you out. Gu Gaozhong's eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression did not show any fluctuation. He knew that the next words were the key point. I heard that your observation Haki is very strong. Luo Xiu looked at the other person and said while touching his chin. Gu Gaozhong was stunned and didn't know what Luo Xiu meant when he said this. If someone else is here, he can instantly read what the other person is thinking, because his observation Haki is indeed very strong, powerful enough to see through people's hearts. However, the person in front of me cannot be seen with observation Haki. However, he could guess the meaning from the other party's words. His own observation Haki is the bargaining chip in exchange for freedom. Then everything is simple. In this world, observation Haki has no one who can compare with me. Gu Gaozhong said coldly. Isn't it just to help you improve your Haki ability? As long as you can get me out of here, everything is easy to talk about. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows. The old guy was quite polite. Actually, the prisoners on the 6th floor must be released according to Luo Xiu's plan. For nothing else. Just to give those clingy Marines a headache, he pushed Impel Down into the riot, diverted Marines' attention, and served as a reward for the world government to imprison him. However, simply letting these guys out like this seems a bit too much. After all, they did nothing to gain freedom. This is not in line with the principle of fair dealing. You have to collect something. Observation Haki is one of them. Since the awakening of observation Haki in Twin Gorges, during this period of time, Luo Xiu's Haki has not made any significant progress and has been stuck at the intermediate level. As the great pirate who has cultivated observation Haki to the top level, Gu Gaozhong is naturally worth spending some time to discuss. After today, you will be free, Luo Xiu said slowly. Then he looked at Bullet and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I heard that your armament Haki is also very strong. Armament Haki is the next target. Against people with natural fruit abilities, Luo Xiu's current strength can defeat them, but the process will take a lot of effort. It would be much simpler if Armament Haki is by your side. Bullet, the Conqueror's Haki collector, can cover the whole body with Armament Haki, making him a good target for plagiarism. Ha 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 ha. Of course. Bullet smiled. As a very important figure in the Roger Pirates, he naturally understood what Luo Xiu meant by asking this question. But you have to wait until you pass the Magellan level. Talk about everything. As he spoke, his eyes glanced past Luo Xiu and towards the end of the extremely spacious corridor. Magellan was about to reach the 6th floor. Kid, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Seeing that Magellan was almost here, Gugao Jihong urged with a somewhat cold voice. Luo Xiu turned to look at him. His deep pupils were cold. He clenched his fists and said nothing. The calculation in your mind is too loud. The world of pirates has always been a place where the weak prey on the strong. Not to mention that the prisoners on the 6th floor are all vicious and vicious. Therefore, Luo Xiu knew that the few words spoken just now were not very convincing. Those guys on the 6th floor who value strength must see someone stronger than them before their words will be useful. Otherwise, even if he helps them gain freedom, according to the attributes of a solitary old fox like Gugao Jihong, he will disappear immediately after he comes out. It would be better to kill him on the spot. Gugao Jihong met Luo Xiu's eyes, and a chill suddenly rose in her heart for no reason. Could this kid have seen through his own thoughts? Impossible. Only you can see through other people's thoughts. It's impossible for anyone to understand you. I want to see how you deal with Magellan later. Don't beg me on your knees, then. Gugao Jihong sneered in her heart, but she wasn't so anxious anymore. The other side. Magellan came out of the elevator in a hurry. His face was extremely gloomy. Just now, after sensing Haki, he heard an explosion from the 6th floor. This means that a prisoner really escaped. This is something that cannot be tolerated. Bullet. What kind of splash can a remnant of the old era want to make? He exhaled poisonous gas from his mouth, and his hands had turned into thick venom. Zitzi. The venom dripped down the arm, burning black holes on the bluestone. There was a trace of poisonous gas. 92. Chapter 92, Magellan's Luo Xiu. Impel down the 6th floor. The sound of footsteps can be heard in the spacious corridor. Luo Xiu twisted his neck and looked up at the shadow at the end of the aisle. He knows that the strongest guy in Impel Down is here. Next moment, Luo Xiu's aura sank slightly and disappeared into the darkness. When he appeared again, he had reached the end of the aisle. Magellan, I've been waiting for you for a while. A cold and biting voice sounded in Magellan's ears. The latter's expression suddenly changed. But don't panic. Bullet, you'd better go back, Magellan said coldly. This guy did escape, but he was so crazy that he dared to provoke himself while he was in prison. I really thought I couldn't arrest him again. However, soon, Magellan realized something was wrong. This voice, why does it sound so young? It didn't seem like the voice of a middle-aged man, and more like a young man. You're not Bullet. The moment he realized this, Magellan turned his head sharply. It's you, Luo Xiu. When he saw that face, Magellan trembled violently, and the venom slid down his cheeks unconsciously. Good news, it's not Bullet. Bad news, this guy seems to be more dangerous than Bullet. Damn it. Obviously, under Sengoku's special instructions, he imprisoned this dangerous guy in the strongest prison. Not only was the body covered with special chains and sea stones, but even half of the body was sealed with ice. Outside, a huge sea stone wall was even built. Even if the golden lion is placed inside, it will never be able to escape. How did Luo Xiu come out? Could it be that he is stronger than the golden lion? Suddenly, Magellan understood a little bit why Sengoku called every now and then to ask about Luo Xiu's situation. And 2 Marine Admirals were sent over. This guy Luo Xiu is too dangerous. Luo Xiu, even you must accept justice. Magellan knew that the young man in front of him had defeated Admiral Kizaru. However, Impel Down is not a place where people can run wild. A loud sound. Magellan's face paled, and his momentum suddenly rose. Poison fruit's ability triggers. The whole person was wrapped in venom and turned into a poisonous man. Poison cloud, accompanied by a low shout. Purple smoke overflowed crazily from Magellan's body, and the surrounding space immediately became filled with smoke. The dense mist obscured the sight, and the stone slabs touched by the poisonous gas kept making sizzling sounds. The poisonous gas released alone is not something that ordinary people can bear. Once a person touches it, the 5 senses will be paralyzed and gradually disappear. But this obviously does not apply to Luo Xiu. With the horse talisman, let alone anger, even if it is stained with venom, it will be ineffective. Don't use this child's trick. Luo Xiu sneered. Next moment, his steps were a little on the ground. He moved sideways to Magellan's side, punched fiercely, and hit the lower back with a punch. The torrential force was like a huge force falling down. Magellan's expression suddenly changed. Although he didn't know why Luo Xiu was in the poisonous gas, he was not affected in any way and could still punch. But feeling the terrifying power that was about to hit him, he quickly retreated without any hesitation. At the same time, the venom on his body gathered together. Poison passage. Another deep voice sounded. The purple venom seemed to be alive, gathering into a poisonous path. The moment Magellan retreated, the poison path shot out and slid towards Luo Xiu. The speed is only fast, not slow. In just a few breaths, he arrived in front of Luo Xiu. Seeing this, Luo Xiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and the rabbit charm was triggered instantly. Buzz. The figure disappeared instantly. And the moment he disappeared, the poison channel slipped down and hit the blue stone slab of the spacious corridor with a bang. Boom. The loud surprise was no less than the shocking explosion of a cannonball. A huge hole appeared on the ground, and the purple venom sputtered out like arrows in all directions. Phew, phew. Wherever the venom falls, holes will be burned out, and poisonous gas will be released. Poisonous enough to burn through stone slabs. The terrifying energy spread out and swept out. The sixth floor of the earthquake was shaking slightly. The sudden battle plunged the prisoners on the sixth floor into madness, but more importantly, there was fear and worry. It's Magellan's ability. Luo Xiu has already fought with him. It's over, damn guy, it's all over. He might be recaptured. The heavy-duty prisoners felt the explosion coming from the elevator at the end of the corridor, knowing that Luo Xiu had already dealt with Magellan. However, they don't know if Luo Xiu can defeat Magellan. If it fails, the only hope will be extinguished. It's really interesting. The younger generation outside are all like this now. Unlike the prisoner's thoughts, under Bullet's observation Haki, he could sense the specific battle. From the simple fight with Magellan, he could see that Luo Xiu's strength seemed a bit beyond his expectation. This made him lament that he spent more than 20 years in prison. Are all the new generations outside so brave? Or should I say, only Luo Xiu is like this? The one who had the same idea as him was Gugao Jihong. At this moment, his observation Haki unfolded, covering almost the entire sixth floor. The focus was naturally on Luo Xiu. He wanted to see if this arrogant young man could defeat Impel Down's strongest fighting force. At present, it does not seem to be at a disadvantage. Boom. At this time, another explosion was heard. Into the aisle. The moment Luo Xiu disappeared, he came to Magellan's side. The speed was so fast that the opponent could not react at all, and at the same time as the figure appeared, without any unnecessary movement, a punch fell towards the face of Magellan, who was retreating. The latter didn't even stabilize his body. He didn't expect Luo Xiu to be so fast under the poison gas, so he was punched hard. Under the heavy bombardment, his head went blank and he almost fainted. The body was like a kite with broken strings. After drawing an arc in the air, it hit the ground heavily, shaking out a piece of rubble. However, this is not over yet. After Luo Xiu hit him with a punch, he moved sideways again. Brush sound. Appear next to Magellan. Lifting his foot, the whip leg was chopped down like a battle axe, and he kicked towards Magellan. Boom. After a dull sound, Magellan felt a stinging pain on his side, and the surrounding scene was spinning. The body exploded out uncontrollably again. Boom. It hit the corridor where the prisoners were held, causing a poisonous mist to appear. 93. Chapter 93, The Battle on the Sixth Floor. The violent explosions and the figure forcefully inserting themselves into the field of vision caused the prisoners who were already going crazy to calm down instantly. Under their sight, in the center of the spacious corridor, a huge figure crawled out from inside. His whole body was covered in venom, especially those eyes, full of poisonous energy. It's Magellan. He was actually beaten away. The prisoners recognized the man who had been shot away with some disbelief. The young man who walked out from the end of the cell was able to knock Magellan away. It seems everything that is happening is different from what you imagined. Oh shit, poisonous. However, when they recovered, the prisoners were shocked and realized the seriousness of the matter. At this time, the venom on Magellan's body dripped like lava, burning the floor and releasing poisonous gas at the same time. As long as it is inhaled into the body, it will be poisoned immediately. Therefore, even if Magellan's attention is not on them now, these prisoners still look like they are facing an enemy. In the center of the aisle, Magellan slowly stood up. Don't bother to care about these prisoners at all. Although these guys are on the 6th floor, any one of them, placed in the sea outside, would be a terrifying pirate. But he knew very well that even these guys combined might not be as big a threat as Luo Xiu, someone who was focused on by Marshal Sengoku and was able to emerge from the cell unscathed on his own. So tricky. Under his blood-red eyes, he was firmly locked in the shadow. Disc. From his devil-like mouth, he breathed out a breath of rich, poisonous gas. Luo Xiu was punched by Luo Xiu. Although he was not injured, he still felt uncomfortable. Luo Xiu didn't seem to have a very strong body, but the power he unleashed was terrifying. What a troublesome guy. Magellan's eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, the body is undergoing drastic changes. Venom overflowed from the body crazily, and pools of purple liquid seemed to be alive, gathering at the back. Golo, golo. The venom gathered together, making a sound like lava bubbling. In just a few breaths, a pool of highly toxic liquid gathered behind Magellan. Brush. Next moment, from the purple liquid, a poison pillar broke out and swelled in the storm. Then the poisonous pillar took shape in the air and turned into a huge poisonous dragon. Soon, 2 more identical poisonous dragons came out of it. 3 poisonous dragons with ferocious, bloody mouths danced in the air. A suffocating sense of oppression instantly swept through the entire 6th-floor cell. Sizzle. The poisonous dragon has a mouth, and the venom dripping from its mouth is highly corrosive. Poison dragon, Magellan's fruit ability. What a strong sense of oppression. Seeing the poisonous dragon coming out, the prisoners' thoughts were immediately suppressed. It wasn't just them, Bullet. The aloof red face couldn't help but frown. They know that the most frightening thing about Magellan's fruit ability is not how powerful his attack power is, but the fact that the poison covers a wide range and is too toxic. 3 poisonous dragons rushed towards them. As long as they were stained with a little venom, they would be instantly poisoned and lose their ability to fight. And in such a narrow space in the prison city, even if Luo Xiu was fast, he could not avoid it. It's time to end. Magellan murmured coldly. The words fell. His toes slammed onto the ground. The body shape shoots out like a cannonball. The venom sputtered out and dripped onto the wall, which was riddled with holes. Opposite Luo Xiu, looking at Magellan arriving with a poisonous dragon, his expression remained indifferent. He raised his dark and sharp eyes and clenched his fists. With his feet impelled down on the 6th floor, his body sank suddenly. Rocks were flying, and Luo Xiu had already risen into the air, quickly heading towards Magellan. You are too young after all. Magellan sneered in his heart when he saw Luo Xiu advancing instead of retreating, accompanied by a low drink. 3 giant purple dragons with bared teeth and claws, carrying terrifying potential, rushed towards Luo Xiu. Well done. Luo Xiu raised his fists high and faced the poisonous dragon that was coming towards him. A black figure and 3 giant dragons dozens of times larger than him. Both are just 1 breath away. They bumped into each other. Boom. There was no explosion as expected. Luo Xiu's entire body was swallowed up by the poisonous dragon. Success. Seeing this, Magellan's expression changed. He is very confident about his poison fruit ability, as long as the poison dragon swallows it into his body. Regardless of whether he can come out of it or not, he will be poisoned and will be defeated without a fight. It's over. Bullet muttered in the cell with his eyes focused. This has just begun. Gu Gaoji's red eyes were cold. Although he didn't like the arrogance of Luo Xiu, Jr., his ultimate observation Haki told him that Luo Xiu was not suppressed when he entered the poison dragon. He came prepared. As expected, Luo Xiu will come out soon. The fact is exactly what he said. The moment he finished speaking, just hear a bang. The poisonous dragon that swallowed Luo Xiu danced violently in the air. It seemed to have been extremely painful. Next moment, a figure directly broke through the poisonous dragon's body and fell out like a bolt of lightning. And the moment he came out, Magellan's expression changed, and he drove the remaining 2 poisonous dragons to bite away. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Xiu waved his arms, and the power of the Ox Talisman spread all over his body. His fists seemed to be rolling the vast river, and they seemed to be shaking the mountains, trying to tear them into pieces. The violent force hit the poisonous dragon for just a moment. The two venomous purple dragons flanking each other collapsed like chickens and dogs. The vibrating energy destroyed the enclosed space wantonly. The prisoners were sweating profusely and avoiding the splattering venom, as if they were fighting the Magellan themselves. The next moment, Luo Xiu flashed behind Magellan. Lift your legs and sweep toward his head. Poison gas bomb. A chill rose up under Magellan's feet, and he felt a strong danger approaching. Without hesitation, he sprayed tear gas bubbles from his mouth, hoping to disrupt Luo Xiu's attack. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke rose, obscuring the view. However, in Luo Xiu's opinion, such a method has no effect at all. It's still just a child's trick. Observation Haki has already locked Magellan's position. There is no way he could avoid this kick. Boom. Whip kick down. After a dull sound, Magellan's head exploded, and his eardrums hurt from the explosion. Without any surprise, his body was kicked out again. It flew over a distance of tens of meters and hit a wall made of sea stone before stopping. 94, Chapter 94. I can prove it. His physique ignores devil fruit abilities. The poisonous dragon, as neutralized. Magellan was knocked away again. Seeing Magellan being knocked away by Luo Xiu again, the big pirates on the 6th floor couldn't help but refocus their attention on Luo Xiu. This boy, who looked younger than any of them, seemed a little too strong. Strange, what kind of ability is this? You can actually be immune to Magellan's poison, Bullet muttered. In the previous battle, although Luo Xiu's performance was pretty good, there was nothing surprising about it. But the scene just now had a bit of an impact on his worldview. Magellan's poisonous dragon, not to mention bathing the whole person in it, just a little bit can cause death. Even he had to cover his whole body with armament Haki in order to be as unaffected as possible. But Luo Xiu has neither armament Haki nor any other special behavior. Just resisting with your body can achieve this effect. It's really a bit too much for what you think. Is the Magellan fruit's power weakened? Oh, did I ask the body strong enough to not be affected by the venom? You brat, you really have something, Gu Gao Jihong said lightly. Although under observation Haki, he knew that Luo Xiu would come out, but he actually didn't know why. Because he has never seen anything like this before. It's because of Luo Xiu's strong physique. His physical fitness is already strong enough to be immune to the effects of the fruit's ability. At this time, Crocodile, who had been silently watching the battle outside, suddenly said, "Crocodile?" Bullet was a little surprised. His childhood rival was actually imprisoned in Impel Down. "Kid, do you know him? Why are you so sure?" Gu Gao Jihong frowned and asked. The three of them knew observation Haki and had a strong sense of hearing. Their communication did not seem abrupt at this time. Crocodile ignored Bullet and continued what Gu Gao Jihong said. "We know you. Because I fought with him. When in Alabasta, Crocodile also used fruit abilities. The assimilated sand has side effects. Any creature that is touched by the sand he manipulates will be instantly sucked dry and lose its ability to fight. Originally, this ability could be said to be almost invincible until he met Luo Xiu. The scene where he ignored the effect of the fruit is still vivid in Crocodile's mind. Before, he didn't understand why, and thought it was just that he was not strong enough and that his fruit ability had not reached the level where Luo Xiu could break through his defense. But now it seems that it is not the fruit, but Luo Xiu's physique. Even Magellan, who has awakened the fruit to this extent, still cannot affect this pervert guy. Crocodile came out of a large-scale attack, then was pressed against Luo Xiu, and then kicked away. This scene felt like it happened yesterday to Crocodile, except that he was replaced by Magellan. For some reason, Luo Xiu kicked someone as strong as Magellan away in the same way. Crocodile felt a sense of peace in his heart. "Have you fought him?" Bullet and Gu Gao Jihong asked at the same time, not understanding what Crocodile meant. That I was sent in by him," Crocodile said calmly, seeming to have accepted it all calmly. Gu Gao Jihong. "Bullet?" Crocodile coughed awkwardly and continued, "Don't be surprised. Not only was I defeated, Admiral Kizaru was also beaten by him." Gu Gao Jihong. "Bullet?" "Wow." Under the wall at the end of the aisle, Magellan stood up from the rubble and shook the stones off his body. "I feel a little top-heavy, and my legs are a little weak." He shook his head vigorously to regain consciousness. Compared to the physical pain, his inner emotions at the moment were the most difficult to bear. Because .my poisonous dragon has lost its effect. It obviously wrapped the other party, but it didn't poison the other party at all. Instead, he was violently hammered. This is the first time he has encountered this situation since he awakened from devil fruit. As a person with poison fruit ability, he knows better than anyone how harmful his venom is to living things. Even I, the owner of the fruit, suffered from it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have diarrhea several times a day, and his breath would make even Suddy-chan unwilling to have more contact with him. However, it is really unimaginable that Luo Xiu can be even more immune than himself. Is it because Luo Xiu ate the fruit that is immune to venom? Magellan thought to himself. However, the moment this idea arose, he rejected it. Because according to the information Sengoku gave him, Luo Xiu's fruit ability is to spit out explosive flames. It's really hard to figure out. Magellan was a little confused and simply stopped thinking about it. The poison lost its effect, and the overwhelming advantage he relied on disappeared. Facing Luo Xiu, he felt unprecedented pressure. But the fighting has not stopped yet. We can't let him get close. Magellan thought to himself. Luo Xiu's strength was too great, and he was completely at a disadvantage when fighting close to him. Think about this. Magellan's footsteps slammed on the ground. The momentum was lifted instantly. Poisonous pufferfish. From a completely venomous mouth, several small balls composed of purple venom were spit out, and they quickly attacked Luo Xiu. They are densely packed, like cannonballs, and will explode upon contact. Luo Xiu shook off some of the poison on his hands and looked at the poisonous balls pouring out with cold eyes. He squatted slightly, and explosive energy gathered between his legs. The next moment, he tipped his toes sharply. Boom. In place, a large crater several meters wide appeared, and cracks spread like a spider web. Luo Xiu's figure flew out like a cannonball. The speed is extremely fast, dodging those purple poison bullets that scratch the face. Swish, brush, brush. In Magellan's sight, he only saw black lightning, moving sideways at an outrageous speed. Every time he stepped on a position, there was an explosion. None of the poison balls he sprayed hit the opponent. Oops. Magellan was shocked, and in just a moment, Luo Xiu closed the distance between him. Knowing that he couldn't be pressed close to his body, he immediately retreated backwards. However, Magellan's strength has always been venom, not speed. After a while, he was caught up by Luo Xiu. Punch him in the face. Boom. Magellan was directly hammered away. Next moment, Luo Xiu's figure flashed on the spot and appeared above Magellan. Kicked down. Boom. There was another muffled sound. Magellan's body slammed into the stone slab. If it weren't for the fact that this was already the lowest level of Impel Down, the strength of this kick could directly penetrate the floor and reach deep. At this moment, the elevator on the 6th floor dinged and the elevator door opened. Impel Down's large force rushed to the scene. 95. Chapter 95 Impel Down, the upcoming riot. The leader has a bare upper body. His belly bulges like an evil ghost. His eyebrows extend like horns. He has a fake beard like a pharaoh, and he holds a trident in his hand. On both sides of him stood a tall and beautiful woman. One held the same trident, had a hot figure, curly blonde hair, and wore a tight peach leather jacket and spiked high-heeled shoes. One has an elegant temperament, wearing a pair of reddish-brown sunglasses, a hat slung across his body to block his right eye, and has blonde, long, and curly hair. They are Hannibal, Deputy Director of Impel Down, Sachi, the Chief Warden, and Domino, the Chief Warden. Behind them stood a group of jailers armed with weapons. However, as soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they saw an unforgettable scene in their lives. The big-mouthed bosses all had faces full of disbelief. The Warden was actually being beaten violently. Deputy Director Hannibal was stunned for a while. He thought he had seen it wrong. He raised his arm and rubbed his eyes vigorously. However, the scene before him did not change at all because of this move. The Warden was really being beaten. This is not what's going on. Although he has always wanted to be promoted and replace Magellan, he still has great trust in the strength of the current Impel Down Warden. In Impel Down, it can be said that no one can defeat him. The power of the poison fruit is enough to sweep away any prisoner. But now he was beaten so hard that he had no chance to fight back. Yes, it's Luo Xiu. Domino on the side recognized the man who beat the Warden violently, covering his mouth and exclaimed in shock. However, they did not wait for their next reaction. There was another explosion. Magellan's body was hammered away by Luo Xiu again and fell onto the stone slab, creating a deep pit. Brush. Just as Magellan landed, Luo Xiu followed closely behind. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Magellan, then threw him into the air and kicked him away. He violently kicked Warden Magellan away and slid on the ground for a long distance before he managed to regain his balance. Just in time, it stopped in front of the deputy director and chief jailer. Dian, Warden, are you injured? Domino covered his mouth and said worriedly. The warden was beaten so badly. This is the first time I have seen this kind of scene since I started working at Impel Down. For a moment, she was a little panicked. Magellan coughed violently. I felt the heaven and earth shaking for a while, and Domino's voice came to my ears. His body looked like it was falling apart, with varying degrees of damage. However, soon, as a top powerhouse, he regained consciousness and adjusted. He slowly climbed up from the ground and looked directly at Luo Xiu. Too fast. There are only a few words to describe Luo Xiu. The speed is unimaginable. It's simply impossible not to be hugged. Moreover, the other party seem to be immune to poison. If the situation continues like this, there is no doubt that it will be defeated. We have to delay as much time as possible. He swallowed, calculating in his mind. Admiral of Headquarters Sakazuki and Porcelino are coming to Impel Down. He believed that all he had to do was wait until they came. The current form can be reversed in an instant. Bring all the troops and Impel Down. Have someone release the prisoner Shiryu of Rain. Tell him that solving the riot is an opportunity to atone for his sins. Magellan announced the next thing in the shortest possible time. Yes. Deputy Director Hannibal stood up straight and ordered immediately. Although he really wanted to be promoted, at this time, solving the trouble before him was the most important thing. There are a lot of people here. Luo Xiu didn't care. His figure landed in the corridor and glanced at the Impel Down guards who were coming over, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The people glanced by Luo Xiu's eyes swallowed their saliva, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, as if a lion majesty crawled across their backs, and fear emerged from their hearts involuntarily. He couldn't help but hold the weapon tightly in his hands, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. How strong must a guy be to be able to beat up the warden? They feel sweaty just thinking about it. However, their strength did not require Luo Xiu to take action. He looked at the prisoners in the cells. Say, all the prisoners glanced by Luo Xiu's cold eyes looked as if they were cold. The doubts about Luo Xiu just now completely disappeared. They are very confident in their own strength and very arrogant, but no one who can be locked up on the 6th floor is an idiot. The man in front of me is holding Magellan down, and he probably has Admiral-level combat power. Luo Xiu looked at the reactions of these prisoners and smiled. Very good. The shocking effect of powerful strength has been achieved. Next moment, Luo Xiu's momentum sank slightly. The magic of the dragon spell triggers. A huge fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. As the magic power continued to pour in, it became huge and hot. The dim 6th floor is mapped brightly. It's like there is a sun hanging above. Magellan's expression suddenly changed when he saw such a scene. It wasn't because of the exploding fireball in Luo Xiu's hand, but because Luo Xiu's sight dot was not on himself, but on the prisoners. Luo Xiu is going to release all the prisoners on the 6th floor. Think about this. Magellan's heart tightened suddenly, and he roared angrily. Damn it, you. However, his words had just been shouted. Luo Xiu moved. The fireball in his hand was instantly activated and bombarded a wall. Immediately afterwards, countless fireballs burst out. Boom, boom, boom. In just a moment, the sound of continuous explosions resounded throughout the entire 6th floor cell. The fire filled the sky, blocking sight. The prisoner's cell was directly blown to pieces by the bursting flames, and the chains that trapped the prisoner were also melted by the fireball. After the fire disappeared, the entire 6th floor was already miserable. The prisoners were eager to jump out of their cells. I'm finally free. Suddenly, the air feels a lot fresher. Impel Down, prepare for a riot. If the roles were reversed, I would let you know what cruelty is. Impel Down to the 6th floor, ushering in the largest prisoner riot in history. Everyone looked at the Impel Down guards with stern eyes. As the current warden of Impel Down, Magellan was extremely angry when he saw the reveling and rioting prisoners. Under the extreme anger, the purple venom on his body instantly faded and turned into bright red, and he himself completely transformed into a red poisonous man. The venom mixed and swelled in his body like crazy. The momentum is extraordinary, rising to the extreme. Quick, get out of here. Upon seeing this, Deputy Director Hannibal's face changed suddenly, and he quickly led his men to distance themselves from Magellan. He knew the warden was going crazy. In his sight, a giant skeleton poisonous man had taken shape behind Magellan. A sense of oppression instantly swept through the entire Impel Down. 96. Chapter 96. Magellan is defeated. Admiral is coming. Combelt, Impel Down Outer Sea area. On a special powered warship. Marine Admiral Kizaru and Akainu stood on the deck of the ship and headed towards the Impel Down. At this moment, Admiral Kizaru felt a little uneasy in his heart. The closer he got to Impel Down, his eyelids were twitching, and he always felt like something was going to happen. Ever since I learned that the green-skinned monster was related to Luo Xiu and might be one of the 8 demons, this bad feeling never disappeared. Akainu, on the other hand, is quite calm compared to Kizaru. Poor Salino. Even if Luo Xiu is really free to enter and leave Impel Down, he will be arrested again. Akainu said with a determined expression. Adjust your mentality. Justice cannot be defeated. If he could arrest Luo Xiu the first time, he would be confident to arrest Luo Xiu the second time. Even if Luo Xiu was suspected of showing weakness for the first time, he did not think that his true strength could stand up to him and Porcelino. It's just that the process will be a little more troublesome. Besides, there are Magellans guarding Impel Down. His poisonous fruit works wonders against fast people in the Impel Down closed space. Akainu continued. Kizaru exhaled slowly. This is the next best thing, but the monster named Bogang. I always feel like he might appear in Impel Down with Luo Xiu. Hearing this, Akainu took off his hat and reached out to touch the top of his head. So what if it appears? Bogang's huge body is like a living target. Solving it should be easier than Luo Xiu. And it can't be an Impel Down either. Akainu didn't think Bogang was pulling any tricks, even if it is very likely to be the second demon. He believed that his lava fruit could be punched down. If the opponent can't dodge, he will definitely punch a hole in the opponent. And judging from the report, Bogang only appeared in the Combelt and G2 branches. With such a large size, if it was really an Impel Down, Warden Magellan would have reported the information to Naval Headquarters long ago. Kizaru nodded. That was indeed the case, and did not continue on this topic. At this moment, Akainu, who was standing on the bow of the ship, suddenly frowned and quickly put his hat back on his head. Wrong. There is a situation in Impel Down. At this time, the warship they were on was almost approaching the underwater prison. With observation Haki's perception, he can clearly detect that a commotion is taking place inside Impel Down. This is very abnormal for the strongest prison, which is usually extremely solemn. It's a prisoner riot. Kizaru naturally noticed it and exclaimed in shock. The two looked at each other and saw a hint of worry in each other's pupils. Could it be that it's Luo Xiu? There was no hesitation. Order the warship to increase its speed to the highest speed and approach Impel Down at top speed. Impel Down within. Magellan's eyes were fixed on Luo Xiu, with thick red venom dripping from his pupils. It landed on the stone slab and made a sizzling sound. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell, accompanied by a loud shout. The giant red skull behind Magellan danced crazily. He raised his arm and struck with his giant palm in the air. At this moment, the entire space corridor seemed to be occupied by giant palms. Poisonous gas and venom were flying everywhere, and the giant palms carried terrifying power for precise strikes. However, although this palm was hitting Luo Xiu due to its size, it was more like an indiscriminate attack. It's Magellan's venom. Run! Damn it! Don't let it get venom on you. The prisoner who had just come out of the cell looked at the horrific scene in front of him, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The figures jumped back one after another, escaping out of Magellan's range attack. Armament color hardened. Bullet's face was arrogant. Armament Haki mentioned. In an instant, the dark-armed color enveloped his whole body. Under the reflection of the firelight, it shines with an indescribable luster. It's really unpleasant. Gugao Jihong muttered as he looked at the giant palm that was blasted down. He doesn't know armament Haki, but his speed and observation Haki are enough for him to cope with such a scene. The figure floated through the cell like a thunderbolt, landing firmly in a blind spot. Desert Sword. It would be much more difficult for Crocodile to compete with Bullet and Gugao Jihong. As soon as he came out of the cell, he saw the venom covering the sky pouring down. What a fucking coincidence. Without any hesitation, a giant sword made of gravel took shape in his hand and was blocked in front of him. To avoid venom invasion. Boom. At this time, the palm of the giant skeleton poisonous man has already fallen down. At the same time, Luo Xiu stood in the middle of his palms, his figure indifferent, looking up at the red skull that looked scary but actually posed no threat to him. A light flashed in his eyes. He bowed like a shrimp. Using the waist as the point of force, violent power is accumulated in the body. Boom. After a loud bang, Luo Xiu was like a cannonball, advancing instead of retreating, hitting the center of the giant palm. Both fists were waved in the air, and the penetrating force was transmitted through the arms and gathered between the fist bones. A thud. The collision between the giant palm and Luo Xiu was no less than a giant bomb detonating. The sound alone made people couldn't help but cover their ears. And at the moment when the two collided, terrifying waves slashed in all directions like sharp knives. The floor was torn apart by air currents, the walls trembled and exploded, and red venom flew everywhere. The prisoners looked at this horrific scene with their mouths wide open. What a monster! Bullet, Gugao Jihong and others said with twitching corners of their mouths when they saw Luo Xiu not evading, but fighting violence with violence. They didn't expect that Luo Xiu's response method would be so simple and crude. Directly blast away the poisonous palm. In the corridor, there is a giant skeleton poisonous man, whose palms are made of red venom, turning into venom and dripping, like a disabled giant who has lost his hand. But soon, under Magellan's fruit power, venom once again gathered from his body and reorganized into a complete arm. Come again, Magellan roared. He didn't believe that Luo Xiu was really immune to all poisons. He believed that as long as he continued to attack with venom, there would always be a scene where the opponent's defense would be broken. The giant hole waved its arms and slammed them into the air, trying to slap Luo Xiu into the palm of his hand. It's really troublesome. Luo Xiu looked at the palms attacking from both sides and slowly exhaled a hot breath. Next moment, the dragon spell triggers. Buzz. A ball of blazing flames erupted from Luo Xiu's mouth and shot towards the red palm. Moment. Fire splattered. Sizzle. There was a sound like burning. The moment the explosive flame exploded, it was like a tarsal maggot, enveloping the red venom. The scorching heat continuously evaporates the venom, turning it into black embers. At the same time, Luo Xiu's figure flashed on the spot. Without any warning, he came to Magellan's body. Blazing flames formed in his hands and blasted out towards his back. Magellan was horrified when he saw this. However, he knew he was about to suffer a serious blow, but he couldn't react at all. Subconsciously, he used his arms that turned into venom to block. Boom. The dazzling fire exploded, no less than a cannonball detonating on the 6th floor. The entire 6th floor shook uncontrollably. Ahem. Magellan's body was burnt black everywhere, and his face was covered with a layer of black ashes. He coughed a few times, and a mouthful of blood emerged from his throat and was spat out. Kneeling on one knee, his condition looked extremely bad. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that Luo Xiu's strength and his current state had no chance of winning. However, this battle is far from over. Luo Xiu, you can't escape Impel Down after all. Magellan struggled to stand up, breathing heavily. He had already sensed that 2 Marine Admirals were coming. Luo Xiu was destined to be arrested again. Luo Xiu frowned and also realized it, looking at the ceiling above the 6th floor. Next moment, just heard a loud shout coming from above. Dark Hound, 97, Chapter 97, 2 Marine Admirals. The words fell. Rolling magma blasted down from above. The stone slab was melted instantly, and the air temperature rose rapidly. A hellhound head composed entirely of magma appeared in people's sight. The target was clearly Luo Xiu, who was standing in the aisle. Brush. Momentum surges. He raised his arm, and a ball of blazing flames instantly shot out. The bursting fire broke away from gravity and struck upward, tearing apart layers of air. Boom. Fireball and Magma Dark Hound collided in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion. Violent energy raged in this space. Magma burst out, and the place it passed was like purgatory. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Soon, another tall figure appeared from above the 6th floor. The dazzling light made it difficult to open one's eyes. The speed at which the yellow laser spreads is unbelievable. The entire dim 6th floor was illuminated in bright yellow. But in this yellow light, there is terrifying energy. It only took a short second for him to fall from the figure. Countless light bullets shot out from his body, like raindrops, thinking about Luo Xiu covering them. Rumble. The sky was filled with light, loud explosions were heard, and the entire Impel Down was plunged into riots at this moment. Outside the comm belt, the super-large Sea Kings that were cruising slowly around the Impel Down felt the terrifying atmosphere inside and stayed away from the place. Clatter. A tall figure wearing a red suit, a blood-red rose embroidered on the chest, and a marine hat landed next to Magellan. Similarly, another figure wearing a yellow and white striped suit with short curly hair stood on the other side. The hot wind blows away the poisonous gas. The sense of oppression shrouding the 6th floor instantly increased by more than one level. Marine Admiral, Sakazuki, poor Salino. The prisoners who had barely escaped the light bomb explosion couldn't help but take a breath when they saw the incoming person. The momentum that was about to overturn everything just now became much more restrained in an instant. If Magellan was the only one here before, they might have been better off because Luo Xiu alone was enough to restrict them. And if they work together, escaping from the Impel Down is a sure thing. But not facing the Marine Admiral, and both of them. The possibility of jailbreaking is greatly reduced. At this moment, in the 6th floor, the prisoners became quiet, and a biting chill rose up under their feet. Even the high temperature left behind by the explosion cannot be driven away. Ouch. The Marine Admiral is here. Things are getting into trouble. Armament Haki's bullet, covering his whole body, looked at the 2 Marine Admirals who came here, scratched his head and murmured, 2 Marine Admirals. Even in his peak form, he may not be able to defeat one of them. Not even those 4 emperors on the sea could defeat 2 Marine Admirals at the same time. Luo Xiu, I'm afraid he's going to be in big trouble. But while sighing, he was also a little strange. Marine Admiral support was so fast. Impel Down arrived just after the incident. Naval headquarters seems to be a long way from Impel Down. Could it be that they came here not just because of the riots in Impel Down, but because of other things? Bullet murmured in his mind. When he saw Kaido and Kizaru's eyes fixed on Luo Xiu after they appeared, he became even more sure of his suspicion. Could it be because of Luo Xiu? The more I think about it, the more possible it becomes. Bullet found things more and more interesting. Even though his identity did not attract the 2 Marine Admirals' attention, Luo Xiu could actually do this. Who on earth is this brat? He deserves 2 admirals from naval headquarters. Bullet stared at Luo Xiu with burning eyes. Luo Xiu's brief self-introduction came to mind. Demon? Holy Lord? The figure disappeared into the crowd. Bullet did not leave in a hurry, silently watching everything that was about to happen. The more chaotic the situation, the better for him. At the same time, he also wanted to know, how would Luo Xiu deal with such a scene? In addition, Gugao Jihong narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly retreated behind the people. With Admiral-level pressure, he wouldn't be too worried if he was in full strength, but now that his situation is extremely poor, he chose not to touch its edge. Besides, their target was Luo Xiu, so they could reap the benefits. Crocodile was different. His arms turned into gravel, and he stared at Kizaru with undisguised anger. However, Kizaru completely ignored him. In the reflection of his pupils, there was only Luo Xiu. Akainu, Kizaru. Luo Xiu looked at the Marine Admiral who came here, not much surprised. There is no doubt that this is specially for myself. Luo Xiu. As expected, you were arrested on purpose, Kizaru said through gritted teeth with an ugly expression on his face. Let Admiral, a salty fish who has always been casual and lazy, show such an expression. He was really shadowed by Luo Xiu. If before entering Impel Down, he still had a bit of luck in his previous guess, then the moment he saw Luo Xiu. Everything is clear. Everything Marshal Sengoku deduced was correct. The ominous premonition I had always had was right. Luo Xiu was arrested and trapped on the 6th floor, all pretending. That is to say, as for Marine, he never really defeated Luo Xiu once. Instead, he was kept in the dark and played around with him. Suddenly, he regretted agreeing to Marshal Sengoku's original public execution proposal. Now it seems that not only did it not have the effect of deterring the pirates, but it made the public execution a joke. If at that time, Luo Xiu could be executed on the spot. Nothing is possible anymore. Even though he was standing opposite Luo Xiu, he couldn't help but lament Luo Xiu's bravery and carefulness, and actually put himself in danger. After restraining his divergent thoughts, Kizaru locked his eyes on Luo Xiu, and a strong aura swept over him instantly. Difficult guy. But Marine's justice will not change because of you. Akainu on the side could no longer hold back any longer, and exhaled a breath of magma heat with a sonorous tone. Compared to the last time they met, his expression was much more solemn. Little bits of hot magma dripped down from Akainu's face. Magma instantly covered his arm. The terrifying high temperature seems to melt everything. The smoke and dust are billowing, and the momentum is overwhelming. Next moment, his figure suddenly rose up, rushed straight out. Accept justice. Dog bites Guren. The arm carrying the terrifyingly high magma turned into a ferocious dog head the moment it approached Luo Xiu. Akainu, who transformed into lava, shouted loudly, his ferocious dog head biting the air, and the poisonous gas that filled the air was instantly ignited. Justice. Luo Xiu sneered in his heart. Luo Xiu was not impressed by Marine's justice. Justice is never just about words. Buzz. The momentum suddenly rose. Luo Xiu's deep eyes looked at the oncoming magma fist. The figure flashed to avoid the attack. At the same time, Impel Down the warden's office. Deputy Director Hannibal took out his phone and dialed the Naval Headquarters office. 98. Chapter 98 live broadcast in Impel Down. Hello, this is Naval Headquarters. I'm Marshal Sengoku. In Marshal Marineford's office, Sengoku answered the phone. A panicked and urgent voice came from the phone bug's mouth. Marshal, there is an emergency in Impel Down. The heavy-duty prisoners on the 6th floor rioted. Request support. There was a riot in Impel Down. And it's the 6th floor. Sengoku's face changed in shock. What's going on? As the toughest cell, Impel Down has held countless high-profile prisoners over the years, but there has never been any accident. Not to mention riots, there are only a few people who can sneak in. How could large-scale riots suddenly occur? Yes, it's Luo Xiu. He released all the prisoners on the 6th floor. Hannibal's tone was mixed with fear and bewilderment. What? Sengoku's heart shrank when he heard these two names. It's him again. Damn, the situation that I least expected to see happened. This means that Luo Xiu himself has come out of Impel Down, and his previous speculation is true. Where's Magellan? Have you made it yet? Sengoku suppressed his emotions and asked in a deep voice. Yin, the warden has arrived, but was defeated by Luo Xiu. The scene of Magellan being beaten by Luo Xiu appeared in Hannibal's mind, and his voice trembled involuntarily. The battle is defeated. Sengoku frowned. The news is terrible. Magellan's combat power in Impel Down is not ordinary, and the poison fruit can work wonders in a narrow space. Luo Xiu can defeat Magellan. You don't need to think about it. He must be immune to Magellan's fruit ability. This makes an already difficult matter even more passive. However, thinking that the two admirals, Kizaru and Akainu, had already rushed to Impel Down, his mood calmed down a little. Broadcast the current scene on the 6th floor to headquarters. I'll send reinforcements later. After hurriedly hanging up the phone, Sengoku waved his hand, and several Marine soldiers guarding the door came forward. Call Vice Admiral Garp and Crane Vice Admiral, as well as the top Marine generals. We have something important to discuss. Then he picked up another phone and called Marine Admiral Akiji, who was on duty at the branch near the comm belt. People came quickly to the Naval Headquarters conference hall. A huge projection screen is hung on the wall in the hall. Sengoku, who wore toad eyes and a seagull hat, sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression. Garp, who is wearing a marine cloak of justice and has gray hair, is beside him. Crane Vice Admiral crossed his hands on the table and looked at Marshal Sengoku with sharp eyes. Some other Marine generals were sitting near the door. The atmosphere in the hall seemed a bit dull. At this juncture, the Marshal suddenly convened an emergency meeting, which must be a big event. Moreover, judging from the expression on Marshal Sengoku's face, The big event seemed to be very unfavorable to Marine. There was a riot in Impel Down. Luo Xiu and the prisoners on the 6th floor got her out. Sengoku broke the dull atmosphere when he saw everyone gathered. But it's better not to speak, but this time he spoke. Swish, 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 to everyone's eyes instantly focused on the marshal of the headquarters. Some are surprised, some are puzzled, some are shocked, and most of them are unbelievable. They thought something big was going to happen. But I never expected that the prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down would collectively riot. And Luo Xiu was involved again. There was a bang. Garp punched the table with his fist, his face furious. Sengoku, what's going on? Can't we just let him live a good life in peace for a few days? Safest Impel Down. Something will happen. Crane Vice Admiral also had doubts and fear in his eyes, because things seemed to be developing in an uncontrollable direction. At this time, a Marine soldier came forward, holding a video phone bug in his hand. Marshal, Impel Down Deputy Director Hannibal has transferred the video call bug. Do you want to put it on the screen? Sengoku exhaled slowly and nodded. The Marine soldier stepped back, placed the video phone bug on the table of the conference hall, and cast the screen. Sengoku glanced at the people with mixed emotions and continued. The Deputy Director of Impel Down, Hannibal, has called. The situation is true. But Sakazuki and Porcellino have already headed to Impel Down. Don't panic too much. They should be almost here by now. There are 2 admirals in charge, as well as Magellan and a number of Impel Down troops, large and small. It is not that simple for those prisoners to successfully escape from Impel Down. Click. The big screen hanging on the wall lights up. Connect Impel Down and Naval Headquarters, which are miles apart. Some phone bugs that had not been destroyed on the 6th floor recorded everything that was happening and transmitted it to the site of a group of Marine senior generals. In the screen, the first thing that caught the eye was a group of prisoners wearing black and white stripes in the devastated 6th floor of the prison. When the senior Marine generals saw this scene, their expressions were indescribably ugly. Many of these prisoners were personally sent in by them, and they were all extremely dangerous guys. Now they're coming out of the prison openly, which shows that the order of the 6th floor has been completely shattered. Things are worse than imagined. But soon they discovered something was wrong, because it stands to reason that if these prisoners who have been locked up for such a long time can come out, they must be cheering. But now they found that these prisoners were all eerily quiet, and all their eyes were focused in one direction. Looking at the end of their field of vision, there stood a man 2 meters tall with black hair and black eyes. Luo Xiu. Sengoku looked at the person in the picture and squeezed out these 2 words through his teeth. The only trace of luck left in my heart also disappeared. Everyone's hearts melted at the moment Luo Xiu appeared. Castahays. But soon their mood slowed down, because the figures of Sakazuki and Porcellino slowly appeared on the screen. Sakazuki Admiral. Porcellino Admiral. The appearance of the 2 people slightly relieved the dull atmosphere in the hall. There are 2 admirals here, and there is also Magellan Warden. Even Luo Xiu cannot escape from his Impel Down. A Marine general expressed his opinion. It was the 2 Marine Admirals who captured Luo Xiu before, and he believed that if they faced each other again now, the result would definitely be the same. As long as Luo Xiu is dealt with, the remaining people will not pose much of a threat. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Garp expressed a different opinion. Among these prisoners, there are 2 guys who are very powerful. If they join forces, they have a chance to break out. Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral nodded as senior staff who had been active in naval headquarters since the Rocks era. They naturally knew who Garp was talking about. Aloof Red and Bullet, a former crew member of the Roger Pirates. So I've asked Kuzan to rush to Impel Down. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss how many additional troops need to be sent to support. This time of violent suppression, there must be no more accidents. 99. Chapter 99, The Second Greatest Devil. The wave just appeared. Sengoku's words made some Marine generals freeze in their hearts. Marine Admiral Kuzan was also rushing to Impel Down. Be good. Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral. Are they gathering together to Impel Down? Since the days of rocks, the age of discovery begins. I have never seen such a grand scene. In addition, additional manpower must be sent to support Impel Down. It seems that something big is about to happen. Garp and Crane Vice Admiral nodded, agreeing with Sengoku's decision. Facing Luo Xiu, he must be suppressed with the strongest force. From their encounter with Luo Xiu during this period, they understood one thing deeply. Luo Xiu is not only powerful, but also very cunning as his opponent. There can be no taking it lightly or taking any chances. After discussion, Sengoku finally decided on the reinforcements. There are 6 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, 9 Naval Headquarters Rear Admirals, 15 Naval Headquarters warships, and 20,000 Marine soldiers. When these numbers were announced, some of the senior generals present took a deep breath. The Marine soldier standing next to the video phone couldn't help shaking his body and wiping the sweat on his forehead with his hand. You know, even Naval Headquarters Buster Call only has 10 battleships and 5 Vice Admiral and Marine elite combat forces. Being able to dispatch a large number of troops, even though there are already 3 Marine Admirals, shows how much Sengoku attaches importance to Luo Xiu. After Sengoku gave the order, the person responsible for executing the plan immediately walked out of the conference hall. Marshal, actually there is no need to be too pessimistic. With 3 Marine Admirals and Magellan present, there is a high probability that Luo Xiu will be arrested in advance. The Admiral candidate, who was wearing a pair of slippers and a bowler hat, said optimistically. There are many others who hold the same thoughts as him. I hope so. Sengoku nodded. Logically speaking, things will indeed be as Jiaji said. There are 3 Marine Admirals, as well as the 4 Magellan who are not inferior to the Marine Admirals in Impel Down, as well as the troops up and down in Impel Down. To stop this riot, the overall combat power is actually even better. But for some reason, his eyelids were always twitching, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Maybe it's because of the recent appearance of Bo Gang. Maybe it's because Luo Xiu may have unknown strength. Sengoku isn't sure. Just as uncertain as him are Vice Admiral Garp and Crane Vice Admiral. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw a hint of uneasiness in each other's eyes. At this time, the screen hanging on the wall suddenly shook. Everyone's eyes turned and looked at the situation inside Impel Down. In the screen, after Luo Xiu dodged Kizaru's attack again, he fell aside. Luo Xiu, are you scared? Akainu twisted his neck and sneered as he looked at Luo Xiu, who used his speed to avoid his attack but did not fight back. He said this on his lips, but he was thinking about it in his heart. According to past experience, Luo Xiu is not a weak person. Thinking back to the first time he played against Luo Xiu, he had reason to suspect that this guy was planning something else. In the passage, magma exploded and smelted stones. Luo Xiu died. Some prisoners suffered. Damn it, what happened to Luo Xiu? Facing 2 Marine Admirals, are you scared? How is it possible to escape from Impel Down like this? I don't even have the courage to attack Admiral, damn. The criminals on the 6th floor were still counting on Luo Xiu to be able to hold off the 2 Marine Admirals so that they could escape in the chaos. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu, who had just pinned Magellan to the ground and hammered him, actually gave up. However, what was different from their reaction was that Sengoku from Naval Headquarters looked at this situation, and his heart skipped a beat. Wrong. Something's wrong. Marshal, what's wrong? What do you see in this? Some generals asked in confusion, not knowing what Marshal Sengoku was referring to. Sengoku didn't reply, his eyes still fixed on the screen. Inside, Luo Xiu stood firm and dismissed Akainu's words. Wanna fight me? Let's get over him first. While talking, he raised his arms. Then he pressed down hard. Boom. There seemed to be thunder from the sky. From top to bottom, a huge shadow was projected, covering everyone's sight, and the 6th floor, which was not very bright, was once again shrouded in shadow. Immediately afterwards, there was a harsh laughter, accompanied by the sound of licking lips. A huge object fell from the hole on the 5th floor and hit the corridor on the 6th floor hard. Squeak! The stone slabs shattered into slag, and the cells were crushed and deformed. Some heavy-duty prisoners didn't even have time to react before they were sat on there, but until they were reduced to a pulp. What is this? Why does this kind of creature appear and Impel Down? Is it Sea Kings? When the vision returned to clarity, some heavy-duty prisoners' faces were shocked. They looked at the green-skinned creature that was wider than the corridor on the 6th floor, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Gugao Jihong, Bullet, Crocodile, and others also looked at the monster with twinkling eyes, also not sure what happened. but they could tell from the aura on the green-skinned monster that it was definitely not Sea King's. Full of oppression. He is an extremely difficult guy. Bo Yang. Why did this monster appear here? Akainu and Kizaru felt their scalps go numb the moment they saw Bogang. While they were shocked, they were also puzzled. How did this wave just come in? Outside Impel Down, it can be described as an iron wall. It is impossible for such a huge creature to move without some warning. But soon, the two of them thought of the key point. It's Luo Xiu. Thinking of Luo Xiu and Bogang staying together before, combined with what he just said, Luo Xiu must have used some weird magic. Thinking of this, Kizaru and Akainu looked at each other. This means Bogang is really the second greatest evil. Luo Xiu. Bogang is the second of the 8 demons. Don't think you can hide it from Marine. Akainu looked at Luo Xiu, his voice low and dull. These words made the prisoners on the 6th floor even more confused. Bogang? 8 demons? The second? All are unfamiliar words. Only Crocodile, who had fought against Luo Xiu, realized the key. Hey, I understand. I finally understand. It turns out Marine was chasing Luo Xiu because of the devil. The 8 demons are what they are afraid of. Thinking of Alabastus incident, Crocodile understood why Admiral Kizaru secretly pursued Luo Xiu that day and threw himself into Impel Down. It's to hide this secret. Behind Luo Xiu, there is a force more powerful than any 4 emperors group. Bullet, Gu Gaohong, Rain Shiryu who killed the jailer, and some prisoners whose strength was second only to them all frowned and looked at Crocodile. You understand again. 100. Chapter 100 hard. Hard enough. Luo Xiu on the side looked at Akainu and sneered. What's wrong? You should still pay attention to the current situation. As soon as the words fell, Luo Xiu tapped his toes, jumped for life, and landed on Bogang's shoulders. They say that one can see farther by standing on the shoulders of giants. This sight is indeed true. He reached out and patted Bogang. These 2 people are full of flesh and blood. They are a great tonic. It depends on how you behave. Chi Lu. Bogang heard this and licked his tongue. Hey, then I won't be polite. Big eyes like red lanterns stared closely at Kizaru and Akainu. Kizaru and Akainu's expressions changed. Surprisingly, they can still talk. It is definitely a devil. They all blame this incomprehensible phenomenon on the devil. Don't take it lightly. To be worthy of being called a devil, your strength is definitely not simple. Kizaru said solemnly. Akainu naturally understands. Dog bites Guren. There was a loud shout. The arm turned into hot magma in an instant and blasted towards Bogang's huge body. The billowing smoke dispersed and rose into the sky. The speed was as fast as ultimate, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Bogang. The magma fist, which had enough penetrating power to pierce Whitebeard, exploded with a loud bang. Bo just refused to dodge and used his body to receive Akainu's punch. However, as expected, the scene of magma burning through the flesh did not appear. Only Akainu's expression of disbelief appeared. What happened? He was greatly puzzled. The fist clearly landed on Bogang's huge body, but the fist bone that turned into magma seemed to have hit a reinforced sea stone and could not penetrate at all. For Akainu, whose attack power is extremely explosive, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Unbelievable. The invincible move is useless. How hard is Bogang's body? Careful. Just when Akainu was doubting his life, Bo just raised his hand to attack. He slapped his arm sharply on his stomach. Like swatting a fly, I want to slap Akainu to death. Boom. Akainu reacted and retreated backwards. Amonkanjian's sword. Just as Bo was attacking, Kizaru's hand flashed with dazzling light, and a lightsaber taller than anyone else took shape. Call out. Immediately afterwards, a harsh sound broke through the air. Kizaru turned into a ray of light and rushed straight toward Bo. The lightsaber in his hand was raised high, and then he slashed down hard. Clang. The sound of metal colliding appears. The lightsaber caught Bogang's eye, and a burst of starlight appeared. But the result is no different from Akainu. It's just a little bit of skin scratching, but no real damage at all. Hateful. Kizaru saw that he couldn't hit the target, so he raised his hand and slashed down with his sword. Bang. Bogang's palm suddenly hit the lightsaber, pouring in huge force and directly hitting Kizaru's body against the prison wall. The broken rocks instantly buried him. Boom. Kizaru stood up and shook off the gravel from his body. What a strength, Kizaru murmured. If it weren't for his elemental body, this slap would have taken out the gall for him. At this time, the other side. Naval headquarters. Snap. Sengoku's pupils trembled as he witnessed everything on the 6th floor. A cup in hand. Fell to the ground. Torn apart. Something unexpected, yet within reason, happened. Bo Gang, the second greatest demon, actually appeared in Impel Down, and it's terrifyingly powerful. Garp's face was also shocked, and he didn't understand at all how Bo Gang's huge body suddenly appeared in Impel Down. But he understood that this must be Luo Xiu's mischief after the farewell. Boom. Garp pulled off the cloak from behind and slapped it on the table in the conference hall. Marshal Sengoku, I'm applying for a trip to Impel Down. The sound was like rolling thunder, resounding in the hearts of everyone. Everyone's eyes turned to the Marine hero. They naturally knew why Garp would make such a request at this time. The attacks of the 2 Marine Admirals could not break through Bo Gang's defense. The combat power of both sides is seriously tilted. If before that, they had great expectations for arresting Luo Xiu, then after Luo Xiu brought Bo Gang here, this expectation suddenly fell to the bottom. Absolutely not. Before Sengoku could speak, Crane Vice Admiral gave up the idea. Naval Headquarters has now sent 3 Marine Admirals, as well as a group of Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, Rear Admiral. The mighty army will definitely attract the attention of others. Nowadays, Naval Headquarters has a serious shortage of high-level combat power. If a pirate group joins forces and takes the opportunity to attack Marineford, the consequences will be disastrous. This concern is not unreasonable. Luo Xiu is not the only force on the sea opposite Marine. Those big pirates who want to crush Naval Headquarters to ashes have been keeping an eye on Naval Headquarters. At this time, spare your headquarters' combat power. It is very likely that pirate forces will unite and take advantage of the opportunity to capture Marineford. Crane Vice Admiral's concern is possible. Sengoku dismissed the soldiers cleaning the floor and rubbed his sore eyebrows. Indeed, someone must be stationed in Marineford. Although the current situation is very bad, but there is still a turning point. Kuzan is still on the way, and the army is on its way. Bo Gang is physically strong. His strength is also good, but he can see that he is not fast. After multiple rounds of bombing, it might be possible to break through its defenses. Believe in Sakazuki and the others. Impel Down on the 6th floor. Explosions, shouts, and bombardments came and went. The battle between Bo Gang and the 2 admirals has spread from the 6th floor to the entire Impel Down. Serious riots occurred in Wild Beast Hell, Starvation Hell, Blazing Hell, Freezing Hell, and even Nukama Land. The jailer beasts, prison guards, and jailers all mobilized to suppress the largest riot in history. The prisoners on the 6th floor, their faces twitching, looked at Bo Gang and Luo Xiu, who had broken through the 6th floor and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After listening to the words of Crocodile, the understanding king, they deeply realized the terror of the forces behind Luo Xiu. Just one Bogong is enough to restrain 2 Marine Admirals, and there are actually 6 of them like this. Not to mention the naval headquarters, even pirates like them who were not on the opposite side of Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel a chill rising from their feet. Like Lion Majesty crawling across the back and jumping straight to the forehead. What kind of organization can hide so many admiral-level powerhouses? At this time, they could understand why Marine wanted to kill Luo Xiu secretly. This is information that is enough to shock the entire sea. Walk. Get out of here before the chaos. Now is the perfect opportunity. Among the many prisoners, a man with a scar on his face said with sharp eyes. Bo Gang restricted the 2 Marine Admirals, while Magellan was injured and did not pose much of a threat for the time being. Now is the perfect opportunity to escape. The moment this idea appeared, his momentum rose, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the end of the aisle where no one was waiting. But just as he rushed out, a faster figure caught up with him. Click. He raised his hand to break its neck and threw it aside. 101. Chapter 101 Prisoners Fight. Ice Stage. Luo Xiu kicked aside the prisoners who wanted to take the opportunity to escape Impel Down, as if they were throwing away garbage. At the same time, he looked at the heavy-duty prisoners with cold eyes. The sudden scene caused everyone's faces to change color instantly. What Luo Xiu saw was the sweat dripping from his forehead crazily. What happened? Isn't Luo Xiu on his side? Why did he suddenly kill his own people? What is Luo Xiu doing? Damn, doesn't he want to get out? The faces of the prisoners were extremely ugly. My mind was even more confused. Things have reached this point, and the goal of escaping Impel Down is within reach. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu would suddenly come out to intercept him midway. As prisoners who were also imprisoned in the 6th floor, everyone instinctively defaulted to a united front. The common enemies are the Admiral of Headquarters, as well as Magellan and other powerful world government figures. At this time, the prisoners looked at each other and did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. But all eyes were focused on Luo Xiu, who was standing in the aisle. Puzzle, fear, uneasiness, a variety of emotions mixed together. Even prisoners who have been held at Impel Down for years can tell. If Luo Xiu could kill one without mercy, he would definitely be able to kill the second. All of a sudden, no one dared to escape towards the exit. Compared to Marine Admiral, the Luo Xiu in front of him seemed more terrifying. Think about it with your rusty brains. Why would Luo Xiu do this? At this time, a man with a height of more than 3 meters, a tall, strong body, and a very wide chin came out of the shadows and said coldly. Everyone looked over, and one person exclaimed with fear in his voice, Rain Shiryu. The former Impel Down's chief warden, whose strength was second only to Magellan, is now a heavy-duty prisoner on the 6th floor. Shiryu of the Rain, who was positioned as a prisoner by Magellan because he liked to torture prisoners, actually came out. Before Magellan, he asked the jailers to release him alone, but Shiryu of the Rain killed the jailers the moment he came out. As for helping Impel Down deal with Luo Xiu, you gave up without even thinking about it. The guy who can single-handedly cause headaches to the entire naval headquarters is no simple thing, and there seem to be many demons behind him. In contrast, escaping with Luo Xiu is a good choice. Why does this happen? Some guys with simple minds and well-developed limbs who had been in the cell for a long time were racking their brains to think. Bullet, Gugao Jihong, and others observed the situation silently. They naturally knew what Luo Xiu was doing. After all, even with their strength, if they want to go out, they have to pay something. It is simply impossible for these little karami to be free. Suddenly, among the prisoners, there was a guy with a bright mind whose eyes flashed. There is nothing he can do to help Luo Xiu now. But that doesn't mean there won't be any in the future. Thinking of this, he knelt down on one knee with a plop. He swore that he would do his best to do things for Luo Xiu after he left. One person figured it out, and the other prisoners followed suit and took action one after another. In the world of pirates, strength is valued, and now that freedom is at the forefront, there is almost no need to think about how to make a choice. All of a sudden, throughout the 6th floor of Impel Down, prisoners wearing striped clothes knelt down in front of another young man wearing striped clothes. This scene made Kizaru and Akainu, who were fighting Bo Gang, couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. There was something to say in his throat, but it seemed as if something was stuck. Naval Headquarters, the Marine senior executive who was watching the Impel Down live broadcast, was even more shocked. Damn it! Luo Xiu's influence has begun to transform into power. Marshal Sengoku's beard was braided into a strand, shaking violently. The anger in his eyes almost turned into reality. The heavy-duty prisoners on the 6th floor are extremely dangerous. If anyone is placed outside, it will be enough to shake the world. Even if it is placed on the Grand Line, it can completely dominate one side and no one dares to mess with it. But now he's actually willing to demote himself a level in front of a young prisoner. No doubt, this is because of Luo Xiu's own strength and the additional effects brought about by the demon hidden behind him. Everyone has a strong personality. He can already imagine it. If all the demons appear, the strong men on the sea will definitely flock to him. Luo Xiu's power will become increasingly powerful. Just thinking about it makes Sengoku feel sick. There was a feeling of breath trapped in my chest. Inside Impel Down, Luo Xiu looked at the prisoner indifferently and said coldly, "Time is limited. Look at your strength." Another meaning of this sentence is, I only need the strongest group of people. The prisoners understood what Luo Xiu meant. His eyes instantly turned blood red. A powerful momentum swept across. compared to facing a pervert like Luo Xiu. They prefer to attack prisoners whose strength is unknown. Suddenly, the scene was chaotic. And right now, Akainu's loud shout came from high above. Great eruption. He took advantage of the gap between Kizaru's attack on Bogang and struck out with thunderous means. Rather than letting these damn prisoners follow Luo Xiu and escape from the Impel Down, this iron-fisted admiral chose to suppress forcefully, without hesitation. Use magma to burn all prisoners to ashes and annihilate them in Impel Down. The moment the words fell, a giant fist of lava composed of magma shot out with the impact of a volcanic eruption. It is powerful enough to shatter large icebergs dozens of times larger. And the moment the fist shot out, the great eruption explodes into countless volcanic bombs, each of which can easily destroy a large warship. Volcanic bombs cover the entire 6th floor, and the scorching heat was terrifying. Under the evaporation of this extremely high temperature, the ice cubes on the 5th floor of freezing hell are slowly melting. Damn it! It's a Kainu. Even the Impel Down, which is extremely strong and is known as the safest in the world, is a bit unable to withstand it. The prisoners were in chaos. Boom. A familiar voice sounded in my ears. At this time, after the baptism of Kizaru and Akainu, another great eruption came. But soon, their brows widened. They are natural fruit ability users, and what they fear most is seawater. Huge amounts of volcanic bombs bombarded the buildings and Impel Down. The seawater is pouring crazily towards the 6th floor. There were more than a dozen heavy-duty prisoners who were melted by the magma. Impel Down is going to flood. Because of Bogang's appearance, Impel Down, which was already scarred by the battle between Luo Xiu and Magellan, was on the verge of collapse. Seawater is pouring in. Ice Age. Terrifying energy raged, and the magma melted the masonry. Akainu and Kizaru retreated backwards, their expressions very ugly. The seawater is freezing at an extremely fast rate. Just for a moment. Chapter 102, Chapter 102. 3 admirals gather together. Outside Impel Down, the incoming seawater instantly condensed into ice. A tall figure landed on the ice. The cold air under my feet continued to spread to the surroundings. The speed at which the cold air spreads is unbelievable. Any place shrouded in cold air will quickly condense and be covered with a layer of frost. It only took a few seconds for the figure to fall. Looking around on the 6th floor of Impel Down, the flowing seawater has been completely covered by a thick layer of ice. Even the walls that were not soaked by seawater are covered in frost. The icy cold air blew into space, completely dissipating the burning sensation just now, and it was biting to the bone. At this time, the 5th floor of freezing hell was adjacent to the 6th floor and was not eye-catching at all. The entire outside of Impel Down is covered in ice. Kuzan, Akainu and Kizaru couldn't help but exhale slowly when they saw Akiji arriving. The pressure in my heart has reduced a bit. In the current situation, just the two of them might not be able to win over Luo Xiu and Bogang. The addition of an admiral-level player can greatly improve the winning rate. This is Demon Bogan. Akiji's face was shocked, and all his eyes were focused on the huge Demon Bogan. Sengoku has already briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. But what he didn't expect was, the two admirals, Akainu and Kizaru, have yet to defeat each other. This is the devil. Just one. It can contain the 2 admiral-level combat powers. This demon is very difficult to deal with. Use your fruit power. Let's see if we can freeze it. Kizaru changed his mind and found another way to deal with the enemy. Bogang's body hardness is too pervert. Even if it can break through the defense if it continues like this, the amount of physical energy that can be consumed is too huge. It would be better to use the power of ice to try to restrict Bogang's movements. After that, Luo Xiu was arrested, and then he tried his best to deal with the demon Bogang. Akiji nodded. It seemed that the current situation was worse than he imagined. This is one way. The Marshal has been informed of the situation inside Impel Down. A large force will arrive next. Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other. This was good news. Hello. Are you ignoring me? Luo Xiu looked at the 3 Marine Admirals with interest and said slowly. Marine-level, high-level combat dogs, birds, and monkeys actually gathered at the same time. Marine really looked up to him. But I want to work together to deal with Bogang. You have to ask yourself first if you agree with it. Bo Yang. Seriously. Then Luo Xiu turned to look at the second devil. The next battle will be a little tricky. After all, there are 3 Marine Admirals, and Magellan. The combined strength is not so easy to solve. Hey, got it. It's useless to have another one. There was no trace of fear in Bo Gang's scarlet pupils, which were full of teasing. The words fell. Bo Gang raised his arm and thrust it into the ground. The huge palm is connected to the ground. The magic power flows from the body and then gathers in the arms. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, Bo Gang lifted it hard. The sound of clicking and scratching continued one after another. What happened? Why is the ground starting to tilt? Yes, it's Bo Gang. The prisoners who were fighting each other noticed the changes in their surroundings. A thick floor made of huge bluestone slabs. Under the magic power of Bo Gang, it was completely overturned. Then he slammed it towards Marine Admiral 3. Dark Hound, Ice Cube, Storm, Pheasant Mouth, Tian Song Yun's sword. The 3 Marine Admirals had stern expressions on their faces, and their eyes were fixed on the huge stone that was blocking the sky and coming towards them. Almost at the same time, shining yellow light, hot and exploding magma, bitingly cold ice crystal phoenix. In this broken space, they complement each other. Just the terrifying aura it exudes is enough to make people feel suffocated. Prisoners who escaped from other levels in Impel Down, as well as those stationed in Impel Down, feeling the terrifying aura permeating the space, they all stopped their movements, and their expressions suddenly changed. It's Marine 3 Admiral. How come 3 Admirals appear in Impel Down at the same time? Wait, what's going on with this huge green-skinned monster? And that young man standing on the shoulders of the monster. Is it because of them? At this time, those who were caught in the chaos noticed the situation at the bottom. Gaze down from the broken floor in the middle. Just one look can make people feel scared and horrified. Boom. The violent explosion was no less deafening than the detonation of a giant cannonball. The light blooms. Debris flew. The energy tilt is enough to collapse the island. Fine cracks appear in the thick ice surrounding Impel Down. The super-large sea kings, who were attracted by the loud noise, felt the terrifying aura within the ice and fled away one after another, not waiting for the smoke to settle. Another louder sounded. Poisoned dragon. Several lines of purple venom, which meant that they were twisted crazily, headed towards Luo Xiu. Boom. Luo Xiu's footsteps were a little bit on the ground. The figure came out of the barrel like a cannonball. Straight up to Magellan. Just half a breath. Luo Xiu broke through the venom-condensed long insect and landed a punch on Magellan's face. Dog bites the red lotus. Akainu's eyes flashed, and while Luo Xiu and Magellan were fighting, he used the fiery magma fist to attack Luo Xiu from behind. You are a real dog. Feeling the high temperature behind his back, Luo Xiu murmured. The figure instantly disappeared on the spot. He turned his body around, using his waist as a support point, and threw out another punch, hitting Akainu's side. Boom. Magma is everywhere, and hot air is blowing. Damn, I can't stay in here any longer. The aftermath of the battle alone is enough to be fatal. Quick, go to other floors. After fighting, the prisoners on the 6th floor were reduced from dozens to a dozen. The ground was strewn with the bodies of other prisoners. But even so, these strong men who won the fight felt the battle of monsters like the 3 Admirals, Magellan, and Luo Xiu. His mind was still shaken, and his face was extremely ugly. In front of these people, even they can't stand it. The violent energy sputtered out will kill or injure anyone who is hit. The aloof red eyes looked at the surrounding environment, and the top observation Haki was turned on, looking for a blind spot suitable for escape. Finally, his eyes fell on Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu, I will come find you after you come out. In the past, when he was about to leave, he would not have bothered to say such nonsense, let alone abide by the bullshit agreement and Impel Down after leaving. The character of being a loner will not change for anyone. But after seeing Luo Xiu's strength and the forces hidden behind him, he knew that if he didn't comply, he would most likely be hunted down by someone even more terrifying than Naval Headquarters. Under balance, it's easy to choose the correct answer. Luo Xiu didn't answer, just nodded. Gugao Jihong is a cunning guy and a smart person. There is no need to say much between smart people. Next moment, the lonely red figure who received Luo Xiu's approval disappeared and retreated into Impel Down. At this time, on the other side, whole mighty formation was heading towards Impel Down. 103. Chapter 103. Damn, it is Marine Admiral amazing. On the calm sea, a steel warship built by the Royal Shipyard Water 7 rode through a string of white waves. The sea breeze blew the Justice flag erected on the deck, making a hunting sound. 20,000 elite Marine soldiers stood neatly on the huge ship with solemn expressions. Marine Vice Admiral Mole Huashishin, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Stolo Berry, and Almetia looked towards the distance of the sea level with solemn eyes. What's going on? Has Marine made any big moves recently? What happened? Is the execution at Naval Headquarters going to be brought forward? What about the execution at Naval Headquarters? Your news is too late. Human Luo Xiu was not caught by Marine at all. This is all done by Marine. Then where is Marine going to mobilize so many troops? Looking at the direction of the warship form, it seems to be the location of the calm belt. Passing some islands along the way, there were some pirates who wanted to do something good, and civilians who liked to watch the fun. They noticed the mighty Marine troops and started talking about them. Calm belt indeed. Is it possible that the super-large Sea Kings are being arrested? No, arrest Sea Kings, yes, for dispatching so many troops. Something big must have happened and needs to be suppressed forcefully. Located in this calm belt, there seems to be only one underwater prison, Impel Down. Did something happen to Impel Down? A pirate thought of something and exclaimed, "This is even more impossible." Impel Down is known as the Iron Wall. It has stood in the calm belt for many years. Since its construction, there has never been an incident. Besides, there are Magellan stationed there. In Impel Down, he is arguably invincible. Hey, it's a pity that ordinary ships in calm belt can't form. If you can follow us from a distance, I guess something big must have happened. Stop your stupid curiosity, and maybe you can live longer. While these pirates were discussing, some special departments that collect incidents from various places have also noticed Marine's movements. In the sky, a group of albatross flapped their wings and circled rapidly. After a few chirps, follow the warship to Impel Down. Impel Down within. The battle still continues. Boom, 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 boom. Shocking explosions continued, and the entire Impel Down had become dilapidated, with ruins after the battle scattered everywhere. Blazing light, cold ice spikes, scorching magma, and poisonous purple liquid, constantly overlapping and bursting out. If it weren't for Akiji's ice power, Impel Down would have collapsed and sunk to the bottom of the sea. And after a period of fighting, Admiral Kizaru and Akiji have fully realized how difficult Bogang is. This monster is like a giant steel balloon, incredibly hard. Even if an attack is enough to destroy the island, it will only break through a layer of fat and will not cause substantial damage at all. At this moment, they realize the seriousness of the problem. This demon Bogang, not to mention anything else, is far stronger than Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, known as the Ant of the Steel Balloon. This demon, where did it come from? It doesn't look like a creature from this world at all. Ice doesn't work either, Kizaru said with a solemn expression. Akiji's ice power cannot restrict Bogang's actions at all. Within a few seconds, the other party broke free. With his huge body and terrifying destructive power, they all believe that 4 Emperor's Auntie is here. Be careful. Just as he was complaining, Bogang's fatal throw had already arrived in front of him. Kizaru frowned, his figure turned into photons, and he dodged the attack. The only thing to be thankful for is, this guy is not fast. Kizaru's figure landed on an ice sculpture, and he said coldly in his heart, "However, this is not such good news. You know, they are Marine Admiral, the pinnacle of combat power in this world. The 2 of them working together are enough to overpower any top powerhouse. This is not just talk. But now he is restricted by Bogang. Continue like this. The continuous consumption of physical strength will cause the situation to become worse and worse. Think about this." Kizaru and Akiji's eyes subconsciously looked at Akainu and Magellan, who were dealing with Luo Xiu, and then the corners of their eyes twitched. Compared to them, the situation of these 2 people seems to be worse. In front of Bogang, he can also rely on speed and Haki to deal with it. Although he cannot cause huge damage to the opponent, he will not appear too passive. But facing Luo Xiu, it seemed that he had to be careful about being attacked at close range. not to mention how difficult it is. Hello, poor Salino, where are you looking? At this moment, a playful voice suddenly sounded. When Kizaru heard this, observation Haki locked onto the speaker. Bullet. His heart sank. What was supposed to come came. Bullet had not made a move before. He thought the opponent would sneak away like Gu Gao Jihong. He was too lazy to pay attention to this. After all, compared to these people, capturing Luo Xiu is the top priority, and it is not worth allocating energy to deal with them. But I didn't expect that this bullet would not go on the Freedom Avenue, and insisted on giving it a try. What a simple-minded guy with well-developed limbs. Devil form. Bullet didn't know what Kizaru was thinking. His face was stern, and his eyes were fixed on Admiral Kizaru. The show is almost over, and the situation is gradually becoming clearer. Although you can sneak away during the chaos, it's boring. He didn't want the other party to be defeated by Marine. As he finished speaking, powerful Haki emanated from his body and then merged. The whole body is covered in pitch-black armament Haki, like a demon from hell. Boom. There was an explosion on the ground. Bullet's figure disappeared instantly. An afterimage was left in place. A punch landed on Kizaru's cheek. Hachichi mirror. Kizaru's momentum dropped, and he moved his hands up and down, clasping them in front of him. As the beam turned back, the figure fell to the side, avoiding Bullet's Haki attack. However, he had not yet stabilized his figure. A figure followed closely behind. Desert Diamond Sword. For huge sand blades were chopped down from high in the sky. Crocodile struck out with anger and indignation. The look on his face seemed to say that. Do you have today, too? Boom. Is Marine Admiral amazing? Crocodile roared. Crocodile, work with our Marines to deal with Luo Xiu. The figure of the sand crocodile drew a long line in the air and hit Luo Xiu, who was fighting a Kaido and Magellan. Oh shit. Boom. I really think I am the world-famous sand crocodile. I have no temper at all. You are found not guilty. Kizaru tried to instigate Crocodile to rebel and pull him into his camp. However, Kizaru was not hit. The sand knife fell, throwing up a cloud of gravel. Kizaru's face turned cold when he heard this. Judge your mother. Bah. Tian Songyun's sword swung upwards, pouring in force and sending Crocodile flying. A long sword shining with dazzling light was held against 4 sand blades. Marine Admiral's strength is beyond what he can touch now, even if it comes unexpectedly. 104. Chapter 104. Why are you standing there? Don't run yet. Crocodile, are you kowtowing to me? While fighting, Luo Xiu turned his eyes to Crocodile, who had his knees on the ground and was in a kneeling position, and murmured, I won't accept a weakling who can be picked off by Kizaru's sword. Ahem. Crocodile stood up and choked suddenly at these words. Luo Xiu, our affairs are not over yet. Don't think I'm dealing with Kizaru just to help you, he said coldly. Luo Xiu shrugged. Good chance. Poisonous pufferfish. Dark hound. And just when Luo Xiu's clone was chatting, Akainu and Magellan looked at each other, seized the moment, and took action instantly. The violet magma stirred up scorching heat, and the purple venom was like the devilish water of hell that swallowed everything, soaring in midair. Just half a breath. Then he came to Luo Xiu. Boom. Luo Xiu's eyes narrowed, and he struck out with both fists to counter the opponent's attack. Subsequently, he felt a burning pain in his arm. The figure even exploded backwards. It hit the wall and splashed a piece of rubble. I hit. Magellan's face lit up with joy. He couldn't help but let out a breath. After fighting with Luo Xiu for so long, this was the first time he hit the opponent head-on and knocked him away. However, Akainu's expression on the side did not change much. It would be great if the other party was really that easy to deal with. Without Haki, it would be really troublesome. On the side, Luo Xiu shook off the dust on his body and stood up from the collapsed rocks. Of the 2 arms, one was being eroded by magma, and the other was covered with a layer of purple venom. It looked terrible. Although my physical fitness is good, Admiral's attack is still effective. Akainu is truly a powerhouse with full output. The strength is still there. He shook his arm vigorously, purple venom flew out, and the hot magma dispersed. Bone scars heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it returned to its original state. Magellan's face instantly turned ugly. This Luo Xiu is so pervert. Akainu exhaled slowly. As expected. He moved his gaze to Luo Xiu's head. Maybe dot attacking here is useful. Think I'm Whitebeard? Luo Xiu felt the burning gaze in Akainu's eyes, clenched his fists and said, next moment. His momentum suddenly exploded. Controlling the explosive flames, he attacked the opponent. But at this moment, above Impel Down, there was a huge explosion. Seeing Bo Gang without Kizaru to restrain him, a trace of ridicule flashed in his scarlet eyes. Roar! The big mouth full of sharp teeth opened, and an invisible wind swept through the entire interior of Impel Down. Some weaker guards and prisoners were instantly involved. Become the food in Bo Gang's belly. At the same time, Bo Gang's figure skyrocketed. The body that originally stretched across the 6th and 5th floors suddenly tripled in size. The huge body squeezed the Impel Down, and it was overwhelmed and teetering on the verge of collapse. Bo Gang's size has become huge. Luo Xiu looked at it and murmured in his heart. This is an ability unique to Bo Gang. This saves a lot of trouble. What happened? What is this monster? Is this the reason for the riots in Impel Down? The faces of some prisoners who were still in a state of confusion on the 1st floor, 2nd floor, changed drastically. He looked at the super-large monster in front of him in horror. The chill on the soles of my feet went straight to my forehead. But compared to them, the ones who were more shocked were Marine Admiral and others. Bo Gang can actually become super large, which was completely beyond their expectations. And more importantly, because of Bo Gang's enlargement, the top-down defenses that led to Impel Down were all squeezed to collapse. A natural escape path from bottom to top appears in front of all prisoners. But there's one thing that's not so bad. Because of Bo Gang's huge body, this road was blocked. This made all the admirals breathe a sigh of relief. Akiji's face was cold, and his breath turned into ice slag in an instant. Must be as soon as possible. However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. Brush it. Bo's huge body that had just been blocked and Impel Down suddenly disappeared. It's like it never existed. Moment. Akiji's face was full of surprise. What about the big Bo Gang? Why is it gone? Not only him, but Kizaru, Akainu, and Magellan, and others all looked confused. What just happened? But before they could come to their senses, what are you doing standing still? Gone. Luo Xiu's voice echoed throughout Impel Down. Naturally, he took away Bo Gang. The purpose of causing an Impel Down and releasing the prisoners has been achieved, which is enough to give Marine a headache. Fighting with Admiral doesn't have much meaning other than letting them break their defense. The words fell. His steps were a little on the ground. Boom. There was a loud explosion. The thick ice on the soles of his feet was instantly shattered, and Luo Xiu's figure rose from the ground and rushed towards the 1st floor. Bullet, Crocodile, and the other surviving heavy prisoners reacted with slight agitation. Figures jumped up from the bottom of the 6th floor. Marine 3, Admiral, and Magellan looked at each other, and naturally they would not let them escape so easily. The steps are gentle, and the figure follows closely behind. Whoosh! Everyone who was originally fighting on the 6th floor of the underwater prison. As if the arrow missed, jump over other levels and dash towards Impel Down. What happened? He's a heavy-duty prisoner on the 6th floor? Wait, there's Warden Magellan. When the top Marine generals saw Bo Gang's body getting bigger and then suddenly disappearing, and the heavy-duty prisoners trying to break out of Impel Down, their hearts suddenly fell to the bottom. The picture in the conference hall can only show the situation inside Impel Down, but not outside Impel Down at all. Impel Down, wrapped in a thick layer of ice. The prisoners on the upper floors looked at the figures rushing out, their pupils shrunken. The 3 Marine Admirals plus Magellan were unable to restrain Luo Xiu and the others. This goes completely against common sense. Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort. It's Marine Admiral. Turn over the picture outside Impel Down. Why are there 3 Marine Admirals below Impel Down? Sakazuki, Porcelino, and Kuzan. A man with a red nose and a blue ponytail suddenly frightened his head and body when he saw 3 Marine Admirals rushing out from below. Contact the inspector near Impel Down, Sengoku said coldly. At the same time, the situation in Impel Down is developing towards an extremely bad situation. Soon, under the operation of the Marine soldiers and the staff inside Impel Down, the screen on the wall switched to a far perspective. Outside the ice, the fleet sent by Marine slowly entered the picture. 105. Chapter 105 Sengoku's Determination. No matter blocking Impel Down, the fleet reinforcements have arrived. Sengoku stood up from his chair, feeling a little calmer. Not only him, but everyone present looked refreshed. The time is just right. Bulu, 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 bulu. At this time, the phone on the table in the conference hall rang, and Sengoku reached out to take it. Marshal, we have reached our destination. Would you like to launch a general attack? Vice Admiral's dull voice came from the other end of the phone. Notify everyone in Impel Down to evacuate to a safe area. Launch a general attack. Sengoku gave the order without hesitation, his tone filled with anger and weight. Sengoku, wait a moment, Crane Vice Admiral said urgently, interrupting quickly. If we directly cover it with artillery fire, then Impel Down will probably be destroyed in one blow. Do you need to report to the world government first? The underwater prison is not under the control of Marine in terms of level. Like Eni's lobby, it is one of the branches under world government. In fact, there is no authority to directly issue orders between the same levels. The Marine fleet launched a general attack, and the power it produced was even greater than that of the Buster Call. It is very likely that under the cover of this terrifying artillery fire, Impel Down will become a ruin. Current situation. It was originally not good for Marine's side. Luo Xiu killed the celestial dragons before and showed off in a swaggering manner. Later, Luo Xiu destroyed the Marine G2 branch and intimidated Marine. Whether it is naval headquarters or world government, their prestige in the hearts of the people is greatly reduced. At this time, Marine's artillery fire was used to baptize the world government's Impel Down. If word spread, this would undoubtedly add insult to the credibility of Marine and world government. Your worries are indeed correct. But now that things have come to a point, there is still a choice. It was Garp who spoke. He is not a big fan of so-called world government. All he knew was that the prisoners locked up in Impel Down were about to escape and continue to be at large. If no measures are taken, let them slip away. I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause by then. And Luo Xiu escaped from under his nose. This is what he never wants to see. Compared to the bullshit reputation, in his opinion, it is more reliable to eliminate these cancers with thunderous means first. Also thinking the same way as him is Sengoku. If something goes wrong, I'll be responsible for it. Today, these damn pirates must pay the price, especially Luo Xiu. Even if it means blocking Impel Down, I won't hesitate. If it were at this time to report to the world government, after a series of procedures, those prisoners would have disappeared, which would be impossible to do. Moreover, the battle between Marine Admiral and the prisoners has reached a fever pitch. If at this time as a marshal he chooses to back down, it will be disrespectful to those dead soldiers. At worst, if something goes wrong afterwards, the marshal's position will be replaced by someone else. But as long as he is in office, someone must uphold Marine's justice. Continue to execute, Sengoku said in a deep voice, firmly giving the order. Yes, Marshal. Mole hung up the phone, commanded the Marine fleet, arranged the formation, and slowly moved towards the frozen layer outside Impel Down. Impel Down outside. One after another, figures soared into the sky from the huge gap in the city. Albatross hovering in the sky, as well as military seagulls holding telephone bugs in their mouths, flapped their wings and flew higher. Luo Xiu, Bullet, Crocodile, Shiryu of Rain Dot, and some heavy-duty prisoners who survived the battle and baptism of battle fell on the frozen layer outside. 3 Marine Admirals, Impel Down Warden Magellan, jumped out and landed on the other side. Headquarters support has arrived. Akiji exhaled a cold breath and looked at the Marine fleet that came into view and docked outside the ice. Akainu and Kizaru nodded, then the 3 of them looked at each other, tapped their feet on the ice, jumped again, and landed on the deck of a huge battleship. Sakazuki Admiral, Porcelino Admiral, Kuzan Admiral. The Marine Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and soldiers saw the 3 Marine Admirals approaching and immediately greeted them respectfully. What did the Marshal say? Akainu looked at Vice Admiral Mole and asked in a deep voice. Launch a general attack. Very good. A rare look of excitement appeared on Akainu's heavy face. If the Marshal was forced to evacuate by himself at this time, he would really go berserk on the spot. At the same time, Magellan also discovered the arrival of the Marine fleet. My heart suddenly condensed. You don't need to ask to know that this is to launch a general artillery attack on Impel Down, using this place as the release point of Buster Call. However, at this point, there is no other way. A baptism is really needed to end this damn struggle. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous if the prisoners were allowed to escape. Next moment, his figure jumped up, returned to Impel Down, and informed his men not to worry about the prisoners, but to take shelter in the safe area underneath Impel Down built first. Damn it! Why did the Marine fleet appear here? Crocodile, who was next to Luo Xiu, twitched his mouth and looked at the Marine troops lined up like a steel wall. His face instantly turned ugly. I thought that after I came out, freedom would be just around the corner. Unexpectedly, what I saw at first sight would be such a scene. It's Buster Call. Bullet's face was equally ugly. His chest was high and his heartbeat was speeding up unconsciously, as if he was remembering something bad. More than 20 years ago, he was arrested by Marine and put into Impel Down because of the Buster Call launched by Marine, which caused his physical strength to be gradually exhausted. I just came out of Impel Down and saw the Buster Call formation again. Not Buster Call. Soon, Bullet discovered something different. Luo Xiu felt the burning eyes and said slowly, "It's really bad information." It seems that in the current situation, only Luo Xiu can bring some comfort to their restless hearts. Things seem to be getting a little worse. Even Bullet, who had always been in a relaxed state, couldn't help but beat his heart at this time. We'll go out in a warship later. The configuration of Buster Call consists of 10 battleships and 5 Vice Admiral and Marine elite combat forces. But the power unleashed by a group of warships combined is not simply the sum of their effects. But there are more than 10 battleships in front of them, and there are at least twice as many Marines as Buster Call. Luo Xiu, how do you plan to get out? For some reason, Bullet subconsciously looked at Luo Xiu and asked for his opinion. Wrong. Moreover, there are 3 Marine Admirals to help out. The other heavy-duty prisoners all looked at this young man. As soon as he said this, not to mention those Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral. Swish, brush, brush. Didn't Marine just bring the warship over? 1-2 battleships, he could destroy them at will. 106, Chapter 106, what kind of creature is this? Go out on a warship? Bullet and the others thought they heard it wrong, so they repeated it unconsciously. What a joke. Can't you see the swarming Marine soldiers and Marine Vice Admirals on the warship? The current situation is not to mention driving a warship. Whether you can go out is one thing. Luo Xiu, get the Devil Wave out. It should be able to withstand the artillery fire. At this time, Crocodile whispered. Although I don't know how Bo Gang disappeared, as a member of the Devil, he must be inseparable from Luo Xiu. If Bo Gang could appear again, she would still have super strong defense power given her size. It is impossible to get past the Marine warship's gunfire. Luo Xiu turned to look at Crocodile and said calmly, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" It's not that Luo Xiu doesn't want to, it's because the current environment is different. Inside Impel Down, because of the thick buildings and the support of sea stone, which is as hard as masonry as a building material, Bogang was able to navigate inside with ease. But outside the Impel Down, there is nothing real. Only ice cubes made by Akiji using the fruit's ability, which cracked after the battle. It is simply impossible to bear Bogang's huge size. The Marine fleet has not yet waited for fire coverage. He fell into the sea first. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Fire! Buzz. The moment the words fell, the soldiers on the Marine warship immediately took action, and footsteps continued to sound on the deck. Black cannonballs were loaded into the fort one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Light the fuse and the shell will come out instantly. Black ammunition that covered the sky and sun covered the Impel Down. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Devil, medium, bullet form. Desert greatsword. Moment. The majestic momentum swept through the crowd. Bullet used the fusion fruit ability to merge himself with a catapult and turned into a giant robot. Crocodile, armed with a huge gravel knife, slashed at the falling black cannonballs. Shiryu of the Rain, as well as the other prisoners, all used their own special skills to resist the baptism of fire from the Marine. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion of the ultimate, the deafening collision, and the crackling sound of the ice breaking made the ears hurt. 8-foot beautiful Magatama, meteor volcano. At the same time that the marine warship fired the first wave of cannonballs, Kizaru and Akainu soared into the air. The former transformed into a ball of dazzling light, dots of light bullets, mixed with black cannonballs, and continued to beat downwards like raindrops. The latter's arms turned into hot magma, like two crimson forts, and giant fists of magma wrapped in heat waves shot out from inside. Then it disappeared into the sky. Then, in the sky covered with dark clouds, the giant fist of magma turned into falling meteors and smashed into the ground. Dark cannonballs, shining light bombs, and blazing meteor fists. All three mixed together. The energy that bursts out is enough to push everything aside. There were violent explosions everywhere. The ice shattered, and the energy kept tilting. Ice Age. Akiji froze the sea water again at the moment when all the ice was about to collapse. Their strategy is to maintain the ice in a reasonably stable state under the premise of fire coverage. In this way, the prisoners will be eliminated as much as possible under the nose. In Impel Down, the faces of the prisoners who had finally climbed to the first level from other levels suddenly changed when they saw the light flying in the sky, capable of destroying everything. Damn it, are you sure this is outside Impel Down? This is too scary. At this moment, the lightning exploded and the thunder thundered, which was as shocking as the mountains collapsing. Even in areas extremely far away from the advancement, the vibrations can still be heard. There seems to be a war going on. It must be the marine fleet that passed by before. Is it really because something happened inside Impel Down? Horrible. Who is he? Is he worthy of so much mobilization? Some good-hearted pirates were discussing, with unspeakable shock in their words. Impel Down outside. The smell of burnt smell was emitted, and a large amount of ashes and residues were suspended in the air, forming thick black smoke, which obscured the sight. After a while, the sound of the explosion gradually subsided, and the ice on the sea shattered again. The smoke filled the sky, and there were horrific scenes baptized by artillery fire everywhere. Damn it! If this continues, you will definitely die. Crocodile's breath became much weaker than before. Baptism of fire is not a simple buster call at all. Among them, there are 3 admirals releasing large-scale skills. The power is not much lower than the combined damage of those fleets. Even though most of the people present were top pirates, it was no problem to fight 1 against 10. But the problem is that it also depends on who you compare with. Compared to these admirals, they are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, with no ability to fight back. And this was only the first wave of fire attacks. It's tricky enough to cope with. What happens next will only get harder and harder. It works well. The plan works. On the marine warship, Akainu looked at the dead and injured prisoners outside Impel Down, and his expression improved a lot. Don't take it lightly. Luo Xiu is not that easy to deal with, Kizaru murmured. These prisoners are all insignificant characters. The most important one is Luo Xiu. As long as this is knocked down, the effect is really good. Akainu and Akiji both nodded, agreeing with Kizaru. All eyes were focused on Luo Xiu's position. The smoke was shrouded there, and the view was not clear, even a little dark. Akainu noticed something was wrong. What happened? This kind of blackness is a bit dark and wrong. It doesn't look like the smoke and dust generated after an explosion at all. The other 2 Marine Admirals also noticed. Observation Haki turned on instantly. Etc. What is this? At this time, in their sight, the smoke covering Luo Xiu was slowly clearing, and the blackness was silent in the space. However, something that shocked them even more came into view. I saw some strange creatures wearing black clothes and scarlet eyes standing next to Luo Xiu. Different shapes and overwhelming momentum. Some wear black masks, some have a pair of sharp steel claws, some are huge, thick, and heavy, and some look like a mantis with 4 legs, and some even have a pair of wings like a bat, soaring in midair. Moreover, there were more than one of these creatures standing behind Luo Xiu, like an entire corps. Scarlet eyes were locked on the marine warship. 107, Chapter 107 of Shadow Corps. The air seemed to condense into gel. A depressing atmosphere spread among Marines. The Marine soldiers looked at each other, fear the unknown engraved in their pupils. Uniform black clothing. Unified scarlet eyes. The unified silence and solemnity. What the hell is all this? Even the experienced Marine Admirals 3 also have many questions in their minds. Searching past memories, I couldn't find any relevant information points. Is it a devil? But aren't there only 8 demons? Huh. Things were out of control again. There is no expression on Akainu's facial features under his hat. Marine's understanding of Luo Xiu is still limited to the 8 demons. But the current facts prove that it seems to be more than just that. There are other organizations behind it. And being able to stand beside Luo Xiu, their strength must not be underestimated. Thinking about it, just facing Luo Xiu and Bogang would take a lot of energy. Now a whole group of strange creatures appeared. Pressure, full in an instant. Bullet and others, who struggled to resist the baptism of artillery fire, also noticed changes in the battlefield. His expressions were full of surprise and uncertainty. But compared to the Marines, the situation is still much better. Are these people Luo Xiu's men? It seems very simple. What a strong murderous aura and cohesion. How come they showed up just now without even noticing it? Crocodile. Bullet called to the crocodile, asking for answers. Crocodile also looked confused, his expression conveying a signal. Why don't you ask Luo Xiu directly? And just when everyone was shocked. Click. The sound of shells being loaded on the warship sounded. No matter what it is, it will be destroyed by gunfire. Akainu's voice became colder. Since you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. As long as these guys are killed, it doesn't matter who they are. Don't be careless. Kizaru stared at the black crowd behind Luo Xiu, and for some reason, his heartbeat was speeding up. That bad feeling came to mind again. Ice Cube, Two-Thorn Spear. Akiji didn't say much. He opened his hands and took action boldly. Frozen spears appeared around him, emitting a hint of cold air. At the same time, Akainu and Kizaru quickly put away their expressions. Prepare for the next wave of attacks. All personnel obey orders. Organize the next wave of bombings. The words fell. The cannonball is once again assembled. And just then, Luo Xiu, who was standing on the ice, raised his arm and pointed at the marine warship. Go. The moment he finished speaking, the ghost army standing behind Luo Xiu dispersed instantly, aiming directly at the marine battleship. Snort. You're here just in time. Akainu's gloomy expression revealed a hint of severity. The best way is to kill in a large area. Wait until those black creatures rush in front of you and suppress them with force. However, just when he was about to activate his large-scale skills again, a strange scene happened. Those shadow soldiers did not charge head-on with such rapid speed as he imagined. Instead, IT disintegrated on the spot and turned into a shadow, adhering to the ice. It seems to have no entity at all. In the blink of an eye, the blue ice cubes covering Impel Down are dyed jet black. The little bits of light shed by the sun on the dome fell into it and were swallowed up instantly. Immediately afterwards, these creatures that turned into black shadows shuttled freely through the space like snakes. It can't be locked at all. What kind of ability is this? Akainu frowned and became increasingly confused. A person he can understand as demon fruit power. After all, Moria, one of the Shichibukai, can control shadow actions and use shadows to fight. But how should we explain this group of people? But before he could think about it further, a soldier's scream came from a warship. A stabbing ninja soldier with sharp claws tore his body open, and blood spilled on the deck, which looked extremely dazzling. It caused a commotion around. Soon, one black shadow after another swam up the marine warship and then took shape. Just for a moment. The shadow troops who gathered behind Luo Xiu all came to the marine soldiers. More than a dozen warships, the sound of fighting instantly sounded. Damn, what the hell is this? Shoot, shoot, quickly. What a speed. My musket is sheared. Asshole, his body is getting bigger. My shadow, he is eating my shadow. Be careful in the sky, they can shoot light waves. Dot. The orderly Marines were instantly overwhelmed. The sounds of fear and screams came and went. Calm down. The Marine Vice Admirals looked at the chaotic soldiers and shouted. Next moment. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords coming out of the body came one after another. The bright, sharp blade, flashing with cold light, attacked the strange shadow army. The battle is about to break out. Three Admirals' eyes were splitting as he looked at the black creatures, killing Marine soldiers, and anger surged into his heart. But you can't attack the black creature directly. One is that the number of black soldiers is too scattered. The second is that these black soldiers boarded the warship right under their noses. If they took action, the devil fruit ability would sink the warship in an instant. Luo Xiu. Akainu turned his head sharply. His eyes were fixed on the culprit of all this. As long as Luo Xiu is killed, he believed that these black creatures will definitely collapse on their own. Feeling the burning gaze, Luo Xiu's dark eyes stared at Akainu. When exiting Impel Down, you don't actually want to use the Shadow Core. This is one of the trump cards that no one knows. In a world where the jumble prevails, the more cards you have, the stronger your ability to save your life will be, especially when being targeted by Marine. But I didn't expect that Marine would come outside to intercept him at this time. Exhale a breath. Next moment, Luo Xiu stepped on the ground. There was an explosion behind him. Superior. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Bullet and others understood instantly. Swish, brush, brush. One after another figures jumped up. Without the obstruction of the artillery that blocked the sky, he immediately followed Luo Xiu and took action. But how could Marine 3 Admiral let Luo Xiu leave so easily? Phew. Several ice spears shot by Akiji penetrated the sky and came to Luo Xiu in an instant. The ice condenses into the air, carrying a chill that is enough to freeze everything, and the attack is decisive. Luo Xiu did not retreat but moved forward. He shook his fists and hit the ice spear. The force penetrated out and shattered the spear in an instant. Dark Hound. At this moment, Akainu turned into lava and came to Luo Xiu. This moment, he didn't care about anything else. There was only Luo Xiu in his eyes. There was only one thought in my mind. Kill Luo Xiu. Everything can end. The hot magma hit the head like a falling meteorite. Akainu, I want to defeat Luo Xiu. Get over me first. Bullet smiled arrogantly, and the heavy equipment like a giant rose into the sky. 108. Chapter 108. How shameless. Boom. The two collided together instantly. There was a roaring sound, and the bursting magma flew and fell on the ice, burning into a white mist. Thousands of tiny magma are scattered across the sky and the earth. Bullet, even Roger can't beat Marine. Do you think you can do it? Akainu fell aside, and the Marine Admiral's cloak was blown by the shaking wind. He looked at Bullet, who was shattered by a punch with stern look in his eyes, and his voice was extremely cold. Snored. Roger is Roger. He doesn't represent me. I'm destined to surpass him. Bullet doesn't accept this. In the more than 20 years of Impel Down, he has not spent a single day in a mess. Keep exercising and develop your body ultimate. I have been thinking about how to become stronger and how to be better than Roger. It is precisely because of this that his current strength, compared to the person he was 20 years ago, not only has not declined, but has become stronger and stronger. He was confident he could defeat even the Marine Admiral. Garbage is garbage. Seeing that the other party was stubborn, Akainu instantly lost his patience. It would be easier to destroy the opponent directly. Great eruption. Akainu's angry roar sounded again. He punched Bullet with a punch. Call out. At the same time, Kizaru and Akiji leap into the air. Set the target on Luo Xiu. They knew very well that an admiral could not restrain Luo Xiu at all. At least two people have a chance to be arrested. Of course, this is just what they think. Marine Admirals. You don't want the headquarters to know about the destruction of all Marine warships. Luo Xiu's voice sounded faintly. What's the meaning? Kizaru and Akiji frowned. Next moment, their expressions suddenly changed. I saw a huge bursting fireball gathering and forming in Luo Xiu's hand. That's when they realized something was wrong. Next moment, Luo Xiu's figure disappeared directly. The fireball smashed towards the Marine warship. Damn! Kizaru was the first to react. He didn't expect Luo Xiu to actually target the Marine warship. If this hits, the warship will sink in an instant. None of the more than 2,000 elite Marine soldiers on the warship survived. He doesn't understand. How dare Luo Xiu? Do those black creatures who are also on the boat not care at all? On second thought, Kizaru turned into a beam of light and streaked across the sky. The shining stars offset the aftermath of the explosive flames. However, this is just the beginning. Continuous bursts of flames continued to hit the various marine warships at a blazing speed. Ice balls condensed around Akiji's arms. Shalon, Crocodile saw this and immediately blocked Akiji's attack. Shiryu of Rain follows closely behind. Boom, boom, boom. There were constant rumblings, explosions everywhere, and energy was raging in this space. The Marine Vice Admirals on one side all took action to deal with other heavy-duty prisoners. Marine Rear Admiral and Marine soldiers fought fiercely with the soldiers of the Shadow Corps. The sound of fighting was loud. Boom. After a while, violent explosion was heard. Under Akainu's magma iron fist, Bullet was hammered away like a kite with its string broken. Similarly, Shiryu and Crocodile of Rain did not get any benefits from Akiji. Marine Admiral's combat power, even if the two of them join forces, can only delay time and cannot cause any substantial harm to the opponent. On the battlefield, Luo Xiu was in the best situation. Dealing with Admiral Kizaru, an old rival, the whole process was easy. Exploding flames continued to impact the Marine warship. Under his conscious control, Marine soldiers on a warship almost cleared. Next moment, while Kizaru was dealing with the bursting flames, he jumped up and landed on the warship. The shadow soldiers on the ship seemed to have been prepared for a long time, controlling the warship and slowly starting it. Luo Xiu is leaving. Stop him. Kizaru saw this and shouted loudly. Akiji and Akainu twitched their mouths fiercely and decisively gave up the fight in front of them. He turned around and rushed towards Luo Xiu. At this moment, half of the shadow troops that were originally on various warships disappeared instantly like ghosts, and then gathered in front of Luo Xiu's warship. Damn thing. Destroy them first. Akainu looked at these unfamiliar things that he was completely confused about, and his gums felt like they were about to break. It is simply several times more difficult to deal with than those pirates. Thick smoke rose, and lava fell overwhelmingly, trying to wipe out all the Shadow Corps. Boom. The firelight fell. The seawater continues to evaporate, and the entire space is filled with thick water vapor. However, something even stranger happened. The shadow troops that were supposed to be destroyed under the magma and in front of Luo Xiu's warship turned into ghosts at some unknown moment and appeared behind the three admirals. Behind each one stood dozens more. They have different shapes, and their eyes are cold. Spatial ability. Admiral looked surprised. The unique ability of the Shadow Corps. The shadows can move silently in the world of space at extremely fast speeds. Damn it, Luo Xiu is really trying to escape in a warship. Crocodile also noticed that something was wrong and twitched the corner of his eye hard. This was very consistent with his impression of Luo Xiu. How shameless. He actually let them fight with Marine here, while he drove off alone in a warship. By default, everyone advances and retreats together. There was no hesitation. Take advantage of the moment when the Shadow Corps temporarily trapped Admiral. Crocodile turned into gravel and landed quietly on Luo Xiu's warship. Bullet and the other prisoners took notice too. It's shameless to curse secretly, after delivering the strongest blow to the vice admirals who were chasing after them. But the body followed quickly and honestly. At the same time, there was a loud noise from above. Dong dong dong, the soldier in charge of the helm ran to the helm of the ship, controlled the warship, and pursued Luo Xiu with all his strength. Of the 14 marine warships, not one of them could sail normally, and they were all turned into immovable scrap metal. Activate the warship. It's those black regiments. Akainu thought of this immediately, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The warship has sailed some distance. 3 Admiral was only surrounded by the Shadow Corps for a moment, and then used thunder to disperse them all. Sakazuki Admiral. However, when they turned their attention to Luo Xiu again. Damn it! He suddenly turned his head to look at the scattered black regiment. The power system is damaged, and the warship cannot start. Then it was discovered that they had also disappeared without realizing it. The purpose of Luo Xiu letting those black troops board the ship was not to kill Marine at all, but to destroy the power system of the warship. The same thing happened on several other warships. Akainu looked at the Marine soldier who finally managed to catch his breath and ordered. However, the rudder was completely destroyed. Chase. The soldier understood immediately. 109, Chapter 109 Woohoo. Take off. Naval Headquarters. When Marshal Sengoku saw this scene, he was so angry that he almost smashed the screen hanging on the wall. The three Marine Admirals were no less than the Marine formation of Buster Call, as well as the original strength of Impel Down. Added together, it would have been enough to overwhelm any four Emperors group. But now even the escaped convicts from Impel Down can't be stopped. Luo Xiu and the other prisoners slipped away right under their noses. What a shame. When has Marine ever been so frustrated? If this matter spreads, other people in the sea will know. Marine's face will be ruthlessly swept to the ground. The prestige of the world government will also be greatly reduced. Absolutely not allowed. This kind of thing must never happen. Still have a chance. Sengoku calmed down. Even if Luo Xiu left in a warship, it was still within control. Marine eyeliners are everywhere on the Great Sea Route. As long as Luo Xiu leaves on a warship, he'll be able to find traces. Then they surrounded the Luo Xiu warship, even if it was delayed for a short time. Marine Admiral also arrived in time. Think about this. Sengoku immediately ordered to go down. Let Impel Down, the military seagull hovering in the sky, closely track Luo Xiu's position and let the Marines from nearby branches gather urgently. Then, he picked up the phone bug and dialed the number brought by Vice Admiral, the mole outside Impel Down. Marshal, Vice Admiral, the mole, was sweating profusely, and his tone was mixed with astringency. He hadn't felt such heavy pressure since becoming a Marine. This time, I felt it deeply. Yes, Marshal. Good. Mole hung up. As for Marine Admiral 3, the moment he discovered that the shadow soldiers had disappeared, he locked his sights on Luo Xiu again. Without the support of a warship, the three natural fruit ability users were helpless facing the sea. Even though the Admiral Akiji can freeze the sea surface, it is impossible to maintain a long-term endurance. Sakazuki Admiral, Marshal Sengoku has organized troops to surround Luo Xiu from the front. The Vice Admiral, the mole, reported the news delivered by Sengoku to Akainu, the one with the greatest mood swings among the three. New. Warship, hurry up and repair the warship first, Akainu said in a deep voice. Although he was suppressing the anger in his heart, his anger could still be heard in his tone. The expressions of the other two were not much better. Who are they? Marine Admiral. Any pirate will have his legs trembling when he hears it. Even the four emperors need to pay enough attention to it. It is the peak combat power that can compete with any strong person now. But this time, Naval Headquarters mobilized so much troops and dispatched almost half of its high-level combat force. But once again, he was defeated by Luo Xiu. No one can be happy at this time. If this mission failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just the bombing of Impel Down was enough for them to drink a bottle. Admiral, the warship has been repaired. Would you like to start it immediately? Every Marine warship has a backup power system to prevent unexpected situations during navigation. Replacing the system takes much less time than repairing it. For Marines who have undergone rigorous training, this does not take long. After hearing this, Akainu's gloomy expression finally revealed a hint of clarity. Chase. At this time, the other side. Damn it, I finally escaped. The fresh air on the sea is so nice. Haven't experienced this feeling for a long time. Freedom feels so good. Damn Marine. They actually sent 3 Marine Admirals and a Marine formation to intercept. It turns out that we hold such great weight in Marine's mind. It seems like our reputation is still spreading on the sea. Come on. Admiral is obviously here for Luo Xiu. On the deck of the warship, there stood the heavy-duty prisoners who had escaped from Impel Down, smiling scornfully. The atmosphere is much more relaxed than inside Impel Down. At this moment, everyone's eyes were involuntarily looking at the young man standing on the deck, although the other party's final behavior was a bit shameful. But it has to be admitted. I was able to escape successfully this time. He deserves the most credit. Luo Xiu raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked into the sky, where there were military seagulls following at great speed. It's not finished yet. Marine won't give up like this. Bullet followed Luo Xiu's gaze and immediately understood what he meant. It's a military seagull. Our route is being monitored. Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief just now and suddenly raised it again. Damn it, these ghosts are lingering. What to do? The seagulls can follow us. Someone will definitely intercept us. Dot. The expressions of the prisoners who had been laughing heartily just now suddenly changed. They don't want to be caught again. It would be better to just throw yourself into the sea and die. Don't panic. Driving a warship is just a pretense. There is a backup plan. Luo Xiu looked relaxed. He had committed so many things in Marine that he could think of with his buttocks, and there was no way Marine would let him go so easily. What's going on? I have an illusion. Like Marine, they were also puzzled and couldn't understand this creature. It has Nike-shaped red eyes and 2 huge wings on its back. Take off. Luo Xiu hugged a soldier's thigh, escaped gravity, and flew high into the sky. Seeing these things appear strangely again with my own eyes can't help but make my feet feel cold. If a warship can slip away from the eyes of the Marines, it will be too small to underestimate this behemoth that has ruled the sea for so many years. And how it appeared just now is so mysterious. Seeing the black soldiers appearing on the deck, Bullet, Crocodile, Shiryu of the Rain, and others couldn't help but frown. Following Luo Xiu's command from his mind, they flapped their wings and picked up the people on the deck one by one. Leaving in a warship is only the first step. The Nightbat branch of the Shadow Corps is the Flying Shadow Soldiers. Didn't we restrict Admiral's movement outside Impel Down just now and be solved by Marine Admiral? Black creature. That's when these Flying Shadow Soldiers appeared. Although it clearly has an entity, it can turn into a shadow and move in space at will. Naturally, they cannot know that the Shadow Corps is a kind of energy aggregate, and there is no death in the traditional sense. As Luo Xiu thought, a dozen black soldiers appeared on the deck. 110, Chapter 110, you know how to talk. Let us follow your lead. High in the sky, Luo Xiu felt the strong wind facing him and raised his eyebrows. I wonder when I will be able to fly freely like this. Say Chow Chow, and Chow Chow will arrive. Just when he was thinking about this, a familiar voice sounded in my mind. Dang. Congratulations, host, for activating the 6th talisman, the Chicken Talisman. The next sheep charm is being activated. Chicken Talisman, the power of levitation, which allows the holder to control objects to float. Used in conjunction with the rabbit charm, it also functions as a fly, giving the bearer the ability to control levitation. Yes. System, you came at the right time. What can I say? Luo Xiu couldn't help but complain in his heart. If he had activated it earlier, why would I bother with it? Take off directly on the spot. However, it is better than nothing. With a Chicken Talisman on you, it will be much more convenient to do many things in the future. Is this what flying feels like? At this moment, Crocodile listened to the whirring sound in his ears, and his thoughts were flying. The needle won't poke me. The feeling of condescension won't hurt. I have lived in this world for most of my life, always staying on the sea or in Impel Down, and I have never flown before. Looking down at the entire sea from top to bottom, you can truly understand what the pattern is and what the vision is, and no wonder when Luo Xiu is so powerful, this field of vision is much higher than my own. Also, it turns out that this world of TM is not flat, but actually round. Gain more knowledge. Luo Xiu, what are you going to do next? Bullet was also in a good mood, but in the current situation, he has not completely gotten rid of Marine yet. Obviously, the next step is more important. Get rid of those annoying eyeliners first. Otherwise, we will still be under Marine surveillance. The Flying Shadow Soldiers, under Luo Xiu's thoughts, doubled their speed in an instant and rushed towards the seagulls with telephone bugs hanging on them. The round eyes of the seagulls that were originally hovering in the sky revealed a kind of humanized fear. Quack. After calling a few times, he flapped his wings and tried to escape. But their speed couldn't compare to the Flying Shadow Soldiers. After catching up, Luo Xiu grabbed the seagull, stripped it of its fur, and threw it away. Fortunately, this is high in the sky. If we were on land, I would have to make you Oro grilled wings. After clearing away the annoying seagulls, it was truly out of Marine's control. No matter how the opponent moves, they will lose their target. Where are you going? After cleaning up, Luo Xiu looked at the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down. He has no obligation to keep hanging on to these people. So the sentence. It can also be understood as an eviction order. Hurry up, pick a stop, and get off quickly. I hate free sex. Well, the prisoners were immediately speechless. They are now among the Sanwo personnel who have just been released from prison. It seemed like there was no other option but to continue being a pirate. However, if you get out of the car now, Wouldn't you be courting death? But they can clearly remember what Xiu said in Impel Down Nero. If you can stand out from the 6th level, then you will have the opportunity to conquer the world together. It is clear. In the current situation, following Luo Xiu is the best choice. You don't have to be afraid of being chased by a Marine, and you can also experience the feeling of flying. The prisoners looked at each other and saw a hint of determination in each other's eyes. Luo Xiu, Marine, has a huge power, accumulated over many years, and has a solid foundation, but you are still young, and the water is too deep to control many things. But we are different. We don't know everything about Marine, but we do have some clues. Although they suffered a loss this time, there is no doubt that their subsequent revenge will be super doubled. I won't tell you too much. Those who understand will understand. Anyway, relying on you and the forces behind you alone should be a bit tricky. But if we join forces together, it will be enough to overthrow the naval headquarters and even shake the world government. So, how about we work together to turn Marine upside down? Promote your reputation as a pirate again. One of the prisoners looked at Luo Xiu and said firmly, impassioned rhetoric. It was as if a formal joint meeting was taking place. Even the cause and effect were analyzed clearly by Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu's mouth twitched. Damn it. You know how to talk. Don't you pirates have little culture? Glancing at the prisoner with slightly narrowed eyes, Luo Xiu looked him up and down with a meaningful look. Feeling Luo Xiu's fiery gaze, the prisoner unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Sweat flowed down unconsciously. His expression collapsed instantly. Boss Luo, please let us follow you. We won't let you down. The tone was very sincere. Luo Xiu almost fell to his knees. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows. This is right. Easy to understand. There is a lot of fancy foreshadowing. Completely misses the point. Everyone standing next to me has at least Admiral-level combat power. Do you think you have? As soon as these words came out, the prisoners' hearts trembled. You look at me, I look at you. This seems to be the case. Luo Xiu and Bogang both have the strength to challenge Marine Admiral head-on. Not to mention the other demons behind it. Although I have never seen them, they must be pretty good. And although they are the leaders among pirates on the sea, if you want to compare with Marine Admiral, except for Bullet, Shiryu of Rain, and Crocodile, they are not enough to fight with one hand. However, you can go find someone first. Luo Xiu followed the temptation and revealed his ultimate goal. The prisoners looked at Luo Xiu with burning eyes, waiting for the next words. His name is Marshal Teach, aka Blackbeard. It's a dark fruit user. Become his subordinate and work as an undercover agent. He will then search for devil fruit and steal it secretly. Using fruits as an intermediate condition can offset your own lack of strength. Luo Xiu said slowly. He had already thought about this idea during Impel Down. This is why he is willing to take these prisoners who are fighting for their lives. There are 2 reasons for doing this. First, Blackbeard has seen all the devil fruit illustrations and is a native of this world. His familiarity with devil fruit is definitely better than that of an outsider like Luo Xiu. The second is that Blackbeard owns dark fruit and founded a pirate group in their original work to hunt devil fruit everywhere. Hunting devil fruit, kill the user who has become a devil fruit, and use the proximity principle of the fruit's ability. Combined with the dark fruit ability, placing a variety that looks similar to the original fruit next to the deceased can copy the ability and generate a new devil fruit. Blackbeard will give the generated new devil fruit to his subordinates. The transparent fruit of Shiryu of Rain is one of them. Using these prisoners to get the fruits from Blackbeard will not be a loss at all. And it can also develop sustainably. Even if it doesn't happen in the end, Luo Xiu won't lose anything. Therefore, for him, it is better to follow Blackbeard than to let these guys follow him. As for recruiting Blackbeard as his subordinate, Luo Xiu had not considered it at all. The guy who has been able to endure in the Whitebeard group for decades has extraordinary ambitions. 111, Chapter 111, Arranged Tasks. Brainwash. Blackbeard Teach. Information about this man appeared in the minds of the prisoners, and one of them suddenly said, Isn't he the captain of 4 Emperors Whitebeard? Before they entered Impel Down, they were considered well-known pirates on the sea, and naturally they had heard of Blackbeard. But in my memory, this guy was an honest man, serving as the captain next to Whitebeard, and not a devil fruiter. You guys are so behind on news. Luo Xiu pointed to the prison uniforms they were wearing. After being locked up in the city for so long, it was normal not to know some things about Blackbeard, Not everyone was like Doflamingo, who could read the newspaper every day in prison. The strong men outside had all updated their versions, but he was the only one who was slapped on the beach by the back waves. Then he briefly explained to everyone about Blackbeard's backstabbing. The prisoners looked at each other, and the father and son smiled lovingly at the family members. Blackbeard is now one of the Shichibukai. We are short of manpower. While speaking, Luo Xiu looked at Crocodile, one of the previous Shichibukai, intentionally or unintentionally. The latter's mouth twitched. Snored. It's just Shichibukai. Not even a dog. I am the man who is motivated to get Pluton raise the naval headquarters and stay cool in Shichibukai and other places. He has silently set a small goal in his heart, which is to defeat Luo Xiu first. The prisoners also seemed to look down on Shichibukai. Any pirate who could be locked up in the 6th floor was not an arrogant person. Compared to Luo Xiu, who is tough on the Marine Admiral, who wants to overthrow the Marine government, and the forces behind them combined are more terrifying than the naval headquarters. Blackbeard is simply not comparable. Moreover, I have no experience in being an undercover agent. Do you think I'm going to discuss it with you now? Luo Xiu saw that the prisoners didn't seem to want to do anything, but he wasn't used to these guys. His face turned cold instantly. He glanced at them, and then looked down at the vast sea below, as if to say, "Do you want to take a look? Where are you now?" Golo. The prisoners couldn't help but swallow. The feeling of pressure is overwhelming instantly. They were fully aware of Luo Xiu's terror, and would not even blink an eye if he left them alone. Devil fruit is your ultimate goal. When you get the fruit, you will be liberated. If anyone has different intentions and dares to swallow the fruit alone, or resell it. Seeing that everyone acquiesced under the lust, Luo Xiu continued, but he didn't tell the whole story. But the warning meant the consequences would be more terrible than death. The heavy-duty prisoners on the 6th floor are still pirates living in the context of this world. They must be some vicious people, and they also have their own Xiao Jojo in their hearts, but they are just suppressed in their hearts. Their current state may be a little different from how they look in front of ordinary people, but it is not the days in Impel Down that have changed their personalities, but because Luo Xiu is strong enough to be able to suppress them. If someone else were here, let alone talking so much, he would immediately be attacked by a group of people and divided into pieces. Of course, the premise of everything is whether there is enough inducement of interest. If you have the world's most precious devil fruit in your hand, it's hard to say that someone won't have other intentions and run away with the fruit. Therefore, if you want to control them, you must establish a strong image. The prisoners' eyes were rolling, and their minds were making calculations that could be heard through Luo Xiu's belly. After a long while, they weighed the pros and cons and made up their minds. It's better to listen to Luo Xiu. Ha! Isn't it devil fruit? I must send it to you, boss. Yes, with Boss Luo Xiu protecting you, devil fruit is nothing but rubbish. Even dogs won't eat it. It's even more impossible to sell it. The prisoners immediately expressed their loyalty, and even the naval headquarters had nothing to do with Luo Xiu. Even if he ate the devil fruit, it seemed impossible to escape Luo Xiu's pursuit. After all, no matter how strong he was, he could be stronger than 3 Admirals Logia. The difference between a full meal and a full meal is still clear. Luo Xiu, do you want devil fruit? Bullet listened for a long time. After seeing that the matter was settled, he couldn't help but ask the questions in his mind. Judging from Luo Xiu's strength, there is actually no need for devil fruit at all. Besides, you can only eat one of this fruit. If you want so many, you can't keep adding more abilities. Could it be that it has other uses? Luo Xiu smiled and said nothing. Bullet understood and knew that this was a secret, so he didn't ask any more questions. Bullet, don't forget our agreement. Luo Xiu looked at Bullet and said. He knew that Bullet liked to live alone. After Roger's death, due to the lack of goals, he set the new goal of snatching the Buster Call and annihilating all the pirates. Rest assured, I, Bullet, have always kept my promises. Bullet looked at Luo Xiu with blazing eyes. What Luo Xiu didn't know was that although Roger died and Bullet lost his goal, he set up a new goal. It was to defeat Luo Xiu to prove that even if Roger was alive, he would never be able to defeat him again. Feeling Bullet's gaze, there was also the same look on Crocodile's side. Luo Xiu's mouth twitched. Something feels wrong. Crocodile, we haven't settled the score yet. One group is looking for Blackbeard, and Crocodile is leaving here to help Luo Xiu search for Devil Fruit. Bullet and Luo Xiu choose a more remote desert island to learn armament Haki. Luo Xiu directed the flying shadow soldiers to fall, and at the same time on the other side. But now that the external threats have been temporarily resolved, it will naturally turn into internal struggles. Those who know the current affairs are heroes, and they will not get into trouble at this time. After all, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood if the Green Hills are left. Very good. No matter what happened to Marine, there was no way he would find him here. On the calm sea, a strange pirate ship was slowly moving forward. I know you always keep your promises, Luo Xiu said with a smile. The hull is made of giant wood, with extremely abrupt sails. It is the Blackbeard pirates. Devil fruit. Alabasta was the problem. Luo Xiu remembered that Min Qing had been too lazy to deal with the sand crocodile because they had to deal with Marine together. Pointing the finger at the sand crocodile, Luo Xiu changed the subject. Crocodile thought to himself, "You idiot, you just want devil fruit. Why are you going around a corner?" Several people divided into several waves and headed towards different locations. Unknowingly, under the leadership of the flying shadow soldiers, we were some distance away from Impel Down. It will be delivered to your door naturally in the future. 112, Chapter 112, Blackbeard's Plan. Fermentation afterwards. Haki, Blackbeard sneezed violently and rubbed his nose with his hand. Damn it, why does it feel like someone is plotting against Lousy? He sat bold and grandiose, and the openly humiliating Giza's badges stood beside him, staring at the person in the middle of the boat with burning eyes. The other 3 crew members had the same expression and focused on this man. He has black hair, a normal complexion, Madara breasts on his cheeks, a tattoo with the word SC on his left arm, and a red bead necklace on his neck. It's the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates, Portgas Diaz. At this time, his hands were tied and he was sitting cross-legged on the giant tree, with his head lowered, and his expression could not be seen. But there is no doubt about it. He is quite embarrassed now. Ace, how about I give you one last chance and become my companion? As long as you follow me, you will definitely get much more than what you got in the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard said in a deep voice. After escaping from Rakkyu and revealing Rakkyu's whereabouts to naval headquarters, he thought he could become one of the Shichibukai. Unexpectedly, Sengoku agreed, but Garp, the damn crane vice admiral, and Akainu objected. In order to successfully become a Shichibukai, he could only continue his original plan to arrest Luffy and send him to Marine. But in the end, Luffy didn't meet him, but he met Ace, who was chasing him. Then, in Banero Island, he had a big fight with Ace. What he originally wanted to do was to win Ace over to become his companion. After all, he knew Ace's strength, he was just a little weaker than himself. But the other party not only disagreed, but also yelled at himself. For this reason, he could only resort to the next best thing and simply use Ace as a seizure instead of Luffy to be given to Marine, thereby officially becoming a Shichibukai. But there is still a glimmer of hope in my heart, hoping that Ace can change his mind under the threat of approaching Marine forces. It was obvious that he underestimated Ace's strong heart. Ace raised his lowered head, his eyes fixed on Blackbeard. You can't give me what I want, because you will never understand what family is. Thief, family. Ace, are you a 3-year-old? With this idea, you are destined not to become the strongest. You can only become a loser. Blackbeard's face was full of disdain. Compared to strength and power, his family was nothing. It seems you have made your choice. Then just wait to be judged by Marine. Blackbeard was too lazy to persuade Ace anymore. If the other party didn't cherish the opportunity, then there was nothing he could do. Turning his head to look at the calm sea ahead, thoughts began to fly in his mind. The route of the Great Cutting was Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. As long as he successfully becomes a Shichibukai, it's okay if Ace doesn't become his partner. At that time, you can use this identity to successfully enter Impel Down, and then find your companions on the 6th floor of Impel Down. The strength of these guys should be very good. Moreover, if Ace is handed over to Naval Headquarters, based on his knowledge of Whitebeard, the other party will definitely not stand idly by, and will probably make a fuss about Marine and try to find a way to rescue Ace. When the time comes, the fight between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine will end in defeat for both sides, and I might still be able to reap the benefits. Thief, I had shock fruit seems to be pretty good. Blackbeard's eyes were shining, and he was so excited when he thought about shock fruit's powerful ability. Thinking of that day when he escaped under Luo Xiu, Blackbeard felt his face burning. He must let this guy know that he, Blackbeard, is the strongest man in this sea. I believe that after getting the shock fruit, Luo Xiu, who can shock, will not even recognize him. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The news agency Albatross, hovering above Impel Down, returned to the World News Agency headquarters after being deliberately let go by Luo Xiu, and report this bombshell news to Morgans. Morgans was immediately ecstatic. It's better to rely on your own people. Ever since the last time he found out that Marine's arrest of Luo Xiu and his public execution had become false news, he had been feeling uncomfortable and depressed. I hate those damn Marines even more in my heart. The tall image of a true journalist that he finally built up in the hearts of the people is almost overturned. Now the news is even more exciting than before. There is no doubt that this is a good time to make up for your image. Without any delay, Morgans quickly wrote the news content and printed it overnight. I racked my brains and tried my best to extract details from the news while ensuring its authenticity, and then added my own inferences. 3 pages of the newspaper were published in one go. Version 1. Luo Xiu was furious, and in order to retaliate, Marines spread rumors to arrest him and verified it for himself. He broke into Impel Down alone and overthrew the underwater prison. Second edition. Marine Admiral led the buster call to gather together, and Impel was baptized with fiat. It was suspected that there was a discord between the naval headquarters and the world government. The balance of the sea will be broken. Version 3. The forces behind Luo Xiu emerge. One of the 8 demons shakes off the 2 Marine Admirals, and the black ghost creature plays tricks on the 3 Marine Admirals. Just one day, the new newspaper published by Morgans became popular and sold well across the sea. Like a single spark that can start a prairie fire, it was ignited in the first half of the Grand Line in the New World. There are discussions everywhere about Luo Xiu bravely breaking into the underwater prison and humiliating Marine. As long as they were gathered together in 2s and 3s, Luo Xiu would almost always be discussed. All of a sudden, Luo Xiu's name, after being silent for a period of time, has once again become a classic topic of conversation after dinner. But this time, besides Luo Xiu, the most talked about ones were Bo Gang and the name of the Black Corps. At the same time, they deeply felt how terrible Luo Xiu was. If we say that before, he was able to defeat Admiral Kizaru and massacre the Celestial Dragons with a strength comparable to the 4 Emperors. After this incident, everyone discovered that Luo Xiu was not just as powerful as the 4 Emperors. In addition, he also had a stronger background than any 4 Emperors group or even the naval headquarters. After all, Bo Gang, one of the 8 great demons, could face 2 Marine Admirals head-on without falling into a disadvantage. How bad will it be for the other demons who haven't appeared yet? Meanwhile, on a pirate ship with a lion's head, the Straw Hat Pirates and their crew are still sailing the pirate ship to the Subdued archipelago. At this time, a seagull distributing newspapers flew by above. While fishing on a deck, Brooke noticed squawking seagulls. Yo, ho 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 ho, news of the world newspaper delivery seagull. What happened again? He took out a few Baileys from his trouser pocket and threw them over. Several newspapers fell lightly on the deck. 113. Chapter 113, something will happen to him, right? The worries of the Antes. Brooke picked up the newspaper and read it. The next second, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If he had eyes now. Captain Luffy noticed the situation here. Brooke, what happened? Luffy had a signature smile on his face. As he spoke, he stretched his arms to rest on the edge of the boat. With a whoosh, he came to Brooke's side under the influence of elasticity. Let me see. Smiling and taking the newspaper from Brooke, Luffy's eyes widened. Then, when he saw the contents of the newspaper clearly, his whole body twisted into a twist. Ah. Sanji, Zoro, and several other crew members thought something had happened when they heard Luffy's cry, and hurried over. Captain, what happened? Zoro put his hand on the famous sword at his waist and looked around with stern eyes, only to find that there was no hair on anyone. Instead, I saw the captain holding a few newspapers in his hand with a shocked look on his face. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other and couldn't help but twitching the corners of their mouths. Did you think there was an enemy attack? It turned out that I was just reading the newspaper. It seems that it is quite common for captains to have a somewhat neurotic character. They were not very surprised. And besides, what big story could be in the newspapers? No matter what, can it be more shocking than when Luo Xiu killed the Celestial Dragons before? They shook their heads and walked over with a smile. They poked their heads and looked at the words written in the newspaper with curiosity. But when they saw the content and the familiar face on the printed picture, For a moment, their expressions stopped. Luo Xiu. Sanji howled at the top of his lungs. Nami, who was originally in the room, heard these two words, took the weather stick Luo Xiu made for her, and hurried out with her long legs. As soon as they arrived on the deck, they saw Luffy and the others gathered around a newspaper, discussing Luo Xiu. Words like Marine Admiral, Impel Down, and Buster Call came to her ears one after another. Suddenly, Nami's face suddenly changed. Luo Xiu? Marine Admiral? And Buster Call? These words overlap. It's not good news no matter what. Could it be that Naval Headquarters directly dispatched Marine Admiral and Buster Call in order to kill Luo Xiu? Nami immediately thought of this possibility. Luo Xiu was strong and could defeat any Marine Admiral head-on, but if he faced 3 admirals, and there was an inhumane Marine formation like Buster Call, she didn't think Luo Xiu could escape them as claws. The content in the newspaper, now, could it be that Luo Xiu has? She thought about it for a moment, and tears were about to well up in her big, watery eyes. He tried hard to shake his head, not daring to continue thinking deeply. Nami held herself up from falling, raised her steps, and went over to read the content of the newspaper. However, when you look at the deeds published in the newspapers, Nami's beautiful eyes, which were about to fall out of pearls just now, immediately changed. She covered her small mouth with her slender jade hands, and her eyes were as wide as copper bells. Luo Xiu makes a big Impel Down and defeats Warden Magellan. The forces behind Luo Xiu have emerged, the 8 demons and the Black Corps. The Buster Call led by San Admiral returned in vain, and the naval headquarters failed again at the hands of Luo Xiu. At the same time, Subdued Archipelago. The silver-haired coder holds a newspaper in his hand and has an exaggerated expression. Where did this Luo Xiu come from? His name must be in every big news. As soon as we got out of the sea, we were already standing at the top of the sea. And behind the scenes, there is this terrifying organization. Even the captain back then was far behind in comparison. Pluton Rayleigh, the vice-captain of Pirate King Roger, has lived in seclusion in Subdued since Roger's death, serving as his own captain to see this era of great pirates. Even he couldn't help but be shocked by this Luo Xiu. The debut is the peak. Directly surpass the new stage of superstar and ascend to the list of strong ones in one step. Judging from the current situation, it seems that Luo Xiu is the 5th emperor who was praised by those pirates and miscellaneous fish before. It seems that it is really not nonsense. After all, being able to leave the hands of 3 Marine Admirals unharmed is really a bit wrong. If you include the demonic organization behind Luo Xiu, even the Imperial group would not be able to match him. Luo Xiu. This is the charm of East Blue Pirates. New World. Cake Island. One of the 4 emperors, the territory of Big Amoem. In a beautiful palace, the ant held a cake in her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. At the same time, one of the 34 ministers holding lollipop weapons below, Charlotte Perospero, the Minister of Candy and the eldest son of Big Mom, was holding a newspaper in his hand and reading out its contents. Under the leadership of the black soldiers, Luo Xiu escaped from the Marine Admiral and Buster Call. After he said the last word. There is no doubt that this will definitely squeeze the living space of their current 4 emperors. Maybe, because of the dispute, a head-on war is not impossible. The aunt of the 4 emperors above the palace laughed so hard that she even forgot to eat the sweets in front of her. They were more worried than Andy's intuitive thoughts. It is possible, but there is no doubt that the probability will be very small. In the audience, the eldest son Perospero, the second son Charlotte Katakuri, the Pink Minister, and other sons could not help but twitch their eyes despite having strong resistance after hearing their mother's shocking words. But now, judging from the situation in the newspapers, things are completely different. Even in the worst-case scenario, Luo Xiu didn't want to be the 5th emperor at all, but took action to destroy one of the 4 emperors' groups and join the ranks of the new 4 emperors. And now, as the news spreads, the discussion continues to heat up, and the voice of Luo Xiu becoming the 5th emperor has been heard in the sea. This Luo Xiu can always give surprises. It would be great if I could have a child with him, although they would be happy to see him Impel Down and let Marine be defeated again. It must be very powerful. Mama Code Mama. The ant had a nympho face, put her fat fingers on her lips, and imagined the scene of herself and Luo Xiu playing poker in her mind. Judging from the fact that even the naval headquarters sent almost half of its combat force to encircle Luo Xiu, but failed in the end. If their imperial regiment was dispatched, could they defeat Luo Xiu head-on? Luo Xiu is not alone. There are other demons behind him, not to mention the demons that have never appeared. Just the demon bow gang on the table and those ghostly black troops are enough to make people feel that fear. Luo Xiu's rise was too rapid. In less than half a year, he went from an unknown pirate to a man of the hour on the sea. But the prerequisite for a good show is that Luo Xiu poses no threat to them. 114, Chapter 114, The Haze of Five Elders. Kong. The third minister among the ministers, Charlotte Dafu, stood up and wanted to report his worries to Andy so that he could carry out the next plan against Luo Xiu. The second son, Katakuri, gave him a look and shook his head to indicate not to raise objections at this time. As Auntie's son, he knows Auntie's character very well. If you disobey her when she is eating sweets and has just had a good idea, then instead of having a good discussion with you, you will most likely run away on the spot. Although this may be small, it is not impossible. At that time, the aunt will not distinguish between the son and the son. She will grab it and put it into her mouth. A tea will come out from the bottom and enter from the top, giving you a new cyclic experience. It won't be too late to talk about this matter after Auntie calms down. After all, judging from the current situation, there will be people who are more anxious than them. That's naval headquarters. The impact of this incident on the sea will probably make the world government furious, and they will definitely initiate the next step to deal with the Luo Xiu incident urgently. It is better to choose to wait and see. Waiting for naval headquarters' next move to see if we can get any benefits from it. It is best to reap the benefits. World Government Headquarters, Mariewa. In the Five Elders Conference Hall, there was a roar that could shake the entire gorgeous palace. Has your brain, Marshal Marine, been eaten by a dog? He actually issued such a ridiculous order as the Marine troops to bombard the Impel Down. Who gave you the courage? Why don't you take this seat? Is it you, Marine, who has drifted away? Or is it that world government is useless in your eyes? The most important thing is that it failed in the end. 3 Marine Admirals, with an overall strength no less than Buster Call, are unable to capture Luo Xiu. What a waste. What a shame. Among the 5 elders, the yellow-haired old man with the most explosive temper slammed a newspaper in front of Sengoku. What was recorded above was the copy written by Morgans overnight. Snored. I told you a long time ago, Marines are just freeloaders. Incompetent bungler. The curly-haired old man didn't give Marine any face. Sengoku lowered his head and stood silently in front of the 5 elders, accepting the accusations and curses from the 5 elders. At this moment, his mood was difficult to describe with just 4 words. Terrible. Chasing Luo Xiu, bombarding Impel Down, the mission failed, and that damn guy Morgans added fuel to the fire. No matter which one it was enough for him to face the wrath of the 5 elders without being able to say anything back. I suggest temporarily suspend Sengoku's position as marshal. The bald old man glanced at Sengoku and said, since Luo Xiu appeared, he has done so many things that harm Marine and the world government, but he has not been punished as he should. Instead, their world government once again suffered an undeserved reputation. He had reason to suspect that Sengoku was not qualified for the position of marshal. Sengoku still said nothing. When he ordered the baptism of Impel Down, he thought that such a day would come if he failed. For some reason, facing 5 elders' proposal at this time, he actually felt a sense of relief in his heart. Call. At this time, the old man in kimono who had been silent and did not speak pushed up his glasses. Now is not the time for internal strife. Suspending Sengoku's position is equivalent to confirming the discord between Marine and the world government. This is absolutely not okay. Because of Morgan's speculation and Sengoku's actions in Impel Down, news of disagreements between Marine and world government has spread in various kingdoms. Some kingdoms even thought of withdrawing from the participating countries and refused to pay the heavenly gold. If Sengoku is really removed from his position at this juncture, then the relationship between world government and Marine will become a self-defeating one. This is what he never wants to see. Furthermore, others don't know, but he knows it very well. Sengoku has no qualms about world government. The justice that reigns over the world is the best proof. This is also the reason why he initially promoted Sengoku to take over Kong's position. Compared to useless anger, it is more important to plan how to minimize the impact afterwards and how to deal with Luo Xiu. The old man in kimono punched the katana in his hand on the ground with a solemn expression. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the other 4 or 5 elders darkened. It is easy to reduce the impact of the incident, but it is very difficult to deal with Luo Xiu. This can be known from what Sengoku himself said. Luo Xiu has grown enough to threaten naval headquarters, even to the point of shaking their current position. Even though they have lived for so many years and know the secrets of the world that many people don't understand, they still have no clue about the demon group and the black creatures behind them. It's like a force that appears out of nowhere. Powerful. Mystery. Unknown. Is there a specific location where Luo Xiu escaped? The old man in kimono looked at Sengoku and asked in a deep voice. Sengoku raised his head and said, "No. The military seagull responsible for monitoring Luo Xiu's movements was killed. The last picture transmitted showed that it was the Black Bat soldiers who sent them away. Although the moment Luo Xiu drove the warship away from Impel Down, he immediately deployed the people below to conduct an all-round interception in the calm belt. But in the end, only an empty warship was found floating on the sea. Luo Xiu and the others were led away by the black creatures. Without suitable anti-air weapons, let alone monitoring equipment, it was impossible to know Luo Xiu's specific location in the air. Black Bat soldier? It must be a black creature, be able to turn into a shadow and travel through space, and even have their own special directions. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a strictly trained army." The old man with a mustache frowned, thinking about these things. "I have to say, it's scary. In terms of individual strength, it may not be that great, but when they are united and each performs their own duties, the energy produced is completely different. Moreover, these black creatures seem to obey Luo Xiu's orders. In terms of execution, it is countless times higher than the trash marine." The old man in kimono nodded and agreed with what he said. "I have to add one more. It seems difficult to kill. Judging from the current situation, it is a bit difficult to hunt down Luo Xiu. The efficiency is also very low. In comparison, it would be easier to let him come to the door." The old man in kimono said coldly, "But how to do this?" Just as he was thinking, the door outside the conference hall was suddenly pushed open. Marine Vice Admiral Garp and Commander-in-Chief Kong walked side by side towards the conference room. 115. Chapter 115. Continue public executions? Ace becomes an execution stand-in. Behind them, there were 3 Marine Admirals. 5 people walked into the 5 Elders conference hall. Except for Kong, whose face looked slightly better, the faces of the other 4 were filled with gloom. Have the follow-up affairs in Impel Down been arranged? The old man in kimono looked at Kong. Under reconstruction, Kong nodded, informed Magellan of his demotion, and brought Hannibal up. As he spoke, he stood next to Sengoku, and Garp stood on the other side of Sengoku. The 3 admirals, who had failed in their pursuit mission, remained silent and stood aside. Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, was successfully arrested, now housed at naval headquarters. Kong continued his report. The Blackbeard pirates, a few hours ago, brought Ace to naval headquarters in exchange for a bargaining chip to become Shichibukai. After receiving the news, Kong immediately came to the holy place Mariewa. Whitebeard pirates. Ace? Hearing this name, the 5 elders frowned. The one who responded the most was undoubtedly Garp. At this moment, he was holding his fists tightly, and even with his head lowered, he could tell that something was wrong with him. He has grown up with Ace and has always raised him as a grandson. Now Marine has it in his hands. But he was powerless, coupled with the failure in the Luo Xiu incident. At this moment, he instantly seemed to have aged several years. Ace. Sengoku's face changed slightly. After knowing the name of Fire Fist Ace and D, and joining Whitebeard and even becoming the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he once hid the secret from Garp and sent someone to secretly investigate Ace's identity, knowing that he was the son of the former pirate King Roger. He also knew that Garp once raised Ace as his grandson without telling the naval headquarters. Unexpectedly, he was arrested. How? Is there anything wrong with this person's identity? The bald old man and the 5 elders looked at Sengoku's slightly surprised expression and asked. He is not the biological son of former pirate King Roger. Sengoku directly announced his identity without any reason to hide it, but excluded Garp's role in it. The harm Roger left behind? Damn it, he actually has a son. The old man with white curly hair twitched his eyes fiercely. He was shocked by the news, And then his eyes turned sinister. This scourge must be put to death. It's just a useless thing. The old man in kimono was not very surprised. He knew Ace's identity earlier than Sengoku. The world government's intelligence agency, CP0, was involved in investigating his background. But he didn't take it to heart. Roger couldn't make any big splash, so what could his biological son do? Compared to Luo Xiu's current influence on the world government, it was nothing worth mentioning. However, by successfully capturing Ace, we can move forward and take advantage of it. The public execution at Naval Headquarters must have been planned for a while. The old man in kimono asked, mentioning the previous public execution of Luo Xiu. Sengoku visibly perked up, remembering the bad memory. The public execution plan has been cancelled. This matter had been put on hold when Luo Xiu killed the celestial dragons. After all, it's not even sure whether the person is here or not. Impel Down, and what a damn punishment. Now turn it back on. Replace Luo Xiu with Ace. Reveal his identity to the whole world and continue the public execution. The old man in kimono put first-generation Kitetsu on his waist and announced the matter in a cold voice. Will public executions continue? Execute Ace? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Sengoku's face became even more grim. He didn't expect that the five elders would propose the decision to continue the execution at this time and also execute Ace. Subconsciously, he looked at Garp. Garp's face was so gloomy that he seemed to be dripping with water, and his fist bones were turning white, and he had a faint tendency to explode. Sengoku saw this and quickly held down Garp's arm. He really dared to believe that Garp would do something impulsive, but this was not the case in Naval Headquarters, and no one was used to it, signaling that we are Marines and think about the greater good. But even so, the kimono old man and five elders also noticed something abnormal about Garp. However, he just sneered, his eyes full of contempt. He already knew about Garp going against Marine's will and helping Ace, and he also knew that Garp was a thorn in his side. If he didn't need the title of Marine Hero to build momentum for Marine, become a benchmark for Marine, and help Marine continue to attract new generations to join, he would have disposed of Garp long ago. Now is not the time for internal strife. Public execution of Ace? It was Kong who spoke this time, but after a moment of confusion, he understood the purpose of the five elders. The old man in kimono nodded. This time because of the performance of Marine and this bunch of trash. The credibility of the world government has dropped to an extremely low point. We must use a big event to cover up the continued fermentation of the matter. Public execution of Roger's son is a good choice. Moreover, Luo Xiu's location has been lost. It's difficult to track him down again. So it's better to wait and see. Maybe a public execution will attract Luo Xiu to come over. When the people present heard this, they were filled with thoughts. Hearing this, the old man in kimono snorted coldly. What if it's not just Naval Headquarters? If Luo Xiu doesn't come, the execution will go smoothly. Use this incident to re-establish Marine's prestige. What if Luo Xiu doesn't come? Kizaru asked. After this period of fighting, he has fully realized that Luo Xiu is a very cunning old man. Luo Xiu has always been against our Marine. Using public executions to attract Luo Xiu to show up does not necessarily seem to be successful. If he comes, that's the best time to destroy him. Hearing this, Kong crossed his arms on his chest and raised his concerns. Then if things are really as Sakazuki said, Luo Xiu will come to Marineford. Public execution, broadcast live. The old man in kimono said, let them see it and tell them how miserable they will be if they go against Marine and become a pirate. Snored. This will also weaken the pirate's growing reputation. With the current strength of Naval Headquarters, it seems difficult to keep it. I don't think he will miss such a feast. A kind of disagreed, and in his opinion, Luo Xiu's purpose has always been to subvert the Naval Headquarters, even shake the world government, and conduct public executions. Such a good opportunity. It was hard for him not to believe that Luo Xiu would give up. But do you still believe in public executions? Sengoku said this with difficulty. Public executions had become a joke before. Now announcing this matter will inevitably make people think that they are joking again. I'm afraid things will develop in an extremely bad direction again, like this Impel Down incident. No matter what, this matter is beneficial to us, said the old man in kimono. What a grand gesture. Broadcast live to the whole world. 116, Chapter 116, Deploy Troops. Sengoku's speculation. Not just Naval Headquarters. Sengoku, Kong, and Marine Admiral looked at each other and read the same information from each other's eyes. This is not preparing for a big battle. In other words, they can borrow troops from the world government. Judging from Luo Xiu's strength, even though he hates to admit it, he is enough to defeat any top combat power head-on. Besides him, Demon Gang's abilities can be initially assessed as epidermal hardening and super enlargement. The defense power is too amazing, and IT seems that the ability is still improving, and he doesn't know how to appear. The Black Core is indeed extremely difficult. Sengoku nodded. First tell me, how many troops your Marines can deploy at your headquarters? The old man in kimono went straight to the point. Sakazuki, Porisolino, and Kuzan are the 3 Marine Admirals, and the Marine Vice Admiral can dispatch more than a dozen plus 100,000 elite Marine soldiers. After Sengoku thought for a while, he brought out the powerful background of naval headquarters. Akainu, who was present, heard Sengoku's words. His eyes flashed, and he was gearing up. It doesn't matter to Ace whether the execution is public or not. The important thing is that he wants to fight for Marine's justice, not to prove how great he is, but to tell the world that he will definitely get back what he lost from Luo Xiu's hands. Kizaru raised his eyebrows. As long as it was related to Luo Xiu, he would be wary, feeling that things would not be so simple and smooth. Kuzan, on the other hand, exhaled a breath of ice and raised his eyes to look at the determination on Akainu's face. He had so many thoughts in his mind that he didn't know what he was thinking. It's not enough. Kong shook his head and said, it's far worse. We can win the current Shichibukai into the camp. Shichibukai's strength is even higher than Marine Vice Admirals. Pulling them over can increase Marine's combat power a lot. Sengoku nodded and agreed to Kong's proposal. Vegapunk's Science and Technology Association team, I heard that the pacifists have been able to mass-produce them. Please transfer them all when the time comes. The old man in kimono added. However, there is still a chance of losing. Although Luo Xiu's forces on the surface currently only include Gang and the Black Creature, there may be other demons behind him. If they appear together in this headquarters. Thinking of the other demons that had not appeared, the old man in kimono also felt a little pain in his head. Hearing this, the other 5 elders frowned and their bodies became tense. Indeed, if the demons behind Luo Xiu were to mobilize together, even if Marine deployed so many people, they still might not be able to achieve their goals. Besides Sengoku, Garp glanced disdainfully and snorted, with a hint of mockery on his gloomy face. It turns out that you 5 are also afraid of people and things. Hero Marine, watch your words. The old man in kimono narrowed his eyes and said seriously to Garp, especially the word hero was pronounced very hard. Sengoku quickly smoothed things over and said in a deep voice, although there are 8 demons behind Luo Xiu, according to the analysis of the battles watched in Impel Down, these demons should have certain limitations. Oh. The old man in kimono raised his eyebrows, suddenly became interested, and motioned for Sengoku to continue. After the Impel Down incident, the Marine generals and I spent a lot of time analyzing the battles in Impel Down. I found something very strange. The second Demon Gang alone can contain the 2 Marine Admirals' head dash on, so why do the forces behind Luo Xiu have to remain hidden? Just send out a few more demons and we can easily take down Impel. Why go to such trouble? So, I have reason to suspect that the demonic power behind Luo Xiu has certain limitations. It needs certain things to perform some kind of ulterior ritual to awaken it. Watching the battles in Impel Down live is not just watching a show. The details of the battles were recorded in detail, which was one of the few gains of their Marines. It makes some sense. The 5 elders slowly breathed a sigh of relief. If this is the case, then things will become much better, and the chance of victory on the day of the public execution will also be much greater. So, do you Marines know what the ritual is? Sengoku shook his head. This is not clear yet. We will continue to investigate. However, one thing is for sure. Luo Xiu should be the leader of the 8 demons. He inferred this from the relationship between Luo Xiu and Gang. Although Demon Gang is strong, in front of Luo Xiu, he is like a small character who shouts and drinks. This is obviously not a relationship of the same level, but more like a superior and subordinate. As soon as these words came out, the 5 elders' brows that had relaxed just now frowned again. The 3 Marine Admirals couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Luo Xiu, demon leader. In other words, Luo Xiu is in a dominant position among other demons, able to directly command other demons. Think of this. They couldn't help but gasp. Undoubtedly, this deepened their terrible understanding of Luo Xiu. Besides that, there's one more thing. Luo Xiu has an indescribable special ability. He seems to be able to summon demons out of thin air. One person can defeat 10,000 armies. Sengoku continued to elaborate on the information he analyzed from Impel Down. The appearance and disappearance of Bo Gang, as well as the appearance and disappearance of black creatures out of thin air. Although I don't know what the specific ability is, what is certain is that it must be Luo Xiu's ability. However, even he cannot fathom this ability. Hearing this, the old man in kimono took a long breath. One person can form an army. This is really a heaven-defying ability. CP0's transfer authority is given to you, he said slowly. This is their own direct unit, which is considered to be the favored one among the minions. Unlike Marine, who dies immediately, they are actually a little reluctant to let go of someone who dies in CP0. But considering Luo Xiu's mysterious abilities, if they were sent there, Marineford's safety would indeed be increased by a few percent. Hearing this, Sengoku and Kong's faces lit up. He is very familiar with the strength of CP0. Everyone is very strong, and the captain is only one step away from Admiral. Not counting the other Shichibukai and the Marine Vice Admiral. The old man in kimono stood up slowly, bringing the negotiation to an end. Finally, Sengoku felt a long-lost sense of security in his heart. The words fell. Face is so important, so who are we Marines? Akainu said he didn't understand and directly attacked him. Now 3 Admiral, myself, Kong, CP0 Captain, Garp, there are 7 top combatants. The head is harder than my iron fist. The execution date will be set in 2 weeks. This guy, why not execute it immediately? Brush. In the next week, go and suppress the public opinion of Impel Down to a minimum and try to save the face of the world government. A week later, Ace's public execution will be officially announced. They didn't expect that Akainu was so tough that he dared to directly contradict Celestial Dragons and was also the manager of Celestial Dragons. Only Garp frowned. Even Kong would not dare to do such a thing. Kizaru and Kuzan were stunned, and even Kong and Sengoku were stunned for a moment. 117. Chapter 117. 5 Elders joined the war. Redhead's dissuasion. Boom. An astonishing momentum suddenly erupted from the 5 Elders. Who are you Marines? The failure of Impel Down this time is enough to prove your lack of ability. The yellow-haired old man squinted his eyes slightly, stared at Kainu with burning eyes, and said angrily, "Clear your position. You Marines are just the face of the world government." The old man in kimono slammed the first-generation Katetsu in his hand to the ground, and his momentum exploded wildly. Sengoku was sweating profusely, fearing that the 5 Elders would take action and chop Akainu here, so he quickly moved his body to block Sakazuki. Upon seeing this, the old man in kimono's eyes flashed coldly, but he put down the knife in his hand. After all, in the current situation, it was impossible to really attack Akainu. He still needs this guy to help him. The choice of announcing a week later was not only for the prestige of the world government, but also to secretly deploy troops in advance to catch them off guard and prevent the pirates from joining forces to cause trouble in the ample time. The first time and the last time. The old man in kimono snorted coldly. Everyone go down. Prepare well. Although Sengoku and others were unhappy, they could only retreat silently. After they left, the bald old man among the 5 Elders looked at the empty door and snorted, "What a bunch of low-grade trash." On the other hand, the old man with a mustache was more concerned about the next action. They've failed twice. Can you trust Marine? Although a lot of troops have been deployed, and even many strong men have been deployed on the world government side, logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat Luo Xiu's current combat power. But thinking about how these wastes behaved before, he felt uneasy in his heart. If the world government fails during the live broadcast around the world, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lord Im, it is more likely that he will impose divine punishment. Snored. Of course, you can't trust these rubbish. A sharp light flashed through the glasses worn by the old man in kimono. He never believed that Marine could succeed. These 2 failures were enough to wake him up. What do you mean? Hearing this, the other 4 or 5 Elders frowned. It's time for these stupid low-level people to witness the power of God's envoys. Speaking of which, we haven't moved our muscles in a long time. The old man in kimono moved his right hand slightly. Zheng. First-generation ghost is out of his sheath even an inch. A cold light appears. Feeling the old man's strong murderous intent, the sword began to buzz and tremble. Senin's sword blade shone with a strange purple light. The other 4 or 5 elders had a chill on their faces, understanding what the old man in kimono meant. An invisible momentum instantly rose up. Behind them, 5 huge black shadows appeared. Some have 2 huge horns on their heads. Some are shaped like a phoenix, some are like ghosts in the abyss, and some. The entire conference hall was enveloped in it. Different shapes, full of pressure. Afterwards, their breath slowly subsided, and the conference hall returned to calm. At this time, there was a clicking sound from the back of the hall. A tall figure walked in. 5 elders turned around and looked over. This man had a western knife on his waist and was wearing a simple robe. At this moment, if there is any famous pirate or marine here, then he will definitely be able to recognize who he is. One of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. There was no surprise on the 5 elders' faces. On the contrary, because of the red hair's arrival, the disdain he had shown towards Marine before had faded away, and he actually seemed to be much more polite than he was towards Marine. The red-haired man's true identity was enough for them to correct their attitude. "Shanks, what do you want from Mariehua?" asked the old man in kimono from the 5 elders. "Do you really want to do this?" The red-haired man did not directly answer the 5 elders' questions. He had heard all the conversation just now. Instead, he directly asked his own question. Naval Headquarters dispatched 3 admirals, as well as Shichibukai, Garp, Sengoku, and Kong, as well as CP0 and Peacemaker, who appeared in front of the world, and even the 5 elders are now involved. There is no doubt that no matter what the outcome is, it will be an earth-shattering battle. "How? What's your problem?" The bald old man narrowed his eyes and his face became colder. Although the identity of the red hair is there, they are also noble beings among the celestial dragons, and they are messengers of God. They are polite, but it is not the other party's turn to point fingers. "Phew." The red-haired man shook his head and took a long breath. "I fought against Luo Xiu." The 5 elders were shocked, as if they didn't expect the red-haired person to tell the news. "How is the result?" "Not ideal. Although we were not directly defeated in the battle, it was just because we stopped in time. If we continue to fight, we will definitely lose." The 5 elders looked at the redhead in surprise. They recognized the red-haired man's strength, but he couldn't beat Luo Xiu. But if you think about it carefully, judging from Luo Xiu's current performance, it seems that there is nothing surprising. Actually, the outcome of the battle is not important. The important thing is that I see Haki and Luo Xiu, who wants to stand on top of the world and subvert everything. It comes more violently than anyone I have ever seen, even stronger than the leader of the Revolutionary Army Long. The red-haired man continued, thinking of the opponent's crazy state when fighting Luo Xiu, and the temporary breakthrough of Conqueror's Haki, and he was a little frightened. This is what he is worried about. The expressions of the 5 elders suddenly changed. Although Marines and pirates have always been on opposite sides on the sea, the world government is not very afraid of pirates, and even to a certain extent, will adjust the balance of power between the 2 sides to prevent the pirates from being completely wiped out. Although pirates are hateful, it is precisely because of the presence of pirates that the celestial dragons can control the major kingdoms more conveniently, and in the name of protecting the kingdom, they can reasonably collect heavenly gold from the participating countries. But the Revolutionary Army is different. They really want the world government to die. The concept is more than 1 level higher than that of pirates who only know how to fight and kill. Now, the red-haired man said that Luo Xiu was even more extreme than the Revolutionary Army Dragon, which made them feel chills on their backs. At the same time, the idea of exterminating Luo Xiu was determined. So, the old man in kimono said, "That's why. We must completely eliminate him. But if this is the case, the balance of the sea will be disrupted. An ace has been arrested. From what I know about Whitebeard, they will most likely come to rescue him. At that time, if the Whitebeard pirates and Luo Xiu unite to severely damage the world government, the world will be completely in turmoil." The red hair expressed his opinion. Boom! The old man in kimono slammed Katetsu to the ground, causing gravel to fly. "Shanks, do you think our world government is just like Marine? We are all just doing nothing?" The Whitebeard pirates are naturally considered among them, but even so, I don't think they can escape from the palm of their hands. The world's intelligence agencies have already had a thorough understanding of Whitebeard's character. Of course, they know that the Whitebeard pirates are likely to interfere, but compared to Luo Xiu, they can only be considered in the second place now. When Shanks saw this, his face instantly turned cold, and he put his arm on the western sword. He has his own persistence. He is not a Marine, and he has no fear of the five elders. This time I came to Mariehua not to take any side, but just to maintain peace in the world. The atmosphere in the conference hall seemed extremely solemn at the moment, as if a fight was about to start at the next moment. In the end, seeing how determined the five elders were, the red-haired man knew the dissuasion would have no effect, so he could only wave his sleeves and leave angrily. Only one sentence was left, echoing in the conference hall. One day, you will regret today's decision. 118. Chapter 118 Win over Bullet and Target Beehive Island. After one day, a deserted island. There were continuous explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The earth seemed to be trembling, and the surrounding seawater surged crazily, creating one wave after another and crashing on the island. There were rumbling sounds. Everything was collapsing, rubble was flying, and large and small stones were shot out in all directions like arrows. The scene was extremely terrifying. And all this is due to the two figures in the middle of the island. At this moment, due to their fighting, the central area had been turned into ruins. The ground sank several meters. A tall and powerful figure with towering muscles covered in black luster, which looked extremely heavy under the sunlight. One was about 2 meters tall, with black hair and black eyes, and a straight posture. The former is Bullet, and the latter is Luo Xiu. After escaping from the Impel Down, they landed on the island and began to spar with each other. Realize armament Haki. Sizzle, sizzle. The two of them looked at each other, one on the left and the other on the right. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki, observation Haki, and armament Haki constantly collide, inspiring a cacophony of sounds. The small animals on the desert island fainted one after another, and the better ones hid in deep caves, shivering. Ha 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 ha. It's indeed a monster. In just 2 days, I awakened armament Haki and practiced to the intermediate level. Bullet twisted his neck, and after a while, he restrained the Haki on his body, and the armed color of his body faded away, revealing his original bronze color skin. Luo Xiu also restrained the Haki emanating from his body. It is worth mentioning that at this moment, his hands were pitch black. As Bullet said, after 2 days of non-stop fierce battles, plus some explanations about the essence of armament Haki, he gained a lot. From a novice who didn't know armament Haki at all, he successfully broke through to the intermediate level of armament Haki. Fighting is the best way to improve your strength. Luo Xiu jumped up and landed next to Bullet. Fighting against top warriors was the key to his ability to obtain armament Haki so quickly. Mr. Kaido has fully proved this point. That was really a blow after blow in the battle, knocking Luffy, the Chosen One, to the 5th level. Of course, in addition to this, there is another important reason. Luo Xiu has already awakened observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki, and his physical fitness is also ridiculously strong under the influence of the spell, so the process of awakening armament Haki will actually be much simpler than others. Hey, it's really shocking. The gap between people is really bigger than imagined. Bullet patted Luo Xiu on the shoulder, feeling very emotional. Before fighting Luo Xiu, although he knew that Luo Xiu was very strong, he still thought that he was capable of fighting him. But after getting along with him for the past 2 days, he found that this was not the case at all. It was more difficult to defeat Luo Xiu than he had imagined. Luo Xiu obviously held back during the 2-day battle. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fight for such a long time. 1% Z$ at. Not to mention the potential for despair. By the way, your physical fitness is so strong. Actually, whether you have awakened armament Haki or not, it will be difficult to defeat him. Bullet looked at Luo Xiu and asked loudly, I don't know if I will be defeated, but it's true that you can beat others better. Luo Xiu shrugged. There is no way Logia guys are too difficult to deal with. With armament Haki in hand, you can save a lot of effort. Bullet was speechless for a moment, but he was right. It's not enough. Armament Haki is only an intermediate level, still a little bit behind. Bullet waved his fist and muttered. Compared to the Admirals to cause real damage to them, only the intermediate armament Haki is actually a bit inferior. Then come again, Luo Xiu said, clenching his fists. Bullet swallowed involuntarily. This guy looks thin and frail, but how much energy does his body contain? Even though I was exhausted, I could still continue. What a monster. Wrong. To be precise, the devil. Bullet experienced the pain of being a sparring partner for the first time. Soon, on the small island, there was another roar, and the terrifying air waves swept across again. After a long time, the fighting stopped again. On a huge stone, Luo Xiu sat in the middle with his hands behind his back, looking at the sea that had gradually calmed down. Coming to the pirate world, he has awakened 6 spells so far. They are the Ox Talisman, the Horse Talisman, the Rabbit Talisman, the Dragon Talisman, the Tiger Talisman, and the Chicken Talisman. There are still 6 charms that have not been awakened. The next charm is the Sheep Charm. Among the masks, the most powerful Terra Mask is activated, which can summon 9 shadow armies. The demon progressed the slowest, with only 1 demon Bagong activated. It is actually not difficult to become the strongest person in this world with the current strength. But with behemoths like Marine and World Government blocking the way, it was obviously not enough. Moreover, after the Impel Down incident, Luo Xiu had a feeling that the storm was about to come. It seems that something big is coming. Therefore, we must increase our strength as soon as possible. In terms of spells, Luo Xiu believed that they were not the main consideration. Speed up the demon's awakening as quickly as possible. This is the next most important thing. 1 wave is not enough. Luo Xiu, what are you going to do next? At this time, Bullet walked to Luo Xiu and sat down, holding a newspaper in his hand. Now almost everyone in the sea knows that you made a big fuss about Impel Down. World government will not let you go like this. As he spoke, he handed the newspaper to Luo Xiu. I'm curious, what are you going to do next? Luo Xiu asked without answering. He took the newspaper and glanced at it briefly. Thoughts. Morgan's is worthy of being a reporter. He just knows how to focus on the key points. Bullet's eyes fell scorchingly on Luo Xiu, and he bared his teeth. Beat you. This is his new goal. Even after seeing Luo Xiu's strength, he never wavered. The harder it is, the more excited it will be for him. Luo Xiu's eyes twitched. You are so direct. Before, you said you were more interested in shadow soldiers. How about you? Do you want to experience commanding them? Join my side, Luo Xiu said. Although the Terra Mask has been awakened, there are still 9 masks. He plans to use these 9 masks for others to become ghost generals and increase his own power. Bullet's strength and grievances with Marine make him a very good choice. Shadow soldiers? When Bullet heard this, he immediately became interested. He was indeed quite curious about those black creatures that shine and impel down. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. You want to use me to deal with Marine and World Government. He was not stupid and pointed it out directly. Then it's settled. That's a good suggestion. And if you join my camp, you can observe me all the time and increase your chances of defeating me. Luo Xiu followed the instructions and gave Bullet a thumbs up. Then he stood up and patted his butt. Luo Xiu smiled. It was good to talk to smart people. He is Marine's mortal enemy. If he escapes Impel Down this time, he will definitely be pursued by Marine. But Bullet didn't care at all. Those Marines and the damn world government deserve to die. He can command the mysterious shadow soldiers, and he can get close to Luo Xiu and wait for an opportunity to defeat him. To Beehive Island. Let's go. But now Luo Xiu gave himself the best of both worlds. What are you doing there? No matter how you think about it, it doesn't hurt. After thinking for a while, Bullet smiled. Leave here and go to Beehive Island. Establish a Devil's Union. 119, Chapter 119, Let's Play Music. Dance on. Devil's Union. Bullet considered these words and thought of Luo Xiu's name as a demon. This was preparing to establish a new force. You're a pirate. Shouldn't we choose to form an imperial group? Who told you that I was a pirate? Luo Xiu curled his lips. I had never said that he was a pirate, and it was obviously you people who had preconceived the idea and took it for granted. As for the name 4 emperors, Luo Xiu didn't look down on it at all. What kind of status do they have to deserve the same name as me? Walk. Let's go to Beehive Island first. The words fell. Luo Xiu didn't explain much with a thought. He summoned a flying shadow soldier to grab the bullet and soar into the sky. You don't need it. Seeing that there was only 1 flying shadow soldier, Bullet couldn't help but ask, could it be that you want to take a boat there by yourself? Luo Xiu smiled and did not answer. After obtaining the chicken talisman, what else do you need to fly the shadow soldiers? Now is the time to give it a try. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu activated the magic power of the spell. The figure soared instantly, breaking away from gravity and leaping into the air. In a short time, it caught up with Bullet, who had gone ahead. Bullet swallowed hard as he looked at Luo Xiu flying up like this. The strength is pervert, the potential is heaven-defying, and he can actually fly. If I remember correctly, in my impression, this ability to levitate was only possessed by the Golden Lion who escaped from Impel Down. How many things are hidden in Luo Xiu? Why do I feel that the more I understand, the more I can't see through it? Bullet was deeply shocked. Judging from Luo Xiu's current ability, no matter which aspect is put on the outside, it is enough to make anyone the strongest, but now they are integrated into one. Simply more monster than monster. At the same time, I was happy with the decision I had just made. Perhaps this is the real strong man. There are no shortcomings, and it is precisely because of this that I have the need to go all out. Under the guidance of the record, Luo Xiu and Bullet flew toward the Beehive Island, the New World, at an incredible speed. Beehive Island. This island, known as the Paradise of Pirates, and which has experienced several generations of powerful owners, is currently immersed in joy. There are pirates everywhere holding big knives, hanging swords, holding 18 kinds of weapons, drinking from big bowls, and boasting about their boasts. The news coming from Impel Down indicated that Marine was in trouble again, and Impel Down was overthrown. What a delight! At this moment, small groups discussing this matter can be heard everywhere. What a waste, Marine. They actually sent out 3 admirals and a force comparable to Buster Call, but they didn't catch Luo Xiu. They even let him run away. What bullshit, Marine. I can only do it in the nest. If I really want to show off with real swords and guns, the secret will be exposed immediately. What kind of strength can a lackey of celestial dragons have? But this Luo Xiu is terrifyingly strong. Not only can he reverse the entire battle by himself, but he can also create demon waves, black creatures, and other things that I have never seen before. Now Luo Xiu is fully capable of the 4 Emperors group. I don't know how to deal with the 4 Emperors of the New World. Anyway, if Luo Xiu forms an Imperial group, I will definitely sign up to join. This is much more popular than the current 4 Emperors. Maybe I can even become the captain. Just you. Are you worthy of following Luo Xiu as captain? What the hell are you talking about? Believe it or not, Lousy will chop you with a knife. Damn it. You think I'm holding you in my arms. Come out and challenge me if you have the guts. The pirates gathered on Beehive Island are moody. If they don't agree with each other, they will show their swords and kill others. If they use their actions to show that they are brothers, they will kill me. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. There is someone in the sky. The man's face was filled with disbelief. His finger pointed in the direction of the sky, and his eyes were as wide as bells. Is there someone in the sky? When all the pirates heard this, their mouths twitched. This kid must have been blinded by drinking. The reason why pirates are pirates is because they can only move at sea. How could someone appear from the sky? But when they followed their gaze and looked over, they were immediately petrified on the spot. There are really people. And it seems there is more than one. Moment. The pirates were alert. It seems that there are rumors that people can fly in the sky, that only the legendary pirate Golden Lion can do it. Is it possible that the Golden Lion is coming to Beehive Island? This is a great pirate as famous as Whitebeard. Even if his legs are broken, they are not comparable to them. No, it's not. It's Luo Xiu. The black figures in the sky became more and more clear from far to near. They were 2 people, or 3 to be exact. A black bat soldier grabbed one and flew with flapping wings, while the other stood in the air with a fluttering temperament. Bullet and the others might not recognize him, but Luo Xiu, who was in the spotlight, recognized him at a glance. Wow. The moment he recognized Luo Xiu, the pirates were suddenly sweating profusely, and some of their legs were trembling. It perfectly explains the meaning of the 4 words, Yi Gong loves dragons. Although talking about Luo Xiu is not a good idea, it is just talking about Luo Xiu behind his back. It's a completely different feeling to actually meet a real person. This is an absolutely ruthless person who has humiliated the naval headquarters, defeated the Marine Admiral head-on, killed the celestial dragons, and still managed to look cool outside. One person slaughtered everyone on the island. That's no exaggeration. Damn it, it might as well be Golden Lion. Everyone, don't stop. Then he jumped up, landed at the highest position, and said to all the pirates, TMD, He even dared not breathe. Luo Xiu couldn't help but shook his head. Right, right. How could a great pirate be so polite? We came to Beehive Island not for killing, so there is no need for conflict. We will need these pirates from different forces for publicity later. Started talking quietly. But although Luo Xiu showed kindness, his brave and treacherous image had already penetrated into the hearts of the pirates. So in the eyes of those pirates, this was just a smile hiding a knife. Who was in favor? Who was against? This tastes just right. The pirates' eyes lit up. The tense emotions of all the pirates relaxed instantly, and they were sure that Luo Xiu was not here specifically to find them. Don't you understand, people? Luo Xiu scolded everyone when he saw that everyone was still sweating profusely. I declare that from now on my surname here will be Luo. Luo Xiu's figure landed lightly on the ground. He looked at the pirates who were as cold as ice and didn't dare to breathe. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Keep playing music, keep dancing." 120, Chapter 120, The Role of Trade Unions. Happy Blackbeard. The pirates wanted to object, but their bodies honestly warned them that they would die if they did this. However, this place is known as the Paradise of Pirates. They live a very happy life here, eating hot pot and singing songs every day. It was really hard to give it up to Luo Xiu for nothing. If other pirates came here and said they wanted to occupy this place, they would be the first to refuse and would directly attack in groups. But this person is Luo Xiu. When they thought of what Luo Xiu had done, they felt frightened in their hearts. Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. A devil's union will be established here. We just need someone. Luo Xiu continued. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the disappointed mood of the pirates immediately disappeared. It's like being on steroids. Eyes gleaming. Luo Xiu wants to form a new force, the Devil's Union. With the word devil, it must be very powerful. And most importantly, now we need people to join. Pirates, you look at me, I'll look at you, and make up your mind. With Luo Xiu as his backing, even the Four Emperors group can only go around if they encounter it. What Beehive Island? What a pirate paradise. Go to hell. What kind of bicycle is this? Boss Luo Xiu, I can join. I have admired you for a long time, and I will definitely defeat those Marines. Isn't it just to kill Marine? My sword is actually already thirsty. Damn it, you want to join even with your strength. Boss Luo Xiu, let me in. When you come out to hang out, you have to talk about the background of the power generals. Don't get involved with little bastards or anything like that. The pirates, if they disagree, start fighting again. At this moment, the Beehive Island pirates, who have always been known for their ferocity, actually went to war with each other in order to join a force. If Marine saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. Papa. Luo Xiu clapped his hands to indicate silence. Joining the Devil's Union does not depend on your strength, nor does it depend on your background. You only need one thing to become a union member. Devil Fruit. A devil fruit represents membership qualifications. As soon as these words came out, the pirates fell silent instantly. Devil Fruit. Rare items on the sea. How could this be possible? The person who got the devil fruit has probably eaten it himself, so who would leave it unused? Luo Xiu couldn't help but shake his head. Sure enough, collecting devil fruit was too difficult, but he didn't have any expectations for them. Luo Xiu, what does the Devil's Guild do? One pirate couldn't help but ask a question. The threshold was so high, he was curious about what kind of organization the Devil's Union was. Devil's Guild, dedicated to solving all problems. Pay devil fruit as reward. You can punch the Marine Admiral, kick the New World Four Emperors, chop the Celestial Dragons, and hammer the world government. Luo Xiu spoke out word for word the main purpose of establishing the trade union. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible aura swept over him. Boom. Haki side leaks. Crushed the sky. The entire Beehive Island became surprisingly quiet. Everyone's faces were filled with expressions of disbelief, and their eyes were wide open. Punch Marine Admiral? Kicking New World Four Emperors? Kill the Celestial Dragons and hammer the world government? Is this what a pirate can say? You don't even notice world government and Marine at all. Bullet on the other side couldn't help but feel excited when he heard Luo Xiu say these words. I'm a good boy. You are playing so big. He originally thought that this so-called Devil's Union was just a simple force organization, just like the Four Emperors group, which gathered a group of crew members and then went about doing something. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu would have to rely on his own strength to fight against the Marine world government and the four emperors of the New World. Form this union. It is equivalent to openly provoking all the top combat forces in the world. In contrast, Marine's bounty on the pirates was completely ignored. Not on the same level at all. Luo Xiu. Bullet swallowed. He had not read many books since he was a child and was somewhat lacking in adjectives, but he couldn't help but give Luo Xiu a thumbs up in his heart. What, are you scared? It's too late to quit now, Luo Xiu said lightly. Huh, is Bullet afraid? What nonsense are the four emperors, admiral, and celestial dragons? I've long disliked them. Bullet showed his white teeth and laughed. They should be the ones to be afraid of. In addition to being surprised, Bullet will only feel excited when the Devil's Union is formed. This is what a strong person needs to do. What the final island is, I don't care at all. Luo Xiu nodded. Ever since the Impel Down incident, activating the demon has become imminent. But it would take too much time and energy for a person to blindly search for devil fruit in this world. And in the end, it may be in vain. In comparison, it would be better to use the power of everyone in the world. Establish the fourth major force besides the four emperors, Marine, and Shichibukai. Use Marine's bounty method to snare devil fruit. Luo Xiu believed that in this world where the jungle prevails, there will never be a shortage of conflicts and grievances. As long as there are contradictions, there will be conflicts, and there will be inequality. Although devil fruit is valuable, there will always be people who look down upon it in comparison. And in doing so, although as Bullet thought, the risk was high, and it might offend many forces at sea. But high returns often come with high risks. Luo Xiu was not afraid of this. As for why the location was set on Beehive Island, this is because it has experienced the rule of rocks and was later chosen as the base camp by Blackbeard in the original novel. It is an island with both fame and heritage. News of the Demon Guild will quickly spread from here to the entire New World and the four sea areas. As for these pirates who are still immersed in shock, it is a good tool for spreading news. Since you are not qualified to join the club, then you can get out now. The pirates recovered from the shock and were relieved. This Devil's Union. Terrible. Now, even if we take the initiative to ask them to join, they would not dare. They immediately broke up and fled in all directions. As the pirates left Beehive Island, Luo Xiu's formation of the Devil's Union started like a spark. An unknown island, the Blackbeard pirates. The tall and thick Blackbeard rides on a pirate ship with an evil smile on his face. At this moment, he was in a good mood, because after handing Ace to Naval Headquarters, he successfully obtained the title of Shichibukai. But there was one thing that was disappointing. Originally, I thought that as Shichibukai, I would go to Impel Down to win over the strong men. Unexpectedly, Impel Down was directly promoted by Luo Xiu. But fortunately, his heavy-duty prisoner on the 6th floor of Impel Down was lucky enough to meet him unexpectedly after escaping. It's really hard to find anything without wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort at all. With some clever operation, he successfully added them to his team. He is now very confident that his power, with the joint efforts of everyone, will grow bigger and bigger in the future until he surpasses Luo Xiu, becomes the four emperors, and then stands on top of the world. 121, Chapter 121 Lao Lu's Prisoner. Revolutionary Army. Thinking like this, he glanced at the heavy-duty prisoners standing aside. Everyone has unique skills. The more I watch, the more satisfied I become. At this time, a small power raft came from a distance, and Van Oka, the user with Paramecia teleportation fruit ability, jumped onto the pirate ship. Captain, something big happened in the sea again. Thief, I already know this. It's about the demon Luo Xiu. Blackbeard thought that the crew was talking about Luo Xiu's fall from Impel. This was the only incident recently that could be called a major event that could shake the sea. No, Captain. Luo Xiu occupied the Beehive Island in New World and announced that he would establish a Devil's Union. Oka reported all the information he had learned from the pirates. When he talked about punching the Marine Admiral and kicking the four emperors, his breathing became heavier. Is what you said true? Blackbeard heard that Beehive Island was occupied, and for some reason, he felt as if something that belonged to him had been robbed. However, he didn't believe it. Luo Xiu was crazy. How dare he publicly offer bounties to the world government, Marine, and four emperors? Although he is very strong, There must be a limit to his madness. The sea has spread all over, Oka said with certainty. Regarding Luo Xiu's establishment, the Devil's Union, due to the panic propaganda of the pirates in the Beehive Island, it spread virally. There are faint signs of suppressing things in Impel Down. Not to mention pirates, even in various countries and among the civilians, there was a commotion. If we say that marine bounties are placed on pirates, they only target those capable bounty hunters. Then Luo Xiu's Demon Union is a bounty organization that doesn't care about identity, strength, or background. All you need is devil fruit to help you do it all. Some civilians who were persecuted by pirates and oppressed by Marine couldn't help but want to take action. Thief, Luo Xiu is afraid that there is something wrong with his brain. The Devil's Guild is established at this juncture, and it also uses devil fruit as the standard. Would any of the guys who got the devil fruit give it up? Blackbeard just thought it was ridiculous, thinking that Luo Xiu was crazy about devil fruit and actually established such a ridiculous devil union. Although this union sounds very powerful, in his opinion, no one will come to the door at all. It's so ridiculous. You said you would give up the devil fruit if you got it. Blackbeard looked at the heavy-duty prisoners who had just joined the team and asked with a smile. Of course not. Devil fruit is something more precious than treasure in this world. Rather than giving it away, it's better to take it yourself or sell it at a good price. Of course, you have to hold the devil fruit by yourself. Heavy prisoners, look at me, and I look at you, cursing Blackbeard wildly in my heart. With your shabby team and IQ, are you worthy of competing with Boss Luo Xiu? Climb quickly. But verbally, he catered to Blackbeard crazily. After they left Luo Xiu, they implemented the plan laid out by Luo Xiu. In order to prevent Blackbeard from becoming suspicious, they deliberately disguised it as a casual encounter instead of actively coming to the door. After a show of manipulation, Blackbeard succeeded in getting the prisoners who Blackbeard thought were attracted by his personality to join. This also led to the consensus among the prisoners that this Blackbeard was very arrogant, and he didn't seem to be very smart. In addition, Luo Xiu had preconceived ideas, and the more he looked at Blackbeard, the more he disliked him. However, in fact, they themselves are also such people, but those who are close to red are red and those who are close to ink are black. Very good. Blackbeard got a satisfactory answer, laughed, and announced immediately. Follow me from now on, and I'll make sure you enjoy the hot food. Isn't it just devil fruit? It will be the standard for the members in the future. When the time comes, let Luo Xiu take a closer look at what it means to be a person with all fruit abilities. Blackbeard already has a plan in mind to hunt devil fruit as soon as possible, and then let non-powered people eat it to increase his power. The captain is wise. Captain's sensible. Captain is awesome. At the same time, there is an island wrapped in white silver. This is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, known as Bartigo of the White Earth. The Revolutionary Army dragon sat on a stone chair, listening to Army Commander Ivankov's report about Luo Xiu. His brows furrowed into the word Chuan. Overthrowing the Impel Down, the 8 demons, the Black Shadow Corps, resisting the 3 Marine Admirals, and establishing the Demon Union. No matter which one they are, it is enough to make people feel terrifying. Especially when the Devil's Guild was established later and publicly placed devil fruit bounties on Marine, World Government Celestial Dragons, and 4 Emperors, he sensed a deeper meaning. There is no doubt that Luo Xiu's establishment of this union has broken the current balance of forces among Marine, Naval Headquarters for Emperors and Shichibukai. Became the 4th super force on the sea. That's going to be difficult. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, frowned even deeper. The organization established by Luo Xiu is not a team like the Shichibukai and the 4 Emperors that only fight Marines, but directly targets the world government. Betty is right. It is very rare to put the world government among hunting targets. Perhaps he can be a driving force in overthrowing the world government. The balance on the sea has been broken with the establishment of the Demon Union. The Revolutionary Army cadres present couldn't help but start discussing. What kind of person do you think Luo Xiu is? Long pressed his hand, motioning for everyone to keep quiet, and looked at Ivankov, who had escaped from Impel Down in the chaos, and asked, "It is very likely that it will become a super behemoth transcendental organization in the future." As the only cadre who has personally seen Luo Xiu and experienced Luo Xiu's battle, Ivankov is Long's first choice for questions. He has the power to overthrow the world government Haki. Ivankov naturally knew what Long wanted to ask, and saw if he was any different from those 4 emperors. How to say? However, if you think about it carefully, to a certain extent, Luo Xiu actually has the same interests as us. If the Revolutionary Army wants to complete its revolutionary plan, it will be impossible to bypass Luo Xiu, a powerful opponent in the future. Luo Xiu established the Devil's Union this time, and his plans are grand. Ivankov, a man who had the power to overthrow the world government Haki, and who also led a force powerful enough to defeat any imperial group, did not make him feel the excitement of being on the same front, but instead filled him with palpitations. 122. Chapter 122 came here specifically to kill you. Chief, we need to take action against Luo Xiu. Unite with each other and target the world government? Lightning, the person with the ability to cut the fruit, asked. Long shook his head. Don't worry. Let's see how the world government takes action first. What Luo Xiu did in Impel Down is impossible for them to tolerate. There is no need to get into trouble with the world government at this time. With his understanding of world government and those arrogant celestial dragons, it is absolutely impossible to give up. The current quiet situation is just the calm before the storm. Two dogs fight, playoff. The Revolutionary Army is not suitable for a head-on confrontation with any force before it is truly grown in strength. What needs to do more is to maintain its growth. During this period, you can pay more attention to the Devil's Union. If there is any situation, report it to me. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku's desk is dealing with public executions and secret deployment of troops from various branches. The papers and cases piled up like mountains. At this time, he seemed to feel something and looked towards the door of the office. With a creak, Crane Vice Admiral pushed the door open and came in. Crane, what's up? Sengoku put down his pen and asked. Currently, there are only a few veterans here in the headquarters, and the others have been sent by him to prepare for the war. About Luo Xiu, Crane Vice Admiral said expressionlessly. Is it Luo Xiu again? There was a thud, and Sengoku's heart trembled violently. The two words he least wanted to hear right now were Luo Xiu's name. Because as soon as news about him comes out, nothing good will happen. Say it. What did he do again? Before he could begin to explain, Sengoku's face turned pale, and he sighed. It couldn't be that we killed a certain marine branch or killed the celestial dragons again. Luo Xiu occupied Beehive Island and established the Devil's Union. He explained briefly and clearly what Luo Xiu did after his Impel Down. Establish a demon union? Bounty Marine, celestial dragons, pirates? Sengoku was stunned. This was really unexpected. But soon, Sengoku's expression suddenly changed, turning from worry to joy. How arrogant! How dare you establish a fourth force? This news is not bad news for him. Because from the perspective of world government and marine, Luo Xiu had never dealt with them, and the killing of marine and celestial dragons had not never happened. Now it's just about making it more explicit. But after the establishment of this union, the situation was different. Luo Xiu not only didn't take marine and world government seriously, he also didn't take four emperors seriously. Who are the four emperors? They all have their own pride and arrogance. There is no doubt that Luo Xiu's move is tantamount to setting up different enemies for himself. Moreover, according to his words, we can know that Luo Xiu's formation of the Devil's Union has caused a stir all over the world. The original popularity of the Impel Down incident has gradually dropped under Luo Xiu's operation, which saves the need for marine after there are many ways to control public opinion. Cleverness leads to mistakes. Luo Xiu will eventually pay the price for his arrogance. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. New World. A luxurious pirate ship. A pirate leader with a scar on his face, a big knife on his waist, and a large wine barrel in his other hand. He sat bold and grandiose, with fellow pirates sitting under his butt. Captain, after looting the town this time, after liquidation, a total of 200 million belly was obtained, as well as 2 boxes of gold and silver jewelry. A tall and thin pirate with a wretched appearance reported the results with a smile. Behind him, several pirates carrying wooden boxes came over and opened them. They were filled with jewels, shining with dazzling light. At the same time, there was a huge bag next to it, filled with looted Baileys. Not bad. When the pirate leader saw the treasure behind him, his eyes lit up and he grinned. This small town can loot hundreds of millions of belly, which is much faster than looting any village. How are the people in this small town doing? Captain, kill them all. No one is left alive. Kaido, the wretched pirate, smiled, stretched out his hand on his neck, and made a motion of wiping his neck. He still understood the principle of eradicating the roots. Very good. The pirate leader took a sip of strong drink, stood up and waved to the crew. Boys, let's set sail. Find a place to be merry. The pirate standing on the deck suddenly burst into joy. Holding up the bloodline weapon in his hand, he shouted wildly. The captain is wise, damn. Kill those damn ones with all your might. It makes me so angry. This time I can vent my anger properly. I'll find a few more for you then. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in midair and then fell straight to the deck of the pirate ship. Boom. The black figure fell down and threw up a piece of debris. Ooh. The pirate leader suddenly became excited and sobered up from the wine. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million in the New World. When he saw the person suddenly appearing on the deck, he immediately drew the sword from his waist. He looked at the young man who appeared on the deck with vigilance. What the hell? Where did this bastard boy come from? You want to die? Before the pirate leader could continue to speak, the tall and obscene pirate next to him cursed. Captain, do you want to chop him to death? The pirate leader frowned. Why did he feel that this man looked familiar? He looked a bit like Luo Xiu, who was in the spotlight. But soon he shook his head. Impossible. Luo Xiu doesn't know him, so why are he on his ship? And he is said to be on Beehive Island. They probably just look a bit alike. Could it be that the survivors from the small town were catching up? Hey, kid, who are you? What are you doing here? The pirate leader's eyes flashed coldly. At the same time, the pirates on the deck pointed their weapons at Luo Xiu. I received a commission to kill you, Luo Xiu said coldly, not bothering to waste any more words. Conqueror's Haki opens. Buzz. Moment. Everyone on the deck collapsed. The pirate leader's face was filled with disbelief. We saw his men falling down in an instant. Who could this terrifying Haki be but Luo Xiu? However, he couldn't figure out why Luo Xiu came to him. Luo Xiu? No, brother Luo, I have something to say. I have something to say. You want money? I'll give you these. The pirate leader couldn't control so much. He quickly pointed at the jewelry and wanted to buy his own life. Luo Xiu sneered, teleported behind the pirate leader, and killed him with one strike. Kill you. The same as mine. 123. Chapter 123, Get Devil Fruit. The next demon. After dealing with the pirate leader, the other crew members on the pirate ship were also dealt with. Luo Xiu also understands this principle. After doing all this simply and neatly, Luo Xiu took the head of the pirate leader and soared into the sky, flying towards a small island at high speed. In a short time, we reached our destination. It's good to be able to fly. You can't make money by delivering express delivery in your previous life. Luo Xiu thought jokingly as he clicked on the address and landed in front of a house. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Xiu raised his hand and clicked the door. Squeak. An elderly, somewhat stooped old man opened the door. Ooh. His cloudy pupils shone with light as he looked at Luo Xiu, who was standing in front of the door, not knowing what to say. But when he saw a human head in Luo Xiu's hand, his body suddenly shook and he couldn't help but wipe his eyes. After making sure you read it correctly, brush it. Kneel down. God has eyes. God has eyes. He looked excited and burst into tears. Luo Xiu glanced at the old man indifferently inside. From this look, he was the type who was oppressed by the pirates but was not treated fairly by Marine, so he sought other ways to redress his grievances. Yes, this was the commission Luo Xiu received after establishing the Devil Guild, and it was the second one, use a devil fruit to kill the pirate group. Throwing aside the pirate leader's head, Luo Xiu pointed to the room. Devil fruit. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, the old man immediately understood what was going on. Turned out to be. Half a year ago, he was the head of a village point one day. One of his children accidentally picked up a strange-looking fruit and brought it home. But not long after, the news spread, a gentleman is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a treasure. A nearby pirate group was immediately attracted. The pirate leader immediately led a group of powerful pirates to brutally massacre the villagers. After seeking to no avail, he set fire to the entire village. At that time, he happened to be in trouble outside, so he narrowly escaped. It was also from this incident that he learned that the strange-looking fruit was the legendary devil fruit. Afterwards, with despair, he inquired in many places and found out the name of this pirate group. He immediately found Marine from a nearby branch and asked for justice. However, although Marine agreed, in the end, not even a single soldier was dispatched, the ball was kicked, and nothing happened. During this process, he thought about eating the devil fruit to increase his strength, and then personally find the pirate group to avenge his family. But in the end, this choice was not made. First, there is a resistance to devil fruit in my heart, thinking that all the disasters are caused by it, and it is regarded as an ominous thing. The second is that he is old and frail. Even if he eats, he still cannot beat the pirates. I spent half a year in confusion and pain. Until yesterday, I heard that a demon union had been established in the New World, and that the leader was extremely powerful. In exchange for devil fruit, he could do anything he wanted to do but couldn't. With the attitude of giving it a try, he went to the town and spent all his savings to get a chance to call the phone bug. Unexpectedly, something that I had no high expectations for actually happened. In less than a day, the pirate he had killed so many times in his dream actually died in front of his eyes. Here you go. He turned around and returned to the house, making a crackling sound, showing his excitement and urgency. After a while, he held a fruit with strange lines and brought it to Luo Xiu. Thank you. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up, and he took the devil fruit, which was warm and blue in color. Old man, farewell. Without saying much, Luo Xiu took the devil fruit back to his waist, lightly tapped his figure on the ground, and flew away without gravity. When the old man saw Luo Xiu flying away, he quickly knelt down and kowtowed. After a while, he slowly stood up, stood taller, and looked at the pirate head. Next to it, there was a stack of Baileys. In midair, Luo Xiu stood in the wind. The howling wind blew at the corners of his clothes, making a hunting sound. I don't know which demon will be awakened next. Luo Xiu took out the 2 devil fruits obtained from the bounty mission, one on the left and one on the right, and placed them in the palm of his hand. Dang. Devil fruit detected. Absorb it. Absorb. Dang. Absorbing fruit energy. Dot. The 2 devil fruits in his hand disappeared. In the system space, in front of the hell gate of the 7 demons, 2 devil fruits appeared, one blue and one brown. The next second, 2 devil fruits flew toward the hell gate and disappeared in it. After a while, the gates of hell flickered. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Devil fruit energy has been absorbed. The Earth Demon DQA is being activated. Congratulations to host. The activation level has reached 60%. Luo Xiu coughed dryly and couldn't help but think of a sentence. I have been fighting for my whole life, so why can't I just enjoy it? Bulu, bulu. At this time, in the future, the trade union will recruit more people and let them experience what exploitation is in the 21st century. Indeed, this kind of delegated task is not suitable for me, the union boss, to carry out personally. If it weren't for the help of the controllable flying shadow soldiers and the ability to experience the feeling of flying from time to time, he would have given up his options. The flying shadow soldier was given to him by Luo Xiu. Among the 9 major masks, except for the mask of the leader Terra, which is the most expensive, the rest could be obtained with a few $100 million. Luo Xiu just killed a few big pirates in the New World, and that was enough to number. Hey, is there another mission? Luo Xiu put away his thoughts and asked. Luo Xiu thought about it and activated 2 devil fruits to 60%. Although there was no surprise, it was pretty good. After establishing the guild, Luo Xiu asked Bullet to stay on the Beehive Island to handle related matters. He also ventilated himself to speed up the efficiency of tasks. Moreover, the Earth Demon DQA seems to be ranked 7th among the 8 demons. It represents the huge and vast land and corresponds to Kuin in the 8 trigrams rune. IT has the power of the earth, long-range physical attacks and melee combat, control of the land, creating earthquakes, earth-style escape, ground walls, petrification, super physical strength, etc. ability. He took out his phone and answered it. Why don't you ask me what's going on first? Bullet's voice was loud, and he imitated the expression of a phone bug, feeling a little excited. The voice of the phone bug came from the phone bug in my arms. Bulu, bulu. I thought that by setting up the Devil's Union, Bullet thought he could punch the Marine Admiral and kick the 4 emperors. Unexpectedly, he was trapped by Luo Xiu and worked as an operator here. It was called by Bullet from Beehive Island. 124. Chapter 124, Heading to Dressrosa. Underground World. From Bullet's words, Luo Xiu learned that the next mission was to kill a corrupt Colonel Marine. The reason is similar to the previous one, except this time instead of the pirates killing people, it was replaced by Marines who were just eating corpses. Apart from this, there are no other entrusted tasks. This is also reasonable. After all, devil fruit is something that can only be found but cannot be found. Moreover, it is difficult to contact the Devil's Guild. It is also necessary to rule out the situation where someone does not recognize devil fruit at all, even if they encounter it. After the establishment of the Union, it was very unexpected to have 3 commissions. Following the location indicated in the mission, Luo Xiu set out to start the hunting mission. A few hours later, Luo Xiu secretly evacuated from a marine branch and successfully obtained a 3rd devil fruit, which increased the fusion degree of the Digaway demon to about 80%. In this world, there are still few fruits like Logia and Phantom Beast. Most of them are ordinary types. Luo Xiu couldn't help but sigh. According to the evaluation given by the system, the 3 devil fruits obtained were of relatively average quality. If there are rare seeds, maybe 1 or 2 fruits can activate a demon. And my hunch is right, something big will happen next. Luo Xiu discovered a strange phenomenon while lurking into the marine branch and observing the behavior of marine soldiers. These marine soldiers were solemn, as if they were urgently performing some task. After selecting and arranging the materials and personnel, they sailed away on the warship. Everything seemed quiet. If it hadn't been for this mission, sneaking into the branch to kill the branch colonel, he would never have been discovered. As the overlord of the sea, Marine always acted with great publicity, but this time he did it so mysteriously that Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel wary. There is reason to suspect that something big is brewing at naval headquarters. Luo Xiu understood this. After all, he had made such a fuss during Impel Down, and now he had established a demon union, and the world government did not send anyone to hunt him down. Naval headquarters has not made any moves during this period. If it is not brewing, it will be strange. And just then, another phone call rang. What rang this time was the phone bug on the other side of Luo Xiu's body. Take out and connect. Hello, I'm Luo Xiu. Boss Luo Xiu, it's me. The voice on the other end of the phone was suppressed and excited. Oh. Luo Xiu heard the voice, nodded, and asked, What, you got the devil fruit? The caller was a heavy-duty prisoner from the 6th floor of Impel Down, who now joined the Blackbeard pirates. No, but I have something to report. At this time, on the other side, Avalo Pizarro, who had 2 horns and unusually thick blue hair, squatted in a dark corner, pressed the phone bug with his hand and whispered report. Outside the corner, Shiryu of the Rain smoked a cigar and puffed away, and there was a guy with a barrel, drinking and flicking his tongue. They are responsible for letting the wind out. Tell me. Upon hearing that there was no devil fruit, Luo Xiu lost interest and said calmly, Boss Luo Xiu, I told you. Can you join the union for me? Oh shit. Hurry up. Luo Xiu urged impatiently when he heard that you were talking about the conditions. Idiot Blackbeard captured Ace, the 2nd captain of the Whitebeard pirates, not long ago and dedicated him to Marine. When Luo Xiu heard this, he frowned suddenly and subconsciously thought of a big event, Summit War. Is it possible that the Marines are operating in secret to prepare for the Summit War? If it were placed in the original work, Luo Xiu would not hesitate to think it was this incident. But he was in this world, and a series of things happened with Marine. It was difficult to say whether the timeline would be changed. Because of this, Luo Xiu rarely follows the route in the original work and applies it to the plot template. This matter, can't jump to conclusions. Maybe it's just a cover. Continue to dig out information from Blackbeard and report anything to me. Luo Xiu warned the phone bug. Boss Luo Xiu, if you continue to dig up information, can you join the union in exchange for me? Oh shit. Look at your performance. Luo Xiu was so numb that he immediately hung up the phone. We need to continue to explore and explore. If it is really against me, then it is even more urgent to improve your strength. Luo Xiu touched his chin with his hand, thinking about where to get devil fruit at the next stop. Obtaining it from commission tasks is currently useless, so this option is eliminated directly. You can go to the major kingdoms and force them to hand over the devil fruit hidden in the treasure house. Luo Xiu gave up this idea the moment he thought of it. The major kingdoms should be in a wait-and-see mode now, and let's not say whether the other party will hand it over if they do this. The key is not to know which kingdom has it. Finally, Luo Xiu thought of a place where he could get devil fruit. Underworld, auction. There, devil fruit is often put up for auction. It can also be confirmed whether the world government is secretly preparing for Summit War. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu disappeared into the clouds and rushed toward his destination, Dressrosa. Half a day later. Dressrosa. Underground world. Noisy sounds filled every corner, and pirates, villains, people, and even marines could be seen everywhere. Some are dealing drugs, some are pimps, some are trading muskets, and some are lying on the ground, humbly begging for passers-by. It looks like a microcosm of the pirate world. In the innermost part of the road, there is a luxuriously decorated and dazzling building, which is incompatible with a corrupt scene in the street. This is the largest underground entertainment venue in Dressrosa. It has a casino, flower field, auction house. Those who can enter are either rich or noble. At the door, there were several platform ladies with scantily clad and hot bodies standing, greeting the customers who came in. With sharp eyes, they spotted a man with a height of 2 meters and a tall figure holding a black card, walking towards them. A bunny girl hurriedly stepped forward and greeted her angrily. "Dear customers, please come in." The person who came was none other than Luo Xiu at this time. He was wearing a mask on his face and put away the black card, which he had temporarily robbed from a wealthy middle-aged man. Under the leadership of the bunny girl, Luo Xiu stepped into the entertainment venue and saw a vast and gorgeous scene. Various entertainment facilities are placed where they should be, with beautiful receptionists standing next to them ready to serve. The noisy guests made bursts of noise, which reached Luo Xiu's ears. Taking a deep breath, the air was filled with a corrupt smell of money. The bunny girl walked in front of Luo Xiu, introduced the situation in a low voice, and finally looked at Luo Xiu and asked, "Excuse me, are you going to the casino, the auction house, or the Kabuki Hall?" 125, Chapter 125 Win Money. Da Flamingo. Is this Kabuki Hall you're talking about serious? Luo Xiu swore that he had no interest in this at all, and was just asking out of curiosity. The bunny girl Warner smiled and explained, Kabuki theaters can be roughly divided into 3 types. Red light district, transvestite district, gay district. What's your taste? Luo Xiu's mouth twitched. You little Japanese are just playing with flowers. There are dedicated areas for both men and women. Thinking of the scene of picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, I couldn't help but tremble. Sin. I'm here to do business. Exchange these Baileys for chips. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu took out a stack of large denomination Baileys from his arms and handed them to the mature woman, taking one out as a tip. When the bunny girl saw that the masked man was so generous, she burst into laughter. She took Bailey away with smiling eyes, walked away with her long legs, and within a moment, she brought over 2 stacks of chips, divided into red, blue, and white. The white color represents 10,000 belly, the blue represents 50,000 belly, and the red represents 100,000 belly. Go to the casino. Back then, Chen Daizai won 37 million with 20 yuan. Today, Luo Xiu will use 1 million to win him 100 million, no problem. Following the steps of the bunny girl, Luo Xiu came to the casino area of the entertainment venue. As he took a look, there were large and small gaming tables, as well as sexy croupiers in scantily clad clothes, who were responsible for dealing cards online. Luo Xiu looked at the overlapping waves in front of him and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but when he saw their faces, he instantly became much calmer. Compared with the standard beauties in the pirate world, there is a long way to go. In the world of pirates, whoever you think looks the most like you, please post it on the public screen. First, he walked around in various casinos for a few times. Luo Xiu saw 6 directions and heard all directions. There were many ways to play in the casino, including but not limited to Golden Flower, Texas Hold'em, Paigao. Luo Xiu will do it. In my previous life, every New Year's Eve, I would usually go out with a few friends to play cards, have fun in all kinds of ways. What? You said you want to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The dogs don't even look. Finally, Luo Xiu found a small gambling table and sat on it. The type of play is fried golden flowers. There were 4 gamblers sitting at the table. One looked honest and had a beard. One was dressed formally and wore glasses, and his temperament showed that he was from a noble family, while the other 2 were ordinary. I see there is a shortage of people here. Come and join in the fun, Luo Xiu said with a smile, and the bunny girl beside him put the chips she was holding on the table. Please. The man with glasses narrowed his eyes slightly and said please with a smile. Gamblers don't care who comes to gamble. What they care about is whether there is anyone gambling. As for Luo Xiu wearing a mask, no one cared. It was normal to disguise oneself in the casino. The purpose was to prevent people from being recognized and secretly retaliating after winning money. Deal the cards. The bearded man looked at Luo Xiu, nodded, waved, and said to the sexy dealer, "Swish, brush, brush." Playing cards with gold edges were dealt to the 5 gamblers, and the first round of bidding came immediately. Luo Xiu took the initiative and secretly activated observation Haki, showing the cards of several other gamblers. But he was not in a hurry and discarded several rounds of cards in a row. Even if the cards were better than anyone else's on one occasion, he would sigh and throw them away after halfway through. After a while, the chips in front of Luo Xiu were reduced to only 500,000 Baileys. Several other gamblers couldn't help but sneer when they saw this scene. They thought it was some kind of master. It turned out that it was a novice who sent money, so he had to be killed. It seems that this brother is not lucky today. The man with glasses shook his head, gathered the chips in front of him, and showed a regretful expression. Why? Goddess of luck is not on my side. Luo Xiu sighed. It's just like playing cards. You'll have bad luck for a while, but maybe things will get better next. The man with glasses comforted him with a smile. That makes sense. Luo Xiu nodded, rest assured that I wouldn't run away temporarily. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at these people. These guys are not simple. They all have unique skills. The one wearing glasses would push up his glasses from time to time when dealing cards. Luo Xiu didn't believe it if there wasn't any high technology in them. There's also the bearded man, who looks honest and has thick eyebrows and big eyes. He is the 6th, clicks his fingers on the table, and types the Morse code. The other 2 click their fingers and follow the response. A group of 3. Let's put this act aside. Oh shit. I thought that my use of observation Haki was already a bit unauthentic, but I didn't expect that I was still young. Go on, Luo Xiu said with a smile, calm on the surface. Several other gamblers smiled and nodded in agreement. However, what followed was a massacre. However, it was Luo Xiu's unilateral massacre. Even if they get high technology and join forces to act, it is completely useless in front of Luo Xiu's Haki Minka. Soon, the chips on the table for the 4 of them became less and less, and the chips in front of Luo Xiu were piling up. A few laps down, a full 10 million Baileys. Fortunately, I persisted. The bad luck has indeed improved after a while. Thank you for your advice. Luo Xiu looked at the man with glasses who had turned red and warm, and said with a smile. The man with glasses looked ashen as if he had eaten a fly, and his veins were bulging. The beard was equally difficult to resist. After a few rounds, I lost everything. Several people narrowed their eyes and looked at Luo Xiu, realizing that this so-called novice was completely pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. However, this is the territory covered by Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai. They don't dare to cause trouble at all, so they can only admit their defeat and their skills are inferior to others. Farewell. After leaving here, Luo Xiu changed his chips into larger denominations and began to shuttle between different gambling tables. After some looting, the chips in Luo Xiu's hands became larger and larger. The smallest amount was a golden chip worth 1 million Baileys. Doflamingo frowned, realized something was wrong, and put down the newspaper in his hand. It really makes people's blood boil. Doflamingo looked at what was published in the newspaper and almost burst into flames when he thought of what Luo Xiu had done recently. In his hand, he held a newspaper with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, the speed of winning money also attracted the attention of those responsible for watching the scene in the casino. A full 500 million Baileys. Devil's Guild. In a luxuriously decorated and spacious room, a man wearing sunglasses, a pink feathered coat and 9-point pants, a habit of wearing pointed shoes and short blonde hair sat with one leg crossed over the other, bold and grandiose on the sofa. Baya? At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside. The casino manager knocked on the door and came in to report what Luo Xiu had done in the casino. The other side. After this operation, he successfully attracted the attention of other gamblers, and they all gathered around Luo Xiu, thinking that they could get some distance or learn some skills or something. Interesting. Among them, a man who seemed to be the manager left quickly, far exceeding the goal of 100 million set by myself. It is none other than one of the Shichibukai, King Dressrosa, Doflamingo, nicknamed Joker in the underworld. Observation Haki. 126. Chapter 126 Auction of Devil Fruit. In the casino, no matter who wins the money, it actually doesn't matter to the people who run the casino. that can make a lot of money by drawing achievements. But if someone uses other means to harvest gamblers, no one will dare to come and play. This won't work. Go and have a look. Doflamingo stood up, put on his shoes, and left. On the other side, Luo Xiu played for a while longer. Seeing that the time was almost up, he got up from the gaming table. Count the time, the auction will start soon. Before coming here, he had inquired that there would be an auction today, which is why he chose to come here instead of other entertainment venues. Counting the chips in front of me, there are a total of 600 million Baileys. I don't know if auctioning devil fruit is enough. Change your money into Baileys. Go to the auction. Luo Xiu stepped back from the gambling table, called to the bunny girl beside him, and motioned for him to exchange his chips for the paper tickets here. Okay. The bunny girl, who had already been conquered by Luo Xiu's manipulation, came back to her senses and responded. Using 1 million, he won 600 million in less than half a day. I'm a good boy. She could only use 2 words to describe this mysterious man. Gambling monster. The bunny girl walked away, and after a while she came over with 6 vouchers. 600 million was too much, and it was unrealistic to replace it with Bailey, so she had to replace it with vouchers, one representing 100 million. Taking the voucher, Luo Xiu left the casino, and all the gamblers present stood up. Some people's eyes were filled with hatred, envy, and admiration as they watched Luo Xiu go away. After a while, Luo Xiu arrived at the auction house, led by the bunny girl. As he expected, the auction was about to begin. He took a calling sign from the receptionist and chose a middle seat to sit down. In front is a huge auction round platform. Red curtain lights with changing focus, and a tall auction girl with bulging front and back. It was no different from the auction in my impression. But just as Luo Xiu sat down, suddenly, a man wearing a red down jacket and wearing beanie shoes walked towards Luo Xiu. Then he said coldly to the person sitting next to Luo Xiu, "Get out of here." The man wanted to scold him back, but when he saw the person coming, his face instantly turned pale, and he quickly gave up his position. Doflamingo. Luo Xiu couldn't help but murmur in his heart as he looked at the man sitting with his legs crossed next to him. He didn't think it would be such a coincidence. 80% of them came specifically to see me. You know, Doflamingo, as one of the Shichibukai, is the king of Dressrosa and an intermediary in the underworld. The identity stack is almost full. It is impossible to choose to sit in this position when you come to the auction house. It was probably his performance in the casino that caught his attention. 60 million Baileys is not a small amount. However, Luo Xiu doesn't care at all. Even if Jesus comes today, it will be useless, and I will definitely eat the devil fruit in the auction. Little Shichibukai, ridiculously cute. By the way, Doflamingo seems to have been producing artificial fruits. I wonder if the artificial devil fruit can be used as nourishment to awaken demons? Luo Xiu suddenly thought of this. If it is really feasible, then find a goba fruit. Just like Kaido, just cooperate with Doflamingo. Well, you can give it a try. Doflamingo faced the auction round table and did not speak, but since he sat down, his pupils under his glasses were looking at Luo Xiu intentionally or unintentionally. If it had been anyone else, according to his cruel and cold-blooded character, he would have been killed long ago. But Luo Xiu made him a little unclear. Under observation Haki, he couldn't even feel what the face under the mask looked like. In other words, this person's observation Haki is stronger than his own. Moreover, the aura that he exudes is not like that of an ordinary person at all. People who can prosper in both black and white at the same time will not be simple fools. Therefore, Doflamingo is not in a hurry to take action, and it is not too late to check the situation first. Dear distinguished guest, the monthly auction begins now. Now, here's the first item to be auctioned. The auction girl on the stage, seeing there was almost time, announced that the auction had officially begun. There was a click. The lights on the round platform dimmed. After a while, light returns. The huge lights above are now concentrated in the center of the round platform, converging on the first auction item. It is a creature with furry hair, looks like an animal, and looks like a human. The first lot is an orc in the form of a lion, with a starting price of 700,000 belly. The auction girl announced the start of the auction after introducing the items in detail. Under the stage, a few people shouted the price, and finally the hammer in the girl's hand fell. The auction price was 1 million belly. After that, some more items came up for auction, including precious jade, toys, weapons, but most of them were human slaves. What Luo Xiu saw at this auction alone included the Longhand clan, the Long-Legged clan, the Snake-Headed clan, the Giant clan, and even the Mermaid clan. I have to say that the mermaids are indeed good-looking, but the one being auctioned is a male. But despite this, there was also a paunchy, fat head and big ears, who should be like this nobleman, who bought it for a high price of 10 million. During this process, Luo Xiu watched quietly, without any intention of making a bid, until the last lot comes out. As the auction house comes to an end, the bunny girl announces the final lot loudly. Devil fruit. The whole body is red, and the special lines shine with the light of money. Moment. The originally quiet auction ushered in a wave of excitement. The auctioneer looked at the devil fruit on the round platform with bright eyes. I heard that devil fruit will appear in this auction, and it's true. 150 million. At this time, Luo Xiu raised the sign in his hand and shouted the price. Thinking this way, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his fingers were wrapped with white thin threads. For the first time in half a year, this auction house is at the right time. No matter how bad it is, it will be enough to make up the remaining 20%. This time, I'm bound to get the fruit, but I don't know if it is a precious seed. The starting price is 100 million belly. The bunny girl signaled everyone to be quiet and continued. After professional identification, this devil fruit is Zoan dog fruit. Luo Xiu's eyes were still looking at the auction table, and he casually flicked his arm to cut off the spreading lines. At the same time, he raised his hand to hold down Doflamingo and joked. The ultimate goal of this mysterious man is actually just an ordinary devil fruit. However, the people in the audience heard that it was Zoan, and it was a relatively ordinary dog among animals. The restless crowd immediately calmed down a lot. What kind of strength can a guy who can even appreciate such a rotten fruit have? It doesn't matter what the fruit is, the system will take action anyway. However, Luo Xiu's actions made Brother Ming next to him sneer in his heart. Has anyone ever told you that you look like a spirited boy? 127. Chapter 127 difficult to handle? Then don't do it. Shoes, cropped pants, I'm the coolest on the street. Brother Ming didn't know what Luo Xiu meant by the spirited guy, but it was definitely not a good word. He wanted to continue to attack, but under the arm of the person in front of him, it was like being restrained by a giant steel pincer, and a thin wire as hard as steel was cut off instantly. Doflamingo's eyes twitched, feeling the gaze from the other party, and a sense of oppression came over his face. This feeling of racing heart was the last time I faced Kaido. Who is this person? VIP number 21, the bidding price is 150 million belly, but I asked there anyone who can follow the price? At this time, the auction girl on the round platform shouted to continue the auction process. 200 million Baileys. In the venue, a person raised a sign and followed the price. 200 million.01 Baileys. Luo Xiu saw someone following him, holding a sign with one hand and putting the other on Brother Ming's shoulder, and shouted. Compared with the speculation and doubt in the latter's heart at this time, he seemed relaxed and comfortable and continued to complete the unfinished auction. This bid comes out. There was an uproar in the venue. I've seen prices increased, but never seen prices increased like this. Don't you mean to cause trouble? The bunny girl on the round platform was also stunned. She had never encountered such a situation before, and her eyes unconsciously looked at the person in charge of the auction house on the second floor. The person in charge nodded towards the bunny girl, signaling to continue. When the masked man entered the auction house, he had someone investigate. Discovered that he had just won 600 million belly in the casino. Although the auction method is somewhat unruly, but as long as someone bids, as long as he has money, he is not afraid that the other party will not be able to spit it out. 300 million. After a moment of silence, another person in the crowd shouted the price. 300 million.01 Baileys. Luo Xiu raised the racket and continued. Damn, there's no one shouting like this. Are you here to cause trouble? The minimum price increase is 10 million belly. What does an extra dollar mean? Do you know where this place is? Marine has to keep his head down and be a good person even when he comes. 500 million. At this time, a bloated man wearing a custom-made dress shouted a price to beat Luo Xiu's limelight. 500 million.01 Baileys. Luo Xiu did not change his method of increasing prices and was completely too lazy to pay attention to these people. VIP number 21. You are making it very difficult for us. The auction girl gave Luo Xiu a look that was a bit embarrassing. Luo Xiu smiled. Is it difficult? Then don't do it. Anyway, he never thought about actually giving money. He only went to the casino to prove his ability in auctioning and successfully enter the auction house to meet Devil Fruit. Then make a fortune, by the way. The underground world. It's a dark batch to begin with. There are too many evil deeds. Hurry up. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? Luo Xiu urged. Everyone present was silent. Although the devil fruit is precious, this dog-licking fruit is not a treasure. 500 million Baileys is already a bit of a premium. The real value is between 300 million and 400 million at most. 500 million.01 Bailey for the first time. 500 million.01 Bailey for the second time. 500 million.01 Bailey for the third time. Snap. Seeing that no one continued to call out the price, the auction girl had no choice but to lower the hammer in her hand and decide on the seller. The lot was auctioned by VIP number 21. The buyers asked to move to the trading area later. Who are you? Seeing that the auction was completed, Doflamingo searched everything in his mind and found no strong person similar to the person in front of him, so he asked directly. Luo Xiu threw away the number plate and took off the mask on his face. Luo Xiu. Brother Ming recognized Luo Xiu's face the moment he saw it. Not long ago, he was reading reports about Luo Xiu. Is this .an encounter? No precautions, no. Moment. The story about Luo Xiu appeared in Brother Ming's mind. Defeated Kizaru, the 8 demons, the Shadow Corps, pushed Impel Down, faced Marine Admirals head-on, the Demon Guild. These words, forcefully inserted into the brain, all reveal the danger and power of the person in front of him. Nerves are getting tight. Golo. Brother Ming's Adam's apple rolled, and he couldn't help but swallow. He finally knew why he couldn't see through this person. He really didn't expect that Luo Xiu would appear here, and would also like a useless devil fruit. I didn't expect that. It's actually you. Doflamingo maintained his calm appearance, but a drop of sweat on his forehead revealed his inner nervousness. How? Have you seen me? Luo Xiu slowly stood up from his seat and said, It's hard to imagine that Marine and world government have been turned upside down. Then tell me, what do you want from me? Luo Xiu asked with a smile. I'm just here for the auction. Of course, Brother Ming would not admit that he came here for the 600 million Baileys. The moment he saw Luo Xiu, it was impossible to get the 600 million Baileys back. Even the Marine Admiral doesn't have enough people to attack it, so it's no problem to raise this place. That's it. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly, and you were polite, but you had no intention of continuing on this topic. Instead, you said, I have something to do with you. Brother Ming had a questioning expression on his face. I heard you're making artificial devil fruit. Brother Ming was stunned for a moment. His glasses turned, and then he laughed. By the way, how can a precious item like devil fruit be made artificially? Doflamingo used laughter to hide his inner panic. Although he didn't know why Luo Xiu knew this, it was impossible for him to admit that this was his lifeblood and the key to rising in this world. He may not be afraid of the world government, but he is really afraid of the King of Beasts. And it is very likely that he will be arrested by the world government on charges. Luo Xiu patted him on the shoulder. Dover, you don't want your deal with Marine and world government to be known to Kaido. What happened? Luo Xiu actually knows about his relationship with Kaido? How did this come to light? If the other party knew about the cooperation with the world government and made the other party angry, they would not hesitate to take action against themselves. More importantly, Kaido is now his backer. Only with Kaido's support can he be able to survive in both the black and white worlds. The expression that Brother Ming had just laughed at suddenly froze on his face. The overall combat power of the Don Quixote family is not at the same level as Onigashima. He hid himself so well that not even Kaido noticed. Luo Xiu looked at Doflamingo, whose expression was a bit unnatural, and knew that the other party was considering the consequences of this exposure. Do you still know about the deal between yourself and the world government? Dover, you were thinking 2FAR.D, or you think you can escape from my hands alive now? In terms of personal strength, he thinks he is no match for Kaido. If this really happened head-on, defeat would be inevitable. Damn it. 128. Chapter 128 Artificial Devil Fruit. Doflamingo's thoughts were instantly pulled back, and he felt the undisguised killing intent in Luo Xiu's eyes, and his hair stood on end. Cold sweat dripped down his cheeks uncontrollably. Da-da-da. It fell to the ground with a splash. Indeed, compared to things that have not happened in the future, solving the immediate troubles is the most important. Luo Xiu is not a good person. From what he has done, Doflamingo can deduce that this guy is a ruthless careerist just like himself. And judging from the reports, Luo Xiu's 4 emperors are in good shape. Although he has awakened the string fruit, his strength is not bad among the Shichibukai, but there is an insurmountable gap between him and the 4 emperors. It is impossible to escape from Luo Xiu alive by force. I happen to have an artificial fruit in my room here. At this time, there is no need to cover up. Being honest with each other can actually gain a chance of survival. Isn't it just a man-made devil fruit? If you compare it with your own life, you can still tell which one is more important. Very good. I'll go there in person later. Luo Xiu nodded with a smile, turned around and walked towards the trading area. Brother Ming looked at Luo Xiu's leaving figure, took a long breath, and shook the sweat off his forehead. In the trading area of the auction, the person in charge seemed to have been waiting for Luo Xiu to come over. When he saw the buyer coming, he stood up quickly. A total of 500 million.01 Baileys. Forget it for 1 Pele. This is devil fruit. He ordered his men to bring over a box containing the devil fruit from the auction. At the same time, the moment he took out the devil fruit, a dozen people uniformly dressed with strong bodies and high strength values appeared, surrounding Luo Xiu in the middle with a threatening tone. The meaning is obvious. Don't play tricks. But the auction has auction rules. If you disrupt the rules of the auction house, you will have to pay some price. The person in charge narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Luo Xiu. So now the price has changed. We need 600 million Baileys. He knew that Luo Xiu had at least 600 million on him, and the price he offered was the same, so he was ready to take the opportunity to make a big deal. Wouldn't it be nice to put the extra 100 million in your own pocket? He obediently handed over 600 million, and nothing happened. He believed that the ordinary-looking boy in front of him should know what to do. Luo Xiu smiled, didn't bother to say anything, raised his hand and slapped the person in charge on the face. A big pussy is crisp and sweet. Boom. Young people are good and fall asleep on the ground. As soon as the dozen or so people next to him reacted and were about to take action, they felt dizzy and their bodies leaned back straight. Luo Xiu clapped his hands, picked up the devil fruit from the ground, looked at it, and put it in his pocket. Leave and head to Doflamingo's room. Hurry up. Bring over the artificial fruit. Hurry. Brother Ming held a phone bug in one hand and yelled impatiently. There was actually no artificial fruit in his room at all. This was just an excuse to temporarily leave Luo Xiu. But there was nothing in the room. Pika, his subordinate in the underground world, happened to be carrying 2 fruits and was ready to make a deal. If you send it over now, it's not too late. After hanging up the phone, Brother Ming waited anxiously. At the same time, he was thinking in his mind, what should he do next? First of all, Luo Xiu asked that the artificial fruit must be useful, although he didn't know what the specific use was. But once the artificial devil fruit is targeted, the Smale factory will naturally be targeted as well, which will lead to unexpected changes in the original cooperation with Kaido. In other words, the current situation has Luo Xiu on one side and 4 Emperors Kaido on the other. How to balance the 2 sides? Brother Ming was confused for a moment and didn't know how to do it. Neither side seems to be offended. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and Pika opened the door and walked in. He is a stone fruit user and one of the leaders of the Don Quixote family. Little Lord, these are 2 artificial devil fruits. Pika didn't know why Brother Ming suddenly wanted artificial fruits, but he could see that Brother Ming was in a bad mood now, so he didn't dare to ask more questions. Put it on the table. Brother Ming nodded and then continued to wait. The atmosphere was a bit dull. After a while, Luo Xiu, who had obtained the devil fruit, appeared in the room like a ghost. So fast. Brother Ming frowned when he saw Luo Xiu suddenly appearing. He didn't realize how the other party came. He stood up and immediately went to greet them, trying his best to be polite, and said, "These 2 are artificial fruits. One is Zoan elephant form. One is Zoan in rhino form." Finished. He personally picked up the 2 devil fruits and walked up to Luo Xiu. Brother Ming's attitude made Pika, who was standing next to him like a follower, a little confused. What's the situation? I rushed over to deliver the devil fruit just to give it to someone else? Is this still the arrogant, domineering, and arrogant young master in my impression? I would never be so polite to people from the world government. And .it seemed like he was a little bit flattering in front of this mysterious man. Damn it, who is this person? The occurrence of this scene made Sika feel even weirder than seeing Brother Ming being defeated. If I go back and tell the cadres, no one will believe me. Luo Xiu nodded and reached out to take the 2 fruits handed over by Brother Ming. The touch is a little different from normal fruit. The normal devil fruit is a bit warm, the artificial one is ice cold. The appearance is also different. The artificial fruit does not have those special textures that it is 2 concentric circles of different sizes surrounding the fruit. Dang, devil fruit detected. Devil fruit is an imitation. Excuse me, host, do you want to absorb it? At this time, the system sound sounded. Luo Xiu raised his brows and was overjoyed. The system meant it could be absorbed. Artificial fruits can really become the nourishment for activating demons. How much can the system's absorption be improved? Luo Xiu asked a question in his mind. The fruit is an imitation and contains extremely rare magic power. The activation level can be increased by 1%. Luo Xiu almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn, this is too much. According to this algorithm, it would take at least 20 artificial fruits to be worth 1 naturally grown devil fruit, which was still an ideal situation. He felt some toothache. But after thinking about it, this is reasonable. After all, it is man-made, so we can't expect too much. It's better than nothing. Thinking like this, Luo Xiu weighed the fruit in his hand and put it back in his pocket. How many artificial fruits are there in the manufacturing factory? Since quality is not good, then quantity is the key. There are less than 10 left. As long as the fruits are produced and stocked to a certain amount, they will be given to Kaido in batches to build the beast group, so there are not many in stock. Luo Xiu nodded, knowing that this was not a lie. Then he looked at Doflamingo and said, "Now you have 2 choices before you. One is to continue to cooperate with Kaido. I will kill you first, and then wipe out the Don Quixote family. One is to cooperate with me and provide artificial fruits." 129, Chapter 129, Happy Cooperation. My authority is above yours. Doflamingo has been operating in the underground world for many years, and its power is getting stronger day by day. Whether in the underworld or the white world, it has its own methods and connections. He also formed the Don Quixote family to help him take care of his daily affairs. With a large number of people, it can be said that Brother Ming is one of the few people in the world of pirates who can really get along. But being able to get away with it doesn't mean being invincible. Everything will lose its original meaning in the face of absolute strength. Luo Xiu had no difficulty at all in destroying a Shichibukai family, even though he had the support of 4 Emperors Kaido. It seems like there are 2 choices, but in fact Doflamingo has no choice at all. But Circa, one of the family cadres next to him, was angry. He killed the young master and also destroyed the Don Quixote family. Where did this little brat come from? He dared to talk so shamelessly. And is he crazy? Do you know that the young master and the Don Quixote family will never do anything to kill someone? Kid, it seems you are tired of living. If I give you some face, I dare to slap my nose in my face. Circa's body instantly completed the armament hardening, and at the same time, the floor in the house squirmed, and the ability of the stone fruit was triggered. Scholars can endure it, but uncles cannot. My uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't. Since the young master was bewitched for some unknown reason, it was necessary for him to reveal his true colors. Today, someone has to lie here. With his fists pumping, he jumped up with a whoosh and attacked Luo Xiu. However, the next second, without Luo Xiu taking action, Doflamingo quickly raised his leg and kicked Circa away. Boom. The whole room trembled. You have no place to speak here. If you don't want to die, just lie down in the corner, Doflamingo said coldly, hunched over and putting his hands in his pockets. He still looked like he should be walking around, but his brows were tightly knitted together. Luo Xiu gave 2 options. The former one was considered as a gift, and the latter one could provide some relief. Just like what I thought before, a choice needs to be made between Kaido and Luo Xiu, but no matter which side, he cannot afford to offend. Now, when the choice really came before him, Brother Ming immediately had the answer in his mind. The latter is more fragrant. Naturally, there was a reason why Luo Xiu was full of threats and had to choose. But excluding this, If we compare the forces of the two parties, Luo Xiu actually has the upper hand. First of all, Kaido possesses absolute strength, both in terms of physical strength and fruit development. He is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, but compared to Luo Xiu, he is not necessarily stronger. After all, being able to leave the Marine Admiral in style is something even Kaido would find difficult to do. Secondly, Kaido's beasts pirates, as well as tens of thousands of pirates, sound like a lot of people. But compared to Luo Xiu's demons whose strength is comparable to that of Admiral and the Shadow Corps, there is no comparison at all, and they are just like fish. And although Onigashima is strong, it is still far away from the demon union established by Luo Xiu. Finally, and most importantly, regarding Luo Xiu's position, he seems to have been at odds with the world government. There is no doubt that the world will be turned upside down in the future, and this is exactly what he wants to see. In this world, the more chaotic the better. It would be best to kill all those bastard celestial dragons who refused him to join in the first place. Luo Xiu. Happy cooperation. After a short period of brainstorming, Doflamingo extended his hand to express his willingness to cooperate. As for Kaido, he can go away now. The new backer seems to be more stable and in line with my future plans. Very good. Go to the Smale factory. A smile flashed across the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. It's good to have strength. You can get huge benefits by just talking without handing over anything. This is the feeling of free prostitution. In the current situation, it is important to get the remaining artificial fruits first. But we have to hurry up. Brother Ming nodded, not wanting to refuse Luo Xiu. Nor did he dare to refuse, but he didn't have much time. I had to go to naval headquarters later, and it took a lot of time to go back and forth to the factory. How? Is something wrong? Luo Xiu frowned and asked. Recently, Marine gave me an order not to have any big events recently. I have to go to naval headquarters to talk things over. Doflamingo didn't hide anything. Now cooperating with Luo Xiu is equivalent to standing on the same front. Directly sold the world government. Go to naval headquarters for a meeting. Interesting. Luo Xiu combined with the recent news that the Marine branch was operating quietly, Ace was arrested, and now Shichibukai was called to the headquarters by Marine at exactly this time. It seems that it is indeed a matter of summit war. Something big must have happened. Recently, arms transactions in the underground world had become much more frequent than before. A large number of orders appeared, and they were purchased at high prices. Doflamingo expressed his conjecture. Marine did not clearly indicate what the specific matter was, but from various recent signs, he could still smell it keenly, and something big was definitely brewing. And it's probably related to Luo Xiu. After all, he almost shit on Marine's head. However, Marine has not done anything on the surface these days. This isn't Marine's usual style. But he didn't say this. Let's go to the factory first. Luo Xiu nodded. He didn't care about the summit war for the time being. He should improve his strength first and let the rest for a while. Without strength, everything is nonsense. Brother Ming didn't say anything more, walked out and led Luo Xiu to the factory. Walking too slowly. Hurry up. You lead the way. Two flying shadow soldiers appeared beside Luo Xiu at some point. They lifted up Doflamingo and Circa, who were lying on the ground, and flew high into the sky. Is this the shadow soldier? There was a hint of shock in Doflamingo's pupils under his glasses. Although I knew about the existence of shadow soldiers from reports, when I saw them with my own eyes, I couldn't help but secretly marvel at how mysterious they were. They seemed to have strange abilities that were not of this world. Sika next to him was stunned for a long time, and no matter how stupid he was, he realized that this person was the legendary demon Luo Xi. No wonder the young master would restrain his usual arrogance. Thinking that he had wanted to attack him just now, he couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, the young master took action in time. Otherwise, Luo Xiu would have kicked him, and he would have died or been maimed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bullet, who was lying on a wicker chair on Honeycomb Island and basking in the sun, enjoying a massage from the shadow soldiers and directing other shadow soldiers to build a union, felt something was wrong. Why is the flying shadow soldier, who pressed my shoulders and thighs, missing? Bullet thought of something and spat. Luo Xiu must be causing trouble. If Luo Xiu were here at this time, he would only reply, "Sorry, my authority is above yours." 131. Chapter 131 Digue is activated. The next thundered demon. After leaving the underground world, Luo Xiu flew through the air and landed on a nearby island. Before going to Nine Snake Island, Awakening the demon Dikue needs to be completed first. At this moment, Luo Xiu was sitting cross-legged in an open space, with a dog-type fruit obtained from the auction placed in the palm of his hand. Dang! Devil fruit detected. Excuse me, host, if you want to absorb it. The system's words rang out. Absorb. Luo Xiu did not hesitate. With a thought, the devil fruit in his hand disappeared instantly, then appeared in the system space and entered a devil's door. Dang! Devil fruit has been absorbed. The activation level is 100%. The Earth Demon Dikue is activated. System sound disappears. Roar. In the Devil's Gate, first a low roar came out, and then two burly earth-red palms were on both sides of the Devil's Gate. A head with green horns and blood-red eyes poked out of the demon door, with a special khaki pattern surrounding its neck. The terrifying deterrence swept the entire space instantly. Second demon, come out. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly. The Earth Demon ranked 7th among the 8 demons. In terms of identity, he had to call the Holy Lord the Elder Brother. Boom. Luo Xiu summoned the Dikue from the system space, and his burly and majestic body landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although Dikue and Bogang couldn't compare in terms of size, they still felt an unspeakable sense of oppression. Holy Lord! Dikue looked around blankly. When his eyes fell on Luo Xiu, his blank vision slowly became clear. He felt the aura of the Holy Lord on Luo Xiu, and combined with his coming out of hell and the agreement with the Holy Lord, he could probably determine the identity of the person in front of him. The Holy Lord, the 6th child, is actually doing practical things outside. Welcome to the New World. Dang. Luo Xiu greeted friendly. New World. Diki's eyes broke away from Luo Xiu and focused on the surrounding environment. The small island and the sea were indeed different from the world before the seal, which made him a little excited stand up. Holy Lord, I'm very happy that you can abide by our agreement, but now you can go away. Dikue showed a human smile. After being in hell for thousands of years, he finally came out and felt the intensity of New World. Dealing with those damn humans is the business. As for the Holy Lord, it doesn't matter. There is nothing he can do anyway. After leaving the gate of hell, there is nothing to be afraid of. As he raised his arm, magic power emanated from his body. The earth and rocks on the island instantly began to shake violently, as if they were being pulled by some mysterious force. As the intensity of the shaking became higher and higher, the entire island, it was like an earthquake. Cracks appeared on the ground, earth and rocks were flying, and trees were falling, as if they were about to sink to the bottom of the sea at any time. The sea water next to the island splashed with turbid waves. Dikue controlled the land to extend outwards, and the tumbling earth and rocks formed a road. Holy Lord, not sea. Just when he was overjoyed and about to leave from here, Luo Xiu waved his hand, and the Dikue who had just stepped onto the road disappeared instantly. You can be as strong as you want. The breeze is blowing on the hills. It doesn't matter. I have a backup anyway. After a while, feeling that time was almost up, Luo Xiu released Dikue again, along with the demon Bogang. The two demons were staring at each other with big eyes. Dikue, second sister. Dikue knew that the second sister had gone out. After all, Bogang was the first demon to disappear in hell. But what he was more curious about was why the Holy Lord could lock him in, and when did Bogang come out? Isn't this something that only the 8 immortals can do? Or is this person not the Holy Lord? Did he swallow the Holy Lord? Bogang saw Dikue's doubts and showed a simple smile on his lips. He explained it personally and described how terrifying Luo Xiu was. Dikue thought thoughtfully and then immediately surrendered. He didn't want to go back and experience the life in hell. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded. Now that the problem has been solved, then you can get along well here. I have to leave for a while. The quirk has just come out of hell and needs time to adapt to his own magic power and the environment of this new world. At this time, he could just go to 9 Snake Island to handle related business. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu didn't stop much, said goodbye to the 2 demons, flew into the sky, and rushed to his destination. The white clouds are lingering, and the sun is shining. The wind whistled in my ears. Luo Xiu was high in the sky, overlooking the world. He felt like he was freezing at the height. He took out the bag containing artificial fruits from his waist, picked out one and held it in his hand. Keep activating the demon. Dang. Artificial devil fruit detected. May I ask if host will absorb it? Absorb. With a thought from Luo Xiu, the artificial devil fruit disappeared, appeared in space, and disappeared in front of a devil door. Dang. The demon of thunder, China and the Soviet Union are being activated. Activation level is 1%. Luo Xiu was overjoyed, but he didn't expect it to be the Demon of Thunder. As a lightning mage, this guy's main focus is to maximize his attack power. He can control the power of thunder and lightning. He can also use lightning as a flying tool and lightning ball. When charging, he can absorb the energy of the storm to strengthen his own lightning power. Even worse than Enel, the thunder fruit user in this world. After absorbing all the remaining artificial devil fruit and raising Zhongsu's activation level to 12%, Luo Xiu increased his speed and aimed directly at Nine Snakes Island. The first half of the Grand Line, Calm Belt, Nine Snake Island. This is the territory of one of the Shichibukai, the Empress Boa Hancock. At the same time, Nine Snake Island is also known as Amazon Daughter's Kingdom, etc. As the name suggests, all the people on the island are women. But here, it seems that someone can step in. First, because the geographical location here is extremely dangerous, located on the Calm Belt, and it is impossible for ordinary pirate ships to sail here. Of course, in addition to this, what is more important is the huge sea kings in the Calm Belt, which are active all year round and are intimidating. At this time, Nine Snakes Island was heavily guarded and a solemn atmosphere filled every corner of the island. At the National Gate, the whole country is on alert, and warriors with small snakes entwined on the Nine Snakes Island and weapons in their hands are coming and going. Especially in the palace, there is a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5 steps. Even Hancock's 2 good sisters, Sander Sonia with green waterfall hair and Marigold, a bloated figure with orange hair, were guarding the door. The whole country was on such alert not because they were about to fight a big battle, nor because they were preparing for an enemy attack, but because Empress Hancock was taking a bath in the palace bathroom at this time. 132. Chapter 132. I didn't mean it, you swear. The 2 sisters guarding the door of the bathroom had a terrifying aura emanating from them. Sharp light flashed through their snake-like pupils, scanning every inch of space as they vigilantly looked at their surroundings. Because of the unspeakable experience in Mariwa during his childhood, the celestial dragon stamped his hooves on his back. After escaping from the celestial dragons, in order to protect this secret, the 3 of them unanimously announced that they were infected with a curse because they defeated the monster Gorgon that could turn creatures into stone. And as long as you see the curse on their backs, they will be petrified by the power of the curse. At this moment, in the royal bathroom built with heavy gold, the hot air is thick and floating in the air, and the field of vision is looming. It can be seen through the constantly rising and falling mist. A tall woman with long, shiny black hair, exaggerated snake-shaped earrings, a pair of dark blue eyes, and a large brain was taking a bath. She has a beautiful face, and her every move and smile exudes infinite charm, which is captivating. One of the Shichibukai, the Pirate Empress, the user with the sweet fruit ability, Boa Hancock. Not only is her strength impressive, but her unparalleled beauty is also the best in the sea. Tick-tock. The water flowed from her shoulders and dripped into the pool, making a splashing sound. Taking a deep breath, Hancock Observation Haki was turned on to explore the surrounding situation. Although the entire Nine Snakes Island is now under martial law and has been safe for so many years, and no one can get in, but she is still worried, and she is so vigilant every time. After scanning every corner of the bathroom to make sure no one was there, she felt a little calmer. Slowly immerse your body in the clear pool. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and above the roof of the palace bathroom, an old man was quietly falling from the sky. Why is there the sound of water flowing? Luo Xiu's body was half bowed, his steps slightly stepped on the tiles, and he felt the sound of water flowing below and frowned slightly. Let's check the situation first and then talk. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu opened a tile and scanned the environment below through the light with cat eyes. What a big bathhouse. Luo Xiu's pupils widened slightly, and his body leaned forward involuntarily. When he saw the Empress emerging from the water, his heart skipped a beat and his pupils trembled. Holy shit. Ooh. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the roof, causing Hancock's eyes to freeze, and he quickly put the shirt on the ground around him. Wow. Luo Xiu's body was originally lying on the rubble, but he was suddenly frightened by the sound. With a little effort, his body fell from the top, bringing up pieces of falling rubble and landing on the open space of the palace bath. Fortunately, he could fly and controlled his body midway, so he didn't fall into a dog's excrement. 2 meters tall, black hair, black eyes, and this face. Luo Xiu. Hancock's expression suddenly changed when he saw the person falling from above. This person, she knew. It should be said that there are not many people in this world who do not know the person in front of them. Subvert Impel Down, Purge Naval Headquarters, founder of the Demonic Union. The reputation has already spread throughout the sea. It was precisely because he recognized Luo Xiu's identity that Hancock became so solemn. The guy who was able to escape from the hands of the 3 Marine Admirals had terrifying strength that she could not compare to now. And the other party must have seen the Tianlong hoofprint printed on his back just now. This cannot be tolerated. He must be killed. However, this is simply not possible. At the same time, the 2 sisters waiting outside the door also sensed the noise in the bathroom, opened the door, and rushed in. Elder sister, what happened? Huge pressure shrouded the 2 of them, and they immediately swallowed what they were about to say. Because they also know this person. He saw it from behind. Hancock said solemnly. Ah. The 2 sisters exclaimed, realizing that the problem was more serious than they thought. The thing I feared most happened. The Tianlong hoofprints behind their backs, used to cover up their humiliating experiences, were seen. If the other party did not see it, due to Luo Xiu's strong strength, even if it was a rude intrusion, he would not care. Just pretend this never happened. But now Luo Xiu has seen it. This means that they have been slaves in the hands of the celestial dragons, and the horrific experience buried deep in their hearts is likely to be exposed. Yes. Thinking of this, the 2 sisters couldn't help but take a breath. Absolutely not. No matter who it is, no matter how powerful Luo Xiu is, they will try their best to kill each other. Even if he is the devil Luo Xiu. The 3 of them looked at each other, their auras suddenly lifted, and their strange pupils stared at Luo Xiu. That I didn't mean it, although you may not believe it, but it's true. I promise not to tell anyone about the celestial dragon hoofprints on your backs. As for what's going on between you and the celestial dragons, I'm not interested at all. I don't mean any harm anyway. I came here just to negotiate a deal. Why do you women in the pirate world believe this? You swear. Hancock raised his fair and slender arm, pointed at Luo Xiu, and snorted coldly. Otherwise, there will be 5 thunders from the sky, and you will die suddenly on the spot. Although he was thinking this in his heart, on the surface Luo Xiu still raised his hand, stretched out 4 fingers, and declared to the sky. Luo Xiu's expression paused. I swear to keep everything secret. After all, it was their first time to see Luo Xiu in person, and they were not sure about his character, or whether he was deliberately lying. You really thought I was stupid. You have to know that a man's oath is generally useless, especially when it comes to a woman. Sure enough, after Luo Xiu said this, the cold murderous intent of Hancock and the 2 sisters restrained a lot, but they were still full of vigilance. Right. The contradiction is not that Hancock's body was completely scanned. The key is the footprints of Tianlong's hoofs behind him and the ancient past events behind them. You just said you came here for a deal? Hancock mentioned Luo Xiu's last words. Feeling the gazes and killing intent from the 3 women, Luo Xiu quickly explained. Hand-blade celestial dragons. You saw all my body, and you said you meant no harm. I hope Luo Xiu will be a trustworthy person. Hancock was a little satisfied, and there was no other way to make Luo Xiu swear. After all, she had no way to restrain Luo Xiu, so she could only do this. As long as you promise on the spot that you will not tell anyone what you saw and express your attitude, then this contradiction will naturally be resolved. Even if it cannot be resolved immediately, it can ease the tense atmosphere at the moment and make room for future transactions. 133. Chapter 133, Accept the Deal. Luo Xiu's words made the 3 of them visibly shaken. As long as you are paid, the celestial dragons who have persecuted you can become the primary target. Luo Xiu continued. Celestial dragons, nobles of the world, reputed to be descendants of gods, above all men and above all laws. Such a being, not to mention beheading, even not kowtow when meeting, is a capital crime. However, the man in front of him now said that he wanted to kill the celestial dragons with his own hands. And there are still those terrifying faces that exist deep in the memory and are only remembered when I have nightmares. Can you really kill celestial dragons? Hancock was stunned. After escaping from Mariewa, she had wanted to do this for so many years, but she knew it was impossible. Even if he becomes a Shichibukai and has considerable strength, he still dare not touch, let alone take revenge, in front of nobles like the celestial dragons. It depends on whether your reward is generous. Luo Xiu knew that the deal should have been reached. He came here to hunt celestial dragons as a channel to obtain devil fruit. Although Hancock is the Empress, the imprint of celestial dragons on her back has always been a humiliation that she cannot erase. Combined with her childhood experience, she will definitely hate the celestial dragons. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. Obtaining the devil fruit for the purpose of hunting celestial dragons is a feasible plan. What do you want? Bailey, or treasure? Asked the two sisters on one side. There are no more than two types of trading goods, just like those bounty hunter needs. Nine Snake Island has accumulated a lot of wealth over the years, and no matter how much Luo Xiu proposes, they are confident that they can afford it. Say it. What do you need? Hancock's beautiful blue eyes stared at Luo Xiu's black pupils. I want to see something from inside. But she was disappointed. There was no other emotion at all in this man's deep pupils. Devil fruit. Hancock's beautiful blue eyes suddenly shrank. The two sisters next to him also frowned. Devil fruit. The most treasured items in the sea. How rare. How bold is it to trade this? But thinking about using devil fruit to kill those damn celestial dragons, Hancock's eyes gradually became firm. But devil fruit is a rare item, and there aren't many of it on 9 Snake Islands now. Only 2. First of all, she has no doubt about Luo Xiu's strength. He can subvert Impel Down and escape intact, which already explains some problems. Not to mention, there is a demon army behind it. Secondly, she had read in the newspaper about Luo Xiu's deeds of killing celestial dragons and grabbing gold from the sky. This man really dared to kill celestial dragons, and he was not afraid of the world government's retaliation at all. But 2 devil fruits were needed to kill the celestial dragons nesting in Mariewa, the lair of the celestial dragons. To be honest, they were a little short. She didn't know if Luo Xiu would be satisfied with this quantity. After all, this is not at the same difficulty level as the celestial dragons traveling in Deus. Luo Xiu frowned. The huge 9 Snakes Island did not have as many survivors as Alabasta. It seems devil fruit is even rarer than imagined. But something is better than nothing. Luo Xiu nodded. Okay, but I need you to pay me in advance. Devil fruit. Kill the celestial dragons before you finish. Generally speaking, requests for payment in advance are rarely seen in the world of pirates. This is different from the fact that in the 21st century, there is a legal framework. You can sign a contract and pay a deposit without worrying that one party will run away. The contract is highly binding. In the world of pirates, only strength is supreme, and the law is useless in front of the strong. If you pay half the reward, the task executor is likely to run away and get half the reward for nothing, which is not worth the loss. This is the time to test your character. Right. Go get the devil fruit. Hancock hesitated for a moment, then told his sisters to get the devil fruit. She didn't know what would happen if Luo Xiu got the devil fruit, but she knew that this was the only chance to kill the celestial dragons, so she didn't want to miss it. And although I don't know much about Luo Xiu, most of my information comes from rumors and newspapers, but this time I saw it with my own eyes, and it doesn't seem like someone who likes prostitution for free. After all, with the strength of the other party, there is no need at all this way. Merritt left the palace bathroom, and not long after, she came over with a box containing a devil fruit. Thank you for your trust. Luo Xiu took the fruit. The world government is going to make a big move next, and he has to quickly improve his strength. The sooner he can get the devil fruit, the better. Dang. Devil fruit detected. May I ask if host will absorb it? The moment Luo Xiu opened the box, took out the devil fruit and placed it in his palm, the system sound rang. Absorb. Luo Xiu said in his heart without much hesitation. Dang. Devil fruit is being absorbed. Thunder Demon. The unlocking level of China and the Soviet Union is 40%. The sound of the system goes away as quickly as it comes. Luo Xiu felt happy. The original unlock level of Thunder Demon was 12%, but now it is 40%. An increase of 28%. This is much higher quality than the devil fruit in Alabasta. Although the number of fruits on Kush Island is small, the quality is good. And the moment Luo Xiu absorbed devil fruit, unconsciously, a powerful aura emanated from him. Power surges. Violent waves of air overflowed from the body. Buzz buzz. The breath surged, and a terrifying magic power overlapped. There was a slight popping sound in the air, and small arcs of lightning crackled. The 3 Hancock sisters felt Luo Xiu's aura, and their pupils trembled. How is this going? Did devil fruit suddenly disappear just now? It's the magic power inside Devil Fruit that emerged. The power that seemed to come from hell made Hancock's body slightly stiff. A trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful blue eyes. Staring at Luo Xiu's tall figure, she became even more determined about the decision she had just made. "See you later." Luo Xiu looked at Hancock and said, "Although the daughter country is very fragrant at this stage, women will only affect the speed of my sword draw." Without any intention of staying any longer, Luo Xiu returned the box to the three sisters, jumped up, and left through the big hole on the roof. A long time, Hancock finally came to his senses and stared at the roof. "Sister, can he really kill celestial dragons?" Sonia asked suspiciously. "There's no need to deceive us about his strength." Hancock's beautiful eyes flashed, and Luo Xiu was firmly remembered in his heart. Besides Luo Xiu, who else in this world dares to kill celestial dragons? 134. Chapter 134, Return to Beehive Island. The lonely red is coming to your door. The next day, shortly after Luo Xiu left, several huge warships slowly sailed from Calm Belt to Nine Snake Island. Huge engines roar in the hull to power the warship, which has been specially treated to prevent attacks by Sea Kings. A group of Marine soldiers stood neatly on the deck. At the end of the deck, Vice Admiral, a mole wearing a Marine cloak of justice, crossed his arms across his chest. On the order of the Marshal, he came to Nine Snake Island specifically to pick Hancock up for a meeting at his headquarters. The day of public execution was not far away. At the same time, New World, Beehive Island. The sun was blazing, and there were no clouds in the sky. A group of black creatures with wings were flying around in the air, holding various stones and tools in their hands. Bullets stood below, directing the flying shadow soldiers to move east and west. The establishment of the Devil's Guild requires that Beehive Island be cleaned up first. The pirates who came from various places left many unnecessary things behind. At the same time, he held a huge rock in his hand and lifted it up and down to exercise his physical strength. Although he was left behind by Luo Xiu, he would not stop growing stronger. At this time, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Bullet with a bang. With black hair and black eyes, he is Luo Xiu who left Nine Snake Island. How about it? Is the shadow soldier still useful? Luo Xiu patted the dust on his body and looked at Bullet and asked. "Very good, much better than those pirates who only care about treasure," Bullet said with a happy face when he saw Luo Xiu back. As long as they get the Ghost General's mask, the shadow soldiers will be infinitely loyal to the Ghost General. Compared with those pirates who are always treacherous and rebellious, they are indeed much better. What's more, these shadow soldiers can't speak and can only follow orders. This makes Bullet, who always likes to be quiet and becomes stronger alone, very satisfied. "By the way, where did you get this mask? Are there any others? Give me a few more." Bullet's eyes lit up, and he asked in a low voice. A mask represents a military class, and these military classes also have many abilities. Not only can they turn into shadows, they can be retracted and released freely without any external objects to support them. They can be used and summoned at any time. It is a great regret in his life that he has never even heard of such a good thing after spending so many years in the sea. After tasting the sweetness of the flying shadow soldier, Bullet felt even more so. If only there were more types. Bite off more than you can chew. A person can only have one mask. As for where it comes from, you don't even know. Luo Xiu shrugged. This thing is not a devil fruit. Anyone can get it. Bullet knew that Luo Xiu was telling the truth. After all, this mysterious item was like a demon, appearing and disappearing, and no one really knew what it was. By the way, why did it take so long? You can finish those tasks in just a few clicks. When are you going to fuck the Marine Admiral and kick the New World 4 Emperors? Bullet turned a huge rock he was training to one side and continued to ask with interest. Luo Xiu didn't pay much attention to the Devil's Union. He was obviously more interested in fighting. This was the fastest way to increase his strength. And after being locked up and Impel Down for so long, you haven't fought against pirates yet? He wanted to know what the strength of the 4 emperors, who now divided the sea equally since Roger's death, was. Are there any tasks during this period? Luo Xiu asked instead of answering Bullet's words first. No. Luo Xiu nodded. There's been no reward for such a long time. It seems that the majestic image of Marine and world government is still deep in everyone's heart. Fear is stronger than need. The Devil Fruit Collection plan, it seems, can only be put aside for the time being. Then you need to improve your strength. As for the mission he had just taken over on Nine Snake Island, Luo Xiu was not in a hurry. There was no time limit anyway. The most important thing was that one fruit was not enough to unlock Zhongsu. During this time, I went to investigate the situation. Big things should happen in the future, Luo Xiu said, taking up Bullet's previous question. Event. Bullet's eyes hardened and he put away his cheerful expression. If Luo Xiu calls it a big deal, it must be related to world government and Marine. Is the world government going to launch a campaign against you? Bullet thought of this possibility. According to the world government's urinary rule, Luo Xiu will definitely not be let go. In addition, there has been little movement from world government and Marine recently, and there is a high probability that they are planning a conspiracy secretly. Not sure, let's look again. I believe this matter will come to light in a few days. Regarding the summit war, Marine has not announced it yet. It may just be that it feels there is not enough time. There will always be an announcement later. Bullet did not continue to ask. It didn't matter to him anyway. Now that he has joined the Union, even if Marine comes to knock on the door, he will have to let the opponent lose a layer of skin. After all, Luo Xiu can only be defeated by himself, and it is not World's turn yet. Government bastards come to cause destruction. How about some moves first? Tianjing has been dealing with rocks these days. My hands are itchy. Bullet didn't care at all when soldiers came to cover up the water and earth. He showed his white teeth and clenched his fists, wanting to fight Luo Xiu a few more times. Luo Xiu naturally would not refuse. Now that devil fruit is put aside for the time being, he has to improve his strength, and the best way to improve his strength is to fight. Armament Haki must at least be promoted to a high level. However, just when the two were about to fight, outside Beehive Island, a swaying boat came and docked on the shore. Someone is coming. Bullet stopped immediately and became alert. He knew that Beehive Island's surname was Luo, but he still dared to come here so blatantly. He was probably not sent by Marine to find out the information. He waved his hand. The flying shadow soldiers instantly gathered behind him, extremely silky. In his sight, a red figure suddenly flashed past. So fast. Bullet was shocked. This speed is probably much stronger than his own. Almost instantly, the man crossed a distance of several dozen meters. He is tall and thin, with white hair braided into two braids hanging on his shoulders. He's wearing a plum-red shirt, blood-red trousers, and black leather shoes with gold rims on his feet. He was wearing a large blood-red cloak with a plaid pattern inside, and a blue rose around his neck. The most eye-catching thing is the slender, bat-handled umbrella he holds in his hand. Lead Field. Bullet's face twitched, and he shouted directly. Of course, he knew this person. He was the one who escaped from Impel Down together. 135. Chapter 135 Win over Gugao. Long time no see, Luo Xiu. Gugao Jihong was dressed in red, with his hands folded on the handle of the umbrella and a smile on his face. Just looking at Luo Xiu, there was a hint of shock hidden in the depths of his eyes. Before leaving Impel Down, he knew that Luo Xiu was very powerful. He could blast Warden Magellan and resist 2 Marine Admirals by himself, which was enough to explain the problem, but no matter what, it was still within his knowledge. But after leaving Impel Down, he heard the news coming from Impel Down. After that, the 3 Marine Admirals gathered together, and a formation more powerful than Buster Call gathered together, which was comparable to half of Naval Headquarters' combat strength. But in Luo Xiu's hands, he didn't get any advantage to a certain extent. Luo Xiu even made fun of Marine Admiral. Even he, a legendary pirate who has been active in the sea since the days of rocks, couldn't help but be amazed by this kind of achievement. Combined with those demons, this was no longer the level he knew. Even the current 4 emperors can't do it. At the same time, he also learned about Luo Xiu's formation of the Demon Union, so this time he came to Beehive Island specifically to fulfill the promise he made at that time. Just in time. Luo Xiu smiled. It seemed that the strong strength he showed in Impel Down was still useful. It was indeed not easy for a person with Guigao Hong's personality to make a special trip here. Observation Haki and Armament Haki. Now is the time to improve at the same time. Bullet, who are these black creatures behind you? At this time, Gugao Jihong suddenly noticed the flying shadow soldiers, with a trace of doubt on his face. Immediately, he thought of something. Could this be the rumored shadow soldier? The shape, appearance, and mysterious aura were no different from the rumors outside. He instantly thought of the mysterious creature Luo Xiu had used in Impel Down. This thing made him find it very interesting. Can you control them? Gugao Jihong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Bullet. At this time, the flying shadow soldier did not stand behind Luo Xiu, but stood behind Bullet, behaved, which had to surprise him. Ha! Lead field. Open your eyes. Bullet laughed loudly when he saw Gugao Jihong's unseen expression. Then he waved his hand, and the flying shadow soldier was immediately guided. It circled in the air a few times, and then rushed towards the lonely red brush. With his red eyes and quick hands, Gugao's figure escaped from where he was and appeared in another location. The flying shadow soldier stood behind Bullet again. What's going on? Gugao Jihong was shocked and a little unable to adapt. As a prison inmate for many years, Bullet knew something about him. From his perspective, he was an exercise fanatic and had no other merits other than a bit of muscular development. But now I can actually summon the shadow soldiers, and the process is extremely smooth with no trace of unfamiliarity, just like it was the same before. If it was controlled by Luo Xiu, he could understand. After all, according to rumors, these black soldiers were originally Luo Xiu's troops. But Bullet, a guy with a simple mind and well-developed limbs, could actually control it, which made Gugao Jihong feel a little unbalanced. Deep in his eyes, there was still a hint of envy. The black creature can turn into a shadow and move around at will. Such temptation is simply too great. Bullet has joined the Union and become one of the cadres. Of course, we need to equip subordinates. Luo Xiu saw Gugao Jihong's mentality at this time. The Devil's Union is now in urgent need of manpower. As a strong man comparable to a big pirate like Golden Lion, Gugao Jihong is naturally the first choice to recruit into the Union. At this appropriate juncture, Luo Xiu smoothly brought up the topic. Join the Union. Become one of the cadres. Gugao Jihong caught the meaning and understood it immediately. Bullet can control the black soldiers, which was given by Luo Xiu, which is quite understandable. In other words, if you become a member of the Demon Guild, you can have subordinates like black soldiers to do things for you. For a moment, Gugao Jihong was a little moved. Being alone, you really need help with many things. But soon, he rejected this idea. He is a big pirate, and he has always been alone. There is no need to join any so-called union. Doesn't he look good alone? Besides, what I usually hate the most is guys who talk a lot and have impure thoughts. If these shadow soldiers are chattering in my ears every day and have two minds, it will be disgusting. No. He couldn't be trapped by the so-called labor union and run away immediately after instructing Luo Xiu. These shadow soldiers can't speak. Absolutely pure at heart. Luo Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. He still had some knowledge of who Gugao Jihong was. Because observation Haki is too powerful, he has been able to spy on people's hearts since he was a child. Because he has this ability since he was a child, he has seen too much about the ugliness of people's hearts. It is precisely because of this that he has been alone all year round, hates being around humans, and has gradually become a lonely strong man. But the shadow soldiers have no human heart, and it seems that they are not even human beings. Obeying orders is their only duty, and they are definitely the purest creatures. There's no need to say such lies. The human heart is much darker than you think. Gugao Jihong didn't believe what Luo Xiu said at all. He had seen more people than Luo Xiu had eaten, and the ugly hearts he had seen were enough to make any one people develop schizophrenia. For this reason, he had been troubled for a long time when he was a child and was deeply disturbed by it. During this period, in order to prove that there are still enough pure and innocent people in human beings to comfort his soul, he traveled across various sea areas to spy on those good people with excellent reputations and good examples. The result was very disappointing. No one of the so-called good people who are praised by people can be truly clean after their hearts are truly revealed. It is just a matter of proportion. It was also from that time on that he began to accept it all calmly and understood that people's hearts cannot stand to be looked at directly. Human nature is evil, that as long as you are a human being, you will have interests and needs, and those around you will be at risk of being betrayed. You will never deal with anyone again. How about you take a look for yourself? Luo Xiu pointed at the flying shadow soldier and motioned to Gugao Jihong to investigate for himself. Let's see what happens. Gugao Jihong sneered and dismissed it. He looked at the flying shadow soldier, and at the same time, Ultimate's observation Haki was turned on. With a buzzing sound and airwaves blowing, his evil eyes stared closely at the flying shadow soldier, looking straight into his heart. Next moment, A big exclamation point appeared on his face, and he felt something was wrong. After looking carefully for a while, he finally saw something in Fei Yingbing's mind. There were 4 words written all over his body. Obey orders. 136. Chapter 136. Luo Xiu is a friend. I'm done. This was the first time Gugao Jihong saw such a situation. His pupils trembled, and he was greatly puzzled. These shadow soldiers were completely beyond his understanding. There is actually such a pure creature in the world. If all shadow soldiers are like this, then joining the union formed by Luo Xiu seems to be considered. The mind that was originally calm became restless again. Luo Xiu said nothing and watched quietly. Bullet next to him knew very well. He raised his arm and added fuel to the fire. Brush sound. The flying shadow soldiers disappeared under his thoughts, and then he released the flying shadow soldiers again under Gugao Jihong's amazed gaze. Here, what's going on? Gugao Jihong was shocked once again when he saw a large group of flying shadow soldiers disappearing inexplicably before his eyes and then reappearing. So mysterious. These black soldiers are even more mysterious than rumored. In addition to turning into a shadow and being extremely disciplined, he can also be summoned at any time. One person is comparable to an army. This is definitely not alarmist. It's just perfect for me. Gugao Jihong's eyes moved away from the flying shadow soldiers and looked at Luo Xiu. It seems that you have made your decision. No one can escape the law of true fragrance, even if you are a thoughtful person. Luo Xiu smiled, then waved his hand, and a row of masks was placed in front of Gugao Jihong, with 8 masks in various colors and shapes. Some have green faces and fangs, some have double horns, some look like one-horned ghost kings, and some have mouths full of fangs. At the same time, behind each mask stand a shadow soldier, representing their unique branch. Ninja soldiers, blade soldiers, giant shadow soldiers, helmet shadow soldiers, alien soldiers, shadow eater soldiers, pincer shadow soldiers, and sickle shadow soldiers. You choose either side. Luo Xiu looked at Redfield and said calmly, "Take your pick." Yes. Gugao Jihong couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Her face was extremely shocked. This is Luo Xiu's strength. Just the flying shadow soldiers made him feel incredible. There were actually 8 types of soldiers at the same level as these soldiers, and each type seemed to have extremely powerful and good abilities. Not only him, but also Bullet on the side, his face was equally shocked. He had directly selected the flying shadow soldiers at the beginning, so he had never seen other masks. Now he was dazzled by the sight, and he couldn't help but compare the flying shadow soldiers with these soldiers. I screamed in my heart that it was unfair. Oh shit. If I had known earlier, I would have taken a look. Bullet beat his chest and felt like he had missed out on 100 million. Give me some time. Gugao Jihong nodded. If he was still a little hesitant when he decided to join the Demon Union just now, then after seeing these masks and the shadow soldiers, he knew that Luo Xiu was a friend. You can take a look at their respective abilities before making a choice. Luo Xiu was not in a hurry. That it didn't matter which mask he was given. With Terra in hand, he had priority in dispatching anyway. Although all types of arms are good, they must be suitable. Just choose this one. After a long time, after repeated comparisons with Gugao Jihong, he finally made a decision, holding up a mask and looking at Luo Xiu. He has a green face and pointed ears, long fangs, brown eyebrows and beard, and his eyes are as wide as copper bells. The troll mask represents the troll group. Okay. Luo Xiu nodded. It's easy to understand why Gugao Hong chose the trolls. After all, his strength lies in his speed and observation Haki. Physically, he's at a disadvantage compared to the strong men of the same level. Apart from anything else, troll soldiers are definitely superior to other types of soldiers in terms of tankiness and strength. Put the mask on your face and complete the certification. The unique ability given by the system can be bound after the mask is worn. Afterwards, the shadow soldiers can be dispatched even if it is not worn. Of course, you can wear it if you want to. There is no conflict between the two. Gugao Jihong listened to Luo Xiu's words and put on a mask. In an instant, a strange feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling is wonderful and refreshing. At the same time, a huge amount of information pours into my mind like a tide about how to use the troll soldiers. In his consciousness, Gugao Jihong felt that he was in an empty space. The waiting troll corps was hidden in the shadows, with only their scarlet eyes revealing their presence. Everything seems so mysterious, as if there is an extremely powerful force that cannot be directly seen, guiding everything. He suddenly understood why Bullet, a guy with a lofty ambition, was willing to join the Demon Guild and follow Luo Xiu. The more mysterious and extreme something is, the more attractive it is to strong men like them. Come to your senses. Gugao Jihong took off the mask and carefully placed it on her waist. At the same time, he waved his arms. Several huge troll soldiers landed behind him. This feeling is truly unprecedented. Gugao Jihong took a long breath and turned to look at the summoned troll soldiers, his eyes filled with appreciation. Indeed, just as Luo Xiu said, these shadow soldiers cannot speak, and they are absolutely pure and loyal. And it can be summoned almost with a thought. Extremely efficient. Very good. After that, you will be the second cadre of the Union. Luo Xiu was very satisfied with the joining of Gugao Jihong, thought a strong man of this level would definitely be able to do a lot for the Union in the future. If there are any bounties or other tasks after that, you can instruct him to do them. After all, he is the leader. There is no reason to work on your own. With a wave of his hand, Luo Xiu took away the remaining masks, and the shadow soldiers disappeared. Gugao Jihong also took back the shadow soldiers. Then the corners of his mouth raised slightly. His eyes looked at Luo Xiu, and his aura suddenly surged. Come on, let's see how much stronger your devil is than me. The execution process, broadcast live. Is there another big news? Bullet frowned, grabbed a piece of paper, and read out the content. Luo Xiu said lightly, Don't stay here. Beehive Island can't withstand it. Luo Xiu waved his hand. The three of them could sink this place without any problem. With Luo Xiu's current strength, there is no problem at all. Fine. It's totally fine to hit you two. You two can come together. Bullet and Gugao Jihong nodded. Luo Xiu, this guy is too crazy. I knew you didn't like him. Redfield, fuck him. Bullet started to get angry. Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, has been arrested and will be publicly executed at naval headquarters in a week. I'm indeed no match for you alone, but with two people, it's not that simple. There has to be a first-come, first-served basis. Fight against two strong players at the same time, observation Haki and armament Haki, to get faster improvement. Hello. However, at this moment, a newspaper albatross suddenly flew across the sky and dropped newspapers one after another. I haven't fought yet. When Bullet saw this, he immediately quit. Why did you do it right away, as if I don't exist? 137. Chapter 137 Naval Headquarters Actions. Another big news. Gugao Jihong frowned, took the newspaper from Bullet, and read it carefully from top to bottom. Her breathing gradually became rapid. This Marine is really going to broadcast the execution publicly, and the location is set to be Marineford, our headquarters. Would Whitebeard be so willing to give up? Bullet's first thought was of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace's name is unknown to Bullet and Gugao Jihong, but Whitebeard has been famous in the sea for a long time. He has always been known as the strongest man in the world, capable of destroying the world and destroying the earth with his shaking power. Even though he is old and frail now, he still has the strength to defeat any Marine Admiral head-on. Moreover, there are many affiliated regiments and powerful cadres under him. Overall, although it is not as good as naval headquarters, it still has a good performance, shocking power. Ace serves as the second team of the Whitebeard pirates. With Whitebeard's personality, there is a high probability that Ace will personally lead the pirates to save people. Even former Captain Roger's execution place is only set to be in Logue Town. This Ace's execution place is in the headquarters. Is there more to his identity than meets the eye? Gugao Jihong touched his chin, reasonably doubting Ace's identity. After all, public executions of people in naval headquarters seem to have never happened before. This was the first time, see. I always feel that this matter is not as simple as it seems. The two of them looked at Luo Xiu in unison, feeling that there was a huge information gap between them. Ace is Roger's son, his biological son. Luo Xiu glanced at the newspaper and said something shocking. The corners of Gugao Jihong's mouth twitched. Bullet's eyes were as wide as bells. Roger still has a son? Are you sure? Why didn't I know? Bullet was stunned and was shocked by the news, no less than the time he learned about Roger's death. Bullet couldn't help but look at Luo Xiu, his face full of doubt. Although he was imprisoned in Impel Down, Roger still knew part of what happened later. In Roger's last years, Marine had made great efforts to check whether he had any descendants. For this purpose, he searched for pregnant women on several islands and focused on surveys. In the end, no problem was found, which meant that Roger could not have any descendants. After all, Marine would never let him go. I'm a man who has seen the timeline, Luo Xiu said with a smile. The corners of their mouths twitched, and their expressions seemed to say, "Do you think we are mentally retarded? Do you think there is a script for acting in a play?" However, they didn't ask too much. It was not surprising that Luo Xiu always had tricks that they didn't know about. If Ace is really Roger's son, then it would be reasonable for him to be executed publicly in his headquarters. The most important thing for Marine is face and prestige. Because of the Impel Down incident, they must be holding back a lot of anger now, but they can't get any benefits from Luo Xiu. Now that Roger's parents and children have been arrested, they can really create a wave of momentum. Bullet analyzed. More than that, I'm afraid they have another purpose. Gu Gao Jihong squinted his eyes slightly and smelled a different smell. The eyes of the two fell on Luo Xiu again. It was true that Ace was Roger's biological son, but he was not Marine's #1 enemy. Luo Xiu was the one in front of him, and Marine was even more afraid of him than Roger was alive. It's a bit top-heavy to say that Marine went to such great lengths to do something just to judge an Ace at this juncture. Luo Xiu, what do you think? Bullet couldn't help but ask. The public execution is still a week away. Just wait and see what happens. Luo Xiu said calmly, what should come will always come. Judging from the current situation, silent development is the safest. Let's go. Improving your strength is the key. Someone will come to the door in person later. Luo Xiu did not continue chatting on this topic. After finishing his words, he took off and left Beehive Island. Someone came to visit in person? Bullet and Gugao Jihong looked at each other. They didn't know what Luo Xiu meant by this, but they didn't think much about it. They followed Luo Xiu's back and looked for a nearby desert island, preparing for a big fight. Compared to Luo Xiu's tranquility on Beehive Island, this incident directly exploded on the sea. This is another blockbuster news after Marine has been silent for a few days. Wave after wave of big news continues to hit people's upper limit, and more of them are questions about naval headquarters. After all, the last public execution of Luo Xiu shocked people too much, but in the end it was all in vain. Naval headquarters, public execution, this is familiar news. What kind of tricks is Marine doing again? Just watch for fun. Marine has been losing frequently at the hands of Luo Xiu recently, just like Shi. It doesn't look like it's fake. What Marine said is that it will be broadcast live publicly. If you make a mistake the first time, you won't make it a second time. It must be true this time. Who told you that my father is a Marine? He was originally a commander in the branch, but now he was summoned urgently by the headquarters, probably to prepare for a public execution. Your father is a Marine officer, and you are working as a pirate here. It's not appropriate to leave the second-generation officer alone. There must be something wrong with your brain. Damn, Laozi is a man who wants to be the pirate king. You better be careful what you say. Otherwise, my father will arrest you. Anyway, recently I quietly inquired and discovered that Marine has been secretly acting. When you say that, it seems true. Oh, wonder Marine hasn't made any big moves since Luo Xiu knocked Impel Down. It turns out he was planning this. Whatever, there will be a good show to watch in a week anyway. I wonder if Luo Xiu will show up by then. That would be exciting. In the pirate bar, a group of pirates were drinking from a large bowl and discussing the latest news. The same scene was still happening in various places. While they were discussing the public execution, the Whitebeard pirates were mobilizing urgently. New World, the 43 affiliated pirate groups under the Whitebeard pirates, immediately prepared for action and approached their father's Moby Dick as soon as they learned that Ace was captured. The captains dressed formally, counted the number of people, prepared weapons, and rushed at full speed. Pirate ships carrying pirates with their sails set sailed, riding the wind and waves, gathering in large numbers. Some pirates watching the show speculated on the events and started talking about it. These are the forces of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace has been arrested and will be publicly executed. Could it be that they want to gather together and attack naval headquarters? It's impossible. That's the naval headquarters. There are 3 Marine Admirals, as well as tens of thousands of elite Marine soldiers, as well as Marine hero Garp and Marshal Sengoku. I think it's very possible. We need to act urgently at this juncture. Besides having ideas about naval headquarters, what else can we do? 138. Chapter 138. Kill him while he is in vain. Red hair moves. New World, Ghost Island. For Emperor's Kaido is patrolling his Devil Fruit Legion, and next to him stands the 3 disasters. Pandemic Jin folded his hands on his chest and followed Kaido silently. Pandemic Quinn held a big chicken drumstick in his hand and smashed it in his mouth while eating. Drought Jack walked dully behind the two eldest brothers. At this moment, Kaido was in a good mood, because the Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral was defeated in the Impel Down, and Luo Xiu overthrew the Impel Down, which greatly weakened Marine's prestige, and it was a silent victory for the pirates. It was the Demon Union recently established by Luo Xiu that made him a little confused about the situation. After thinking about it deeply, he thought there was only one possibility. Luo Xiu is the same as himself. Heroes have the same ideas. Yes, Luo Xiu must be building an army, all with demon fruit power. Otherwise, there would be no reason to have so many devil fruit. The only difference is that Luo Xiu uses purebred fruits. Young people are naive. Creating a fruit army is meaningless without the support of artificial fruits. Kaido couldn't help but sneered in his heart. He only felt that Luo Xiu's idea was too good. Without the artificial fruits to back it up, this plan would be impossible to realize. Fortunately, he had made a deal with Doflamingo in advance and had tight control over the artificial fruit. Although the artificial fruit is a bit ugly compared to naturally occurring fruits, empirical evidence shows that it is still very useful. It is currently the fastest way to improve your strength. Kaido looked at the artificial fruit ability users with bright eyes. There is a difference in appearance between those with artificial fruit abilities and those with natural fruit abilities. The former's body will show animal characteristics, while the latter will only be used when actively used, which is a drawback. For example, among those standing in front of Kaido, some have elephant heads on their chests, some have tentacles as limbs, some have 4 hands, and some have 8 legs. They are truly grotesque, demonic, and ghostly. But Kaido doesn't care. Compared with the increase in strength, sacrificing appearance is totally worth it. Just as Kaido was thinking about it, Fazi Fu, one of the 6 flying cells, slowly walked over and brought Kaido the news that Ace had been arrested and will be publicly executed. Second Captain Whitebeard was arrested? Public execution at Naval Headquarters? I've heard this news about public executions before. The 3 disasters spoke one after another, and even Jin, who always talked little, also participated. Ace was arrested and publicly executed. This news was really high profile. Because it's not just about one captain. It is likely to affect the entire 4 Emperors group. Ha 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 ha. That's good news. Whitebeard admires Ace very much. He won't sit idly by. Kaido was very excited. Thinking of Whitebeard's current state, he couldn't help but smile. It might be a good opportunity to expand your territory, recruit troops, and plunder homes. There was absolutely no thought of helping Whitebeard to rescue Ace. Although he looked down on world government and Marine from the bottom of his heart, and they frequently suffered losses at the hands of Luo Xiu, the foundation and hard conditions were there. It is extremely unwise to associate with one's own power for no reason, and besides, the 4 emperors are in a competitive relationship. Governor, we might be able to encroach on Whitebeard's territory. Jin thought the same as Kaido, and made his remarks in time. Hey, take advantage of his weakness and kill him, Quinn said with a smile, holding up the big chicken drumstick in his hand. Brother, I think so too. Jack, who looked simple and honest, echoed the 2 elder brothers. Let's see Whitebeard's next actions first. The current situation had to wait. Although he believed in his heart that Whitebeard would rescue Ace, it was still unknown how many troops he would retain in the end. Anyway, the matter will be revealed in a week, and it will not be too late to make arrangements based on the situation. Building the Beast Legion well is the key. I believe that after the 100 Beast group is established, no matter who the 4 emperors or the bullshit Marine are, they will all become defeated. The only way to develop one's own power silently is to be arrogant. The governor is mighty. The Beast group is invincible. Man-made demon fruit power, they all chanted, imagining the day in the future when they could punch Naval Headquarters, step on the world government, and count the treasures until their hands cramped. Quinn, go to Dressrosa to see the fruit production progress. This kid Doflamingo has been wandering recently, and he hasn't called me even once. I brought him here by the way this time. It's time to recharge his batteries. Kaido ordered. Don't worry, Governor. Promise to complete the mission. Quinn said that there was no problem at all. Although he was always timid and hated fighting, a Shichibukai Doflamingo could still be pinched. I usually rely on the governor to make things prosperous. He is the right-hand man of the governor. He has to go there in person this time, and he has to entertain him with good wine and food. What a blessing he will enjoy. You can also go for some blackmail, by the way. New World, Red Hair Pirates. I didn't stop Ace from chasing Blackbeard before, which led to this incident. This time, I have to stop Whitebeard from rescuing Ace to avoid regrets in the future. Boom, boom, boom. During this period, the captain was worried about the affairs of the major forces. There was the Devil's Union ahead of him, and now there is a public execution. Will he go out again this time? After a while, Beckman came over with a large jar of wine, which was more than half the height. Pay more attention to Kaido and Charlotte Linling's movements during this time. I'll be back soon. Although he had met the 5 elders in the Holy Land Mariewa a week ago and learned that Ace would be publicly executed, there has been no news recently, so he still has some expectations. When the Whitebeard pirates pass by this time, there will be no chance of survival. The entire Imperial regiment will be swallowed up in an instant, the balance of the sea will be broken, and it is very likely that the man will also be involved. This is definitely not what I want to see. The red-haired man crushed the newspaper in his hand into powder and sprinkled it on the sea. He made up his mind that he must go to the Whitebeard pirates. Beckman, go to the Whitebeard pirates. Captain, what do you want? The worst situation still happened. The red-haired man shook his head and sighed. At this time, other crew members also came out and looked at their captain. Now it seems that fighting is inevitable. Unlike what other pirates are worried about now, he understands that this time naval headquarters is not only Marine involved, but also people from the world government are interfering. Shanks held a newspaper in his hand with a solemn expression. What was written on it was clearly about Ace's public execution. Bring me my treasured wine. The red-haired man looked at the deputy captain on the deck and shouted. 139. Chapter 139, Whitebeard's Decision. Redhead coming to your door. This day, the Whitebeard pirates. Aboard Moby Dick. Whitebeard is holding the 12 skills Kanjiunki, the supreme sharp knife, and has a tall and majestic body. He stands at the bow of the ship and looks into the distance. The medicine conduit that used to be inserted into his body disappeared. His broad and tall chest was opened, and the invisible aura slowly spread out from his body. The white robe he was wearing made a sound, and Haki leaked from his side. Compared to the past, the current state does not look like an old man who has reached his twilight years and is plagued by injuries. More like, in sharp contrast to him, are his sons. Marco, Josie, Foyle, Bistadot, and other captains, as well as the crew on the Moby Dick, were gathered on the deck at this moment. Unlike Whitebeard's Ling Ran, the expression on his face was very pain. Because just now, Dad announced something. He was going to the naval headquarters alone to challenge the strong Marines head-on and rescue Ace. And this is what they never want to see. They know their father's physical condition better than anyone else. Years of fighting and his aging body have placed a heavy burden on him, and his strength is no longer at its peak. Putting aside whether Ace can be rescued or not, the danger of his father's death is likely to be disastrous. If something really happened to Dad, it would kill them and make them miserable. Dad, let us go with you. Go rescue Ace. Dad, a member of Ace's ship is your son, but he is also our family. This is the responsibility we should fulfill. Dad, the crew shouted loudly, pleading for Daddy Whitebeard. Ace is my son, but so are you. The naval headquarters must be heavily guarded this time. I don't want to see any of you die. Whitebeard spoke loudly, his voice carrying the ability of shock fruit, resounding in everyone's minds. As the strongest man in the world, he doesn't like treasures or fighting for territory, but only cherishes his family. Every pirate who joins the Whitebeard pirates, whether a crew member on the main ship or a crew member on an affiliated group, is his cherished son. Aces, so are they? And the same is true for those members who are weak and have just joined the team. This time Ace was arrested, Naval Headquarters made a special announcement to the outside world. I am afraid that there are already many obstacles, and Marine's advanced combat forces will definitely be there to guard it. If he led the entire Imperial team to attack the Naval Headquarters, he didn't know how many people would be killed or injured. The blood of every son is not what he wants to see. Instead of paying such a heavy price, it would be better to let him go alone. He's already dying. Even if he dies in Marineford, it doesn't matter. IT will definitely turn Naval Headquarters upside down. Dad, we are not afraid of death. Ever since I joined your team, I have put life and death behind. If a family member is going to be executed and can still live with peace of mind, what about family members? We ourselves will look down on ourselves. Isn't it the Naval Headquarters? Isn't it those admirals and soldiers? If they capture our family, they must pay the price. Yes, they must pay the price. Marco said seriously. Josie echoed, and the other crew members did the same. A pair of eyes looked at Dad. Those who can become members of the Whitebeard pirates are those who regard their family as more important than life. Everyone works together to support Dad in rescuing Ace, but everyone must work together. Whitebeard felt the warm gazes of everyone and sighed heavily. At this time, waves suddenly appeared on the calm sea, and pirate ships were riding the wind and waves, breaking through the fog and heading towards the Moby Dick. The sails were raised high, and the shouts of killing were loud. Every ship was filled with pirates, all with bright eyes, fighting spirit and anger, and the momentum was overwhelming. It's the affiliated pirate groups. They're coming too. Apoida, Andre, Erewhon. Bah. The ship approached the Moby Dick and came to a slow stop. The captains of the attached pirate group looked at the tall Whitebeard with burning eyes. As soon as they learned that Ace was arrested, they voluntarily sacrificed everything and came to support their father. Whitebeard glanced at the captains and the crew members, and suddenly he laughed loudly. Gula la la la. My dear sons, have you really thought about it? Dad, take us to defeat Naval Headquarters. Rescue Ace. Knock out Naval Headquarters and rescue Ace. Knock out Naval Headquarters and rescue Ace. Dot. The crew raised their weapons and shouted loudly. The sound was overwhelming. Boom. At this time, there was a sound in the sky, and a powerful aura swept across the entire venue. Everyone who had originally raised their voices felt an invisible pressure slowly coming over them. Bah. In the quiet environment, there was the sound of sea water breaking. Everyone looked over following the sound and saw a man wearing a black robe with a white collar, a western sword on his waist, and a huge wine pot that did not match his body at all. He was standing one by one, on a small boat. The sails of the ship were flying as it passed between the gaps between the huge ships. Although his ship was incomparable to theirs, no one present dared to look down upon this man, because his status on the sea is equal to that of his father. Gulu, Gulu. I'm not here to cause trouble. Shanks pulled the boat aside, tapped his toes, and jumped towards the Moby Dick. How about a taste of this wine? Bring me a bowl. Whitebeard is addicted to alcohol, so this time for conversation, he brought his own collection of fine wine, which is a rare treasure that can be found when traveling across the seas. Take it easy. Shanks raised the flask and poured wine into the bowl. Instantly, the aroma overflowed and filled the entire ship. Bother you for something. He glanced at the crew present and sighed in his heart. The reason why so many people gathered together was 100% because of Naval Headquarters, but he didn't want to give up just like that and still wanted to give it a try. As long as you bring wine, you are a guest. That asks for why the red hair wants to come at this time. Whitebeard is not in a hurry. He will drink a bottle first. Redhead Shanks. Coming here at this juncture, there is a high probability that something bad has happened. Goo la la la. Shanks' footsteps clicked on the deck with a huge wine bottle trailing behind. Whitebeard waved his hand and sat down, and Marco's expression condensed. Dad's current body was actually unable to drink, but knowing that the current situation was special, he shook his head and left, bringing an extra large bowl and placing it in front of the two of them. Everyone was alert, eyes fixed on Shanks, arms draped over weapons. Newgate, 140. Chapter 140 Negotiation failed. Open a new era chapter. Goo la la la. Looks pretty good. Whitebeard's eyes lit up and he commented. This is wine from my hometown, brewed for many years. Shanks narrowed his eyes and looked at Whitebeard. Drink and see. Hearing this, Whitebeard raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Without saying anything, he picked up the wine bowl and took a few sips. It's good wine. With an admiration, Whitebeard replaced the bowl. The strong drink entered his throat. Many things came to mind. Many people and many things are emerging at this moment. Rox, Roger, Golden Lion, Garp, but these familiar people, some have fought side by side, and some have always been hostile. Individual figures pass by. It's an old time that can't be returned to. Red-haired kid, you're not bad now. A trainee kid in the Roger Pirates can now afford the title of 4 Emperors. I think Roger would be happy if he saw it. Loneliness swept away. Whitebeard said excitedly. Jurr. He picked up the wine jug and took a few sips. The wine jug in his hand was taller than a man and only of normal size. I'm curious, how did your arm break? With your strength, who could push you to this point? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and looked at Shanks' fluttering cuffs, with a smile on his lips. This, the face of an East Blue boy, appeared in the red-haired mind. I blocked him in the new era. Just after saying this, a trace of sadness appeared on the red-haired face. Before, he was very optimistic about the young man who was moving forward, but now everything has changed. It's not that the Straw Hat Kid has changed, but that the situation in the sea has changed because a more terrifying person has appeared. Compared to this, what makes me feel more pain is here. The 3 scars on the red-haired left eye were highlighted. They were extremely eye-catching. They were the scars left by Blackbeard. So, Whitebeard still narrowed his eyes. Blackbeard is no longer the captain, let alone his son, just a traitor. Blackbeard is ambitious. Ace's decision to hunt down Blackbeard was a wrong decision. Newgate, do you want to continue to make mistakes? The red-haired man said. Goo la la la. Shanks, this is the point of your coming. You want me to watch Ace being executed? Whitebeard felt ridiculous, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Ace was his son. How could a father watch his son die? I know Ace. He can join your pirate group at such a young age, and he is also qualified to serve as the second captain, which is very important to you. Shank's eyes slowly became sharp, and he looked directly at Whitebeard. But in your current situation, you have experienced countless battles and are suffering from many illnesses. Can you still make any waves? Marine is far more powerful than you think. The deployment of Naval Headquarters combat power this time is far from simple. The only result of a head-on confrontation is defeat. Even if we use the entire Imperial group, we still can't achieve our goal. Give me a face. Don't go to Marineford. That's my only request. At the end, the red-haired voice lowered unconsciously. He also understood how difficult it was for Whitebeard to give up his family. It was really a stupid decision that would cause huge casualties no matter who it was. Therefore, he must stop Whitebeard's actions. Goo la la la. Red-haired kid, are you starting to teach me how to do things now? When I became famous on the sea, you were still wearing crotchless pants? Whitebeard laughed, and the laughter spread through the space, causing the sea to tremble. Buzz. The powerful momentum is activated instantly. Ask my sons if they will answer. Many pirates stared at Shanks, holding onto their weapons tightly, and their angry expressions all conveyed a message. You, an outsider, should not take care of the affairs of our Whitebeard pirates. It is absolutely impossible for us to abandon our families. Shanks, this is the Whitebeard pirates. It is not your turn to make irresponsible remarks. Besides, you don't understand the meaning of family. Marco narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the red-haired man in warning. There were many people who were afraid of the red-haired identity and strength, but he was obviously not among them. As long as the red-haired man dared to act rashly, he would not mind giving him a kick. Josie and the other captains also looked at the redhead with evil eyes. Shanks felt these eyes and knew that the Whitebeard pirates had reached the unanimous goal. Actually, what will happen even if you rescue Ace? The base camp is empty. The other 4 emperors will just sit back and do nothing. Redhead moves out Kaido and Big Mom to intimidate Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates led everyone to attack the naval headquarters. Big Mom will not say for now, but if Kaido's guess is good, he will definitely take action. After all, it was such a good opportunity to seize territory, and he didn't think Kaido would miss it given his ambition. Goo la la la. Kaido's ambition is to provoke a war. If his fighting maniac were to dominate the family, it would be very troublesome. However, you probably won't just sit back and do nothing. Whitebeard is not worried about this at all. He knows the red-haired person. He doesn't like treasures the same as himself, and he doesn't have big enough ambitions. The only difference is that he cherishes his family, while the red-haired one cherishes peace. Therefore, who among the 4 emperors is most afraid of Kaido's strength growing? Then it must be Shanks. The red-haired man was silent after hearing this. And the forces on the sea are not just the 4 emperors. Don't forget Luo Xiu from the Devil's Guild. He doesn't seem to be getting along well with the world government. Whitebeard said solemnly. The original situation of the sea, the 3 major forces of Marine, for emperors and Shichibukai, became 4 major forces because of Luo Xiu's joining, and there was a faint tendency to suppress the 4 emperors. The red-haired man frowned when he heard Luo Xiu's name. Although I hate to admit it, judging from the current situation, Luo Xiu's Demon Guild is stronger than any of the 4 emperors' groups. Suddenly, the red hair realized something. At tea this time, Whitebeard suddenly mentioned Luo Xiu's name. Could it be that he was planning to? Newgate, if this happens, no one will be able to stop it. The era will usher in a rampage. Absolutely not. He must have just stopped Whitebeard's crazy idea. Brush. The sword's blade was unsheathed, and its sharp edge was revealed. Dark clouds rolled in, and the powerful Haki swept across the entire scene in an instant. completely covering the entire sky. It's not worth being afraid of. The chapter of a new era needs to be opened. Whitebeard suddenly raised his momentum, lifted up Song Yunxie beside him, slashed at the red hair mercilessly, and roared, "I am the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Zheng." With the sound of gold and iron clashing, Song Yunxie and Griffin collided hard. Buzz buzz. Between the two of them, a terrifying invisible wave of air surged instantly, blowing in all directions and soaring into the sky. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded and struck the sky. Dark clouds rolled in rapidly. The sky dots split open at this moment. A new era has officially begun. 141. Chapter 141 Countdown to Execution. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the Marshal's office. Sengoku, Marine Admiral, Vice Admiral Crane, Garp, and Commander-in-Chief Kong gathered at a conference table. The Marine elites of each branch have basically been deployed during this period. The weapons are equipped. CP-0, a unit directly under the world government, has completed its mission and is rushing to naval headquarters. What about Peacemaker and Shichibukai? Peacemaker has been placed in the headquarters. Shichibukai and Marines stand on the same front. Very good. Kong couldn't help but nodded as he listened to Sengoku's counting. Within a week, the secret dispatch work was basically completed. The execution of our headquarters has been announced to the whole world. Pirates will definitely pay attention to the movement by then, and it is likely to be a big war. During this time, the people living around our headquarters will be dispersed. Build naval headquarters into a steel fortress. In this matter, there must be no more surprises, and we must be fully prepared to deal with any sudden situation. Report. At this time, a Marine wearing Marine Vice Admiral clothing knocked on the door and came in, holding a document in his hand. What's wrong? Sengoku looked up at him. I feel uneasy in my heart. Could it be that something else happened? Marshal, according to reliable information, the Whitebeard pirates are mobilizing and plan to attack the headquarters on execution day. Vice Admiral reported the information he got quickly. Whitebeard. Sengoku frowned slightly when he heard this. I know go down. He was not too surprised by the news. After dealing with the four emperors for so many years, he knew exactly what kind of people they were. Whitebeard, in particular, places great importance on love and justice and regarded his family as very important. The godson was arrested and was to be publicly executed in the headquarters. He was also the biological son of his former friend Roger. It would be strange if he didn't come. Kong, Crane Vice Admiral, Marine Admiral, and others did not show any surprise at the news. Snored. An old man walking down a mountain road. Just a remnant of the old era? If you dare to offend Marine's justice, Magma Iron Fist will blow his head off. Akainu crossed his arms in front of his chest and snorted coldly. That's a tough guy. He didn't worry about the four emperors disturbing him at all. The headquarters has deployed so many troops. If a four emperors regiment can't handle it, then their senior leaders can retire now. If the Whitebeard pirates are coming, they can also eliminate a four emperors group. It's not something to be afraid of. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. After this period of preparation, they have absolute confidence that any four emperors group will be destroyed. Whitebeard was not the main consideration this time. As long as we work together to kill Whitebeard first, the tens of thousands of pirates under him can be suppressed with firepower. They don't pose much of a threat. Kong said solemnly. Those present naturally understood what he meant. Whitebeard was not the main consideration, so the only choice was Luo Xiu, who had recently formed the Demon Union. Compared with Luo Xiu, Whitebeard does not create much climate, let alone pose any threat to the world government. This is something they have already reached a consensus on. Do not worry. I'm afraid Luo Xiu won't come. If he shows up at naval headquarters this time, then the old and new accounts will be settled together. Akainu said solemnly, and his expression became a little unnatural when he mentioned this name. Rather than Luo Xiu not coming, he hoped that Luo Xiu would be present, so that he could wash away the shame and regain Marine's undefeated justice. Still can't take it lightly. Luo Xiu is too cunning. No one can predict what he can do. Kizaru reminded. Marine has 100,000 troops. We are here personally. We also have CP0, Vegapunk's new scientific research work, and the support of the world government. This time is different from the previous situation. Do not worry. This time there will be no return for him. Sengoku said resolutely, his beard trembling. The most taboo in a battle is to be timid before fighting. He is the most important commander, and must carry out this unprecedented war with an invincible mentality. Time flies. 2 days before the public execution. New World, an island next to Beehive Island. The person involved, Luo Xiu, was discussing with Gugao Jihong and Bullet to improve his strength. I have to say that playing against 2 strong players can indeed quickly understand the essence of Haki. Observation Haki, who is stuck at the intermediate level, has shown faint signs of breakthrough after this period of time. As for Armament Haki, he has also improved a lot. Although he has not reached the advanced level, he has also improved a lot. I believe that if he keeps fighting for a few days, he should be able to reach the advanced stage. The transformation of the body by the magic power of the spell will speed up his ability to understand Haki. The only drawback is that Conqueror's Haki has not been able to get any improvement at the intermediate level. There is no way. It is too difficult to advance this thing. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. On a small island, the overlapping figures of Luo Xiu, Gugao Jihong, and Bullet separated instantly. Oh shit. What a pervert. Bullet's feet were in a pit, his face was pitch black, and his clothes were in tatters. He couldn't help but complain. The lonely red on one side also looked a little embarrassed. But he is a little more elegant than Bullet, with only some dust on his clothes. However, he fully agreed with Bullet's words. Luo Xiu's combat power is indeed pervert. As a legendary pirate who was famous on the sea in his early years, he had met countless strong men and fought against many, but none of them had the terrifying suppressive power of Luo Xiu. 1 person versus 2 people easily. His strength seems to have improved compared to Impel Down. Gugao Jihong said solemnly. Although he had never fought against Luo Xiu before, he could see many things with his eyesight. Bullet nodded in agreement, but was also confused as to how Luo Xiu's strength improved so quickly. Everyone was obviously staying together during this time. Is it possible that I can still cultivate automatically? Luo Xiu didn't know what the 2 of them were thinking, but his strength was gradually improving unknowingly. With 6 talismans and the balance of the Tiger Talisman, the fusion degree of the talismans was increasing day by day. The fusion degree of 1 talisman increases a little, and if 6 talismans are fused together, the increase is not just a little. Continue. Luo Xiu clenched his fists and shouted. Again. I request a timeout. Bullet waved his hand, thinking that I am not as energetic as you. Let's get something to fill our stomachs first. After playing for so long, I was already hungry. There's no wine here. Gugao Jihong said. It's available on Beehive Island. Go get it. Bullet said. No. Someone just happened to be here. Luo Xiu looked at the sea level, where a fast-moving ship was approaching. 142. Chapter 142, Whitebeard applies for cooperation. 3 devil fruits are the condition. Is someone bringing wine? The 2 of them were a little confused and followed Luo Xiu's gaze. After a while, the outline of the sails on the sea gradually became clearer from far to near, and the unique logo of the Whitebeard pirates could be seen clearly flying on the flag. There were 2 people sitting on the boat, one wearing armor and the other holding a cloud cutter. Whitebeard Newgate. Bullet and Gugao Jihong recognized the person, and their expressions were suddenly startled. They never expected it. It would be Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, and they were sitting on this kind of boat. They remember that Luo Xiu has never had any contact with the Whitebeard pirates. Could it be that you came here in a small boat to cause trouble? When the 2 of them thought of this possibility, their brows instantly furrowed. As a member of the Demon Guild, no one is allowed to cause trouble, not even the 4 emperors. The aura of the 2 slowly dissipated, and their eyes were locked on Whitebeard. Bullet. Leadfield. After Whitebeard stopped the boat, his expression was equally surprised, as if he did not expect to see these 2 old guys here. According to his understanding, the personality differences between the 2 are quite large, and Redfield has never liked to be a loner. No matter what, it's impossible for you 2 to mix together. Could it be because of Luo Xiu? Hey, Newgate, what are you doing here? Bullet interrupted Whitebeard's thoughts and asked directly, with a somewhat unkind tone. Please show some respect to our dad. Josie jumped off the boat, looked at Bullet with narrowed eyes, and his arms turned into diamonds. Paramecia devil fruit. Is your kid the 3rd captain? Bullet looked at Josie, raised his eyebrows, and said, Today's juniors are so rude. Xiaozi snorted coldly and did not speak, but looked at Luo Xiu. This time they came to the Devil's Guild to find Luo Xiu in order to increase their speed. They even rowed a powerful boat. Several other people also looked at Luo Xiu. Bring your good wine. Luo Xiu felt the eyes of everyone and waved his hand. He was not surprised by Whitebeard's arrival. After a while, in an open space on the desert island, a bonfire was lit. Luo Xiu and Whitebeard sat opposite each other. Bullet and Gugao Jihong stood on both sides of Luo Xiu, and Josie stood beside Whitebeard. In the middle, there is a piece of meat cut from sea kings, which has been roasted by the fire and is sizzling with oil. Say it. What you came here for? Luo Xiu didn't hold back and said straight to the point. As he spoke, he poured a glass of wine into his bowl. Goo la la la. Direct enough. Whitebeard laughed. This Luo Xiu was a generous person, and he didn't have any nonsense, which suited him very well. You should know about Marine's public execution. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Xiu. Heard. How? You were going to rescue Ace. Luo Xiu said calmly that it was expected that he was here for the public execution. World government and Marine have never dealt with you. On the day of execution, our pirate group will attack naval headquarters. This is a good opportunity to subvert naval headquarters. How about working together? Whitebeard is equally direct. This is the purpose of his coming here. If he went to naval headquarters alone, then he would not need any assistance at all, let alone come here. This is not his style. However, this time, following the entire regiment was no longer the responsibility of one person. He had to be responsible for his sons. Therefore, when he decided to dispatch all troops to attack the naval headquarters, he had a plan in mind. Cooperate. Are you worthy? Luo Xiu looked up at Whitebeard and sneered. Luo Xiu. When Xiaozi heard this, his face suddenly twitched. We are not here to cause trouble this time. You better show some respect. Sparkling diamonds are all over the body, with a faint tendency to explode. Coming here was not what he expected. With the strength of the Whitebeard pirates and the 50,000 pirates, even if they couldn't overthrow the naval headquarters, there was no problem at all in rescuing Ace. There was no need to do anything extra. If Dad hadn't come, he would have already been making plans to encircle and suppress naval headquarters. Young people today are so restless. Whitebeard, it seems that your third captain is not very good. Bullet took action instantly. His momentum exploded, and he suppressed Josie. Whitebeard waved his hand. Bullet, my son, it's not your turn to dictate. The words fell. The momentum also exploded, and the sharp sword Song Yunxie slammed onto the ground, and a layer of milky white halo appeared. A wave of Haki stronger than bullets swept across instantly, and the exploding bonfire in the middle blew left and right, threatening to be extinguished at any time. After a while, the momentum between the two people slowly fell into silence. Whitebeard was not angry at Luo Xiu's words and continued, I heard that you recently formed a demon union. Anything can be done as long as devil fruit is provided, including but not limited to punching the Marine Admiral and kicking the New World 4 emperors. It seems that those pirates did a good job in publicity. Luo Xiu nodded and took a few sips of wine. Even you 4 emperors know about it. 3. Devil fruit. Let's cooperate again. Whitebeard said solemnly, cooperation is naturally not free. Devil fruit is the reason for him to come here. As he spoke, he pointed to Josie on the side, who reluctantly took out a bag with 3 devil fruits in it. Devil fruit is generally rarely kept after being obtained, so even in the 4 emperors group, there are not many. This is the result of Whitebeard recruiting all affiliated groups. 3 devil fruits. Luo Xiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at the bag. If anything, before Whitebeard came, he was too lazy to pay attention to the public executions at naval headquarters, because he had no reason to go into this muddy water. But things are different now. Whitebeard gave out 3 devil fruits as reward, which will bring many benefits to the future development of the Union and the improvement of its reputation. Moreover, these 3 devil fruits can completely break Su's seal in the Thunder Demon. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement for the overall combat strength of the Demon Union. 3 devil fruits are indeed good, but with 3 fruits, the Devil's Guild can participate in the war. You think it's a good deal? Luo Xiu said. Whitebeard naturally knows what Luo Xiu means, and he also understands this truth. It is indeed not cost-effective. Although 3 devil fruits are precious, they can only create 3 strong men at most. But if a big force were to challenge another big force head-on, the only losers would be 3 strong men. But 3 devil fruits are the limit of what he can produce now. But there is a compromise option. Luo Xiu continued. How about joining the Devil's Guild? Being a member of the Devil's Union means you won't just care about profits. Luo Xiu would not miss the opportunity to win over the members. This embarrassing moment for Whitebeard would never happen again after this time. 143. Chapter 143, Has he always been so brave? Xiaozi's face twitched suddenly. Want Dad to join the Demon Guild? Where did Luo Xiu get the courage? Dad is the strongest man in the world. Let's see if you, Luo Xiu, can beat Dad. Goo la la la. If you want me to join your Demon Guild, ask me about the knife in my hand first. Whitebeard laughed and answered Luo Xiu with the weapon in his hand. Song Yunshi was pulled out, and a strong wind rolled around, and a powerful Haki instantly emerged from him, explodes on the body. As one of the four emperors, a strong man standing at the pinnacle of the entire ocean, who wouldn't be arrogant, let alone him. As for Luo Xiu's proposal, putting aside everything else, it is still necessary to test the opponent's strength. Holy shit. Draw the sword at every turn. You seem to be here to talk about something. Luo Xiu's eyes twitched, his eyes were quick, and his hands were quick, his figure moved sideways. And at the same time Haki was released, blowing around, resisting Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, what was originally a good negotiation turned into a confrontation. Bullet and Gugao Jihong stood a step forward, their clothes making a rustling sound. Gu la la la. I've always heard that you are very powerful, with abilities comparable to those of the four emperors. I'm curious, where are you now? As the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard has experienced hundreds of battles and has his own understanding of fighting. Even now that he is old, he still has the enthusiasm of his youth and is not afraid to fight with any strong man. Dad, you don't have to take action. Let me do it. Josie saw that his father was about to touch Luo Xiu, and knowing that his current physical condition was not good, his body instantly turned into a shining diamond and sprinted towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu has been unhappy for a long time. They must let Luo Xiu see that even the captain is not something Luo Xiu can defeat easily. The stronger the strength of the Whitebeard pirates is shown, the more Dad will no longer appear passive in negotiations. Boom. Beautiful thought. But the reality is very skinny. Josie shot towards Luo Xiu like a cannonball, and was blown away with one punch. He hit the island and splashed a piece of rubble. Doesn't he know I hammered the Marine Admiral? Has he always been so brave? Luo Xiu raised his fist and looked at Whitebeard. Kid, don't be too crazy. Whitebeard knew that Josie's physical condition would be fine if he was punched, and narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Xiu. A white halo appeared on Song Yunxi's blade, and the space seemed to be shaking at this moment. Bullet and Gugao Jihong stepped forward and stood in front of Luo Xiu, asking whether they regarded us as nothing. I'll handle this matter myself, Luo Xiu said slowly as he pushed the two of them away. To convince Whitebeard, it's useless to just rely on words. Only by prescribing the right medicine, playing tricks on people, and defeating him can you gain his greatest respect. Gu la la la. Then come on. The words fell. Whitebeard brandished his sword, and the terrifying wind raged. Click. There was a sound of breaking glass. The space where the blade touched shattered, spreading outward from the center point like a spider web. The entire island was trembling slightly at this moment. As he slashed out with his sword, a white shockwave instantly arrived in front of Luo Xiu. Boom! Upon seeing this, Luo Xiu activated the power of the talisman, and a bursting flame that was hotter than before appeared in the palm of his hand and blasted towards the shockwave. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly sounded, deafening. In the center of the battle, a huge crater was blown out, and the smell of burning was floating in the air. Not bad. Whitebeard laughed when he saw Luo Xiu receiving his blow head-on. Immediately afterwards, he took action again, lifting Song Yunxie and slashing it towards Luo Xiu. Two figures, one tall and one short, overlapped. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Overlapping collision sounds came one after another, and with each fight, a wave of air exploded. Still as pervert as always. Although I don't want to admit it, I'm still far away from them now. Who do you think will win? Compared to the two people who were fighting, Bullet and Gugao Jihong seemed much more relaxed. They chose a position that was out of reach, eating big meat, drinking good wine, and watching the show. Asked by Bullet, "Do you still need to say it? It must be Dad." At this time, Chaozi suddenly came to the two of them and interrupted, sat boldly and grandiosely next to the two of them. Although he was knocked over by Luo Xiu's punch, it did not hinder his father's strength. Gugao Jihong smiled, didn't say anything, and still drank. Bullet looked at Josie with interest, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. After taking a bite of the cooked meat, Bullet looked away and focused on the two people fighting. As the battle became more and more intense, the space became more and more anxious, and the energy that burst out became more and more massive. The three of them changed several viewing seats during the period, but the more they changed, the more shocked they became. Gugozi Hong is good, Bullet is okay. After all, they know Luo Xiu's strength personally, but Chaozi is different. He reacted the most intensely. At this moment, he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief with a mouth. Because as time passed, he found that Luo Xiu showed no signs of fatigue and became more and more fierce as he fought. On the other hand, about a few hours later, the fighting ceased. The island returned to calm, and the raging energy dissipated. Looking at the island again, it was already in devastation. If the two had not deliberately controlled the island from being sunk during the fight, they would have been swimming in the sea now. You are stronger than I thought. Whitebeard, who was standing in the center of the battle, exhaled and looked at Luo Xiu and said, compared to Chaozi, who was watching the battle, only by fighting against Luo Xiu in person could he feel the opponent's terror and feel a deep sense of powerlessness. He had not experienced this feeling for a long time, and now he was experiencing this feeling with a rising star. However, he didn't feel angry. The stronger Luo Xiu was, the more correct his decision to come here was. To be honest, I even thought about letting you be my son. Luo Xiu, what do you think? Do you want to go to Naval Headquarters? Bullet came up and asked that he really wanted to go, for no other reason than to go to Marine. Let's go. Go back first. Luo Xiu looked at the two people slowly disappearing on the horizon, with many thoughts in his mind. Give the devil fruit to Luo Xiu. The human fruits have been harvested. If we don't go, we won't have credibility. How can the Devil's Guild harvest the fruits reasonably in future? Luo Xiu said lightly, he must go, but he can't be so reckless. Marine will definitely have some shady plans of ambush. He took Josie and left the island. Josie? Whitebeard didn't know what Luo Xiu was thinking and looked at the third captain on his ship. I hope you can think carefully about cooperation. Whitebeard waved to Luo Xiu. I hope we will meet again in Marineford. Thank you. Luo Xiu took the bag and weighed it. It was of good weight. Luo Xiu's mouth twitched. No wonder he felt tingling all over before. It turns out that I was interested in you. Josie nodded, took the bag from his waist and threw it to Luo Xiu. This time he had no objection in his heart. I will consider the matter of the Devil's Union carefully. The words fell. It seems that this idea is impossible to realize. Whitebeard put Song Yunxi away and laughed. We have to unblock the Thunder Demon first. 144. Chapter 144, Unlocking the Thunder Demon. Beehive Island. After Luo Xiu returned from the island, he found a relatively quiet location and prepared to unblock China and the Soviet Union. At this moment, he was holding a devil fruit in his hand, which was purple in color and seemed to be of better quality than before. Dang. Devil fruit detected. Please ask the host if it will absorb it. Absorb. Dang. Absorbing. The devil fruit in the palm disappeared, appeared in the consciousness space, and then merged into the gate of hell. Ding Zhongsu, the Thunder Demon, has been 80% unlocked. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows. It was 80%. It was 50% before, which was an increase of 30%. It seems that the quality of the devil fruit provided by Whitebeard is indeed good. Continue to take out a devil fruit from the bag and place it in the palm of your hand. Ding. Congratulations to host. You have unlocked the Thunder Demon Zhongsu. The system sound sounded again. And the moment the system sound fell, in the space, a light blue creature stepped out of the gate of hell. It had a majestic head and horns, 5 fingers on each hand, and 2 toes on each foot. It was wearing armor similar to ancient Roman style, with abdominal muscles and bright red eyes. The color is like a lantern, and the whole body is covered with thunder and lightning. Boom. The moment he emerged from the system space, the color of the sky changed and thunder exploded. The dazzling power of thunder and lightning raged on the Beehive Island, and continuous thunder echoed throughout the island. Ha. I'm finally out. Zhongsu looked around with his thunderous pupils, feeling comfortable. When he saw the human being in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He could tell at a glance that Luo Xiu was not a human being. He was also a demon, and he was also the Holy Lord with whom he had no dealings. Holy Lord, why had you turned into a skinny human? How stupid. Luo Xiu looked at Zhongsu indifferently and touched his chin. Zhongsu, you are still the same as before. You still have the same annoying personality after being imprisoned for thousands of years. Please call me master. Zhongsu looked at Luo Xiu and said coldly. The thunder and lightning on his body crackled. Luo Xiu twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed. Although before unblocking Zhongsu, he knew that the other party was an arrogant maniac and seemed to despise the Holy Lord the most among all the demons, but he was still speechless. Good guy. Is it possible that every time you unlock a demon, you have to go through that step? Also, Holy Master's reputation among demons is too bad. It seems that not many people look up to him, they all sneer at him, and in the end they have to wipe their own ass. Shaking his head, Luo Xiu raised his hand, not bothering to talk nonsense, and directly put Zhongsu in and then released him. China and the Soviet Union were very dissatisfied. Luo Xiu went through the process again. If it didn't work once, then he would do it a few more times. In the end, Zhongsu finally realized the seriousness of the problem after repeatedly jumping between night and day. Although the person in front of TMD smelled like the Holy Lord, he didn't seem to be the Holy Lord at all, and he was more terrifying than the 8 immortals who sealed him. Seeing that Zhongsu was finally honest, Luo Xiu took out a map from his arms. Free you from hell, that's the first thing you have to do. Zhongsu came up to take a look and found that it was a towering continent with a huge building on the top. This is where? This world is a little different from the world we knew before. The place marked above is called Merihua, explained Luo Xiu. When the time comes, you go to Merihua and kill a few people. As he spoke, he took out a few more photos from his arms. They were the mission photos Hancock gave him when he was on Nine Snake Island, and they were the celestial dragons who persecuted her. Just kill a few people? When Zhongsu heard that he was going to kill people, he immediately became interested, but killing just a few people was boring. These are the primary targets to kill. It's up to you to kill as many as you want in Merihua. Luo Xiu said lightly. Okay. This palace seems to look good. It's very suitable to be my bedroom. Zhongsu's eyes flashed, and electric arcs passed by. When are you going? He couldn't wait and was ready to have a big fight. After being held in hell for thousands of years, I have long wanted to stretch my muscles. 3 days later, Luo Xiu said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, setting the date as the day of the public execution at Naval Headquarters. Marine put so much effort into announcing the public execution, secretly starting to deploy troops a week in advance, and making such a big fanfare just to kill an ace. To be honest, Luo Xiu didn't believe it. Because of his joining, the timeline has already undergone some changes. It is likely that a large part of the layout of Naval Headquarters is aimed at him. In that case, why not steal his hometown and let the Thunder Demon with full attack power stir up Merihua? The scene of a demon from the Demon Guild killing celestial dragons in the Holy Land will definitely shock the world. Moreover, while completing the tasks entrusted by Hancock, it can also make Marine and world government busy at both ends. This is much more interesting than simply siege Naval Headquarters. Luo Xiu. What happened? Just as Luo Xiu was thinking, Bullet and Gugao Jihong came quickly, landed next to Luo Xiu and asked. Just now, they discovered that the originally peaceful Beehive Island was covered with thunder and lightning. The terrifying thunder continued. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared. Subconsciously, they thought that another strong person had landed on the island and was coming to challenge Luo Xiu. After all, this terrifying aura was too powerful. However, as soon as Bullet finished asking, he realized something was wrong. Etc. What the hell is this? Bullet's eyes were as wide as bells when he saw Zhongsu standing next to Luo Xiu. Holy shit. New creature. It looks like a humanoid, but not like a human being. The whole body is covered with thunder and lightning. A strong sense of oppression came over me. Does that mean that the thunder and lightning on the island just now is caused by him? Could this thing be a creature meant to challenge Luo Xiu? Damn it. I've been really uneasy lately. There was Whitebeard in the front, and now there is the Thunder King. I really think this is a public place where you can come and leave as you please. Bullet. This dot should be one of the 8 demons. Seeing that Bullet wanted to take action, Gugao Jihong quickly stopped him. It could appear on Honeycomb Island, and it was a creature he had never seen before. Apart from the demons that had never appeared behind Luo Xiu, he could not think of anything else. One of the devils. Bullet murmured to himself, looking at Zhongsu with his eyes. What the Lonely Red said seemed to be true. Look at Luo Xiu again, who nodded towards him. Yes. Bullet couldn't help but take a breath, and another demon appeared, one with thunder and lightning attributes. which was enough to give Marine a headache. Luo Xiu. Who is this devil? Demon of Thunder, Zhongsu. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. There are still 3 hours left before Ace's execution. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. At this moment, it was extremely solemn. The originally noisy and lively streets were all deserted, and a tense and depressing atmosphere filled every corner. 145, Chapter 145 Deployment of Naval Headquarters. Iron Fortress. Before the execution, Marine moved all the residents around the headquarters. In front of the steel fortress, a towering execution platform had been built. In the square below, there were fully armed Marine elite soldiers everywhere. There was a vast sea of black clouds, estimated by visual inspection to be at least 100,000. Thousands of heavy artillery were lined up in a line, forming a circle that included the crescent bay in the center below the fortress. On the other side, there is a row of forts arranged. The muzzle fire covers an area and can accurately strike ships in the sea area around the headquarters. Under the scorching sun, the dark muzzle shone with a fierce light. Sufficient shells were placed on the left side of the fort, and rows of soldiers were ready to deal with the most urgent sudden situation. No. A gust of wind blew. The white clouds in the sky moved slowly. Under the clouds, there is a seagull with only a video phone attached, hovering around the steel fortress of Marineford. The direction of the video call bug is always set at naval headquarters. At this time, Marine Marshal Sengoku had arranged it in advance with the help of Morgans, the president of World News Agency. Use a large number of video call bugs to record all directions and blind spots of naval headquarters and simultaneously transmit them to large news screens around the world in order to show the world the combat power of naval headquarters and world government. This time, the world government is determined to win and must once again establish their prestige in the hearts of the people and reach the highest point. Everything starts from now. At the same time, the solemn atmosphere was not just at the naval headquarters. The atmosphere around the world was extremely tense. Ever since naval headquarters announced the public execution of Ace in the past week, this period has been full of people discussing this matter. Now the moment has finally arrived. East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, the Grand Line, including residents on land, various islands, and pirates all walked out of their homes and came to the execution platforms owned by each region to watch the live broadcast. In front of every huge screen, a large number of people with strong curiosity and expectations gathered. There were crowds of people, and their hearts beat slowly as the countdown to executions in naval headquarters began. Unexpectedly, a public execution was actually carried out. It was broadcast live all over the world. Naval headquarters spent a lot of money this time. It's too scary. Look at the lineup Marine has arranged at the headquarters. It's unbelievably luxurious. This is almost all the combat power that naval headquarters can use. Is this public execution really just to kill an ace? It feels like it's not that simple. With such a luxurious fighting force, let alone a 4 emperors group, even if there are 2 of them, they may not be able to escape completely. The Whitebeard pirates may be completely wiped out this time. The people in front of the screen looked at the combat power deployed by naval headquarters. They were all amazed, and their hearts were filled with excitement. At this time, as the perspective of the seagulls in the sky switches, the sea conditions around the headquarters appear before people's eyes. The sea surface that was originally a very wide gap was filled up by steel warships, one after another, and not even a small boat could enter the gap. Looking around, there are at least 1,000 ships. Some are engraved with the words Naval Headquarters. Some are engraved with branch numbers. On the warship, there were densely packed Marine soldiers, and there were countless people standing there. In addition to Marineford, in the square under the execution platform, there were giant generals who were shaped like hills, holding weapons and solemn expressions. On a wall in front of them, 5 Shichibukai stood. They are Mihawk, Empress Hancock, Gecko Moria, Tyrant Bear, and Doflamingo. Among them, Mihawk's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, with his hands clasped on his chest, staring at Crescent Bay quietly, Hancock's arms on his waist. Moria's expression was strange, looking confident. Tyrant Bear was as serious as ever, and only Doflamingo was half squatting. On the city wall, a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Everyone looks extremely powerful. In addition, there is a group of CPOs wearing black uniforms standing on the city wall, motionless and strictly disciplined. Below the execution platform. Then there were 3 Marine Admirals sitting in turn. Sakazuki, Porcelino, Kuzan, Such a luxurious lineup can no longer be simply described as powerful. The audience in front of the screen can still feel a strong sense of oppression even across the screen. But when he spares time, he will always pay attention to what is happening outside in order to know Luo Xiu's current situation. Buggy's saliva flew everywhere, and he was on the verge of breaking his voice. At this moment, for some reason, she always felt that Luo Xiu would appear. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Alabasta, Princess Weiwei, who has gained certain rights in the kingdom, blinks her beautiful eyes and looks at the naval headquarters, which was built into a steel fortress on the screen. He felt that the guy in front of him was crazy. He had managed to escape from the Impel Down due to Luo Xiu's troubles, but this guy actually wanted to go to naval headquarters. Since the last time Luo Xiu left Alabasta with Devil Fruit, she has been working quietly to run the country after suffering trauma. It's precisely because the Whitebeard pirates will pass by, so it's even more important to go. The person who spoke had a stern look on his face. He was wearing a fur coat, had a hunched head, and a long horizontal scar on his face. He was the one who broke up with Luo Xiu, saying, Crocodile, crocodile. You actually want to go to naval headquarters, Marine Ford? Some of the young pirates who had dealt with Marine couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Their whole bodies were trembling, and a chill rose up behind them. Don't you know that Marine Ford is being publicly executed right now? And the Whitebeard pirates will be arriving soon, and there will definitely be a big battle there. And he knew that an unprecedented war would break out. Some experienced old pirates who had seen the world were equally afraid and their souls were cold, but at the same time, they were muttering to themselves, always feeling that things were not as simple as they imagined. On the screen, the hour hand hanging above the headquarters is slowly turning. With every second that passes when the execution begins, the tension and excitement in the hearts of everyone present will increase. At the same time, on a pirate ship near Marine Ford, a man with a red nose and blue hair was yelling at a man smoking a cigar next to him. His expression was exaggerated, and his facial features seemed to move from their original positions, detach. What? 146. Chapter 146. Needless to say, greatness. Ace being led to the execution stand. After being separated from Luo Xiu, he has been looking for devil fruit to repay Luo Xiu's so-called salvation. Although he was disdainful of doing this in his heart, the situation was stronger than the person. If he didn't abide by the promise, the scene of himself being pinned to the ground and beaten by Luo Xiu would play in his mind unconsciously. Once you try this experience once, you won't want to have it a second time. During the search, he discovered the Buggy pirates that he knew something about Buggy, so he boarded the ship smoothly. The arm that was broken by Luo Xiu before and used to extort the treasure from Buggy's small vault was reinstalled with a new one, which was stronger than the previous golden hook. Crocodile blew out a puff of smoke, looked at Buggy, and blinked. Captain Buggy, with your strength, are you still afraid of naval headquarters? A naval headquarters, but it doesn't pose much of a threat to you at all. Don't forget, even Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, would not dare to speak loudly and rudely in front of you. Crocodile blows hard at Buggy. Everyone on the ship suddenly exploded in excitement, listening to Sand Crocodile's praise of Buggy and having an orgasm. What? Captain Buggy turns out to be so awesome. Even Crocodile, the former Shichibukai, recognized the captain so much. Yes, we are indeed following the wrong person. Captain Buggy's strength is simply unfathomable. That's awesome. Could it be that Captain Buggy is more powerful than Shichibukai? What's a Shichibukai? Captain Buggy must at least be in sync with Imperial class. Buggy was blown up a little, and the expression on his face began to show a strange look, and finally he grinned to the back of his head, and then he cleared his throat and said, Although I'm not afraid of naval headquarters or anything, after all, I'm Captain Buggy. But that's Marine's lair after all. Isn't it too conspicuous if we go there like this? Captain, it's okay. The direction of the ship's rudder has been set for you. IT points directly to the naval headquarters, so what if it's more conspicuous? With you here, we can rest assured. Let the so-called Marine Admiral and the Whitebeard pirates see your power. The new 4 emperors begin to rise. Buggy looked numb as he watched the crew's operations. If there was an animal that could describe Buggy's inner howl at this moment, it would be a woodchuck. It's over, you're dead now. Buggy panicked inside. His body was broken into 2 pieces again, and his facial features were about to fall out of his head. I'm just saying hello. Why did you really do it? I will really thank you. Look, the captain is too excited. He really wants to go there. With such great strength yet so low-key. The captain is my role model in life. Captain, please let the buggy pirates become famous all over the world. Greatness needs no words. At the same time, various locations along the first half of the Grand Line. Some of the recent supernovas are also concerned about the executions at naval headquarters. Eustace Kidd, Buggle Hawkins, X Drake, Trafalgar Law, Skulikman Apu, Kira, Jewelry Bonnie, Capone B. Jurich. Each has a bounty of over 100 million belly. It's just that the supernovas in this life are much weaker than in the original work because Luo Xiu has risen too quickly. Although they are still known as the extremely evil generation, they have rarely been interfered by Marines. Until now, they have not been encircled and suppressed by Marine troops. For no other reason than Marines' attention, most of it was on Luo Xiu. But this still does not affect their attention to Marines' movements. After all, this kind of scene has never happened before. They want to see how much combat power gap there is between the four Emperors group and the naval headquarters. Among the many superstar newcomers, Luffy is undoubtedly the most anxious at the moment. His brother Ace was arrested. When he learned the news, he made up his mind to rescue him no matter what. At this moment, the entire Straw Hat Pirates are heading towards the naval headquarters on boats. On the ship, in addition to the original crew, there are also Shichibukai Jinbei, who met through Impel Down, and some senior cadres of the Baroque Working Society. Like Buggy, they secretly escaped from Luo Xiu's Impel Down, then sailed around, boarding the Straw Hats for various reasons. Back to the topic. Time passed slowly amid the preparations and shock of all parties, and there was less than half an hour left before Ace's execution. Behind the execution platform, Garp looked gloomy and said to Marshal Sengoku beside him, "Ace's execution. Can it be cancelled?" Although he knew that the possibility of this request being granted was basically zero, Ace was, after all, the child he had watched grow up. He had already treated him as his own grandson, and he was still making the final effort. "Garp, don't mention this again." A sharp light flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Ace should never have existed in this world, and his death now means a lot. This is not only the execution of a pirate, but also a node that affects the future direction of the world. I understand that you are in a bad mood, and you are also reluctant to give up. In fact, I don't want to be like this, but everything is for Marine's justice. Besides, there is Luo Xiu who is watching the headquarters eagerly, which involves too much. Boom. After hearing Sengoku's words, Garp punched the stone wall and sighed heavily. The emotions inside are mixed and difficult to let go. "Sengoku, everything is ready." At this time, Kong slowly walked out from behind and asked, "Preparations are complete, ready for execution." In the long corridor behind the execution platform. Crash. Along with the sound of metal chains dragging on the ground, 3 people gradually appeared on the steps of the corridor. There was a person in the middle with a shabby figure, black curly hair hanging messily in front of his forehead, a red bead necklace hanging around his neck, and handcuffs made of sea stone on his hands. Captain of Whitebeard's second team, Fire Fist Ace. At this moment, he lowered his head, walked heavily up the stairs step by step, and headed forward. The 2 men next to him, wearing beige clothes and holding long knives, escorted Ace to the execution platform. Squeak! The door to the execution platform opened, and the light filled the corridor. Ace raised his head slightly and narrowed his eyes slightly to adapt to the strong light. The steps paused for a moment, and then he walked up to the highest point of the execution platform. "Look, it's Fire Fist Ace. The public execution is about to begin now." 147. Chapter 147 Decisions Before the War. The crowd surged under the stage, and Ace's appearance caused a commotion. Everyone looked at Ace, who was escorted up on the high platform with wide eyes, as if they couldn't believe that such a young man was worthy of Haiju's efforts to mobilize so many people and even effect a great war. Ace listened to the noisy crowd below with mixed feelings in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound of footsteps from behind. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Commander-in-Chief Kong, and Marine Hero Garp walked towards the execution platform and stood beside Ace. The moment the 3 people appeared, the seagulls hovering in the sky gave a close-up of the 3 people's faces, which was simultaneously transmitted to the big news screens around the world. The majestic image is displayed in front of everyone. It's the 3 legends of Marine, Sengoku, Garp, and Kong. Oh my god, are they even dispatched? It's not just them, there are 3 Marine Admirals sitting below. The pressure is simply too great. Look at that. Is that Empress Hancock, one of the Shichibukai? How can there be such a beautiful lady in the world? There are still 100,000 Marine elites, several Vice Admirals, thousands of Marine warships, and artillery for strict defense, not to mention the Whitebeard pirates. Even if Luo Xiu, who has now established the Demon Guild, comes over, there will be no return bar. Marine will win this time. Justice will prevail. Outside the big screens, the people and pirates were amazed. At the same time, on the other side, a idiosyncratic news off-screen. Luo Xiu quietly looked at the deployment of troops at Naval Headquarters Marineford, without any expression on his face. Luo Xiu, do you really want to go? The force dispatched by Marine seems to be larger than expected. It is very likely that it is specifically to guard against us. Gugao Jihong, who was wearing a long red dress and standing on Luo Xiu's side, frowned and looked at the screen with slightly squinted eyes. Due to Ace's identity and the fact that the Whitebeard pirates would conduct a rescue, Naval Headquarters made arrangements for the day of the public execution, and he had expected it. But what he didn't expect was that Marine would spend such a large amount of money. Not only Marine 3 Admiral Shichibukai, but also Kong, who rarely appeared again, and CP0, a direct agency of the world government, also appeared. If we are just dealing with the 4 Emperors pirate group and the Whitebeard pirate group that lacks 3 main combat forces, Teach, Ace, and Sachi, there is no need for so many strong men. The involvement of the world government means that this is not just a public execution of pirates, but may have other hidden purposes. Apart from guarding Luo Xiu and destroying Luo Xiu, he could not think of any other purpose. After all, what the world government was most afraid of now was not these pirates at all. Indeed. Kind of like luring us there on purpose. Bullet, who was tall and always belligerent, touched his chin with his hand and couldn't help but feel worried at this time. Although he is a fighting maniac, he is not a fool. With so many powerful Marines present, it is really difficult to break the situation. Devil Bow Gang and Zhongsu, plus us in the Shadow Corps, the winning rate doesn't seem to be high. Gu Gao Jihong murmured. What if there are more than just the 2 of them? Luo Xiu slowly stood up after hearing this, knowing the worries in their hearts. Do not worry. It's not a big problem. While talking, Luo Xiu walked slowly to the back where the light was not bright. The demons Bo Gang and Zhongsu slowly appeared from the shadows. Then an earthy yellow demon that the 2 of them had never seen before came into view among. Who is this? The moment they saw Di Kue, Bullet, and Gu Gaezahong's faces tightened, and the hairs on their bodies stood up unconsciously. There is no doubt that this is another demon, and its strength is equally terrifying, but it seems that it has never been seen before. Luo Xiu, it's time for the show to begin. I can't wait. The Dikue ignored the 2 of them and stared at Luo Xiu with his bright red eyes. A ball of earth in the palm of his hand floated up and down. The ability to control the earth element is constantly squeezing the earth ball, making it extremely dense. The words fell. He threw the earth ball aside casually. Boom! A deep pit was suddenly smashed into the bluestone floor. What a terrifying power! Bullet and Gugao Jihong were horrified to see that this demon was far more powerful than they imagined. The confidence in his heart couldn't help but rise with the appearance of Di Kue. If you add this demon, then Marine shouldn't have anything to fear. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly. He nodded to Di Kue and then looked at the demon of thunder. China and the Soviet Union, you can go. Just waiting for your words. I've long wanted to taste the delicious flesh and blood. Zhongsu, who was standing next to Di Kue, naturally understood what Luo Xiu meant. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. The gorgeous palace, and those disgusting-looking things. Human beings must have enough fun this time. As soon as he finished speaking, his momentum suddenly surged, and the thunder and lightning surrounding his body became as bright as light. The entire space is mapped in daylight. Next moment, a terrifying thunder and lightning crackled above everyone's heads, and then gathered at the soles of Zhongsu's feet like a snake. Boom! Accompanied by a violent thunder, Zhongsu's figure disappeared into the air in an instant while riding the thunder and lightning. This was his unique ability to blast thunder and lightning and use lightning as a flying tool. Holy shit! Is this okay? Bullet looked at Zhongsu flying on lightning with a confused look on his face. How could he feel that a demon could fly? Is floating in the air that simple? Zhongsu is going to go? Gu Gao Jihong frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Mariehua. Luo Xiu said lightly. Hear the name. Gu Gaoji's red face suddenly changed, and Bullet's eyes were as wide as bells. Mariehua, the home of the celestial dragons, the world's nobility, and known as the gathering place for descendants of gods? But go. Where does demon Zhongsu go? What is he going to do? Etc. Suddenly, the same thought came to both of them. He looked at Luo Xiu in shock. Is Luo Xiu asking Zhongsu to go there at this time to take action against the celestial dragons? Kill these world nobles? This is so exciting. You must know that it is the home of the celestial dragons, the strongest organization that has stood in the red line for hundreds of years and has never been harmed, let alone go in to kill people. Even if a celestial dragons comes out of it, no one outside will dare to attack them, the heart of persecution. However, when they thought that Luo Xiu had killed celestial dragons, the two of them seemed to understand instantly. After all, Luo Xiu can do anything. Moreover, it would be disastrous to attack Marine and world government at this juncture. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. It was always a pleasant thing to see Marine and world government being defeated. Let's go. It's time for us to take action. Luo Xiu smiled and patted the two of them, raising his eyes slightly and looking in the direction of Marine Fort. 148, Chapter 148, Your Father. Call Roger. It's almost time. The Whitebeard pirates should appear soon. On the execution platform, Kong looked at the horizon outside his headquarters and said to Sengoku beside him, Marine soldiers, be alert at all times. As long as Whitebeard dares to cause trouble, he will never come back. Sengoku said solemnly. As for the Whitebeard pirates, they are sure to get it this time. When Ace on the side heard this, his lowered head suddenly raised and looked at Marine Marshal Sengoku. Dad. But the next moment he lowered his head again, gritting his teeth to prevent his tears from falling. At the same time, he felt extremely regretful. Why was he so persistent in hunting down Blackbeard Teach? Dad came to the headquarters to rescue him. When he thought of his father's physical condition, he felt even more like a sinner. The Whitebeard pirates are nothing. The main thing is Luo Xiu. Will he come over? Sengoku said after a moment of silence. This is their Marine's biggest concern. According to the information provided by CP0 2 days ago, Whitebeard had a conflict with Hong and then left the Moby Dick alone in a small boat, most likely heading to Beehive Island to meet Luo Xiu. Kong said. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku and Kong both screamed in surprise at the same time. Whitebeard had met Luo Xiu. Although he didn't know what they were talking about specifically, it was enough to explain a problem. Luo Xiu will most likely be there. Garp's brows, which had been frowning, couldn't help but relax a little. He glanced at Ace with complicated eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Luo Xiu. Ace, who was in a rather complicated mood just now, heard a trace of doubt in his eyes when he heard Luo Xiu's name. Before fighting Blackbeard, he seemed to have heard this name somewhere. I remember it seemed to be from East Blue, a newly rising pirate, right? But that's not important. What's important is why Dad wants to see this person, and at this juncture. Although the opponent's strength is indeed very strong, it is only limited to the rookie pirates. Moreover, Luo Xiu's name appeared in the mouths of the three marine legends, and it sounded like they were very afraid of this new pirate. What happened? What happened outside during the time when he was arrested? Is it possible that Luo Xiu has grown enough to frighten naval headquarters? You know, the Whitebeard pirates led by Dad have not received the attention of naval headquarters. Too strange. Being executed himself didn't feel like Marine's main purpose this time. Ace shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. He didn't understand it at all. If Luo Xiu comes, there should be no accidents this time. Sengoku didn't know what Ace was thinking, but looked at Kong and said in a deep voice. Although he had been expecting Luo Xiu to participate in this battle and completely destroy the opponent, he subconsciously felt uneasy when he thought of the losses he had suffered at Luo Xiu's hands several times before. Damn it. Why do you feel this way? Obviously, naval headquarters has been built into a steel fortress after 2 weeks. The combat power dispatched by the headquarters and the world government is stronger than ever before. Don't worry, Sengoku. No problem. Kong patted Sengoku's shoulder, indicating that there would be absolutely no accidents this time. Although Luo Xiu's Shadow Corps is weird, its attack intensity is not high. The marine soldiers we deployed are enough to fight them. And the demon bow gang behind Luo Xiu can also be restrained by more than 2 Admiral-level combat forces, leaving only Luo Xiu alone. With so many of us, how can we not defeat him alone? Even with the addition of the Whitebeard pirates, they are far from our opponents. After some reasonable analysis, Kong was determined to dispel Sengoku's uneasiness. Huh. Sengoku took a long breath and shook his head. It seemed that he had indeed thought too much. He was bitten by a snake once and was afraid of well ropes for 10 years. Judging from Luo Xiu's combat power in Impel Down, it is indeed impossible for him to pull off any tricks. As for the possibility of other unseen demons arriving, Sengoku didn't believe it in his heart. Just as he had speculated before, Luo Xiu required more complex conditions to summon demons. The 8 demons were not summoned just when he wanted to. And the matter has reached this point. The arrow is already on the string and has to be fired. Even if you think too much, it doesn't make much sense. Thinking of this, Sengoku didn't want to waste any more brain cells on this matter. He turned to look at Ace. Sengoku, let's start the execution, Kong said solemnly after seeing that the execution time was almost up. Hearing this, Sengoku took a step forward, waved to the 2 escorts beside Ace, and waved them away. Then he took out a telephone speaker and shouted loudly to the crowded crowd. Ace, tell me your father's name. The loud voice was transmitted from the loudspeaker phone, resounding in the sky above Marineford, and also resounding in the hearts of those watching the live broadcast around the world. Everyone was attracted by this topic. What does this mean? Why did Marshal Sengoku suddenly ask Ace's father's name? I don't know. Why does it feel like Ace isn't as simple as a pirate on the surface? Isn't it the posthumous child left by some great pirate? It's hard to say. Anyway, the person who can be mentioned by Sengoku at this time should be an amazing person. How is it possible he's actually the descendant of Roger, the Pirate King? Your father is not Whitebeard. He didn't want to admit that he was Roger's son at all. Compared with Whitebeard, who recognized and accepted himself, there was nothing comparable to Roger. He looked closely at Ace on the execution platform, waiting for his answer. Ace listened to Sengoku announcing his life experience in public and felt only humiliation and anger in his heart. It's the Pirate King. What a reincarnation. More than 20 years ago, I personally witnessed Roger's public execution. Unexpectedly, more than 20 years later, I saw his son being publicly executed again. Being a pirate really doesn't end well. I asked why you would mobilize so many troops to execute a pirate. It turns out there is such a relationship. Sengoku snorted coldly. Buzz. In his heart, his father is Whitebeard, and this will never change. Even when he is dying, his father's weight in his heart is definitely greater than that irresponsible man. This news was so surprising. People were chatting and eating shocking melons. My father is Whitebeard, Ace said solemnly. Wrong. As Sengoku finished speaking, there was an exclamation in the square, and there was a huge wave in people's hearts. People have a lot of opinions, and there's no doubt that they're very interested in Ace's father. Gold Roger. 149. Chapter 149, Whitebeard Pirates. The battle begins. So, he is a descendant of Roger. Boo-hoo. Things are really getting more and more interesting. On the city wall, Moria, one of the Shichibukai, laughed. The teeth in his mouth were as sharp as knives, and black shadows gathered behind him. But not even Roger's son wouldn't be so aggressive. Marine urgently summoned them to the headquarters for a meeting, and it seemed that it was not as simple as what was said in the meeting. What is the purpose? Moria touched his chin and looked at the other 4 Shichibukai, trying to read some information from their expressions. Doflamingo and Hawkeye felt Moria's gaze. Among them, Doflamingo turned his head to look. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a gleam flashed in his eagle eyes, and the signal of danger suddenly rose. Without any reason, he quickly looked away and turned his attention to the 3 Marine legends on the execution platform. What are you thinking about? But at this moment, on the observation deck outside the city wall, a soldier suddenly shouted, Marshal, there's a situation. A giant pirate ship is approaching. As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy voices under the execution platform suddenly subsided, and everyone had a trace of sweat on their faces. Sengoku, Garp, and Kong looked at each other closely, looking out to sea outside naval headquarters. The uneasy mood became more and more impatient, and the atmosphere became surprisingly quiet and solemn. Suddenly, the sound of several water waves breaking through the air was heard. I saw. Densely packed giant pirate ships were heading toward Marineford at high speeds. Even though there was a lot of fog on the sea level, the flags flying on these giant pirate ships could still be seen. Standing on the bow are almost all famous pirates in the New World. It's a large pirate ship group under Whitebeard. Boom. The Whitebeard pirates have appeared. The soldier at the Marine observation tower broke down in a cold sweat. He put down the observation glass in his hand and quickly picked up the loudspeaker phone. A loud siren sounded throughout the entire place in an instant. As this voice sounded, 100,000 elite Marines in the square drew out the weapons they were wearing. Jilla. On the city wall, the cannon muzzles were neatly arranged and adjusted. Everyone is either excited, nervous, or scared. In short, no one is in a calm mood now. Even the three legends who stand at the top of Marine. No. They are also at full strength, with observation Haki covering every corner, alert to the surrounding situation. Because only the pirate group affiliated with Whitebeard appeared, but Whitebeard himself was not found at all. Kong frowned. What happened? No matter how much detection was done, no trace of Whitebeard was found. Could it be that Whitebeard wants to launch a sneak attack? But suddenly, Sengoku next to him changed his expression and looked towards the deep bay below. Gurgling. In the crescent bay in the center of Marine Ford, a huge vortex actually rose. As the water flow continued to rotate, it became larger and larger, and the rotation speed became more and more violent, after maintaining it for several seconds. There was a bang. The seawater in Crescent Bay suddenly rose tens of meters high, causing a loud roar. I saw. At the top of the waves, a pirate ship dozens of meters long cut through the huge waves and soared into the sky with the help of the water rising into the sky. Next moment, the ship crashed into Marine Ford, the center of Crescent Bay, with a thud. The hull is wrapped with colorful membranes made by Rayleigh himself, and the flagpole represents Whitebeard's skull flag, fluttering in the wind and making a hunting sound. Astonishingly, it was one of the four emperors, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirate ship, the Moby Dick. It turned out to be coated from the bottom of the sea. Sengoku raised his eyebrows and was taken aback, but soon he regained his composure, picked up the speakerphone, and shouted, "Everyone is on level 1 alert. Fight the Whitebeard pirates." The words fell. Brush. So Marine recovered from the shock, grabbed the weapons in his hands one by one, bit his gums tightly, listened to the order, and was ready to attack at any time. Kong, the third Marine Admiral, didn't stay long on the Whitebeard pirate ship. His eyes were vigilantly looking at the surrounding situation. Observation Haki covered every corner, even the sea surface. They know that although Whitebeard is powerful, he should be just an appetizer. What happened? Why are there so many Marines? 3. Admiral, Shichibukai, and Sengoku Garp. The captains of the affiliated pirate group were surprised when they saw the situation at naval headquarters, even though they had been prepared for it. Especially the big Uzumaki spider in the affiliated group took a breath of cold air. Thousands of soldiers, as well as artillery hanging on the city walls. Marine's defense was countless times stronger than imagined. In the center of Crescent Bay, with the appearance of Moby Dick, several more giant pirate ships broke through the waves and landed next to them. On the deck stood the absolute main force on the Whitebeard pirate ship. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, Foil Bista, Bramek, Lakio, Bramek, Lakio, Namor, Blenheim, Curiel, Kingudo, Haltower, Atmos, Speedo Kill, Fosa Izo. All 14 captains are present. They lined up in a straight line, and their eyes fell on Ace, who was cuffed by a sea stone at the highest point of the execution platform. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, a steady sound of footsteps came from the deck of the Moby Dick. A man holding a supremely sharp sword, Song Yunchi, with his chest exposed and wearing a huge white shirt, strode to the bow of the ship. It's none other than the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. Boom. The cloud-cutting pestle in Whitebeard's hand stood on the deck. Suddenly, a wave of air blew around. Sengoku, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. My dear son, are you okay? The terrifying sound, accompanied by the ability of shock fruit, weighs on every Marine's heart. Whitebeard. A smile appeared on Sengoku's lips. The strongest man in the world is indeed extraordinary, but you are destined to fail today. Dad. On the execution platform, Ace suddenly raised his head. After listening to his son's words, Whitebeard smiled happily. Gulala, dear son, Dad is here to take you home. The 14 Division captain shouted in unison. We will never let go of anyone who has hurt you. Ace, wait, we will rescue you right away. Meanwhile, in a room behind naval headquarters, the 5 elders were sitting around a coffee table, observing the situation outside. 150, Chapter 150, The Ultimate Fruit Power. The Whitebeard pirates are here. Are we going to show up? The old man with white curly hair spoke first, with a cold voice. Before the execution at naval headquarters, they came to the headquarters to prepare for emergencies. However, considering that the involvement was too great, it was possible that Luo Xiu, who was originally going to come to naval headquarters to cause trouble, was scared off and did not show up in advance like Sengoku and the others. But at this time, the Whitebeard pirates have arrived, and the battle is about to begin. Need not. It's just a Whitebeard pirate group. There's no need for us to take action. Although Marines are all trash, you can still trust them. The old man in kimono said in a deep voice, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The Whitebeard pirates can't help but be afraid, but this time they come to marine ford from the Holy Land. Is nothing going to happen? There is a trace of inexplicable worry in the yellow-haired old man's tone. Although he knew it was unlikely, his eyelids had been twitching badly recently. The other 4 or 5 elders narrowed their eyes. As the 5 most powerful people in the world besides him, although they control the operation of the world, they rarely leave Mariewa. Partly because of disdain, the air in those places makes them feel sick, and partly because there are too many celestial dragons living in the Holy Land Mariewa, and for safety reasons someone needs to be there to protect their safety. This time the 5 of them left together for the first time in decades. Rest assured, those untouchables who waste food don't dare to desecrate the celestial dragons even if I give them 100 courages, the old man with a mustache said coldly. And the Holy Land is located on the towering red line, which is isolated from the ground. If you want to climb Mariewa, this dangerous hurdle is enough to stop most people from thinking about it. Besides, the Holy Land has been standing for so many years, and has it ever been invaded by untouchables? Even if the former pirate King Roger reaches Raftel, he does not dare to challenge the world government. It can only surrender to Marine. He was confident enough to say these things. There are still holy knights in Mariewa. Even if someone dares to risk his life to log in, it is impossible to come out alive. The old man in kimono nodded. The Holy Knights are a force that specializes in protecting the safety of the celestial dragons. Although few people know it, the strength of the leader of the Knights is not inferior to that of the 4 emperors. This does not include the other members of the Knights who protect the Holy Land, and no problem. Let's take a look first. Whitebeard appears. Luo Xiu should be almost there too. The 5 elders narrow their eyes slightly and once again turn their attention to the battlefield outside. At this time, the atmosphere in Marineford has become extremely tense. Emotions are always ready to explode. Swish, brush, brush. The sound of swords being drawn out sounded one after another, as if they were playing a death sonata for this collision that had not yet begun. All Marines, listen. Kill. On the execution platform, Sengoku looked solemn, and without further delay, he gritted his teeth and roared, almost at the same time as he finished speaking. The elite Marines instantly entered combat mode, with sharp weapons in hand and eyes fixed on the pirates. Immediately afterwards, click, the sound of artillery reloading resounded in everyone's eardrums. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at the Moby Dick, and the dark muzzle was filled with a cold light. Next moment, as a Marine soldier pulled the fuse, the black cannonball came out of the barrel in an instant and drew an arc in the air, aiming directly at Whitebeard. Boom, boom, boom. Then, there was a continuous sound of artillery shelling. Thousands of black cannonballs, like raindrops falling from the sky, are overwhelming, trying to engulf the Whitebeard pirates. Chill. There was a trace of heat coming from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, and he was full of energy. Goo la la la. Bring it on. I haven't been this energetic in a long time. A hearty laughter swept through the entire audience, and the laughter echoed endlessly. Buzz. An extremely powerful wave of air erupted from Whitebeard's body. The majestic energy slanted out, and a white wave of air blew around him. Sonorous, powerful, and extremely terrifying. A strong sense of oppression covered the entire Crescent Bay. Even the 14 captains couldn't help but retreat, leaving a drop of sweat on their cheeks. They knew that Dad was going to take action. As for Sengoku, who was on the execution platform, his expression suddenly changed. This posture. Not good. With a cry of surprise, he wanted to remind his men to keep their distance from Whitebeard, but it was already too late. So, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard inserted the cloud cutter in his hand beside him, took a step forward, bent his waist slightly, folded his arms in front of his chest, showing a cross shape, towering muscles, and now the veins were not. Next moment, His fists were like two hammers, slamming into the empty space on both sides. Crack! The space is shattered. Cracks appeared in the originally empty space and spread around at an extremely fast speed. Shock Fruit's ability is activated. Is this Whitebeard's power? It can actually tear apart space. Wait, the sea is shaking. The Marines, armed with weapons, were sweating profusely. Under Whitebeard's blow, a surging air wave spurted out instantly, and the dense cannonballs in the sky shattered. The sky was filled with fire and flames. And this was just the beginning. This moment, under the power of Whitebeard's fruit, the originally calm sea surface became turbulent. After a while, two huge waves of tens of meters surged up, overlapping each other and climbing to the highest point. The shadow cast by the waves covered Marineford in the middle and could submerge the island at any time. How is it possible, waves of tens of meters? Is this Whitebeard's power? Akiji appeared in midair. At the same time, two blue ice cones shot out from his palms and sank into the waves. The huge waves quickly condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the Shichibukai standing on the city wall couldn't help but feel nervous. The gap between them and Whitebeard seemed to be wider than imagined. Let's go together and defeat Whitebeard in the shortest possible time. Akiji, who had been sitting under the execution platform, raised his eyes slightly. Don't paddle this time. That's when the figure disappeared from the spot. The soldiers who faced the impact of the waves were not in the mood to appreciate this scene. Horrible. For a moment, people watching the live broadcast from all over the world were stunned and looked at this horrific scene in disbelief. Ice Age. If huge waves hit them, not to mention the island being submerged, they themselves would probably be killed first. It can actually cause a tsunami. Under the execution platform, Akane turned to look at Kizaru with one leg beside him and narrowed his eyes. The words fell. Call out. 151, Chapter 151, I'll give you a meeting gift. The words fell. Akainu left an afterimage and disappeared in place. With the support of Marshal Sengoku, Kong, and CP0, he does not need to defend the execution platform, so he has no worries and can start fighting as much as he wants. Going all out to deal with Whitebeard will save you a lot of trouble in the subsequent battles. Meteor Volcano. Akainu's momentum surged, and he didn't give the Whitebeard pirates a chance to breathe. He came up and directly enlarged his attacks. The fierce air waves slashed in all directions like sharp blades, and magma with terrifying temperature appeared on his body. Sizzle. The magma turned into two giant fist handles. The moment the words fell. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of magma fists came out of the barrel like cannonballs, streaking through the air with tail flames, and then disappeared into the dark clouds gathering in the sky. Next moment, the fire fist fell, and bursts of strong wind turned into dots of fist stones, smashing to the ground. The war has begun. It's so scary. The guy with the eye patch looks ordinary, but he can freeze the waves, and the fierce-looking Red Admiral can actually cause a volcanic eruption. This is Marine Admiral. Seeing the two Marine Admirals taking action one after another, freezing the sea and setting the Crescent Bay on fire, the viewers watching the live broadcast screamed in surprise. The battle was more spectacular than they imagined. This means that the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and naval headquarters has officially begun. No matter who wins or loses in the end, there is no doubt that this will be a far-reaching battle. At this moment, in the battlefield, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked at the magma meteor fists all over the sky. They were under great pressure. Even if they didn't fall, they could still sense terrifying energy from them. If this was hit directly, the pirate ship would be sunk immediately with just one punch. Kid, you really don't understand etiquette. Whitebeard stood on the bow of the ship and shouted coldly. The next moment, the clouds in his hand were lifted up. The extremely fierce momentum was released again. The white halo of the cloud-cutting blade is attached, and the shock fruit ability acts on the weapon, causing ripples in the space. Subsequently, the arm suddenly slashed forward. Flick. Cracks spread wildly on the blade like a spider web. Terrifying shock waves shot out, counteracting the overwhelming magma fist. Dad, we're here to help you. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates also used their own abilities to attack Meteor Volcano, which fell towards the pirate ship. Marco bore the brunt and transformed into a blue phoenix. Josie is covered in shining bricks. The flower swordsman holds a long sword. Huh. At this moment, Admiral Kizaru stood up slowly from his seat under the execution platform, put one hand in his pocket, and held his head with the other. It's really troublesome. He curled his lips. Even if you want to mess things up, the current situation doesn't allow it. If Whitebeard is not dealt with as soon as possible, there will indeed be a lot of unnecessary trouble. His body transformed into a ball of shining light, and Kizaru clasped his hands up and down in front of his chest. However, just when he was about to take action, suddenly, the corners of his eyes twitched, as if he sensed something, and he suddenly looked up. Not only him, but Sengoku, Kong, and Garp on the execution platform also noticed something was wrong at this moment, and they all looked up in unison. At this moment, there seems to be a very powerful aura approaching naval headquarters. So, in their sight, under the sky squeezed by clouds, there was a huge meteorite breaking through the thick clouds and falling downwards. The shadow cast encompasses half of the naval headquarters. What happened? Why is the sun covered? In the square, everyone looked up. When they saw the scene in the sky, their pupils shrank instantly. On the face shrouded in black shadow, their eyes were as wide as copper bells. Oh my God! Yes, it's a meteorite. A meteorite fell. How is it possible? How could there be a meteorite landing here? After a brief moment of terror comes ultimate fear. The Marine soldiers, who were originally relatively strict, suddenly became riotous under the threat of the meteorite. No one knew why a meteorite suddenly landed here, but they knew that if they were hit, they would definitely die. Admiral Kizaru sighed heavily, his eyelids twitching wildly. That annoying feeling came again, and every time he felt this way, it meant Luo Xiu was present. Damn it! He complained 10,000 words in his mind. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. There was no time to think about anything else now. Kizaru's figure instantly turned into photons and flew into the air. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, dazzling bullets shot out and landed on the meteorite. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion directly covered up Whitebeard, Akainu, and others who were fighting below. Whitebeard and the others seemed to feel something, and immediately stopped and looked to the sky, their pupils also full of shock. Such a big deal. Could it be that Luo Xiu is here? Quick, pay attention to dodge. Don't get stoned. Sengoku shouted at Marine while holding a loudspeaker phone book. Under the impact of the meteorite's light bomb, the rubble is constantly peeling off, falling like raindrops on the square, Crescent Bay, city walls, and other places. Call out. The moment he finished speaking, Garp, who was standing next to him, twisted his neck. Sengoku, the big one, is coming. His momentum surged, and then his toes touched the ground a little, and his figure jumped up like a bolt of lightning and came under the meteorite. Buzz. Armament Haki, as black as ink, covered his muscular arms. Under the sunlight, it shines with an indescribable luster. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and punched the meteorite violently. Click. Underneath the meteorite, cracks appeared. Then, fists were thrown out one after another. The sound exploded, and the fists were as heavy as mountains. Just a few breaths. Garp then threw hundreds of punches. At last, there was a loud explosion. With the joint efforts of Admiral Kizaru and Garp, the falling meteorite was crushed, and the fallen earth and rocks covered Marineford with a layer of soil. Marine hero Garp takes action. So strong, as expected of Garp the Fist. Now we are saved. The Marine soldiers felt their hearts drop, and they quickly took advantage of the opportunity to wipe the sweat from their foreheads. However, just when they thought it was over, there was another sound under my feet, like an earthquake, and the earth was trembling. What happened? Why is my body shaking unconsciously? Kong and Garp met each other, and observation Haki spread. A name exploded in their minds and blurted out almost at the same time. And on the earth and stone barrier stood a young man. Sengoku and others also sensed it and looked at Whitebeard unconsciously, but they found that it was not him at all. Sengoku, a greeting gift for you. What happened? Moment. Who else could it be? Not Whitebeard. The soil that had just fallen to the ground was now crawling crazily, as if it were alive. It's Luo Xiu. It's Whitebeard's ability. This is someone else. Are you still satisfied? Damn it. The earth and rocks flowed away, and Marineford continued to roar. Soon, the earth and rocks were pulled by a mysterious force and gathered into a huge earth and stone barrier outside the square, which temporarily occupied at least a quarter of the area of naval headquarters. The words fell. 152, Chapter 152. Luo Xiu is here. Luo Xiu, it's Luo Xiu. What happened? Oh my god, isn't this a public execution of Ace? Why did Luo Xiu come here? Under the execution platform, the Marine soldiers' breathing became heavy, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Luo Xiu's name is not only well known among pirates, but is also often mentioned in conversations among Marines. Defeat Kizaru, slay the celestial dragons, destroy the branch, and defeat the Impel Down. Any of these deeds would be enough to explode. On the city wall, the Shichibukai's faces were also shocked. Fu. Luo Xiu is really crazy. Doflamingo guessed that Luo Xiu would take this opportunity to attack Marineford, but he thought it would be a sneak attack. But I didn't expect it to be like this. At the same time, he was also thinking about what to do next. What about Marine and world government? He didn't bother to think about it. The more chaotic, the better. But Luo Xiu is his supporter now, and he will have to think about how to paddle properly later. Myok's eyes flashed, and he became excited instantly. Luo Xiu's arrival will bring different fun to this boring execution. Behind the scenes, Blackbeard is ready to move. To say that the audience had the most intense reaction, it had to be Sengoku on the execution platform. Luo Xiu. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, wishing to tear the man in front of him into pieces. How dare you come? Although his face was extremely angry, he was a little uneasy in his heart. These 3 words meeting gift are enough to explain everything. The meteorite just now was brought over by Luo Xiu. Manipulate earth and rocks to form earth barriers. In memory, Luo Xiu doesn't have this ability, right? But now I haven't seen him for 2 weeks, and he has new abilities. A bad premonition suddenly appeared, and sweat dripped from Sengoku's forehead. This battle will be more difficult than imagined. Looking at this familiar face, he felt strong uneasiness in his heart. Call out. Kizaru's photonized body condensed into shape, standing with Akainu and Akiji, looking at the figure of Luo Xiu on the earth wall with the same shock and confusion. Before the fighting even started, a quarter of the area of the headquarters had been occupied. This is the first time I have seen this kind of appearance. Although he had expected Luo Xiu to appear with a high probability in the plan and had already prepared himself mentally, after seeing him in person, some bad memories from the past also emerged in his mind. Luo Xiu seemed to be stronger than before. Wrong. It's not just Luo Xiu. There are others too. On the execution platform, Kong Observation Haki detected and found that there were several powerful auras slowly rising behind Luo Xiu. It's Bullet and Redfield, Garp said with narrowed eyes. Behind Luo Xiu, 2 peak powerhouses who took out Impel Down appeared. One had his hands on his chest, and the other had a cold face. Snored. They're just 2 losers. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you can catch them Impel Down once, you can get them a second time. Sengoku shouted coldly that he didn't think the 2 extra people could bring any change to Luo Xiu's failure. Not the 2 of them. Kong stared at the huge rocks with his eyes tightly and murmured. The auras of these 2 are not as powerful as perceived at all. There are others. Not them. Sengoku's face hardened, and he felt strong uneasiness in his heart. Not both of them. Could it be a demon I have never seen before? Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but take a breath. Observation Haki is turned on, and it also sweeps across the towering earth and stone barriers. Next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Among the earth and rocks, there was a fast yellow-brown stone moving like water at an extremely fast speed. Boom. During the movement, there were roars and vibrations. Look, something is moving in the earth and rocks. Is it an earthquake? It's not like an earthquake. There seems to be a creature inside. Are you kidding me? There's no way a creature can wander around naturally in there. It couldn't have been a creature that controlled meteorites just now. Horrible. People in the square and outside the square also noticed the changes at this moment. His eyes were fixed on the position at Luo Xiu's feet. Soon, the moving, inexplicable creature came to Luo Xiu. The earth and rocks protruded, and a tall figure slowly condensed. It has brownish-red skin, dark green trousers, a body like a minotaur, and a face like a stone lion. It has 2 pairs of dark green horns on its head. It has a huge and strong body, a thick build, and bright red eyes. Standing next to Luo Xiu, a sense of oppression swept across the entire place. Now, people all over the world watching the live broadcast can also feel the overflowing sense of oppression through the screen. Brush. After a brief shock, heated discussions broke out. What kind of creature is this? I don't know at all. I've never seen it before. Is it the demon Bogong? The demon Bogong doesn't look like this. Bogong is green-skinned. Could it be a shadow soldier? This is even more impossible. According to records, the shadow soldiers are black creatures. The color is obviously wrong. People were discussing fiercely, and they suddenly realized that things were not that simple. The public execution became a bit confusing because of Luo Xiu's sudden intrusion. The original battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the naval headquarters has now become a battle between the naval headquarters and Whitebeard and the Demon Guild. They didn't know, but Marine Marshal Sengoku guessed the identity the moment he saw the khaki creature appear. This is the devil. It's one of the 8 demons. Sengoku swallowed and said with difficulty. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. The word devil has been widely circulated in the sea recently. Represents strong Yamato terror. To a certain extent, it has surpassed the weight of the 2 names Admiral and 4 Emperors. That's when another terrifying aura appeared, and with a bang, it landed on the other side of Luo Xiu. Covered in green skin, he's the extremely tall Bogang. After this period of time, his body has grown again, and his physical strength has naturally increased. At this moment, his bright red eyes swept over everyone present, licked his lips, and let out a weird laugh. Devil Pogon, 2 demons appear, and Luo Xiu, Bullet, and Redfield. Are you planning to have a big fight with Marine? Goo la la la. Luo Xiu, you're here after all. Whitebeard placed Song Yunxia beside him, and his cheerful laughter spread over everyone's heads. Just by listening to the voice, you could tell that he was in a much better mood now than before. The participation of Luo Xiu greatly improved the success rate of this rescue. Whitebeard, this is just the beginning. Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked behind Sengoku. The words fell at the same time. Suddenly, there were a few terrifying auras pressing in people's hearts. I don't know when 5 figures appeared behind Sengoku. All of them seemed to possess special skills. 153. Chapter 153 Raid on Mariewa. A group of huge palaces sit on a towering red line. There are scenes of prosperity and luxury everywhere, and the people coming and going are all gorgeously dressed and bright. As the headquarters of the world government and the home of the celestial dragons, the descendants of God, each celestial dragon here has supreme authority and can ravage slaves captured from the outside at will. The laws and regulations formulated by the world government for outsiders are of no use here. Even if they do something that breaks the bottom line, no one dares to say anything. Mariewa, under this gorgeous appearance, hides countless dirty behaviors. Now, in a beautifully decorated independent courtyard building, there stood a fat-headed and big-eared celestial dragon's card Lola, playing a new game. He stood in the center of the yard with a whip in his hand, and in front of him were 2 captured slaves. Damn waste, a pariah will waste food. Why don't you rush to bite her? He raised the soft whip in his hand and slapped it on a female slave. Suddenly, the slave who was hit by the whip couldn't help but feel pain. His pupils were filled with deathly ashes. He bared his teeth and pounced on him to bite him. Ha 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 ha. It's so fun. It's so fun. On the side, a little celestial dragon, about 5 or 6 years old, clapped his hands and jumped up excited. Ever since he was little, he has loved these slaves biting each other, and performing human body shows the most. You will do the same to these untouchables when you grow up. These losers won't obey unless you beat them. Remember, they don't dare to resist. They can play whatever they want. Lola continued to spank proudly, teaching at the same time. As noble celestial dragons, they were born in Rome and had to be instilled with good ideas from an early age. They are people who stand on the top of the world, and others can play with them as they please. Daddy, I want to play too. The little celestial dragons happily jumped over, took the whip, and learned to whip it. It's not fun. It's not fun. Why are these trashes so thick-skinned and thick-skinned? My hands are sore from being slapped. The little bastard slumped down on the ground after a few lashes, panting heavily and acting coquettishly at the celestial dragons next to him. The crystal pendant hangs long. Chilu. Then he was sucked back suddenly. It actually made my son unhappy. These wastes are really useless. Kill another batch. At this time, a female celestial dragon sat on a slave mount and slowly walked into the yard. Seeing his son suffering, his expression immediately turned evil. The words fell. Several men in black suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I want to leave here with the two slaves. Boom. At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky. The place above the Holy Land, which was originally surrounded by clouds, suddenly became a little dark, with lightning and thunder and white arcs of lightning raging over Mariewa. Damn bad weather. Even Mariewa is no longer suitable for living. Kalola cursed at the sky, and then they looked at the men in black and yelled in urging. What are you losers looking at? Go quickly. But before the man in black could react, boom. Suddenly, a figure with lightning feet appeared in the sky, and then fell rapidly, landing heavily in the center of the yard. Clatter, clatter. The enveloping energy radiated from the center of his landing as the origin, and fine white arcs danced wildly into space. White airwaves swept across, and a terrifying pressure hung over everyone's heads. It should be these people. Ko-Lola family. The person who came was none other than Luo Xiu, the demon of thunder. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and looked at it, then looked at celestial dragons with his crimson eyes, and finally nodded to confirm that it was correct. These gadgets are Luo Xiu's primary targets. Now, several celestial dragons walked out of the house. When they saw the strange creature that suddenly appeared, not only were they not afraid, but their anger was rising, and they cursed angrily. Damn it! These guards are for a living. Catch him quickly. Catch him alive. He will be my slave. The fat-headed and big-eared celestial dragons raised their whips and struck a man in black hard. This is the holy land of Mariewa, and they don't believe that anyone dares to kill people here, not to mention that they are celestial dragons, so they have no fear at all. Therefore, even if the creature in front of them seems to be very powerful, it still won't let them give in. There is only anger. This person actually dared to break into the place where Mr. Lola lives. This is simply unforgivable. He swore that if he caught this guy, he would make him taste all kinds of wonderful punishments and then use him to duel with others. The words fell. A group of men in black who were sent to secretly protect the celestial dragons appeared from all directions, gathered in front of the celestial dragons, and lined up in a row. However, they are different from those ignorant celestial dragons. The sense of oppression brought by the creature in front of them is too powerful, and it is not an ordinary strong person at all. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, and his legs were trembling slightly. There seems to be something wrong with these people's brains. Eating it will probably make you stupid, so forget it. This was the first time Luo Xiu had seen such a stupid human being, like a cerebral palsy patient. He had no sense of danger when disaster was approaching, and he was so arrogant. With such intelligence, he was not even qualified to cook his own food. Next moment, the thunder and lightning on Luo Xiu surged. A terrifying thunderball appeared in the palm of his hand, crackling, and his eyes casually glanced at several celestial dragons. Quick, kill him! Kill him! The celestial dragons were a little embarrassed by the sight. Their survival instinct made them feel that their lives were in danger. Damn it! Why is this monster different from the creatures I encountered before? It seems that he really dares to kill himself. Damn pariah. We are the descendants of God, the most noble nobles. The little one was so frightened that he peed his pants. The smell was all over the place. Go together. The CP0 man in black, distributed by world government, gritted his teeth and said, "Withstand the pressure and rush forward." Boom. Luo Xiu casually threw a lightning ball, and the entire space was instantly enveloped by thunder and lightning. The man in black was killed before he could see him and turned into a charred corpse. The next moment, several electric arcs flashed across Luo Xiu's fingertips, turning into sharp blades. Under the despair and disbelief expressions of the celestial dragons, he slowly cut off the heads of several people one by one. Put it in a bag. Hey, Don. Next, you can let your hands and feet go. The show is about to begin. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. The thunder and lightning around him surged, and his figure soared into the air. Putting his hands together, thunder and lightning appeared from the limbs and bones, and then converged into a thunder and lightning beam. Boom. The lightning beam shot straight towards Mario. Killinator. At this moment, the lightning exploded and the thunder thundered, which was as shocking as a mountain collapsing. Everything is crumbling under the force. with walls crumbling into ash and buildings evaporating. What happened? Who was causing trouble with this thunder and lightning? Look in the sky. There is a monster controlling thunder and lightning, attacking Mariawa. The damn untouchables are going to rebel. Where is the knights? Where are the knights? Dot.